Chapter 70. Gringotts. Such fortuitous circumstances? Minister, I have a question. Audrey, eyes closed and arms crossed, inquired. Was this matter predominantly orchestrated by Gringotts? Fudge remained entirely unperturbed by Audrey's shift in demeanor. After being coerced into undertaking unwelcome tasks, is it not permissible for others to express their displeasure? Audrey's remarkable composure surpassed his expectations. Indeed, Audrey, Gringotts is exceedingly eager to collaborate with you. Audrey opened her eyes to regard the individual before her, who resembled a merchant more than an official, and felt utterly speechless. Just moments ago, she had gleaned Fudge's innermost thoughts. To persuade Fudge to act as their intermediary, the fairies had bestowed upon him 1,000 galleons as an advance payment. How amusing that the leader of British wizards found himself swayed by the allure of gold from fairies. Those are the very fairies scorned by wizards. Audrey even began to suspect that Dumbledore's assertion regarding the Ministry's reverence for ancient magic might have been a ruse concocted by Gringotts from the outset. I comprehend, Minister. Audrey waved her hand, causing the tea set on the coffee table to vanish as if it had never existed. I shall acquiesce to your request. Cornelius Fudge's face radiated with glee. Should he succeed in persuading Audrey, the fairies of Gringotts would grant him an additional 2,000 galleons as the remaining payment. However, Audrey's pivot caused Fudge's expression to falter momentarily, yet her ensuing words eased his concerns. I am rather occupied this semester. As you are aware, I must also prepare for the OWLs. Could we schedule the excavation for the summer? Absolutely. Absolutely. Fudge now regarded Audrey with increasing fondness. I shall convey your sentiments to Gringotts. In truth, this is a lucrative venture, and their offer is quite generous, is it not? After bidding Fudge farewell, Audrey scoffed softly, turning back to the lounge and dialing Mr. Waterman's number. Mr. Waterman, I have a matter to discuss with you. Please convert all my savings into gold. Yes, all of it. I am certain. The sooner, the better. On the morning of January 9th, Audrey arrived at Gringotts in Diagon Alley. The goblin, Grip Hook, greeted her warmly. Miss Astrea, are you here to deposit money once more? I have heard whispers that you are the wealthiest young witch in Britain. Grip Hook, Audrey's voice was icy, causing the goblin's mind to twitch with alarm. Did you disclose the status of my vault to others? This was a grave breach of etiquette, as Gringotts ought not to reveal clients' vault details. Yet now, even Fudge was aware of the substantial sum in her vault. Thus, the only individual who had accessed her vault, Grip Hook, must be the one who violated the rules. Please allow me to explain, Miss Astrea. Beads of sweat formed on Grip Hook's forehead. He feared that if he did not clarify the situation promptly, he might not only lose Audrey as a valued client, but could also face expulsion from Gringotts or worse, be fed to the subterranean dragon guarding the vaults. I am being coerced, Pooji explained. An elder from our council approached me, and I could not refuse him. Enough. I do not wish to hear such repugnant words, but I hope there will not be a next time. Audrey waved her hand impatiently, and Pooji immediately felt as if a great weight had been lifted, nodding and bowing. Pooji, I have a significant business proposition for your Gringotts, a tremendous and substantial affair. Why, yes, Pooji hunched his back, as humble as Momo. What sort of business do you wish to conduct? Pooji shall serve you with utmost dedication. You? Audrey shook her head. You are unworthy. Audrey opened her small bag and tilted it downwards. Clink, clank. Gleaming bars of gold spilled onto the floor, startling all the fairies and clients in Gringotts to turn their gazes in her direction. Unlike the gold galleons mixed with only a small amount of gold, these were genuine gold bars. This mere cubic meter of gold weighed at least 12 tons, constituting half of Gringotts' gold reserves in Britain. It is worth noting that the Federal Reserve's gold reserves in 2023 only amounted to a little over 8,000 tons. Pooji, can you make the decision? I shall notify the council at once. Please wait a moment, Miss Astrea. Immediately, a group of fairies rushed forward to restack the gold bars, placing them on a flatbed. Though greedy, the fairies maintained certain ethical standards as bankers, ensuring they would not embezzle even a single canute in the open. Audrey was led to the high-level conference room of Gringotts, where she encountered the elders who had hurried in from various parts of Europe. Her gold was piled in the center of the room, and the greed in the elders' eyes was palpable, requiring no legitimacy for Audrey to sense. Miss Astrea, Elder Moristo of Gringotts in Britain, spoke respectfully. Your financial capacity is impressive, and I wish to pose a serious inquiry on behalf of the other elders present. What kind of business do you wish to conduct with us? After all, while this gold is substantial, a simple deposit in the vault could be accomplished by any ordinary banker. Audrey replied slowly and calmly, I wish to take out a loan. Her words ignited a flurry of murmurs among the elders, who began to whisper to one another. So, Miss Audrey, is there a necessary connection between the 15 tons of gold and the loan you seek? Certainly, I require a substantial amount of Muggle currency, an enormous quantity, the value of which would far exceed this gold. I brought this gold merely as a demonstration of my personal credit. This wealth is the result of years of labor, and my current worth has risen significantly compared to several years ago. I wish to use the wealth I will earn over the next 2 or 3 decades as collateral to apply for a loan from Gringotts. Audrey produced an intention contract regarding her appearance fee from the American side. Take a look at this. Whenever I wish, a single concert can yield at least $6 million. The pile of gold before you could be earned in just a month and a half of my effort. This statement genuinely astonished the elders, who had lived for centuries. They had never encountered such a ferocious method of making money. They began to murmur, huddling in small groups, discussing while glancing at Audrey. If Audrey were to embark on a fully fledged global tour, she could generate $2 billion in revenue annually. If calculated over 30 years, that amounts to $600 billion. Enough to purchase 2 Gringotts. Audrey maintained her legitimacy throughout, fully aware of the old fairy's thoughts. Do they wish for me to perform concerts year-round? They are indeed naive. Now that the old fairies are intrigued, a little more provocation will see them ensnared in a trap. After listening to the elders' thoughts, Moristo inquired, So, Miss Astrea, how much do you intend to borrow? And in what Muggle currency? Cuban currency, the newly issued Cuban currency from Ukraine, as much as possible. Moristo continued to inquire, Might I ask what you plan to do with such an abundance of Cuban currency? Ukraine is about to fully implement privatization. As you may have heard. Audrey observed the elders nodding in ignorance, realizing they had no understanding of her words. I wish to seize this opportunity to acquire a vast amount of quality assets in Ukraine, with no upper limit. She continued, I understand you are concerned about my ability to repay this money. Moristo quickly shook his head. No. We are quite confident in Miss Astrea's ability to generate profit. Audrey shook her head. There is no need for pleasantries. The foundation of cooperation lies in mutual trust and reciprocity. No one can accurately predict how much I will earn in the future, which would be unfair to you. Therefore, I shall not impose excessive risk upon you. After the initial loan, I will use the assets I purchase in Ukraine, including but not limited to real estate, stocks, technology, and weaponry, as collateral to apply for larger amounts in the second and third phases of a loan from your esteemed institution. I can offer an annual interest rate of 20%, but with one condition. All transactions between us must be settled in Cuban currency. Moristo glanced at the other elders, who had known each other for over a century, sharing a profound understanding in their professional endeavors. Within their familiar domain, a mere exchange of glances sufficed for them to grasp each other's thoughts. Morisot remarked, This appears to be a commendable collaboration. However, if we solely settle in Cuban coins, we cannot assure the stability of this currency. Should the Cuban coins experience a significant devaluation in the future, we would be left with irretrievable losses. Audrey had anticipated that the Guling Pavilion would raise this point, for they were not devoid of intelligence. In reality, the Cuban coin was indeed poised for a drastic depreciation, potentially diminishing by approximately 1,000-fold. Your concerns are quite valid. However, Audrey confidently asserted, instilling a sense of anticipation among the elders regarding her subsequent discourse. I do not believe the Cuban coin will devalue. The Soviet Union has dissolved, and Ukraine is among the successor states that have inherited the most from this legacy. The elders nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of her statement. With a solid foundation already in place, coupled with Ukraine's geographical advantages and abundant resources, as long as their leaders possess at least a modicum of sense, the economy should not falter. Although the elders concurred, apprehensions lingered, primarily due to the staggering sums involved. Moreover, Audrey continued, the United States will inevitably increase its investments and aid to Ukraine. This is a foregone conclusion. The United States acts thus not only to contain Russia, but also to, like myself, capitalize on Ukraine's valuable assets. Audrey concluded. In such a scenario, how could the Cuban coin possibly depreciate? She stated. To be frank, it is I who should be concerned. Should the Cuban coin appreciate, I would be the one incurring the greatest losses. Her arguments were cogent and irrefutable. The fairies, lacking foresight, could not possibly comprehend how the Ukrainian government would squander a favorable position. Miss Astria, Morissot inquired, if you were to bear such substantial risks, what compels you to proceed? Audrey smiled. Such monumental events as the dissolution of the Soviet Union occur but once in centuries. If I miss the opportunity to acquire assets at a low price, the chance may vanish entirely. Is it not worth assuming some risk to secure those valuable assets into my possession sooner? The elders of the Guling Pavilion engaged in a lengthy discussion once more. After half an hour, they reached a consensus. Miss Astria, we agree to collaborate with you. However, a 20 interest rate is insufficient. We desire an increase to 50. Furthermore, the loan must be repaid only after 3 years. How avaricious the fairies are. Very well, I acquiesce. May our collaboration be fruitful. Indeed, may it be so. Assuming Audrey borrowed 100 billion Cuban coins for a term of 3 years, she would ultimately repay 250 billion Cuban coins. However, should the Cuban coin devalue by 1,000-fold in 3 years, the actual value she would pay would merely amount to 1,000th. Even if one were to impose a 100 annual interest rate, what difference would it make? In fact, before 3 years had elapsed by the summer vacation, the Guling Pavilion would be unable to bear the losses and would come pleading for her assistance. This was Audrey's true objective, to compel herself to unearth relics. Dig, let them do the digging. She would first uproot their very foundation. As for her claims regarding the acquisition of healthy assets, that was merely a secondary consideration. Ensnaring the Guling Pavilion was her foremost priority. Chapter 71. A first encounter that afternoon, Audrey received her initial loan of 12 billion Cuban coins. The formidable strength of Gringotts was evident, as they swiftly mobilized sufficient funds and rapidly converted them into Cuban currency. In the office of the Hogwarts headmaster, Dumbledore gazed, somewhat bewildered, at the sudden appearance of Miss Astria, who entered while he was clad in his pajamas, reclining on the sofa with a newspaper in hand. Could you perhaps use the front entrance next time? He inquired. Audrey responded nonchalantly, of course not. That rather unsightly statue outside won't allow entry without a password. Dumbledore rubbed his temples. Your early return to the school to seek me out must have some significance. Pray tell, what troubles you? I need to find Grindelwald. A hearty laugh resonated from the headmaster's quarters. What do you require of me? The door swung open, revealing Grindelwald, dressed in matching pajamas, leisurely stepping forward and taking a seat at the headmaster's desk with a benevolent smile. Audrey paused momentarily before stating, I require your assistance. Grindelwald gestured towards her. His palm turned upwards, inviting her to continue. I intend to acquire substantial land, resources, and industries in Ukraine, yet I find myself lacking personnel. A glimmer of appreciation flickered in Grindelwald's azure eyes. Had the young lady finally come to her senses? No problem, he chuckled. Investing in Ukraine is a lucrative venture, one that promises immense returns. Audrey turned to Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore, I am about to embark on this endeavor. Will you not oversee my actions? Dumbledore adjusted his glasses and set down the newspaper. Your propensity for idleness has been noted. It is indeed a positive development for you to take initiative. Grindelwald nodded in agreement. Rest assured, he has always kept a watchful eye on you. Should you overstep, he will intervene, just as he did 60 years ago. An hour later, at the Three Broomsticks, Audrey sat by the window, savoring a sip of butterbeer, its rich flavor lingering delightfully. On the now well-worn dining table, a bowl of golden fries and a dish of fried fish, steam rising enticingly from both. As the bar door opened, a clear bell chimed, heralding the entrance of a tall young man. He shook himself off, akin to a cat or dog ridding itself of water, shaking off the white snow that clung to his black coat. Madame Rosmerta furrowed her brow, about to speak, but the falling snowflakes and melted snow transformed into starlight, dissipating without a trace. Rosmerta murmured softly, do young people today so revel in showcasing their magical prowess? Yet, I must admit, that was rather impressive. The young man was not unhandsome. He scanned the bar and approached Audrey directly. Good day, Miss Audrey Astria. A pleasure to make your acquaintance, he stated without ceremony, taking a seat opposite her. I am Edmund Grindelwald. However, In public, it is advisable to refrain from using my surname, as it carries certain sensitivities. Audrey noted his verbose nature and a hint of narcissism. Edmund continued, by the directive of my great-uncle, I shall be your liaison for all matters concerning Ukraine henceforth. Observing the young man, Audrey noted his right eye was entirely gray, while the left was a striking azure, a rare heterochromia. Your eyes resemble those of my cat, she remarked, though his gray eye seems to have lost its sight. She then pushed the fried fish towards Edmund, a quintessential British dish she did not favor. Is this a hereditary trait of the Grindelwald family? Edmund smirked faintly. Though he is indeed my great-uncle, my eyes are not a natural endowment. Even his famed eye, often speculated to possess foresight, is merely a reflection of his inner world. Very well, Audrey said, steering the conversation towards business. I hope you can aid me in Ukraine. 10 minutes later, Edmund inquired, are you so certain that the Cuban currency in Ukraine will depreciate? Audrey nodded. I am quite confident. However, before I deplete Gringotts, we must stabilize the Cuban currency, ensuring Gringotts remains ensnared. Edmund laughed. What have you done to Gringotts to warrant such a scheme? They have coerced me into serving as their curse breaker. Understanding her temperament all too well, Edmund asked, so how do you plan to prevent the Cuban from collapsing in the short term? By flooding the market with affordable essential goods. Audrey declared with conviction. Ukraine possesses the most advanced military technology from the Soviet era. If we can procure these, we can barter with China for materials. Won't you incur losses? Audrey shook her head. What losses? Technology is the easiest thing to replicate. One merely requires a printer. She fixed her gaze upon Edmund's eyes, earnestly questioning, but you, being so young, can you truly execute my plan? Edmund rolled his eyes. I am a Grindelwald. There is nothing I cannot accomplish. Braggart. Audrey chuckled. Can you revive someone struck by the killing curse? Edmund placed his hand on his chest. If I were to say I could, would you believe me? January 17th, 1992. The Christmas holiday had concluded a week prior, and the Slytherin Quidditch team was diligently training for their upcoming match against Ravenclaw. Marcus Flint was in a state of agitation. Resembling a rampaging troll, for Audrey Astrea had yet to attend practice. Meanwhile, our little water snake was in the dormitory, laughing to herself. The Antonov Aircraft Design Bureau and the Black Sea Shipyard, two of the most renowned military-industrial giants from the former Soviet Union, were beyond her immediate capacity to assimilate. Yet, somehow, she was unaware of how Edmund Grindelwald managed to acquire a significant portion of the core technology teams from these two behemoths. With personnel on board, the technology would inevitably follow. At this juncture, Ukraine was in utter disarray. No one cared about the loss of technology. Those in power were devising every possible means to extract the essence from the fallen giant that was the Soviet Union. Ukraine boasted a total of 584 military enterprises. Edmund had acquired 16, spanning various sectors such as rockets, armored vehicles, ships, and transport planes. He had also secured over 300 square kilometers of land and a 20% stake in the Ukrainian National Gas Company. Even more astonishingly, Edmund sent a suitcase, which Audrey opened to discover 4 T-80 main battle tanks and the most advanced Tu-160 strategic bomber. This bomber even came with a bonus, a nuclear bomb, designated RDS-37. Reportedly a gesture of gratitude from a general for an additional 50,000 Cuban coins that Edmund had sponsored personally, previously oblivious to the implications. Audrey soon realized that this nuclear bomb was a hydrogen bomb with a yield of 1.6 megatons. While Newt's commander's suitcase contained a menagerie, Audrey Astrea's suitcase housed an armory capable of sinking half of Britain. What a joyous day it was, Audrey mused, for with these assets as collateral, she could approach Gringotts for further loans. What a delightful prospect. Yet, amidst this elation, a troubling matter lingered. Her cat had once again run away from home, the reason unknown. Audrey had heard that some cats seek out a final resting place before death, unwilling to pass away in the presence of their owners. Jinhu, her cat, was no longer young, merely an ordinary tabby without magical lineage. It had been her companion for many years, now blind in one eye and increasingly lethargic. Could it be that it sensed its impending demise and ran out to seek its own resting place? This is truly heart-wrenching. Audrey struggled to squeeze out a tear, wishing for Jinhu to find peace in the afterlife. In Gringotts, Marston anxiously awaited in his office. Outside in the corridor, a flustered goblin banker rushed in, bursting through the office door, exclaiming, Elder Marston, it's risen. The Cubans have soared. Marston, bracing himself against the desk, sprang to his feet. By how much? 9 points. The Cuban currency has risen a full 9 points. Marston's eyes glistened with fervor, as if envisioning mountains of wealth. He bellowed, quick. Expedite the 300 billion Cuban loan from Miss Astley. Turn around twice. It's not enough, still insufficient. Notify the other branches to gather all available funds. As long as she can provide equivalent collateral, we can lend her up to 2 trillion Cuban. Go ask Miss Astley how much she wishes to borrow. The banker scrambled out, while Marston slumped into his chair, utterly spent. The previous analysis had proven accurate. Ukraine had inherited the Soviet legacy, bolstered by covert American support. It was bound to soar. And Gringotts would ride the coattails of the fool, Audrey Astley. 2 trillion. In 3 years, she would owe 5 trillion Cuban. This figure does not even account for the currency's appreciation. Audrey Astley, you shall work for us at Gringotts for a lifetime. Ahaha. Chapter 72. I'll give the match 10 seconds, no more. Today marks the Quidditch match between Slytherin and Ravenclaw. Young wizards flock to the Quidditch pitch. This match is Audrey Astley's debut in Quidditch. It is a momentous game, destined to be recorded in the Chronicles of Hogwarts. This is not mere speculation, but the assertion of Madame Hooch, the professor most authoritative on the sport of Quidditch at Hogwarts. Audrey possesses all the qualities an exceptional player should have. If she desires it, she will undoubtedly become a Quidditch star. In truth, Audrey herself does not share this belief. All the qualities of an outstanding player? Not at all. At least, the commitment to rigorous training is far removed from her reality. Were it not for the exemption from potions class, she would not be present on the field. As for Snape's 500 galleons, she had grown indifferent. After all, she was engaging in dealings worth trillions now. 10 minutes before the match commenced, Gringotts Poochie approached her. Miss Astley, how is Gringotts' financial situation at present? In response, Madam, all 85 of Gringotts' funds across Europe have been mobilized. Currently, the bank is diligently preparing the third tranche of loans, estimated to be around 600 billion. Not enough, Poochie. Audrey shook her head, completely insufficient. I am aware, Madam. Poochie marveled. Your team is extraordinarily formidable. Within just 3 days, you have transformed trillions of Cuban into land, stocks, and patents. Although these assets are worth enough to secure a loan of 3 trillion Cuban, our bank is rapidly depleting its funds. If we lack funds, we must borrow, Audrey asserted. If the interest is sufficiently high, I believe those pureblood families would be willing to let their dusty treasures bask in the sunlight. For the third tranche of loans, I can offer an annual interest rate of 80. Go back and inform your council. No matter how much Cuban you can secure, I will gladly accept it. 80% interest. Poochie gasped in astonishment. Indeed, 80% interest, but I only grant you 1 week. You know, Poochie, the entire world is looting Ukraine right now. I estimate that in a week, there won't be much left of value. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the entrance of Audrey Astley. Marcus Flint soared through the air, his expression a stormy shade of gray. This Astley not only neglected training, but also seemed to be absent from the match. Severus Snape in the spectator's box wore a similar expression, having invested a significant sum. Miss Audrey Astley, Lee Jordan's voice resonated throughout the stadium. Let us see you. Miss Astley. Dumbledore chuckled amiably to Professor Flitwick beside him. I wager the child must have overslept. Professor Flitwick, perched beside the towering Dumbledore like a doll, chuckled. I too hope the child overslept. Alas, I just spotted her outside the pitch conversing with a goblin. A goblin? Dumbledore gazed into the distance, his eyes profound. It appears that Audrey has been making significant strides in her recent endeavors. Audrey, the match is about to commence. If you can hear me, please make your entrance. Just as Lee Jordan called for the third time, Audrey sped onto the field on her Nimbus 2000, resembling a shooting star, soaring in with astonishing velocity. In early January at Hogwarts, the temperatures plummeted to an unbearable low, yet the fervor of the match seemed to suppress that biting cold. The moment Audrey appeared, the audience erupted into cheers. The Slytherin snakes brandished their long-prepared support items. In an instant, banners proclaiming Audrey, I love you, and Slytherin shall triumph, filled the air. Elysian and Gemma each held a pole, unfurling a banner in the Slytherin colors of emerald green and silver, emblazoned with Audrey reigns supreme on the field. At the edges of the banner, a small figure riding a broom hovered back and forth, closely resembling Audrey. Ron rubbed his eyes. Harry, is the Nimbus 2000 really that fast? Harry shook his head. I don't know, Ron. At least it wasn't that fast when I wrote it. Hermione interjected. Stop talking. Madame Hooch is about to kick off. She muttered to herself. I wonder if Audrey will sing today? Draco Malfoy shared the same curiosity as Harry and Ron, staring blankly at his cousin floating above the pitch. When I rode the Nimbus 2000, it didn't seem that swift. The whistle blew, and the match officially commenced. Flint of Slytherin seized the quaffle first, launching an attack on Ravenclaw's goal. Lee Jordan's commentary appropriately chimed in. What is Audrey Astley doing? It seems she is diving. Is she attempting a feigned dive right from the start? This is quite audacious. Flint barreled past Ravenclaw's Ludovina, preparing to shoot. What do I see? Audrey raised her right hand, capturing the golden snitch. Unbelievable, unbelievable. Within merely 10 seconds of play, Audrey has clinched the match. Slytherin triumphed over Ravenclaw, 150-0. I knew it. Audrey's match would be clean. It's been ages since I witnessed a clean game from Slytherin. Professor McGonagall lamented, rising to leave. If only that child were in Gryffindor now. How splendid that would be. Simply granting her an exemption from transfiguration would suffice. The snakes rushed into the players' tunnel, eager to celebrate their hero's return to the common room, yet Audrey was nowhere to be found. Audrey remarked, the match? 10 seconds is the utmost I can spare. I ought to be nestled in my warm dormitory, not braving the frigid outdoors to celebrate. However, scarcely had she lain down for a few minutes when a legion dragged her out of the dormitory and towards the Great Hall. Professor Snape insisted you must dine in the Great Hall today, Elysian explained, facing Audrey's reproachful gaze. I have no choice but to comply. If you refuse to go, I will have to confine you. Confine me? Audrey stared wide-eyed. What right does he have? I have not violated any school rules. Ethelyn sighed, recognizing that Professor Snape truly understood Audrey, having anticipated her reaction. She cast a sympathetic glance at Audrey. Professor Snape had declared it an offense of disrespect towards the professor. He had also stated, you know what he means. Disrespect towards a professor? Had she done so? Surely not. Was it merely a provocative glance cast at Snape as she exited the pitch? Was it? Was he truly that petty? Admittedly, she had felt a twinge of disdain for the 500 galleons, yet had she not fulfilled her obligations? Slytherin had triumphed, and Snape was in fine spirits. Witnessing Audrey's reluctant approach to the Great Hall only heightened his delight. Oh, little one, I shall have my revenge. He smirked, subtly tilting his head, nostrils flaring towards Audrey. His silence speaking volumes. Fortunately, Momo seemed to have sensed her young master's discontent, exerting every effort to prepare a splendid feast, which instantly lifted Audrey's spirits. At Gringotts in London, the elders from various regions convened. What? An interest rate of 80? Borrow whatever you desire? Had she lost her mind? Marston rapped his knuckles on the table, commanding silence in the conference room. This is a yield of 240 over 3 years. He continued, his excitement palpable. It has now been proven that significant foreign capital is flowing into Ukraine, and the Ukrainian hryvnia has not only retained its value, but is steadily appreciating. This presents an unparalleled opportunity for us. Our wealth at Gringotts has tripled from 1891 to 1991, and we now stand before an opportunity that could match a century's worth of achievements in just 3 years. No, due to the larger base, our profits will be even greater. The elders nodded in agreement, the reasoning sound. I propose. Marston slammed both hands on the conference table, leaning forward, reminiscent of a gambler eyeing a pile of chips. Let us borrow from the grand families across Europe and America. This is a surefire investment. The more we borrow now, the more we shall earn in the future. Offer them a 20 annual interest rate. A borrowing period of 3 years. Gringotts shall remain invincible. Seconded. 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 Chapter 73. The Real and the False Snape. Malfoy, come here. Audrey beckoned Draco Malfoy. I need to speak with you. Draco scampered over like a loyal pup, entirely shedding the airs of a nobleman. This display was now familiar to Crabbe and Goyle, while Pansy once again smashed her fork into her plate. Cousin. Draco silently greeted her, then quietly inquired, what is it? As they walked towards the common room, Audrey spoke, Gringotts will soon be borrowing from the major families. Hasten to inform your father. No matter how enticing the interest rates the goblins promise, do not borrow. Draco tilted his head in confusion. Why not? Because they will be unable to repay, Audrey warned. I am only telling you this out of respect for Aunt Narcissa. Should you and your father dare to speak of this indiscriminately, you will bear the consequences. Although Audrey was genuinely looking out for their family, her tone dripped with icy threat, leaving Draco utterly bewildered. Nevertheless, he understood the gravity of the matter and promptly rushed back to the common room to write a letter. Audrey strolled leisurely out of the Great Hall, pondering how to reciprocate Mrs. Weasley's kindness. She had been so busy lately that she had forgotten the gifts she had intended to return during the Christmas season. Mrs. Weasley had thoughtfully knitted her a sweater and scarf. It was noteworthy that the Weasley family, being Gryffindors, typically required only red and gold yarns. This time, however, they had prepared green and silver yarns specifically for her, which demonstrated their considerable effort. While the Slytherin-colored sweater emblazoned with her name was horrendously ugly, the sentiment behind it was the most sincere among all her gift-givers, embodying warmth. The second most sincere gift came from Ethelyn, who had presented her with a pure gold Greek-style water jug, truly a best friend who understood her. The third was from an anonymous benefactor, who gifted her a Slytherin-colored mask adorned with 2 exquisite emeralds. The mask was an alchemical item capable of automatically casting the shield charm. Audrey tested it and found it far superior to her own. She wondered who this benefactor might be. Yet, none of that mattered as much as how to repay Mrs. Weasley. What gift should she bestow upon the Weasley family? Galleons? Too common, far too common. Perhaps a tank would suffice. Mr. Weasley would undoubtedly appreciate it. And perhaps a Chinese cookbook for Mrs. Weasley? Lost in her musings, Audrey was suddenly intercepted by Harry Potter and his companions. Caught off guard, Audrey jumped, feeling as though she were the antagonist in a story. Was this not the classic scenario of the protagonist confronting a minor villain? Audrey, we need to talk, Harry exclaimed. Bewildered, Audrey was led by Harry and his friends to a secluded staircase near the Great Hall. We need your help, Audrey, Harry said earnestly, with Hermione and Ron fervently nodding in agreement. During the Christmas holiday, Snape attempted to steal the Philosopher's Stone from the fourth-floor corridor, but was repelled by the three-headed dog. Audrey, what was happening? Snape had been monitoring her throughout the Christmas break, acting more like a bodyguard than a professor. Where would he find the time to sneak back into Hogwarts to steal the Philosopher's Stone? Moreover, were they not progressing too quickly? In the original timeline, it had taken months following Draco's provocation after flying class for them to unravel the mystery of the stone. Now, they had merely passed one Christmas holiday and were already at the original timeline's pace. What a potent narrative correction power they possessed. However, Harry's ability to see Snape indicated that someone was orchestrating events. Quirrell would not act in such a manner. Thus, the truth could only point to one individual. Dumbledore himself had intervened, directing the plot. Audrey shrugged. How did you think to come to me for assistance? Hermione replied earnestly, we are Gryffindors, and it would be too conspicuous for us to follow Snape, so we thought of you. Harry continued, Audrey, can you help us monitor Snape? Neither Dumbledore nor Hagrid believes us. You're our only hope. Ron nodded vigorously, yes. If Snape obtains the Philosopher's Stone, he will resurrect Voldemort. Everyone knows he is a Death Eater. Audrey glanced at a pastoral painting hanging in the stairwell, where a farm girl was cutting grass while sneakily observing the four of them. Noticing Audrey's gaze, the farm girl flashed her a mischievous smile. Very well, Dumbledore was watching you. Initially disinclined to involve herself in this matter, Audrey now had ample reason to heed Dumbledore's request. How did you know the stone was hidden there? It was Hagrid, Hermione exclaimed. He let it slip and mentioned Fluffy. Harry added, we all know that Fluffy is one of your tutors from before the school year. So a little research clarified everything. Brilliant. Audrey gave them a thumbs up, but I still have to take my OWLs this year. I've already exempted myself from 10 subjects just to save time, allowing me to study alone in my dormitory. So I fear I won't have the time to monitor Snape. Hermione covered her mouth in astonishment. Is that truly the case? The rumors circulating in Slytherin that you are a slacker are indeed mere fabrications. Audrey, it seemed, had been diligently studying all along. Upon reflecting on the matter, it dawned upon her that troubling Audrey was indeed an unreasonable demand. Audrey continued, however, I can keep an eye on Professor Snape's movements, and should anything unusual arise, I shall inform you. What peculiarities could Snape possibly exhibit? He was one of the architects of this scheme, more cognizant than anyone of the fact that the Philosopher's Stone was a mere counterfeit. Such an effortless gesture to garner goodwill was quintessentially Slytherin. Harry nodded appreciatively. Thank you ever so much. We had no idea you were so busy. I feel quite embarrassed that you still wish to assist us. Audrey, you are truly a remarkable person. After parting ways with Audrey, Ron suddenly recalled something and inquired, wasn't Audrey supposed to be busy with her concert during the Christmas holidays? Is she truly managing her studies? Hermione shot him a glance. What she is doing is called balancing career and education. Who knows how much sleep she sacrificed to catch up on her studies for those 10 days of concerts. See, this is what one calls a fan's perspective, Harry. Being an ardent admirer of Audrey, firmly supported, yes, Ron, don't overthink it. Audrey would never deceive us. He pondered for a moment, redirecting the conversation. Although Audrey is willing to help now, we cannot rely on her. The protection of the Philosopher's Stone is a responsibility we must undertake ourselves. Ron nodded. Indeed, Harry, it rests upon us. Once Audrey distanced herself from the trio, she found a secluded spot, and, whoosh, she reappeared, landing gracefully on her bed. Oh, her initial intention was merely to inherit the estate of Lestrange, yet now the tides had turned, and she was on the cusp of becoming the wealthiest witch in the wizarding world. How should she spend her newfound wealth? She would never stoop to the folly of tilling the earth with a golden shovel, adorning herself in gilded garments. Pshaw, such attire is reserved for the deceased, ill-omened indeed. Sampling culinary delights from around the globe? That would hardly make a dent in her fortune. Residing in a grand mansion? Please, when one considers it, Hogwarts is essentially her home. Could there be a more splendid abode? Audrey was at a loss for how to indulge herself. The most splendid life she could envision was digging a vast cavern, filled to the brim with gold and jewels, and nestling herself amidst this mountain of wealth for a long, peaceful slumber. Yet, why did it suddenly feel rather dull? This was hardly more thrilling than wielding a golden shovel or using a golden toilet. Just then, Momo materialized in the room, interrupting Audrey's musings. Momo, shouldn't you be busy in the kitchen? Young mistress, Momo wrung his hands. Professor Dumbledore is seeking you. Chapter 74, finally checking in at Azkaban. Audrey, accustomed to Audrey's sudden appearances, listened as Dumbledore continued. Gringotts has submitted a loan application on behalf of Miss Hydras Lestrange, and since they could not locate her directly, they have come to me. Audrey responded. So, I borrowed money from Gringotts, and now they wish to borrow money from me in order to lend me money? Quite the tongue twister. Borrowing was out of the question. However, seizing the Lestrange family's wealth ahead of time was certainly an option. Dumbledore's voice floated gently. Audrey, I have heard whispers of your recent endeavors. Hell, whispers? I trust you not, you cunning old man. Are you truly unafraid of the risks involved? Risks? Audrey paused. Did Professor Grindelwald not foresee the future of Ukraine? Perhaps he did, but he did not share it with me. He merely wished for me to witness a grand performance. Then watch you shall. Indeed, it is quite the spectacle. Dumbledore replied, I abhor riddlers. In an instant, Hydras Lestrange appeared in the leaky cauldron, clad in a black gown. The patrons and diners, taken aback by the striking young woman, instinctively fell silent, and the tavern was enveloped in an eerie stillness. The sound of Hydras's little boots echoed on the stone floor, resonating in the hearts of the onlookers, akin to the tolling of a death knell from the realm of the deceased. How could they not be afraid? This young girl, at the tender age of 11, was capable of hunting down adult wizards and had even transformed into a dragon to terrify Nocturne Alley. Not even the Ministry's Aurors could apprehend her. The terrifying visage on the wanted poster was still vividly etched in the patrons' memories, though the warrant was now revoked and the Ministry recognized Hydras as a law-abiding citizen. Her illustrious exploits remained forever engraved in their minds. The daughter of a Death Eater, a murderous dark witch, and now 16 years old, she must surely be stronger than she was 5 years ago. Alas, at the same age of 16, one could not help but compare her to the likes of Miss Audrey Estria, who was the complete antithesis of this formidable young sorceress. Hydras strolled nonchalantly to the courtyard, and once she disappeared behind the door, a collective sigh of relief escaped the patrons. During that brief minute, they had almost forgotten how to breathe. Hydras did not intend to put on a show. She merely wished to explore the streets in her true form. Yet, despite her beauty, it seemed everyone was terribly afraid of her. Hello, how may I assist you? A goblin banker from Gringotts inquired from behind the high counter. I am Hydras Lestrange. I understand you have been searching for me? The goblin banker blinked in surprise before quickly donning a sycophantic smile. Ah, Miss Lestrange. Please wait. Our manager will be with you shortly. A minute later, Poochie hurriedly emerged. Goodness, it appeared Poochie had received a promotion. After all, was not Audrey a significant client for him? What harm was there in promoting him? Miss Lestrange. Greetings, I am Poochie. It is a pleasure to meet you. The awkwardness of encountering a familiar face that failed to recognize her was palpable. Hello, Mr. Poochie, Hydras smiled. I heard from Professor Dumbledore that you are seeking me for a loan. Indeed, miss. Poochie replied with a fawning grin. We currently have an extraordinarily large project that requires substantial funding. He gestured grandly with his hands, as if sketching a vast sphere, a loan for 3 years, with an additional 60% interest after the principal. This is an unprecedented opportunity. Hydras nodded. It does sound quite appealing. However, I have a slight predicament. Please, do tell. The vault of my family is overseen by my mother, and I lack the authority to make any decisions. Poochie clapped his hands. Rest assured. We will promptly contact the Ministry of Magic to arrange a meeting between you and your mother at Azkaban. Once the transfer of vault authority is complete, you will have unrestricted access to the Lestrange family vault. Hydras was ushered into the VIP reception room, where lavish refreshments awaited her on the ornate coffee table. Miss Lestrange, do you require anything else? I heard a new Beijing duck restaurant has opened in Westminster. Although it serves Muggle food, they say it is quite delicious. Very well, miss. We shall prepare that for you immediately. Logically, Audrey had just dined and should not be hungry. However, within the VIP room of Gringotts, everything was complimentary. As for the matter of hunger, were they questioning the appetite of a fire dragon? After devouring an entire roasted duck and clearing the reception room of all edible delights, Poochie returned with a ministry official in tow. Miss Lestrange, we are ready to depart for Azkaban. This is Mr. Dixon, the warden of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Dixon's expression was grim, likely irked by the ministry's upper echelon tasking him with escorting Hydras to Azkaban. We should be on our way. Dixon brusquely retrieved a feeding bowl from his bag and, with a curt gesture, directed his chin toward Hydras. This is the key. Do you need me to explain how to use it? Hydras shook her head, placing her hand upon the door key, an action mirrored by Poochie. The poor fairy, consumed by the thought of his impending journey to Azkaban, felt an uncontrollable tremor seize his entire being. I had expected the fairy, who was so obedient to the ministry, to possess greater fortitude. Accompanied by Dixon's mocking voice, The trio vanished into the reception chamber. This was Hydra's inaugural use of the door key. Instead of the sensation of being yanked by a hook at her navel, she found the spatial passage to be remarkably gentle and kind, akin to a soft breeze caressing her face. The rapidly retreating shadows ceased. Darkness enveloped them. Thick clouds loomed overhead, and the chilling sea wind howled, battering against the looming silhouette of a colossal fortress. Sensing the commotion, a throng of Dementors descended upon them, causing Poochie to scream in terror. Dixon cast a disdainful glance at Poochie. Ah, the fairy. He raised the food bowl high. For it was a pact between the ministry personnel and the Dementors that any wizard holding an Azkaban key would not be attacked by them. Yet, this agreement seemed to falter, as the Dementors not only failed to retreat, but hastened towards them instead. Return, all of you back. Dixon, too, felt a surge of anxiety. He had visited Azkaban countless times, but never had he encountered such a situation. The Dementors, as if oblivious to their pact with the ministry, swarmed around the trio. Poochie had collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, feeling unbearably cold and devoid of joy. Even the offer of 10,000 galleons would not suffice to lift his spirits. Dixon fared slightly better, yet despite attempting to draw his wand twice, he was thwarted by his trembling hands. With a smile, Hydra extended her hand, and the Dementors gradually descended, encircling her at the center. One of them reached out, its hand brushing against her fingertips. Behold, this is a Disney princess. Regardless of their nature, none can resist the allure of a princess. The Dementor's essence was acquired. This was an almost invincible trait, except for a fear of the Patronus charm. Audrey harbored serious doubts regarding the origin of the Dementors, believing it to be intertwined with ancient magic, which was capable of siphoning emotions from others. Transitioning into the essence of the Dementors, Hydra's instantaneously forged a mental connection with all the Dementors in Azkaban. Return to your lair, she thought in her mind. When the need arises, I shall summon you. Yes, our queen. The Dementors had no sovereign, for none were powerful enough to command their fealty. However, Hydra's was different. As an individual, she surpassed these Dementors in strength, both in body and spirit. Witnessing Hydra's effortlessly dismiss the Dementors, Dixon, who had previously regarded her with hostility, was suddenly filled with awe. Mr. Dixon, Hydra's turned her head, her eyes shimmering with a greenish glow, sending a shiver down Dixon's spine. You should hasten to take me to my mother. Yes, yes, Miss Hydra's. With great effort, he hoisted the limp Poochie and led Hydra's deeper into the prison. Chapter 75, Mother and Uncle. Dixon led the way, with Hydra's and Poochie closely following. Upon entering the towering, triangular fortress, a musty odor assaulted their senses. The corridors flanked by cells housed gaunt wizard prisoners and skeletons that the ministry had neglected to remove. After all, Azkaban was vast, always possessing vacant chambers. Furthermore, the prisoners, tormented daily by Dementors, would soon become numb, rendering the presence of a skeleton or two inconsequential. The anticipated cries of anguish, complaints, and pleas for justice were absent. Instead, a stifling silence prevailed, punctuated only by eerie whispers and the sudden appearance of pale faces emerging from the shadows of the iron bars. Poochie's voice trembled with fear. Mr. Dixon, how much further? Dixon quickened his pace. Soon, soon. At last, their footsteps came to a halt. Bellatrix Lestrange, visitation, Dixon shouted, stepping back to reveal Hydra's. A series of manic, nervous laughs erupted, the voice no longer resembling the mother Hydra's remembered. It was shrill, frenzied, and grating. Visitation? A pack of traitors. And they think I would welcome them? Enormous eyes emerged from the darkness, accentuated by her gaunt visage, making Bellatrix's eyes seem particularly pronounced. You. Bellatrix exerted all her strength to leap to the bars, her skeletal face betraying surprise and delight. Little water snake, is that you? Hydra scrutinized the figure before her. It was the thick lashes that ultimately confirmed this was Bellatrix, her mother in this world. Though appearances may change, eyelashes remain constant. It is I. Ha ha, Bellatrix laughed joyously. Yet the mirth sent chills down one's spine. Her madness had seeped into her very bones. I knew it was you. I sensed your sweet essence from afar, my darling. Bellatrix gripped the iron bars tightly, her bony fingers turning pale from the exertion. She gazed hungrily at Hydra's face, her expression one of rapture. So similar, so very similar. Bellatrix longed to caress Hydra's cheeks, but was thwarted by Dixon's swift intervention, earning him a toothy snarl from Bellatrix as she returned her focus to Hydra's. You resemble your father strikingly. Hydra's leaned closer to the bars, speaking in a tone only Bellatrix could hear. I know my biological father. Her expression remained inscrutable. I encountered him not long ago. Ah. Bellatrix struggled to articulate her emotions, emitting a series of meaningless syllables. Guilt? Surprise? No. Her heart brimmed only with anticipation. A frenzied yearning. her face pressed fervently against the bars, her voice turning shrill. How is he? How is he? Hydras furrowed her brow and stepped back, refusing to endure the foul odor emanating from the woman who was her biological mother. He is not well. He requires money. Bellatrix, undeterred by Hydras's distance and disdain, was consumed by elation at this news. Her once dead heart began to thrum with life. Money. Yes, I have money. The Lestranges possess wealth. Bellatrix extended her hand through the bars, beckoning Hydras eagerly. Child, come closer. I shall reveal where the key is hidden. Pucci, trembling, stepped forward cautiously. Mrs. Lestrange, we actually suggest transferring the management of that vault to your daughter. After all, she is your only heir. Bellatrix turned away, pacing for a moment, before suddenly lunging at Pucci, a loud crash resonating as she collided with the bars, causing Pucci to fall in fright. You speak wisely, fairy. Bellatrix retreated again, mumbling to herself, completely oblivious to the gathering spectators, that wealth cannot remain in the hands of the Lestranges. It only holds value when in his possession. Fairy, come. I shall transfer the management rights. Quickly, swiftly, Pucci produced a parchment contract he had prepared, allowing Bellatrix to press her finger upon it. Child, come here. Bellatrix urged Hydras closer, whispering, everything in the vault has been enchanted with replicating and fiendfire spells. All you need to do is. Hydras reached through the cell, gently patting her mother's back. Rest assured, I shall take good care of it. Hydras stepped forth, his back echoing with Bella's maniacal laughter. Ha, he is coming back. He is returning. Halt. A voice as frenzied as Bella's called out to Hydras. He paused to observe, spotting a man with a gaunt face, worn and disheveled. His hair long, dark, and unruly. Are you Bella's daughter? Hydras remained silent, merely regarding him with a steady gaze. I am Sirius Black, your uncle. I know you. Hydras replied, the one who obliterated a street of muggles. Sirius vigorously shook his head, refraining from contesting her words, instead inquiring, do you know Harry Potter? Indeed. I do know him, quite well, in fact. No, I do not know him personally, but as the savior, his reputation precedes him. Clank. Sirius lunged against the iron bars, pressing his face against them. Hydras raised an eyebrow. Do all Black family members enjoy throwing themselves at doors? Tell me, how is that boy faring? Aren't you capable of reading the Daily Prophet? Hydras queried, though Harry Potter's article was overshadowed by Audrey Asterisk. It is still visible, is it not? I do not trust newspapers. They are full of nonsense. Well then, he is thriving. Hydras waved her hand dismissively, turning to depart. He is currently at Hogwarts. Under Dumbledore's protection, no one can harm him. Ha ha, ha ha. Bella's maniacal laughter mingled with Sirius's boisterous mirth, infusing the prison with an exceedingly rare vibrancy. Were it not for Hydras's presence, the sheer joy radiating from the two would surely attract a horde of Dementors. As she was about to exit the fortress, Hydras suddenly halted. She lifted her gaze to the fortress's grand entrance, adorned with a multitude of ancient magical echoes. This fortress, akin to Hogwarts, encapsulated the distilled wisdom of ancient wizards, yet was repurposed by the Ministry of Magic as a prison, a true waste of potential. Azkaban once belonged to a wizard named Ectus in the 15th century, reputed for wielding the most nefarious dark magic. This dark sorcerer lured, tormented, and murdered sailors passing through for his amusement. Some scholars even suggest that the Dementors might be the byproducts of Ectus's experiments. However, this matter held little significance for Hydras. Should she wish to explore ancient magical ruins, she had ample opportunities elsewhere. They paid her to explore, yet she had no intention of seeking secrets here. Gringotts, the Lestrange family's vault. Hydras gazed at the treasures before her, stroking her chin. Hundreds of thousands of galleons, a mountain of gold and silver artifacts and collectibles, collectively worth nearly millions of pounds. Yet, why did some of it seem unworthy? After all, she was now dealing with currency in trillions. The most precious items in this vault were, ironically, the unassuming, dust-laden parchments tucked in the wall niches. They were deeds from various regions of Europe, forests, mountains, and ancient castles. Audrey nodded in satisfaction. She had become quite the landowner herself. Exiting the vault, Pucci dutifully shut the heavy door behind them. Miss Hydras, regarding the loan. Hydras smiled. This is indeed a substantial sum, and the only assurance I have is Gringotts' credit. I believe I must contemplate this further, and will provide my response tomorrow. Pucci bowed. Of course, if I were in your position, I would also require time to consider. However, I assure you, our credit is more reliable than you might assume. It has been proven by wizards over centuries. Hydras departed. Perhaps by the morrow, Gringotts would find it impossible to reach her again. That night, Hydras slipped away. Just as quietly as she had arrived, she waved her sleeve, leaving not a trace behind. Only the treasures of the two vaults vanished. Chapter 76, The Mother of Dragons. Hydras's name was peculiar, The Hogwarts admission book bore the name Audrey Astory. The Marauder's map also indicated Audrey, while the goblins instructed owls to send letters to Hydras. Yet the owls could not locate her. It seemed that the name magic had failed against Hydras. It was as if Audrey Astory were her true name. This was not surprising. Child, Dumbledore mused, sipping his pumpkin juice. When billions connect you with Audrey Astory, even the most potent magic cannot discern your true name. For in the eyes of so many, you are indeed Audrey Astory. Audrey nodded in understanding. Dumbledore retrieved a thick stack of letters from his drawer, tossing them onto the table. These are the letters Gringotts sent me this week, imploring me to locate Miss Hydras Lestrange. His sparkling eyes brimmed with curiosity. What exactly have you done to them? Nothing of consequence, Audrey replied. I simply did not lend them money. After all, they sought to borrow from me only to turn around and lend it back. I am not foolish enough to agree to that. The absence of loans from the Lestranges and Malfoys was inconsequential, as Gringotts ultimately gathered 24 trillion cubans before Audrey's final deadline. However, the international currency market was volatile. Upon Audrey ceasing her charitable supplies to Ukraine, the cuban began to depreciate. Within merely half a month, it plummeted by 20. Yet, this mattered little to Audrey, as her cubans had already converted into assets. Audrey could afford to be indifferent, but Gringotts could not. The entire establishment fell into a state of panic. A 20 loss in half a month was no trivial matter. That represented nearly 20 trillion cubans, equating to over $600 billion, 300 billion pounds, and over 60 billion galleons. 60 billion galleons. Ultimately, the goblins consoled themselves, believing this to be the growing pains of a nation post-independence. Once the Ukrainian government sorted their affairs, the Cuban would appreciate once more. Only Audrey and Grindelwald knew the truth. The Cuban would never regain its value. This shoddy currency would only continue to lose worth, eventually reaching a point where 3 million Cubans could purchase merely a stake. The vast wealth of Gringotts, nay, one should say the immense wealth of wizarding families in America and Europe, would ultimately become the hoarded treasure of a greedy dragon. This endeavor, initially aimed at milking Gringotts, inadvertently stripped the entire Western wizarding world bare. As March approached mid-month, the weather gradually warmed, and all living things emerged from the grip of winter, flourishing with vitality, except for certain beleaguered goblins. Audrey had spent 2 months indulging in sleep. Were it not for her transfiguration and defense against the dark arts classes, she could have easily slept through the OWL's examination. Good news arrived from Edmund. The Black Sea shipyard had been renamed Astory, a facility capable of producing aircraft carriers. To celebrate, Audrey decided to venture into the forbidden forest to frolic with the adorable creatures. The golden tiger had long vanished, presumably having met its end. Without a pet, Audrey felt the need to seek solace. After all, she was human, not an actual fire dragon. Without companionship, one could easily grow troubled. As for Iselin, do not forget, she was in the same year as Audrey and faced immense pressure from the upcoming OWLs, with only 10 weeks remaining until the examination. Who would have time to accompany our lonely Audrey? Heidi, Audrey called out in the depths of the forbidden forest. Not only did the unicorn Heidi appear, but other delightful creatures of the forest emerged as well. Audrey deftly mounted Heidi's sleek back, gently patting her neck. Has anything untoward happened in your kin lately? Heidi shook her head, emitting a soft whinny. It seemed that Chilo had not returned to the forbidden forest to stealthily drink the blood of unicorns, much to Audrey's satisfaction. The expenditure of 2,000 galleons for the safety of these charming creatures proved to be a worthy investment. Heidi began to gallop through the forbidden forest, with various magical creatures trailing behind her, creating a scene reminiscent of a stampede, a truly magnificent spectacle. The ground trembled slightly under the commotion of the beasts. As they neared the edge of the forbidden forest, Audrey spotted Rubeus Hagrid hurrying towards her. Wow, oh Audrey, Hagrid exclaimed. Is that you, Hagrid? He let out a great sigh of relief. I thought something extraordinary had occurred in the forbidden forest. I never imagined it would be you. Audrey dismounted from Heidi's back and waved her hand at the magical creatures behind her. You all can head back now. I'll come to play with you again next time. Watching the magical creatures depart with a sense of reluctance, Hagrid marveled. Audrey, I never realized you were so adored by magical creatures. It's truly remarkable. Audrey chuckled. I've always had a way with animals since I was a child. Perhaps it's a gift of mine. Hagrid stroked his bushy beard, remarking, what an enviable talent. If only I possessed such an ability, I would wake up from dreams laughing every night. By the way, Hagrid, the bird feather hat you gave me for Christmas is simply splendid. I still haven't found the time to thank you. Hagrid grinned sheepishly. Christmas was nearly 4 months ago. Since the Quidditch match in January, I haven't seen you. But I understand. You must be exhausted from preparing for your OWLs. He lamented on Audrey's behalf. I can't fathom what the Ministry of Magic was thinking, expecting you to master in a single year what takes others 5 years. Hermione told me you've been locking yourself in your room studying, pulling all-nighters. Audrey offered an awkward smile as Hagrid led her to the cabin. I must say, it was essential for you to come out and unwind today. As Audrey prepared to bid farewell to Hagrid, she noticed him standing still, seemingly deep in thought. Hagrid? Oh. Hagrid snapped back to reality. Audrey, I think I may need your assistance. Audrey tilted her head. Whatever I can do, just say the word. Come, follow me inside. I need your affinity with small creatures. Upon entering Hagrid's wooden cabin, a wave of stifling heat enveloped them, in contrast to the brisk spring air outside. Hagrid's abode was uncomfortably warm. A baby Norwegian ridgeback was wreaking havoc within Hagrid's home. It bit, clawed, and breathed fire, causing destruction to unicorn hair and some precious magical materials. Had this been Audrey's offspring, she would have surely given it a stern reprimand for its reckless behavior. Audrey, you seem utterly unfazed. Oh, how could I be? I'm utterly mesmerized. Audrey replied nonchalantly, approaching the little dragon. The creature, which Hagrid had named Norbert, suddenly froze. Tears welled in its eyes as it let out a wail and crawled towards Audrey. She scooped it up, scratching its chin with her finger, prompting the little creature to close its eyes in contentment. Incredible, Hagrid exclaimed, a mixture of awe and jealousy in his tone. You look more like its mother. Audrey stroked the little one's prickly scales and inquired, what is its name? Norbert, the name I gave it. This is a Norwegian ridgeback. Audrey laughed. Hagrid, why would you give a girl a boy's name? A girl? Hagrid's eyes widened, nearly as round as apples. Indeed, she is a little girl. Chapter 77, Norberta, the tank-loving dragon. Hagrid stared incredulously at Norbert, who was snuggling in Audrey's arms. She's a girl? Yes, Audrey confirmed with a smile. Calling her Norberta might be more fitting. Oh dear, how utterly foolish of me, Hagrid exclaimed, giving his head a hearty slap, causing him to feel slightly dizzy. Hagrid, you simply lack experience, Audrey said as she placed Norberta on the ground. The little dragon immediately began to wail and jumped up, seeking another cuddle. By the way, you mentioned needing my help. What do you require assistance with? Hagrid vigorously shook his head, trying to regain his composure. He cast a longing glance at Norberta and said, if Draco Malfoy finds out about this little darling, that scoundrel will surely spill the beans. Ron had his brother Charlie adopt Norbert since Charlie works at the Dragon Preserve. And Norberta is growing far too quickly. Soon, I won't be able to accommodate her here. Hagrid rambled on, seemingly still affected by the slap he had given himself. In a week, Charlie will take Norberta from the highest tower at Hogwarts. I'm worried Harry and the others won't be able to calm her down. And if that old fool Filch catches her, it would be disastrous. Audrey held back Norberta, who was eager for affection, and mused. Are you suggesting that I escort Norberta along with Harry and the others? Yes. Can you help? Good girl. Audrey suddenly burst into laughter, and Norberta, not understanding the reason for her amusement, joined in with a series of delighted chirps, releasing a few sparks of fire. Hagrid, Audrey said, firstly, Malfoy won't be a problem. I'll handle that for you. Secondly, I have a way to accommodate Norberta right here at Hogwarts, so you can see her anytime you wish. Really? Truly? Hagrid, who had initially sought a small favor, was now overwhelmed with joy at how things were unfolding. Of course, Audrey extended her hand, and with a twist of space, a suitcase materialized in her grasp. This will be Norberta's new home. Oh, Audrey, your magical prowess is truly impressive. It's nothing, Hagrid, Audrey replied with a gentle smile. Just a combination of the summoning charm and apparition. Opening the suitcase, Audrey cradled Norberta and leaped inside. Come along, Hagrid, she called back. Hagrid, feeling a bit clumsy, hesitated. Audrey, you know, I might not fit. This suitcase looks rather small. Perhaps I. Belt, come, Audrey commanded. And Hagrid found himself yanked into the suitcase by the belt around his waist, exclaiming in surprise. In a sense, Hagrid and Norberta were not so different, both vocally expressive. The interior of the suitcase was vast, akin to 6 or 7 football fields, housing a giant airplane and 4 tanks. With a wave of her hand, Audrey neatly arranged the tanks and airplane in one corner of the space. Audrey, what are these? Hagrid inquired. Oh, merely Muggle transportation devices. Those metal contraptions must be quite heavy. How can you move them so effortlessly? By Merlin's beard, your magical strength is astonishing. One of the most formidable I have ever encountered, Hagrid marveled. Dumbledore said that young witches and wizards who enroll at 16 usually achieve remarkable things. I believe he was correct. Audrey allowed Hagrid to ramble on while she bent down to place Norberta on the ground. Norwegian ridgebacks typically inhabit coastal cliffs. Audrey pondered for a moment. So she will need a seaside climate. Casting a weather charm, a damp sea breeze stirred in one corner of the space, and ominous clouds gathered overhead, threatening rain. Norberta, bear with it for now. I'll fetch you some seawater and boulders later, Audrey called back. Turning around, She saw Norberta gleefully scampering towards the T-80 tank, happily chirping. "Oh, Norberta, my little darling." Hagrid grinned. "Do you like this big fellow?" Nobita yearned to leap onto the tank, yet her frail stature hindered her, resulting in a clumsy collision with the treads, producing a resounding clang. Hagrid burst into laughter, lifting Nobita onto the tank with ease. Typically, her fiery temperament would manifest with baring teeth and sparks flying whenever he embraced her, but this time she was remarkably tranquil, which only heightened Hagrid's delight. What a well-behaved child. Audrey, with an exasperated expression, waved her hand, summoning the tank to soar through the ominous clouds with Nobita aboard. Hagrid gazed upwards, grinning foolishly as he pursued the airborne tank, his hefty frame bouncing joyfully with each step. His affection for Nobita was boundless. Upon setting the tank down and observing Nobita sprawled atop it, refusing to budge, Audrey was left speechless. Must those bearing the name Beta inevitably operate tanks? After all, one never saw Vegeta piloting a tank. "Dear cousin, what brings you to me?" In the corner of the Slytherin common room, Audrey, having declined the 7th invitation from a little serpent to play chess, was approached by a breathless Draco Malfoy. "I heard you intend to report Hagrid for secretly harboring a dragon?" "Oh, that matter?" Draco raised his chin with a hint of pride. "I adore dragons. Hence I shan't report their clandestine rearing. However, I do relish the thought of making Potter and his friends uncomfortable. Just wait and see. They won't withstand the pressure I'm about to unleash, and when they inevitably act, I shall seize the opportunity to hold their secrets against them." "Oh, little cousin has grown quite clever. You needn't concern yourself with this." "Why ever not? Because that dragon is now my pet." "Draco, dear cousin." Draco's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly inquired, "May I see that fire dragon?" "Your voice is too loud." Audrey frowned disapprovingly. "Should anyone discover my true identity, I would not hesitate to silence you." Draco shrank back, fully aware of her formidable reputation. After all, Hydra Lestrange had a notorious track record, unafraid to commit murder in broad daylight. How foolish he had been to mistake her for someone accommodating. Yet, the fear dissipated swiftly. "About that little fire dragon? Follow me." Pansy Parkinson watched with ire as Draco trailed behind Audrey into the girls' dormitory, her half-finished essay torn in two out of frustration. "That vixen. She's 4 years older than Draco. How can she stoop so low?" Pansy stood up, resolutely following suit. "Pansy, what's the matter?" Daphne Greengrass inquired, puzzled. "Nothing." Pansy huffed, storming toward the dormitory. "Daphne, please tidy up my things." Daphne's expression darkened. The Greengrass family had certainly fallen from grace. Draco stepped into the girls' dormitory for the first time, curiously surveying the surroundings, which bore no significant difference from the boys' dormitory. Access to the girls' dormitory was restricted to those invited, while the boys' quarters were open to girls at their leisure. Upon opening the door, he was met with chaos. After traversing 3 or 4 magical barriers, Draco finally beheld the true nature of Audrey's chamber. The room was strewn with galleons, gold artifacts, and antiques. Audrey's grand bed was nearly submerged in gold. In summary, the dormitory resembled Gringotts' vault. Father mentioned in his letter that Audrey was the wealthiest among wizards, and it certainly appeared to be the case now. "Dear cousin, there are no outsiders here," Draco declared, finally addressing her boldly. "Didn't you promise to show me the little fire dragon?" Audrey opened a suitcase and leaped inside. "Come in, I have a grand treasure to show you." Chapter 78, The Young Man's Astonishment. "What is this?" Draco Malfoy followed Audrey, leaping into the suitcase, which was elevated over 2 meters from the ground. While Audrey, possessed of formidable strength, landed without issue, Draco tumbled unceremoniously, knocking his teeth together and tasting blood in his mouth. However, such minor pain was swiftly forgotten as he laid eyes upon the dragon of his dreams. In one corner of the suitcase's expansive interior, Audrey had constructed an artificial cliff for Nobita and thoughtfully excavated a small body of water. The pool was teeming with fish, and grass adorned the cliff's perimeter, dotted with grazing sheep. Nobita, nestled beside the cliff atop the tank, awoke as she caught a whiff of her mother's scent, leaping down and rolling clumsily upon landing. With a couple of startled cries, Nobita scrambled to her feet and scampered toward Audrey. Draco gazed enviously as Audrey scooped up the diminutive Nobita, who resembled a small puppy. "That's a Norwegian Ridgeback," Draco remarked. "My family's dragon breeding grounds only have ordinary Welsh green dragons. I've grown weary of them." He edged closer, marveling at the contented purring of Nobita, exclaiming, "Look how beautiful she is." Draco extended a hesitant hand, unsure whether to touch her, well aware of the Norwegian Ridgeback's venomous bite. A single nip would not be a trifling matter. "Go ahead, it's perfectly fine." With utmost caution, Draco reached out, gently stroking Nobita, a look of satisfaction crossing his face. "Why so timid? Aren't you a man?" Displeased by Draco's cowardice, Audrey shot him a disdainful glance, thrusting Nobita into his arms. "Nobita, no biting." This is my cousin. If you injure him, I shall withhold your meat. Nobita barked twice before remaining still, allowing Draco to handle her like a plush toy. Like mother, like daughter, Audrey mused, amused by the docile dragon that required no explanation for its laid-back demeanor. As long as it received food, it would perform acrobatics if asked. As Audrey turned to walk away, Draco quickly called out, "Cousin, what are you up to?" "Nothing much. Just practicing driving." Audrey adeptly leapt into the T-80's cockpit, igniting the tank. Amidst the rumbling, Draco watched in awe as the steel behemoth surged forward. To him, it was hardly a vehicle. His understanding of a vehicle was limited to carriages and perhaps Muggle automobiles. The colossal machine before him exceeded any definition he had of a vehicle. After several exhilarating minutes of rapid acceleration, Draco's attention was wholly captivated by the tank. So much so that he failed to notice when Nobita wriggled free from his grasp. That thing looked so majestic. As the tank came to a halt, its turret began to rotate. Aim, fire. Boom. The shell struck the cliff, sending debris flying in all directions. Reparo. Audrey's muffled voice resonated from the tank's cockpit, and the boulders seemed to rewind, swiftly returning to their previous positions. The cliff, under the influence of the repairing charm, restored itself to its original form in mere moments. Nobita yelped excitedly, striving to leap onto the tank. After several failed attempts, she finally managed to grasp the tank's skirt with her mouth, flapping her wings in a frenzy. For the first time in her life, she had ascended onto the tank using her own strength. Wow. Gah. Only then did Draco realize that the little fire dragon had long since escaped his embrace. Yet, this was inconsequential at that moment. His heart was entirely occupied by the marvel of the tank. "Cousin." Draco pounded on the tank's armor, exclaiming, "What in Merlin's name is this?" Boom. Another shot rang out. The tremendous noise and shockwave sending Draco tumbling to the ground, leaving his ears ringing, rendering him nearly deaf. Nobita, thrilled, watched her future nest obliterated by the cannon fire. Turning to Draco with a series of chirps, seemingly mocking his timidity. "Reparo," Audrey intoned, fixing the cliff, and emerged from the tank. "Cousin." Draco, disregarding his dazed state, shouted, "Is this the latest alchemical marvel? It's incredible. This is a Muggle weapon of war." Draco was left speechless. Is this the creation of Muggles? The young heir of a pureblood family was utterly astonished. And that, is it also a product of Muggles? Draco pointed at the imposing Tu-160 strategic bomber, which bore a striking resemblance to a magnificent swan. "Indeed, this is the Muggle aircraft you often boast about to your classmates, the very one that nearly collided with you." Draco's face flushed with embarrassment as memories of his past braggadocio flooded back, leaving him feeling utterly mortified. "Follow me. I shall broaden your horizons." The Tu-160, measuring over 50 meters in length and 13 meters in height, was an undeniable behemoth. As he approached, Draco tilted his head back in awe. The proximity revealed a more profound sense of wonder than mere observation from afar. Upon entering the cockpit, Audrey led Draco directly to the pilot's seat. Out of boredom, she had transformed the cockpit into her personal entertainment sanctuary, replete with a television, a video recorder, and a towering stack of videotapes, nearly as tall as a person. The suitcase served as a secluded space, where the restrictions of Hogwarts concerning electrical devices were rendered moot. The Tu-160 was filled with enough fuel to provide her with over 5 years' worth of electricity. "Draco, feel free to sit." Draco hesitantly settled into a single armchair, while Audrey rummaged through the tapes, muttering to herself, "Where's that instructional video? Where could it have gone? Ah, here it is." Audrey inserted the tape into the recorder, casting a mischievous glance at Draco. "Are you ready, Draco? What you are about to witness will utterly shatter your perceptions." Draco swallowed hard and nodded in confusion, entirely unaware of his cousin's intentions. This sense of unease threatened to engulf him. After a flurry of static, images began to materialize on the screen. The background audio was in Russian, a language Draco did not comprehend, but he could see individuals manipulating a cylindrical object. Audrey, equally perplexed, pressed the fast-forward button. The screen displayed a bright spot in the sky, followed by a blinding flash, and a colossal mushroom cloud ascended, a hydrogen bomb explosion. Aptly described in 4 words, cataclysmic devastation. Draco's pupils dilated in shock. The horror of a nuclear explosion felt distant. A conflict between wizards and muggles that seemed far removed from his reality. He could only marvel at the muggles' formidable prowess. What truly struck Draco was that cylindrical object shown at the beginning of the footage. He had seen it just moments ago within the Tu-160's cockpit. Was his cousin truly carrying such a devastating weapon? Voldemort? Who was that? Compared to his malevolent cousin, he seemed utterly insignificant. What? My cousin is not malevolent. If she were not, why would she possess something capable of obliterating all of England? Draco harbored serious doubts about his cousin's motives for bringing him here. suspecting it was to intimidate the Malfoy family into compliance. Yet, the Malfoys would never submit to servitude. Perhaps servitude was not entirely out of the question. Very well. She has succeeded. I shall write to my father upon my return. Audrey, however, never anticipated that her intention of merely enlightening Draco would lead him to concoct such elaborate scenarios. If she possessed the ability to read minds, she would surely cry out in protest. More aggrieved than the tragic doe, Pansy Parkinson lingered outside Audrey's door, initially fueled by anger, but now hesitant to enter. The expulsion of Aronia Rawl and the dismissal of Alan Ash served as cautionary tales. Moreover, it was not uncommon for girls to invite boys into their dormitories for assistance. Such interactions were part of normal social conduct. Gradually, reason prevailed, causing Pansy to hesitate further. Only someone under the influence of a love potion would engage in such sordid behavior in broad daylight. Audrey Astory was not that type of person. Yet, Pansy couldn't shake her curiosity about what Draco was doing in Astory's room. Should she sneak a peek? Gently, Pansy pushed open the door. Before her lay not a room, but a chaotic swirl of purples and blacks. What was this? An illusion? Was there truly something unspeakable occurring between them? Why else would they be so secretive? Pansy's impulsiveness seized her mind, and she rushed toward the shimmering veil to uncover the truth. As she dove forward, her entire being melded into the chaos. But in the next instant, Pansy vanished from Hogwarts. Chapter 79. Pansy's magical adventure. Pansy Parkinson felt herself swept away by a current, hurtling toward an exit, completely disoriented. Surrounding her were vibrant, swirling lights that disoriented her further. Thus, she closed her eyes, believing it might help. She had never consumed alcohol and couldn't comprehend the sensation of the world spinning rapidly around her crown, yet she now experienced it. Moments later, she abruptly felt herself land on the ground, her backside stinging painfully. Supporting herself on her hands, she realized she had touched solid stone flooring. Upon opening her eyes, her first act was to cough out a rainbow of colors. Wiping her mouth, Pansy shakily rose to her feet. Where was she? Before her stood an empty room, save for a small vent near the ceiling, through which faint light filtered, illuminating the floating dust motes, but offering little brightness. Had it not been for the absence of torture devices, she might have believed she was in a holding cell. Pansy was terrified. All she had wanted was to see what Draco and Audrey were up to, and now she found herself in this strange place. Drawing her wand, she clung to the comfort it offered, even though, as a student, she possessed little magic to protect herself. Cautiously, she approached the door, despite the dimness. The entrance was still visible. Gently pushing it open, she was surprised to find it yielded easily. This place resembled a Muggle abode, with concrete floors and walls. Pureblood wizards would never utilize such lowly materials. The Muggle lighting fixtures illuminated the corridor, easing Pansy's trepidation slightly. At least she was not in a dungeon. Suddenly, she heard voices speaking in a language she did not understand, causing Pansy to panic. She hastily slipped into a nearby room, relieved to find it empty save for 2 desks cluttered with papers. The trap of the boss's office had been triggered, and she had already been transported here. What's the matter? Why did you leave your post? I just went to the restroom. That Indian cook gives me the creeps. Besides, it's been days without any incident. Who would have thought someone would infiltrate the boss's office now? Enough chatter, we must investigate. If a dangerous dark wizard is lurking, we're in trouble. There are far too many muggles in the factory. Dark wizard? Did you not notice the trio of us adorned with the holy relics? Decades ago, we were also branded as dark wizards. The current dark wizards cannot compare. Have no fear. 2 wizards clad in work uniforms dashed toward the room from which Pansy had just emerged. Cautiously, she peered out, barely avoiding being discovered. Hurriedly, she sprinted in the opposite direction, soon exiting the corridor and arriving at a platform on the exterior staircase of the building. Clang, clang, clang. The resounding clang of metal reverberated through the air, surrounded by towering metallic constructs. Pansy, with her scant knowledge of the Muggle world, surmised that she must be in a dockyard. However, what on earth was that colossal steel vessel stretching hundreds of meters in length? The sound of footsteps and conversations echoed from below, causing Pansy to hastily ascend the stairs. Rest assured, Mr. Wong. Our employer has instructed us to complete the installation of the core components of the Vagliang before handing it over to your country. Thank you ever so much. Please extend my regards to your employer. Of course, but regarding our previous discussion about establishing a factory in your country, we are still deliberating. But I must give you a heads up. For a plant as critical to national interests as a steel mill, it would be unrealistic for you to hold full ownership. Our country must retain at least 51 of the shares. Understood. I will inform our employer and prepare accordingly. Pansy could not make sense of any of these conversations. And even if she could, she would not comprehend their implications. Trembling with fear, she reached the top floor, tears streaming down her cheeks. Where on earth was she? The corridor on the upper level was no longer of concrete, but adorned with polished wooden flooring, and the office doors on either side were crafted from finer wood. At the end of the corridor lay what appeared to be a conference room, flanked by large potted plants. The voices from below grew nearer, prompting Pansy to dart inside. She fervently hoped the conference room was unoccupied, allowing her a moment of refuge. Breathless, she reached the door, her hand poised to push it open when she heard voices from within. This month, the Cuban currency has taken a plunge. What are your thoughts? That's a good thing. We can save quite a bit on salaries each month. Haha, I can hardly wait to see the expressions on those goblins from Gringotts. I believe the goblins will be desperate. They might pose a threat to our employer. Edmund is right. We must bolster our security for the employer. Yes, the situation in Ukraine has stabilized, and cooperation with the Eastern powers is forthcoming. The safety of our employer is paramount. Bang! The conference room door swung open, revealing a tall man gripping the collar of a small girl clad in a wizard's robe, with a silver-haired individual standing behind him. This little brat was eavesdropping at the door. The tall man shoved Pansy forward. Mr. Schmidt, you? Schmidt turned with a smile. Fear not, merely a minor incident. Pansy was petrified. Not only had she been caught, but she had also encountered formidable figures. As the scion of the Parkinson family, she had frequented numerous gatherings of pureblood families across Europe from a young age, so she recognized many faces. The elegant elderly lady in the center was Videra Rocher, the most devoted follower of the dark wizard Grindelwald. The other elderly gentlemen present were recognizable as former members of the pureblood party. A young man rose. Despite one of his eyes being gray, it did not detract from his handsome appearance. Pansy Parkinson, did you intrude upon Miss Astor's room? This was the first comprehensible sentence Pansy heard since arriving at this bewildering place. Yet, that very question sent shivers down her spine. Miss Astor's room connected to this mysterious stronghold, and those within this stronghold were members of the pureblood party. Thus, Miss Astor was associated with the pureblood party. Rumors circulated that during her battle against the dark wizard Bodegar in Hogsmeade, Miss Astor had wielded blue flames, a hallmark of Grindelwald. Astor must be embroiled in some nefarious plot. Her infiltration of Hogwarts must have a sinister motive. She had always thought, how could a mudblood possess such genius? It was over. She now knew Miss Astor's secret. Therefore, would she be silenced? Pansy shook her head vigorously. I didn't mean to. I saw Draco enter Astor's room, and I just followed him in. Tears and snot streamed down her face as she nearly screamed, I am Pansy Parkinson, of the Parkinson family. She looked pleadingly at Videra Rocher. Grandmother Rocher, I met you at your granddaughter's birthday banquet. Please, spare my life. Videra turned to Edmund. Handle this promptly. We have a distinguished guest here. Edmund nodded, dragging Pansy out of the conference room. Behind them, Schmidt explained, this is the child of our shareholder. A bit mischievous, my apologies for the inconvenience. As soon as the conference room door closed, Edmund used apparition to whisk Pansy away. They reappeared on a rocky outcrop in the Black Sea shipyard, surrounded by water, and Pansy was paralyzed with fear. It was over. She was to be erased. Chapter 80. The highly anticipated match between Slytherin and Hufflepuff. Draco, still dazed, followed Audrey away from the suitcase. Not only had he seen a fire dragon, but he had also touched, and even embraced one. This was an experience he had never encountered even in his family's dragon sanctuary. However, instead of feeling joy and excitement, he felt somewhat dazed. He sensed that his cousin might explode at any moment, dazzling like the sun and capable of conjuring a massive mushroom cloud. All right, you may leave. Audrey said, do you know why you came to see me? Oh. Draco snapped back to reality, pondering briefly, to help Miss Astor respond to her fans? A commendable reason. Audrey nodded in satisfaction, gesturing for him to leave. At that moment, the two-way mirror in Audrey's arms began to warm up. She took it out, not shying away from Draco, and directly connected the call. Audrey, your room was breached by Pansy Parkinson. She was transported to the Black Sea shipyard by the protective enchantment. Audrey furrowed her brows. Did she see? Yes. That is troublesome. Audrey complained, exasperated. Then send her over. I'll deal with it. Understood. 10 seconds later, Pansy Parkinson appeared in Audrey's room, clutching a spittoon. For Audrey's security, Grindelwald had specifically instructed Dumbledore to remove the apparition restrictions in a small section of Audrey's room, allowing for immediate support. That space was indeed minuscule. Without insider knowledge, one would never suspect the existence of a small back door within Audrey's room. If apparition could come through, certainly a key could as well. The spittoon Pansy held was a makeshift key crafted by Edmund. Astor. Pansy trembled violently. I don't know anything. You're not part of the pureblood party. You Haven T established a secret base abroad. Draco. Audrey sighed, drew her wand, and with a gentle flick, cast a memory modification charm. Let us see how to alter this memory. Just say you and Draco were invited by me to respond to readers here. You fell asleep from exhaustion, right? Too flimsy. We need more plot. During the letter response, Draco flirted with you, leaving behind fond memories. Not enough, not enough. This isn't realistic. We must add a kiss, right? Yes, Draco secretly kissed you, and you felt guilty for misunderstanding me. So you decided to obey me from now on. Draco, she truly is an evil witch. Initially intending to voice his objection, hoping his cousin would refrain from such alterations, Draco suddenly recalled the scene of a hydrogen bomb explosion and promptly closed his mouth. These were trivial matters, as long as his cousin was happy. That was all that mattered. So, what constituted a significant issue? Naturally, it was to prevent his cousin from becoming angry. Audrey completed the memory modification for Pansy, nodding in satisfaction. Her screenwriting skills were truly remarkable. If she were to switch careers to writing novels, she would undoubtedly become a luminary in the literary world. In just a fleeting hour of memory, she wove a tapestry of love, hatred, and enmity among the elite, capturing the indomitable spirit of youth who bravely defy societal norms and strive for their own love. Audrey could hardly fathom that while she altered Pansy's memories, she discovered that the Pansy who harbored such animosity towards her was, in fact, her devoted fan for 3 years. Truly, for the sake of love, a young girl can forsake everything. Draco, forget everything Pansy just said, or I won't hesitate to cast a memory charm on you as well. What? Cousin, what are you saying? Draco asked, bewildered. I was just daydreaming and didn't hear a thing. His performance was poor. The slight tremor in his legs and the evasiveness of his gaze betrayed his inner turmoil. However, Audrey was unconcerned. All she sought was a definitive stance. Naturally, Draco's attitude pleased her immensely, yet a precaution was necessary. If any peculiar rumors arise outside, they will undoubtedly be traced back to you. Do you grasp my meaning? Draco, with both hands tightly covering his mouth, nodded anxiously. Very well, escort Parkinson back to the dormitory, and be cautious not to let anything slip. All right. This was merely a minor episode in March. Due to Audrey adopting Norberta and thwarting Draco's attempts to trouble the trio, the adventure of the 4 little ones braving the forbidden forest did not transpire. Of course, even if it had, they would not have chanced upon Professor Quirrell drinking unicorn blood. Nevertheless, the blame resting upon Snape's shoulders had only solidified, as Harry and Ron were convinced that Snape was the one who had infiltrated Vault 713 with the intent of stealing the Philosopher's Stone. Unlike the original world, this time the burden on Snape seemed to have been imposed by Dumbledore himself. Perhaps the headmaster held some reservations about Snape's bias towards his own house. After the Easter break, the Quidditch match between Slytherin and Hufflepuff commenced as scheduled. The infamous trio of point deductions made their way to the Quidditch pitch. I haven't seen Audrey in weeks, Harry remarked. I wonder if she is keeping tabs on Snape's movements. Oh, come on, Harry, Ron retorted. I would prefer she remained hidden in her dormitory. Last week, I heard Snape summoned her under the pretense of OWL's review, assigning her 4 potions with brief brewing times, subsequently awarding Slytherin 40 points. Hermione was equally incensed. He is utterly intolerable. No matter how well we perform, it's futile. Slytherin is currently leading us by nearly 70 points. Yet, a shadow of concern crossed her face. I just hope Audrey is managing all right. The OWLs are approaching. Will she be able to cope? Ron shrugged dismissively. It's not as if she needs to pass every subject to graduate. With Audrey's skills and charms and potions, she will undoubtedly be fine. Harry nodded in agreement until Hermione interjected. But I heard the Ministry has set a rule for Audrey. If she fails any of the 12 subjects, she cannot advance to 6th year. Harry gasped. That is outrageous. She has only 1 year and must learn 5 years' worth of knowledge. Passing all 12 subjects is simply too daunting. Ron shook his head vigorously. I couldn't do it. He pondered aloud. Then why is she even participating in the Quidditch match? Shouldn't she be focusing on her studies? Harry whispered. It's Snape. Snape is forcing Audrey to compete. She has no choice but to take the field. Hermione angrily shook her fist. It's Snape again. Has he gone mad with desire for the House Cup? How can he behave like this? Ron asked curiously. Harry, how do you know all this? Harry chuckled. George and Fred tried to eavesdrop on Slytherin's tactics to relay them to Hufflepuff, but instead, they overheard Marcus Flint's complaints. Ron was completely indifferent to the fact that his brothers shared this insider knowledge only with Harry and not with him. He inquired without hesitation. Complaining about what? Complaining about Snape using every trick in the book while securing a player who doesn't attend practice. By the time Harry and the others arrived at the pitch, the stands were already filled with spectators, not just students, but also players and management from professional teams. The professors had to hastily expand the seating arrangements. Even so, Harry and the others found themselves squeezed between 2 goblins. Ron whispered to Harry, "Why are goblins interested in Quidditch?" Harry replied, "I have no idea." Ron shrugged and leaned closer to Harry's ear. "I heard goblins have a strange smell. I wonder if it's true, due to the cramped seating." He had to precariously balance half of his backside outside. What is going on today? So many people are here for the match, Ron murmured, suddenly widening his eyes. Look. Harry, look. Over there. Ron exclaimed, leaving Harry utterly perplexed. Those are players from the Chudley Cannons. That old man over there must be their manager. Wow. Are they interested in Audrey? Ron spoke rapidly, as if explaining to Harry while also talking to himself. After all, Audrey is a future star who set the record for the fastest match. If only Audrey could join the Cannons. That would be fantastic. You know, Harry, they're my favorite team. If they had Audrey, they would surely win the championship. Ron suddenly realized something and quickly turned to Harry. Harry, I'm not saying you're inferior to her. You're several years younger, and you'll definitely be as good as her in the future. Harry smiled, unbothered by such remarks, and pointed to the other end of the pitch. Look, those people aren't from our school either. Do you recognize them, Ron? Ron looked over, his jaw dropping. That's the Kenmare Kestrels, the Puddlemere United, the Wigton Wanderers, Merlin S. Beard, the Vimborne Wasps. Ron looked as if he might faint. Half of the teams from England and Ireland are here. Ron exclaimed, how can Audrey attract so many professional teams? This is hardly magical. Chapter 81, The Gradually Resolute Audrey. Audrey, Audrey. The jubilant cries of the audience echoed above the Quidditch pitch. Ladies and gentlemen, the competing teams for this match are the Hufflepuff Academy team and the Slytherin Academy team. Audrey, Audrey. Lee Jordan's voice struggled to contain the audience's enthusiasm, and he had no choice but to shout. Now, let us welcome the competing teams to the field. This time, Audrey was not delayed by the goblins, as she directly apparat to the players' lounge, allowing her to join her teammates on the field. While they were called teammates, Audrey had yet to familiarize herself with the entire team. As Audrey flew out alongside the Slytherin team, the cheers from the crowd intensified. The Hufflepuff players felt a deep sense of discomfort, for in past years, the audience had cheered for them during matches against Slytherin. With the Badgers' amiability and the Snakes being regarded as enemies by the entire school due to their headmaster's actions, whenever Slytherin faced Hufflepuff, the other three houses would unite, overpowering Slytherin in spirit. However, today, the situation had completely reversed. It was not entirely accurate to say everyone was cheering for Slytherin. In truth, they were rallying behind just one player. Flint flew beside Audrey, grumbling. Why haven't you attended a single practice? Audrey retorted, training? Do you expect me, a seeker, to coordinate with you to pursue the chasers? Merely attending the match should suffice as a concession. And you want me to practice too? Flint suppressed his anger. There must be a rapport between the seeker and the beaters. Numerous tactics necessitate collaboration among team members. Audrey, feeling irritable, waved her hand dismissively, asserting that she could easily capture the golden snitch on her own. Flint nearly shouted in frustration, we lost our first match to Gryffindor. This is our final game. Therefore, we must score abundantly to ensure that, should Hufflepuff triumph over Gryffindor, we can maintain a slim lead. Audrey was acutely aware of the unfolding narrative. The match between Hufflepuff and Gryffindor was scheduled after the exams, during which Harry Potter would be incapacitated, leading to Gryffindor's defeat. Flint was correct. Slytherin indeed needed to accumulate points in this match, or the championship would remain with the undefeated Gryffindor. Yet, did Slytherin's championship hold any significance for her? The agreement with Snape merely stipulated her participation in the match, without any requirement to secure the ultimate victory. Surely that was a reasonable interpretation? With Madame Hooch's whistle piercing the air, the match commenced. As the game began, Lee Jordan took to the commentary, and Hufflepuff, upon initiating the play, launched a fierce assault against Audrey. Helga is up. Godric is up. Rowena is up. What am I witnessing? The arena erupted in a cacophony. Audrey Estria, with bare hands, struck the bludger away. Was her hand unharmed? Oh, indeed it was, Lee Jordan exclaimed, for she has raised her right hand. She has once again captured the golden snitch. In just 15 seconds. Good heavens, had Hufflepuff not delayed her with the bludger, she might have set a new record. Marcus Flint angrily shook his fist. Audrey Estria. However, apart from him and the Slytherin players, the rest of the crowd was in a frenzy. The excitement was palpable. Not only the young wizards, but also professional players. Coaches and managers were utterly astonished. Hearing is one thing, but seeing is believing. When they witnessed Audrey diving like a hawk to seize the golden snitch from the corner of the stands, they were all left in awe. The coach of the Kenmare Kestrels turned to their seeker, Vincent Stewart, and asked, Vincent, did you catch her movements clearly? Vincent shook his head. Her dive was too swift. Her speed appeared to exceed the theoretical limits of the Nimbus 2000. She was born to fly. The coach nodded. Such a talent must be akin to an affinity with brooms. There has only been one such individual in history. Indeed, in 1498, there was the prodigious Puddlemere Seeker, who could multiply the speed of his broom several times over. Do you believe Estria can reach that level? I think she will surpass even him. You hold her in such high regard. Speed is one aspect. She also possesses formidable physical strength. Indeed, the coach concurred. Striking the bludger away with bare hands is not something an ordinary person could achieve. Vincent chuckled, but that's not the most frightening part. Oh, what is truly terrifying is her insight. Insight. Indeed, coach, Vincent continued, before she caught the golden snitch. Did you glimpse even a hint of its golden glimmer? The coach fell silent. Before retiring to coach, he was a renowned seeker himself. Yet in those brief 15 seconds, he had not seen a trace of the snitch. We must secure her, Vincent. Yes, if she is willing to join our team, I would gladly take a substitute role. Similar conversations erupted from every corner of the stands, with spectators marveling at the extraordinary talent of this artistic young woman in Quidditch. Meanwhile, the protagonist of their discussions, Audrey, was already preparing to slip back to her dormitory. What a jest! If she didn't leave soon, she would be late. There sat Maristan, the goblin elder from Gringotts, and the goblins, who usually found themselves at a loss, were now unmistakably eager. It is worth noting that it was early April. Compared to January, the galleon had depreciated by 70. This meant the goblins had lost a staggering 70% of their wealth. And judging by the current trend, by the summer, this figure could reach 90%. But what did this have to do with Audrey? She had no intention of engaging in idle chatter with them. Let us speak solely through contracts. Written agreements are the most concrete. Yet, Audrey underestimated the goblin's desperation for a conversation with her. Miss Astrea, Professor McGonagall's voice rang out. Please come to the main stand. With a wave to the cheering crowd, broomstick in hand, and a look of resignation on her face, Audrey flew to the main stand. Minister Cornelius Fudge, the head of the Ministry of Magic, was smiling warmly at her. Minister, she said, landing before the man who could be considered the catalyst for the Goblin Bank incident. It has been several months since we last met. I wonder what brings you to seek me out this time. Minister Fudge chuckled heartily, glancing at Professor McGonagall standing to the side, signaling that he required a private conversation with Audrey. Professor McGonagall leaned back, her eye muscles tightening as she pursed her lips and said, I will check the technical statistics of this match. This was a blatant excuse. Aside from Audrey and a bludger hit from Hufflepuff's beater, what technical statistics were there to report? Miss Astrea, I will be right there. If anything arises, do not hesitate to call out. Professor McGonagall's mistrust was akin to a white glove thrown in Fudge's face, causing his expression to shift slightly. After all, he was the Minister of Magic. It was no wonder she was so on edge. Recently, Gringotts had repeatedly sent representatives to Hogwarts seeking out Audrey, only to be turned away by Dumbledore. According to the headmaster, it seemed that Audrey had made some profits from Gringotts, leading the goblins to grow restless. Professor McGonagall, having lived so long, understood all too well the nature of goblins. Their insatiable greed led them to commit unspeakable acts for profit. Today, the Ministry of Magic had convened an emergency meeting, insisting on Dumbledore's attendance, yet Fudge had chosen to watch a Quidditch match instead. The implications of that choice were indeed worthy of scrutiny. Though Professor McGonagall departed, she did not entirely disengage, her attention remaining fixated on the scene. Ha 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 ha. Fudge awkwardly laughed, beginning to extol Audrey's Quidditch prowess. Miss Astrea's talent is truly unprecedented. I believe you will shine brilliantly at the next World Cup. Minister, you called me over specifically to say this? Audrey narrowed her eyes, her tone icy. You are aware that the Ministry expects me to pass all 12 of my OWLs this year. Do you know what that entails? Fudge momentarily faltered, taken aback by her unexpected brusqueness. She had always been polite before. It means my time is extremely limited. I must accomplish in 1 year what others do in 5. Every second I have is invaluable, Minister. Indeed, her time was exceedingly precious. Losing even a moment of leisure was a significant setback. The Minister of Magic, now entrapped by the goblins, was truly a source of her irritation. No, 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 Miss Astrea, Fudge insisted, still smiling, though his facial muscles appeared somewhat strained. I have pressing matters to discuss with you, matters of great significance to the wizarding community of Britain. Audrey gestured for him to continue, her demeanor imposing enough to leave Fudge momentarily stunned. Dumbledore had mentioned the need to give the Ministry basic respect, yet Audrey felt otherwise. Why had Gringotts been able to infiltrate the Ministry and influence its decisions? Indeed, it was due to the galleon. Had Gringotts shown any respect to the Ministry? Certainly not. Thus, at this moment, the opulent Audrey, infinitely more affluent than Gringotts, found herself unwilling to endure the vexations of this insufferable minister. The fact that she refrained from openly chastising him was already a sign of her restraint. Fudge felt somewhat humiliated, overawed by the presence of a mere young witch, and straightened his tie, suppressing his smile. To my knowledge, Gringotts is presently grappling with operational difficulties, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. Should Gringotts collapse, it would constitute an immeasurable loss for the entire wizarding community. Therefore, I have been entrusted by Elder Maristan of Gringotts to act as an intermediary in negotiations with Miss Astrea, hoping for a prompt repayment. For the sake of the entire wizarding world, Audrey, could you consider this? Chapter 82. Feudal threats will only lead Gringotts to utter ruin. Minister. Audrey replied with a smile that was neither entirely genuine nor entirely mocking. Are you delivering a decree from the Ministry of Magic? Fudge paused, quickly grasping the implications of Audrey's words. I merely represent myself, voicing my concerns regarding Miss Astrea's actions and their impending harm to the wizarding community. Fudge removed his amiable facade and began to confront Audrey directly. Today, I am acting solely on personal grounds, unrelated to the ministry. He threatened, however. I believe the ministry should intensify its scrutiny of wizards' assets of dubious origins. Audrey smiled, reminiscent of the blooming azaleas in April, or the splendid yet modest lotuses of July. I too believe the ministry ought to meticulously investigate wizards' finances. Certain civil servants' accounts are far from transparent. Take, for instance, 3,000 galleons, or perhaps 5,000 galleons. Audrey, employing her legitimacy, easily discerned that Gringotts had previously pressured Fudge to compel her to delve into a relic's secrets for 3,000 galleons. This time, they were demanding an early repayment of 5,000. Fudge's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes widening in terror, as if the seemingly innocuous young girl before him had gripped his heart in a vice. Minister. Maristan's voice interjected, as the elder from Gringotts, who had been eavesdropping from the shadows, emerged upon witnessing Fudge being cornered by Audrey. I believe Miss Astrea's actions pose a threat to the entire wizarding world, severely undermining our existing order. Particularly, her borrowing behavior is marked by obvious fraudulent intent. Indeed, Fudge wiped the cold sweat from his brow, loudly affirming, "You are disrupting the order of the wizarding community. You are nothing less than a fraud." However, the minister, completely transparent to Audrey, bore no intimidation. She responded with a cheerful inquiry. Order? Even if Gringotts were to collapse, would the wizarding world cease to have currency? Are there no other banks beyond Gringotts? Audrey continued. Moreover, if you accuse me of fraud, then I implore you to present your evidence. Absent such proof, I shall have no choice but to sue you for defamation. She remarked, glancing at Fudge. Even you, minister, would not be exempt. She then gazed toward London, pondering whether Ms. Amelia Bones, upon receiving substantial financial backing, might find herself interested in the position of Minister of Magic. If the current minister were exposed for his questionable character, accepting bribes, and defaming a 16-year-old witch, it seemed likely that she could ascend to power. This final remark struck Fudge like a heavy uppercut, leaving him utterly speechless. Maristan, observing Fudge's ineffectiveness, ground his teeth in frustration and said sternly, Miss Astrea, I still hope you will repay our loan to Gringotts promptly. You have already profited handsomely, so why not take your leave while you're ahead? We at Gringotts have never wronged you. Must this escalate to such an irreconcilable conflict? Audrey tilted her head, recalling that Gringotts had indeed provided Mr. Fudge with 3,000 galleons, as a means to threaten her into assisting them in lifting the curse on the relic. Elder, do you remember? Maristan hesitated. He had heard of the incident, but had dismissed it as mere business, not an affront to Audrey. The methods may have been somewhat unscrupulous. Yet was it not a mutually beneficial arrangement? Unable to comprehend Audrey's perspective, Maristan chose to disregard her inquiry and instead threatened, should Miss Astrea persist in her obstinacy, Gringotts will impose sanctions against you throughout Europe and America. Believe me, at that point, no one will dare to sell you goods, nor will anyone purchase your products. Indeed, Fudge chimed in. The Ministry of Magic will also closely scrutinize your enterprises within the UK. Audrey, exasperated, laughed. I still fail to understand how adhering to the terms of our contract renders me a villain? Because the contract itself is flawed. You deceived us. Deceived? Audrey strode confidently toward Maristan, towering over him. What have I deceived you about? The decision to settle in Cuban currency was a mutual agreement. While you currently suffer the repercussions of the Cuban's devaluation, am I not also burdened with the risk of its potential appreciation? If the Cuban were to rise dramatically, and I sought early repayment, would Gringotts acquiesce? Clearly not. However, persuading Maristan merely with words proved impossible, for greedy goblins are not inclined to reason. Yet, superficial pleasantries must still be observed, so Maristan would not concede. We would, of course, accommodate your request. You are one of our esteemed clients, and we shall satisfy reasonable demands. After all, our ability to operate Gringotts within the wizarding community for so many years relies on fairness, integrity, and compassion. Our benevolence ensures we do not idly witness Miss Astrea's bankruptcy. In truth, we shall secretly stoke the flames and gobble up all of Astrea's assets. Maristan's inner thoughts resonated clearly with Audrey. Indeed, today's discourse was nothing more than a futile exercise. Audrey had initially intended to wait until summer, using early repayment as leverage to nullify her obligation to lift the curse on the relic. However, the actions of Gringotts had left her feeling revulsed. Consequently, she no longer wished to pursue that path. Originally, such a strategy might have afforded Gringotts a 3-year buffer, prolonging their existence. Yet their current demeanor had thoroughly displeased Audrey. Therefore, perhaps this unreasonable institution should simply cease to exist. Miss Astrea, will you repay the loan early or not? Maristan's patience had worn thin. No one had ever dared oppose Gringotts' will. Never. Yet, he had failed to consider that Gringotts' former authority was predicated upon galleons. Rather than there being no one to defy Gringotts, it was more accurate to say no one dared defy the will of galleons. Yet now, your galleons resided firmly in my purse. Thus, your continued bravado is somewhat misguided. Maristan, undeterred, continued. If you repay early, we remain friends, but should you refuse, we shall become irreconcilable foes. Sensing his intimidation lacked potency, he added, no one wishes to become an enemy of Gringotts, and Gringotts shall not have enemies. Those who oppose us either perish or become our thralls. Audrey chuckled. Since Mr. Maristan has broached the subject, I cannot deny you your due respect. She propped her chin thoughtfully, while both Maristan and Fudge fixed their gazes upon her lips, anxiously awaiting her next words. However, I currently lack sufficient cash. Allow me to liquidate some assets to raise the funds. Oh, perhaps in a month or so. I wonder if Gringotts can wait. Maristan, believing his threats had borne fruit, felt triumphant, thinking that this 16-year-old girl had ultimately yielded. He exclaimed with pride, not just the principal, you must also repay the interest accrued over 3 years. In his perspective, although the goblin currency had depreciated by 30%, the prospect of accumulating a total interest of 240 over 3 years suggested that Gringotts would not suffer excessively. Very well, Audrey remarked nonchalantly. Shall we agree on May 15th for the repayment? Morris strutted away, brimming with self-satisfaction, while Fudge departed with a sense of fulfillment, both convinced of their triumph. Yet, Audrey held a different viewpoint. A month's time was ample enough for Gringotts to face its demise. If Gringotts were to vanish, the endeavor of excavating ancient Norse relics would naturally fall by the wayside. Oh, those goblins, why must they be so obstinate? I truly wish to avoid the role of a banker. Chapter 83. Gringotts? Huh. Within the office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, Quirrell appeared pallid, trembling as he downed a large jar of unicorn blood in one gulp. Exhaling a cloud of murky breath, he found himself quaking uncontrollably, though after a moment, a hint of color returned to his face. A knock echoed at the door, startling Quirrell. Was it not the time for Slytherin to compete against Hufflepuff? Who could possibly seek him at this hour? Open the door, a sharp voice commanded from behind, that of my little serpent. Quirrell hastily rose to answer. Audrey stood at the threshold, her complexion a grim shade of gray. She strode into the room without a word of civility, stating flatly, "Let me speak to my father." "Yes, my little mistress," Quirrell responded promptly, swiftly unwrapping the scarf and circling his head, revealing the grotesque visage of Voldemort. "Little serpent, what troubles you? Someone has angered me." Who? Who dares to provoke my little serpent?" Quirrell trembled inwardly. The last time the Dark Lord sought to punish the Grey family, it resulted in the complete hollowing out of his body. He hoped he would not be compelled to undertake such a massacre again. His frail frame could hardly withstand such an ordeal. Gringotts. Voldemort found himself momentarily at a loss for words, even at his zenith. He wielded only a modicum of influence over Gringotts. After all, the gold of all his followers resided in the vaults beneath Gringotts, and even he had reservations. What could have incensed my daughter so? What have those goblins done? What they have done to me is inconsequential, Audrey replied coolly. What matters is that Gringotts is squandering the wealth of pureblood families. If we do not intervene, you may find upon your return that you are faced with a legion of beggars. Voldemort questioned suspiciously, what exactly is happening? Audrey raised a finger, proposing, let us make a bargain. I shall divulge the entirety of this affair, and in return, you grant me an exemption from the dark arts course. Even a month's reprieve would suffice. It would afford me an additional 2.5 days of rest each week. Very well, I agree, Voldemort acquiesced eagerly. His alliance with the pureblood families was solely predicated on their wealth and influence. Without their gold, those dim-witted individuals would hardly be more useful than half-blood wizards. Even he, Severus, and Dumbledore were half-bloods. Now tell me, what has transpired? Gringotts has borrowed extensively from the pureblood families, nearly depleting their resources, only to invest that capital in Ukraine. Voldemort, perplexed, inquired, invest? Those goblins are quite astute. If they were investing, it is unlikely they would falter. Why do you claim they are squandering wealth? Because the Ukrainian economy has collapsed. Their currency has depreciated by 70% over the course of mere months, leaving only 30% of that wealth intact. If we do not act swiftly, The pureblood families faced total ruin. Impossible. How could the goblins engage in such irrational behavior? Audrey replied, there is nothing impossible. The dissolution of the Soviet Union left Ukraine with a substantial portion of its legacy, bolstered by American aid. At that time, the outlook was promising. No one anticipated such a rapid decline. She regarded the grotesque face that adorned the back of Quarrel's head and continued. Yet the Ukrainian government managed to turn a favorable situation into utter chaos. Even the sharpest of goblins could not foresee such folly. Voldemort seethed with rage. To him, the wealth of the pureblood families was tantamount to his own. From this perspective, Audrey was indeed his legitimate daughter. Fools. Are those muggles all fools? Audrey recognized Voldemort's ignorance regarding economic matters, and discussing Gringotts and the situation in Ukraine was far less effective than offering a straightforward solution. The only way to halt the losses is for the pureblood families to approach Gringotts to terminate the agreement and repay early. At this juncture, they should disregard interest. Whatever they can reclaim is better than losing everything. After delivering her ultimatum, Audrey waved her hand dismissively at her nose, abruptly turning to leave, as if lingering in the room for even a moment longer would suffocate her. Voldemort felt wounded by her disdain. He coldly remarked, Quirrell, you ought to wash yourself thoroughly. Faced with his master's critique, Quirrell could only acquiesce. But why do I reek so? Surely you must have some inkling, master? Are you truly prepared to engage with those pureblood families? Although I am uncertain how Gringotts has offended my little mistress, I sense she intends to use you to teach them a lesson. Foolish. Does her purpose still matter? It is undeniable that Gringotts is incurring losses. If we remain idle, upon my return, I shall be compelled to confront Dumbledore with a cadre of beggars. Audrey reclined on her bed, savoring a sip of wine. Her eyes blissfully narrowed. The image of Edmund appeared in the two-way mirror. Audrey, why are you contacting me now? Has something occurred? Edmund, I require your assistance with 2 matters. Speak. First, have Vita and the others reach out to our acquaintances in Europe and pressure Gringotts for early repayment, citing concerns over their inability to honor the debt upon maturity. Second, seek out a Muggle financial industry insider. I intend to establish our own wizarding bank upon the ruins of Gringotts. Edmund replied in astonishment. This diverges significantly from your original plan. Audrey scoffed. Gringotts has foolishly threatened me. It is evident that I have truly provoked her ire. It is noteworthy that on both occasions that she was stirred to action, it was due to the goblins of Gringotts. Should she succeed in dismantling Gringotts, devoid of external provocation, would Audrey revert to her previous lethargy? Though she was already quite lethargic, as most of the labor fell upon her cohort. By the way, Edmund, please contact Rita Skeeter. I require her to compose an article regarding Gringotts' alleged investment failures. Understood. Not only the Daily Prophet, but reach out to all major newspapers. Do not overlook the tabloids, such as the Quibbler. I am certain they will be eager to obtain the insider information we provide. The major newspapers may hesitate to publish unverified news. Audrey dismissed this concern. Offer them a generous sum. If they remain unyielding, then buy the newspaper. April 11th, 1992. The darkest day for Gringotts. On this day, hordes of wizards surged into Gringotts, demanding repayment. The newspapers were inundated with headlines. Everyone knew that Gringotts had suffered a catastrophic investment loss exceeding 70%. Whether true or false, the overwhelming onslaught of public opinion was sufficient to convince wizards that Gringotts had indeed faltered. Initially, Gringotts resisted early repayment under the sanctity of contract, firmly believing that if they could delay until May, they would once again flourish once Audrey repaid both principal and interest. However, with a scandalous editorial by Rita Skeeter in the Daily Prophet, which brazenly condemned the Goblin Bank's agreements and demanded that borrowers repay their loans along with full interest, the goblins were left utterly flabbergasted. Their doors were torn down and hurled to the ground by furious wizards, the once inviting inscription now dripping with irony. Welcome, stranger, but beware. Greed will lead to dire consequences. To take without toil is to invite the harshest of retributions. Thus, if you seek to pilfer wealth from our vaults, wealth that has never belonged to you, thief, you have been forewarned. What you summon may not be treasure, but rather a curse. Chapter 84. The Turmoil Within Gringotts. Lucius Malfoy sequestered himself within the Malfoy family's vault at Gringotts. He was meticulously stowing away the centuries of accumulated wealth of the Malfoy lineage into a trunk enhanced with the undetectable extension charm. He felt a profound sense of relief that Hedra had retained a modicum of familial affection and had forewarned him against borrowing from Gringotts. Otherwise, he too would have found himself amidst the uproar of those impolite pureblood wizards clamoring for repayment in the main hall. As for emptying the vault, that was merely a precaution. Who could say how desperate the goblins might become, driven to madness and tearing down their own walls to salvage their predicament? Gringotts was devoid of any credibility now. Should they resort to confiscating their own vaults to alleviate immediate pressures, he would have no sanctuary to lament his fate. After all, the goblins believed that anything crafted by their hands inherently belonged to them, including galleons. Thus, Lucius emulated Hedra's actions from months prior, leaving not a single Canute behind in Gringotts' vaults. Upon exiting the vault and closing the door behind him, Lucius made his way towards the cart tunnel. The goblin that had accompanied him immediately approached. "Esteemed Mr. Malfoy, we might still discuss the matter of your family's loan from Gringotts. The interest has risen to 30% annually. How does that sit with you?" "No need for discussion, Steelcord," Lucius replied, his head held high. "The families that lent you funds are still causing a ruckus above." Upon reaching the surface, Lucius slipped out through a side door. Glancing through the railing as he passed the main hall, he beheld a throng of agitated faces, the air thick with curses. Avery, Abbott, Bode, Caro, Gringott, not Rowell. These were familiar visages. Gringotts had offended so many prominent families within the wizarding community that, at least in Britain, their operations were untenable. Little did Lucius know that similar scenes were unfolding in other branches of Gringotts as well. In the Elders' conference room of the Diagon Alley Gringotts, Titus bellowed, "It is all your fault. Had you not provoked that little witch, she would not have come to ensnare us." Titus spread his hands in response. "Lord Marston, let us not evade responsibility. You signed off on our recruitment of Astrea to excavate the ruins. Moreover, we require her to unravel the ancient magical secrets within." Marston seethed in anger, "But I did not authorize you to threaten her." "Enough, Elder," Titus stood. "The true cause of Gringotts' impending doom lies in your foolishness. Though I cannot fathom why she is so certain the Ukrainian galleon will devalue, that is of little consequence. Had you exercised even a modicum of rationality, we would not find ourselves in this predicament. You." Marston pointed an accusatory finger at Titus, prompting other elders to join in rebuking him. "Impudent woman, mind your manners. This is an elders' assembly, not a stage for your ramblings." Suddenly, a flurry of panicked voices erupted from outside, and the door to the conference room burst open. A goblin banker, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, stood at the threshold. "Fool!" Marston redirected the ire ignited by Titus toward the innocent banker. "We are in session. How dare you behave with such impropriety? Elder, the Ministry of Magic has sent representatives. They demand repayment, and should we fail to comply, they will forcibly dissolve Gringotts and seize our assets." Marston collapsed into his high-backed chair, despair washing over him. "It is over. It is all over." The other elders' faces ashen mirrored his despondency. Marston suddenly shouted, "Get everyone to empty the vaults. If we are to rise again, we need capital. Avada Kedavra." A flash of green light struck Marston, and the once illustrious elder of Gringotts fell silent. Titus, wand in hand, coldly addressed Marston's lifeless form. "Fool. To empty the vaults is to declare war on the entire wizarding community." The cadre of curse breakers behind Titus stepped forward, wands at the ready. "Titus, where did you acquire those wands?" Titus smirked. "I do not adhere to the rigidity of you antiquated elders. If we goblins are to find a way forward, we must wield power. Possessing wands is but a small step in our advancement." An elder retorted, "There exists no power greater than that of money." With a flick of his wrist, Titus unleashed another green bolt, eliminating that elder on the spot. The power of money? If it truly safeguarded us goblins, how then did today's tragedy unfold at Gringotts? Titus surveyed the assembly. Does the ministry possess the might of wealth? No, they do not. Their minister is but a slave to galleons. Yet today, did you not witness? They require merely an excuse, a command. Why is this? Because we goblins lost in the wars of yore. And now, the wizarding world is dominated by the likes of Dumbledore, figures we cannot contest. That is the chasm of power. Therefore, we must seize power. The elders bowed their heads in silence. Titus snorted disdainfully, leading his followers away, leaving behind a final proclamation. "I shall continue the unfinished business of Grandfather Lonrock. The power of ancient magic must be within our grasp. As for you, do not hinder my progress." Among the young goblins trailing the elders, furtive glances were exchanged. At last, one stepped forward, racing toward Titus's group, exclaiming, "Lady Titus, please accept me. I wish to join your ranks." "Traitor!" the elder shouted. "Tyrone, if you dare take another step, I shall." A green flash soared through the air, and the elder collapsed lifelessly. Titus turned, her voice hoarse yet resolute. "We welcome any comrade willing to join us. None shall impede our quest for power. We goblins shall rise on our own strength." With that declaration, the young goblins eagerly flocked to Titus's banner. "Count me in. Accept me, Lady Titus." The remaining elders sat helplessly at the table, resembling mere husks. Today, they had lost their followers and, along with them, the Gringotts they had devoted their lives to building. They were left with nothing. The events at Gringotts bore no relevance to Audrey. The instigator of the Gringotts debacle was presently in the Forbidden Forest, allowing Noberta to roam free. Hagrid, grinning foolishly, followed Noberta, intermittently speaking as if to Audrey or merely to himself. I must protect her. Otherwise, the Acromantula will tear her to shreds. Oh, she is so beautiful. Audrey did not believe that the Acromantula posed any real threat to Noberta, though still a mere hatchling. T80's skirts were already adorned with her bite marks. That was fine steel. Hagrid halted, abruptly turning to Audrey. Audrey, with just over 10 days until the OWL's examination. Are you prepared? Chapter 85. A letter from Arthur Weasley. The OWLs are looming next week. Audrey, why are you still languishing in bed? Iselin Windsor shook Audrey awake. This is the OWLs. You should refrain from practicing your singing during this time. Although Iselin had never witnessed Audrey rising at 4 in the morning to rehearse, she was resolute in her belief that Audrey indeed did so. After all, she is a professional singer. Yes, a true professional. Audrey, still in a daze, sat up. Oh, it's you, Iselin. Rubbing her eyes. She recalled that Edmund had spent a fortune quietly acquiring the headquarters of Gringotts at the real estate auction. She had spent several exhausting rounds inspecting the underground vaults last night. Audrey's bank was still in the preparatory stages. So those vaults that had not yet been vacated were temporarily managed by the Ministry of Magic, which involved quite a bit of hassle. Of course, those troublesome matters were left to Edmund. Her role was merely to patrol the territory and foster relations with that blind Ukrainian iron-bellied creature. The OWLs? I've been ready for ages. Audrey tumbled out of bed, her fingers pointing at herself, completing the routine of washing her face, brushing her teeth, and using the restroom in one swift motion. When she first arrived at Hogwarts, she enjoyed a few days of Momo's attentive care, but soon realized that such pampering was far too cumbersome compared to the convenience of her current independence. Iselin rolled her eyes. Be careful. After all, your situation is unique. It would be utterly dreadful if you became the first student in Hogwarts history to repeat a year. All right, let us head to breakfast. Stop rambling. The morning hall was as lively as ever, bustling like a raucous marketplace, filled with the clatter of cutlery and dishes, the animated conversations of young witches and wizards, the flutter of owls entering, and the curses that followed when an owl landed in a soup bowl. Oh, our owl is simply too old. Ron exclaimed as he fished Errol out of the soup, lamenting the state of the drenched letters. Merlin, Ron gasped. Errol has delivered the wrong letter. This one is addressed to Audrey. What? Fred leaned in, surprised. Mum wrote to Audrey? That's quite rare. George smirked, reveling in the mischief. This could be trouble. Audrey hasn't dined in the hall for nearly 2 months. Poor Ron, tasked with delivering this soggy letter to the Slytherin common room. Ron angrily shook the letter, only to suddenly brighten. Audrey and Iselin entered the hall, chatting and laughing, just as the youngest Weasley sprinted towards her, clutching an unidentifiable piece of food. What on earth is that? A long, waxy yellow strip, damp and adorned with leaves, mushrooms, and some cheese. Audrey wagered it must be a type of pasta. Perhaps a fried delicacy akin to a donut, as the house elves had ingeniously crafted something new from her penchant for dipping donuts in soy milk. Though dipping it in mushroom soup seemed odd, Audrey imagined the flavor and pondered that this combination might be unexpectedly delightful. Audrey, this is a letter from my family for you. Thank you, Ron. Audrey's lips quirked as she levitated the letter, magically cleaning it. Even after using a cleaning charm, she still hesitated to touch the letter with her hands, opting instead to unfold it in midair. I have received the tank. Thank you immensely. This is the finest gift I have ever encountered. The craftsmanship of Muggles is truly astounding. Initially, Molly held a disdain for tanks, but upon learning of its worth, several 100,000 galleons, her attitude shifted dramatically. However, I must say, this gift is exceedingly extravagant. Had I not had a few friends in the Muggle world, I might have been deceived into thinking this was merely a Soviet vehicle left behind in Ukraine. Molly is utterly impressed by the cookbook you sent. She never imagined one could cook in such a manner. Thus, she has extended an invitation for you to visit our home this summer, eagerly anticipating showcasing her newly learned recipes. The application you submitted to establish a new wizarding bank on the former site of Gringotts has garnered overwhelming support from officials, particularly Mr. Barty Crouch, who is ardently advocating for this endeavor. If he is indeed a fan of yours, please do let me know, as I find it perplexing why he is so invested in this matter. However, it seems the minister is disinterested in establishing a new wizarding bank. He appears to believe that simply unlocking the abandoned vaults within Gringotts and extracting the galleons will alleviate any concerns regarding salaries during his tenure. Thus, the proposal for a new wizarding bank may very well be halted by Cornelius Fudge, though these are merely rumors. I felt it necessary to inform you, so you may prepare accordingly. Lastly, I must express my gratitude for your willingness to absorb Gringotts Cursebreakers. Bill and our family greatly appreciate that generous remuneration. May Merlin bless you. Your faithful friend, Arthur Weasley. Cornelius Fudge. Audrey squinted her eyes in disbelief. The entirety of Gringotts vaults now belonged to her. Did he really think he could pilfer galleons that rightfully did not belong to the ministry from her domain? Fudge, you must be dreaming. Malfoy. Audrey approached Draco, delivering a message to his father. Henceforth, not a single canute shall be donated to the ministry. Draco nodded, somewhat bewildered. Realizing this was beyond his purview, he would merely act as a messenger. Settling beside Isolin, a sumptuous meal prepared by Momo appeared before Audrey. Yet, her expression was far from pleasant, causing Isolin great concern. Blast it, that cursed Fudge, Audrey silently cursed, her mind consumed with thoughts of the vaults, rendering even hot dry noodles unappetizing. Thus, she hastily concluded her breakfast, bid farewell to Isolin, and returned directly to her dormitory. Her swift departure left Dalkea Kexley unable to rise in time, resulting in yet another unrequited confession. Edmund. Audrey lay on her bed, a double-sided mirror hovering in midair, her fury palpable. My lady, who has angered you? Pouting, Audrey shook her fist. Cornelius Fudge seeks to appropriate the abandoned galleons from our vaults. Abandoned, in this context, refers to vaults left unclaimed due to the extinction of wizarding families over the ages, often containing wealth deemed by goblins as rightfully theirs. Thus, they neglect to consolidate this portion of galleons, allowing them to rest quietly in the vaults for decades, even centuries. Did our acquisition of the former Gringotts headquarters encompass these unclaimed vaults? Edmund nodded. Indeed, as the wealth within these unclaimed vaults cannot be promptly assessed, and the ministry is eager to placate pureblood families, they have estimated the value of these vaults at nearly 1,000,000 galleons. We have already conducted an inventory over the past fortnight, and it appears those unclaimed vaults do not amount to such a sum. We are likely at a loss of around 20,000. Audrey shrugged indifferently. A loss is a loss. What concerns me now is that Fudge is coveting that portion of money. Edmund chuckled. Fear not. The purchase contract is explicitly clear. Audrey shook her head repeatedly. Do not underestimate Fudge's moral compass. After a moment's contemplation, she commanded, hurry and transfer the galleons from the vaults to our main base. Suddenly, she recalled a delightful thought and burst into a fit of giggles. What if Fudge truly sought to seize this cache of gold, only to discover the vault empty? You should inform him that the fairies had already vacated the treasury before their departure. After all, the galleons were crafted by the fairies themselves, and according to their claims, these treasures rightfully belong to them. Chapter 86. Puck, the Minister, and the Pink Toad. Puck felt exceedingly fortunate. Though Gringotts had collapsed, he was soaring to new heights. Miss Estrelle had taken him and several other fairies, eager to continue contributing to the wizarding financial realm, under her wing, and Puck had become their leader. Before the establishment of the new bank, he served as the chief steward of the Gringotts ruins, albeit under the governance of Mr. Grindelwald. What? Fairies led by wizards? How embarrassing. One need only glance at that surname to comprehend the greatness of the individual. Gellert Grindelwald had been Puck's idol in his youth. Working under a relative was nothing to be ashamed of. Meeting Miss Audrey Estrelle was the most fortunate occurrence of his life. On this particular day, Puck was leisurely sipping afternoon tea in his office, reveling in the splendidness of such a day. No work to speak of, yet his salary remained intact. Puck, the steward. An excitable fairy stumbled into the room, breathless. The ministry has sent someone. What? Again? This time it's Minister Fudge himself. You must see. Puck hastily rose, inadvertently toppling his teacup, the tea cascading over the coffee table and soaking into the luxurious carpet. Yet, he could scarcely afford to concern himself with such trifles. He dashed out in a hurry. Fudge stood at the forefront with a cadre of ministry employees behind him, exuding an amiable demeanor that resembled more of a kindly neighbor than a minister of magic. Are you the one in charge? Fudge regarded the fairy with a frosty countenance. His geniality reserved solely for those who could yield him benefits. In the current state of affairs regarding fairies? Huh, indeed. Minister, you may call me Puck, he replied, bowing respectfully, neither obsequious nor arrogant. Might I inquire the purpose of your visit today? Fudge beckoned, and a female aide stepped forward, presenting him with a hefty stack of documents. She was clad in pink, reminiscent of a toad transformed. Following our recent inventory of the Gringotts vaults, we discovered that certain officials of the ministry have ancestral claims to what has been deemed an unclaimed vault. Hence, we are here to reclaim the property that rightfully belongs to our officials. Fudge thrust the pile of documents into Puck's hands, identifying their legitimacy and ancestral claims. Puck maintained a respectful facade, yet internally he was unimpressed. Estrelle was indeed correct. He should no longer refer to her as such, but rather as his superior. Why not to overestimate Fudge's moral boundaries? Scanning the documents, Puck chuckled derisively. Forged, he mused. After extensive verification, families long thought extinct were suddenly reappearing with descendants. And conveniently, they were all employees of the ministry. Minister, Puck said with a smirk, I regret to inform you that the gold from those unclaimed vaults was already removed by the elders of Gringotts on the very day of its collapse. Fudge paused, momentarily stunned, but the toad-like aide leapt forward, her voice shrill. What? Removed? You are lying. Do you know to whom you are speaking, Fairy? This is the most illustrious minister in the history of the ministry. Fudge relished Umbridge's flattery, his regard for the pink toad elevated. However, he wished she would refine her sense of aesthetics, as her pink dress adorned with lily pad frills caused him a modicum of discomfort. Dolores, there is no need for such theatrics, Fudge smiled, gesturing for her to step back. Mr. Puck, regardless of the facts, you ought to allow us entry to inspect the vaults, wouldn't you agree? Instantly, enforcers restrained the surrounding fairies to prevent any warnings being sent, lest the gold from the vaults be spirited away. Yet, even so, the reality seemed to align with Puck's assertions. The vaults were as barren as the wilderness, pristine as if newly constructed. Could it be that those elders truly had removed the gold ahead of time? How could this be possible? Fudge spent the better part of the day examining all the unclaimed vaults. You must have received advance notice and emptied the vaults. Nay, Minister, Puck retorted, his professionalism shining through. In this matter, our employer is the principal victim. She expended an additional 1,000,000 galleons, only to acquire a hollow shell. I believe, since the ministry has established that these vaults possess rightful ownership, the previous transaction was both unreasonable and illegal. Therefore, might the ministry return the galleons my employer spent on these vaults? After all, you sold her property that rightfully belonged to others, which violates the Wizarding Personal Property Protection Act, rendering that transaction null and void. Fudge was taken aback. He had merely skimmed the auction report for the Gringotts estate and had not realized that the unclaimed vaults had led to the estate being sold for an additional 1,000,000. As Puck had pointed out, if these vaults were confirmed to have owners, then the ministry selling them to Audrey constituted fraud. Not to mention, demanding Fudge return that 1,000,000 was entirely out of the question, as the proceeds from the auction had already been divided among the pureblood families. Thus, the pureblood families remained exceedingly dissatisfied, as their losses were still grievous. Umbridge seized the opportunity to play the savior once more, exclaiming loudly, "This must be a mistake. I believe we should thoroughly investigate those greedy individuals within the department. They deceived us." Minister, in that moment, Umbridge radiated a righteous glow. Let us return to the department at once. Those avaricious parasites deserve punishment. They must be held accountable. Indeed, Dolores, you are quite right. Fudge turned to Puck with a smile, a gesture he had not extended previously. Mr. Puck, I believe this is a misunderstanding, and I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused. The Minister of Magic seethed, I have been duped by those in the department who wish to reap rewards without effort. These vaults are clearly unclaimed. Puck bowed once more, echoing, indeed, those individuals are utterly despicable, devoid of any principle. They ought to be sent to Azkaban, perhaps even receive a Dementor's kiss. Puck shivered at the thought of a journey to Azkaban, steeling his resolve and continuing, under Minister Fudge's wise leadership. These individuals not only fail to express gratitude, but also create trouble for the minister. If it were up to me, I would have dismissed them long ago. Fudge's eye twitched. Those who had assisted him in compiling this information were his loyal allies, and dismissing them would leave him in a precarious position. He hastily waved his hand, curbing Puck's impassioned outburst. This is a matter for our ministry, and we need not trouble Mr. Puck with our affairs. Very well. We shall take our leave. Please convey my regards to Audrey. Fudge endeavored to maintain an air of superiority, yet regardless of perspective, he appeared a defeated dog. Connolly, Umbridge whispered in Fudge's ear, without acquiring galleons, next month's salaries cannot be dispersed. The excavation management fees are insufficient to cover departmental expenses, and those pureblood families are each in dire straits, unable to provide financial support to the ministry. Do not address me as Connolly, he retorted. Fudge was taken aback by Umbridge's sudden intimacy, causing goosebumps to prick his skin. Noticing Fudge's reluctance, Umbridge immediately distanced herself slightly. It is worth mentioning that not all pureblood families were duped by Gringotts. To my knowledge, the Malfoys and the Lestranges were not involved in this incident, thus maintaining their considerable wealth. Umbridge's eyes brightened. Are you suggesting we solicit sponsorship from these two families? Solicit? What do you mean? Fudge shot her a disdainful glance, clarifying. These donations are made voluntarily for the Ministry of Magic, and due to their substantial contributions, we shall award them the third-class Merlin's Medal. A second class is not out of the question, depending on their sincerity. Umbridge marveled. Minister, your insight is truly remarkable, and your foresight unparalleled. As Fudge basked in the toadying compliments, he gazed into the distance, internally scoffing. You wish to establish a bank during my tenure? Astoria, you are dreaming. Chapter 87. Is Audrey facing retention? Let us not dwell on how Fudge was rebuffed by the Malfoys, nor on his futile search for Hydra's Lestrange. The OWL's examinations had commenced as scheduled. On the first morning, the Charms exam unfolded, and Audrey breezed through it. Believing that the gaunt Professor Modi had perhaps only a meager combat prowess of one Ludovico, should it come to blows, he would likely falter after 2 rounds. In the afternoon, she faced the History of Magic exam. Although some questions were obscure, her uninterrupted reading of the history of magic as a fantasy novel over the past 11 years, along with some juicy tidbits from Nickelme, ensured she would easily secure an E. The following morning brought the Transfiguration exam, the only subject she had attended diligently throughout the academic year. Under the strict guidance of the elderly cat lady, failing to achieve an O would be tantamount to a death sentence. The examinations proceeded with such ease that Audrey envisioned a future where, 2 years hence, she would soar freely through the skies and swim unfettered in the seas. She wished to retire, to relish life, to ascend as the Tsarina of Ukraine. That was until the final subject, Muggle Studies. The moment Audrey received the paper, she was utterly flabbergasted. The questions were ludicrous to an extraordinary degree. The following 3 inquiries were extracted from the 1992 Ordinary Wizarding Level Examination paper. What powers a Muggle car? A. 100 hamsters. B. Water. C. Horses. D. Magical hubs. Audrey, how did Hitler fall? A. He failed to consult astrology. B. Ignored the prophecies and divinations of wizards. C. Destroyed a wizarding village in Denmark. D. His little mustache was displeasing. Audrey, what is the most popular sport in the Muggle world? A. Parading. B. Decapitating kings. C. Childbearing. D. Hunting wizards. Audrey, I reckon it's $0 shopping. As Audrey exited the examination hall, she was in a daze, her worldview profoundly shaken. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Elysian, who emerged alongside her, noticed Audrey's pallor and approached with concern. Audrey, what's wrong? Audrey turned robotically, her speech stuttering and disjointed. What powers a Muggle car? Elysian replied without hesitation. Horses, of course, since their power unit is horsepower. Audrey pressed on. How did Hitler lose? Elysian answered matter-of-factly. He didn't consult astrology. For the night, he ordered the attack on the Soviet Union. It was cloudy, and the stars were obscured. And what is the most popular sport among Muggles? Childbearing. Obviously, otherwise, how would the Muggle population surpass that of wizards? Audrey felt her vision darken. Elysian Windsor. You hail from a Muggle royal family. Are you even aware of what you're saying? Elysian suddenly covered her mouth. Audrey. You haven't actually read the Muggle Studies textbook, have you? You silly. While the material is rife with absurdities and biases against Muggles, that is precisely what the course entails. Those are the things you must memorize, even if they are outrageous. Consider it a farce. Audrey could no longer heed Elysian's words. She waved her hand, and with a swish, she appeared in the headmaster's office. Ah, finished with your exams, great banker? Dumbledore, engrossed in writing a letter, did not lift his head, yet Candice soon flew towards Audrey. Please wait a moment. I must complete this important correspondence without delay. Audrey sat down, devoid of appetite. She was certain she had failed Muggle studies, and per her agreement with the ministry, she would likely face retention. While not entirely dreadful, after all, Newt Scamander had been a dropout. The first ever student to be retained at Hogwarts would surely be noted in the annals of history. She could not simply commit mass slaughter, transforming a segment of school history into a segment of school history and another segment of school history. Dumbledore swiftly concluded his letter and turned to Fawkes, saying, Fawkes, please deliver this letter for me. Fawkes let out a cry, grasped the letter, and vanished in a burst of flame. All right, Audrey, time to regain your composure. Dumbledore observed her with amusement, noting her vacant expression and peculiar state. Audrey ceased her contemplation. Dumbledore snapped his fingers, causing one of her hairs to tickle her nose. Achoo! As Audrey finally returned to reality, Dumbledore inquired, What troubles you, my dear? Audrey declared, resolutely and firmly, I wish to drop out. Dumbledore surmised the reason for her unusual behavior and asked with a chuckle, Is it because of your poor performance in Muggle studies? Are you foreseeing your retention? Audrey's fury surged. You dare call that a course? It's merely a collection of jokes. And this is the official examination for grades. How can it be so absurd? Who includes riddles in an exam? A car's power is horse, because the power unit is horsepower? Who informed them of this? Merlin? A car engine runs on gasoline. That substance is called gasoline. A simple incendio would be sufficient to scorch their foolish brains to cinders. Dumbledore watched Audrey rage, patiently waiting for several minutes until she finally quieted down. Once she had composed herself, Dumbledore remarked, The misunderstandings between the wizarding world and the Muggle world have persisted for millennia. Since the wizarding community's self-imposed isolation, the chasm between the two has only widened. He took a sip of water. We are striving to bridge that gap, And you are also making efforts to integrate wizards into Muggle society, are you not? Take your time. There is no rush. Sooner or later, Muggle studies will become a relic of the past. Wait, when have I ever made efforts to integrate wizards into Muggles? Audrey felt bewildered, but then realized Dumbledore was likely referring to the situation in Ukraine. Yet today, that was not her concern. The future disappearance of Muggle studies had nothing to do with her. The pressing issue was that she was on the verge of retention. Pouting, she thought, I cannot afford this embarrassment. Therefore, I must drop out. Audrey, Dumbledore said earnestly, we had an agreement. I would assist in retracting your wanted status and restoring your reputation in exchange for your attendance at Hogwarts. Audrey paused, recalling that they had indeed made such a pact. Now that Hydra's Lestrange had reclaimed her honor, I have fulfilled my promise, so what of you? Audrey's lips trembled, yet she ultimately refrained from voicing the words of breach. Then, might I not be retained? At that moment, Audrey unleashed all the adorableness she had accumulated over her lifetime. Her large eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Her expression radiated such a sense of grievance that anyone who beheld her would undoubtedly be enchanted. But who exactly is Dumbledore? His motto is that women merely hasten my wand drawing. He completely disregarded Audrey's cute antics and resolutely stated, this is a requirement from the Ministry of Magic. I have no authority over it. Thankfully, Audrey had not yet awakened her innate ability to read minds, or she would have discovered the truth at that very moment. There was no such requirement from the Ministry at all. Indeed, at the behest of Gringotts, the Ministry did mandate that Audrey must enroll at Hogwarts. However, the Ministry never stipulated that she had to pass all her subjects to advance to the 6th year. Dumbledore concocted this lie because, after Grindelwald made a prophecy, Professor Trelawney also delivered a genuine prophecy. The fated girl, destined to unravel the millennia-long enigma of wizards, had emerged. She would inherit the knowledge of the Guardians and bring forth a new dawn. Hailing from a family of parselmouths, she was betrayed by her own servant. She was overlooked by the Book of Admission until she reached marriageable age. She experienced 2 fifth years, assimilating formidable power within herself. She would resolve differences, obliterate barriers, and unite hearts, traversing the realms of darkness and light to facilitate breakthroughs. When ancient shadows returned, the fated girl would lead her loyal followers in composing a hymn to humanity. The first half of Trelawney's prophecy bore striking resemblance to Grindelwald's, both indicating that Audrey must repeat the 5th year. Dumbledore believed in this prophecy and acted upon it. Rejected by Dumbledore, Audrey felt distressed but refused to remain passive. Since the root of the problem lay with the Ministry, why not uproot it entirely? If the one posing the problem is no longer present, the issue will naturally dissipate. This line of thought was not without merit. What should she do? As long as she cast out a bit of bait, the beleaguered pureblood families would become her vanguard, compelling Fudge to step down without question. After all, Fudge had been targeting her lately. She had longed to see him ousted. Old Batty had shown her favor recently. Thus, she could support the old man's ascendance, for he owed her a favor, and then request he rescind the unreasonable decree that one must pass their OWLs to advance to 6th year. Surely, he would not refuse such a modest request. He had yet to repay her for her previous discretion regarding him. Though it would take a circuitous route and be somewhat troublesome, the task would not fall upon her. The more she contemplated, the more sense it made. Audrey began to feel a stir of excitement. Dumbledore sensed something amiss with Audrey. Whom was she calculating against now? Audrey, what are you contemplating? Nothing. Audrey replied with a beaming smile. Professor Dumbledore, if the Ministry were to revoke their decree, I would no longer have to repeat the year, correct? Chapter 88. Audrey, a resounding refusal. The Ministry of Magic? Dumbledore furrowed his brow. Could it be that this young lady was harboring intentions against the Ministry? The Ministry would not retract its decree. There was never such an order to begin with. So how could it be rescinded? In an instant, Dumbledore conjured up a myriad of excuses. No matter how tumultuous Audrey's efforts were, her advancement to this level was assured. Could she possibly oust the Minister of Magic? Trust me, this is for your own good. Audrey merely shrugged indifferently. Very well then, I shall take my leave. In her mind, she weighed the options and found that Grindelwald was indeed more to her liking. By the way, Audrey, Dumbledore suddenly interjected. Though I have heard that you share a rather amicable relationship with Harry Potter, should he seek your assistance in the coming days, you mustn't oblige. Audrey rolled her eyes and rose to depart. I understand. With a flutter, Fawkes reappeared in the headmaster's office, delivering a letter without an envelope that floated down to the desk, slightly crumpled, while Fawkes nestled into Audrey's embrace, yearning for affection. Audrey caressed Fawkes's feathers, watching as the old man unfurled the parchment to read, a smile involuntarily gracing her features. This summer was bound to be a passionate one. Returning Fawkes to his perch, Audrey smirked. I'm off now, Professor Dumbledore. Swoosh. Master, should we seek assistance from the young master? Quirrell timidly and feebly inquired of Voldemort. Voldemort's condition was far from optimal. His voice had diminished significantly. Enough of this nonsense. Drink the unicorn blood immediately. The voice from the back of his head was evidently impatient. Did he truly need to solicit her help for such trivial matters? You incompetent fool. Voldemort's mindset was quite understandable. He had always adhered to the philosophy of might makes right. If he exhibited weakness, no one would submit to him, least of all his own daughter. Quirrell resignedly consumed the last vial of unicorn blood, uncertain of what means the Dark Lord would employ to restore his body upon resurrection. Perhaps he would utilize the Philosopher's Stone? Hopefully, resurrecting the Dark Lord would not necessitate depleting all the power within the stone. Quirrell sighed imperceptibly and resumed his interrupted writing. He was composing a letter, a forged missive from the Ministry of Magic, intended to lure Dumbledore away from his post. The ensuing events would hold no concern for Audrey. She languidly awaited her OWL's results while anticipating the holiday, reading books, watching videos, operating tanks, and bombarding the Knot's lair. She was so bored that she even scrutinized the quarterly financial report from Ukraine. The lengthy parchment was brimming with figures. The painful memories of her previous life spent studying mathematics began to assail Audrey, and she irritably flipped to the end, where the total revenue was recorded as 164.5 billion. Indeed, the initial asset acquisitions had been made using cubians, while all subsequent evaluations of her properties were conducted in dollars. At present, she was uncertain of her total wealth. Upon her arrival in this world, she had never considered that she might one day become the wealthiest witch in the wizarding realm. During her frenzied buying spree in Ukraine, it seemed the acquisition prices for those properties were barely a tenth of their actual value. In that case, she possessed at least several $1 trillion worth of real estate. What a staggering concept. That amount could likely purchase several levels of the wizarding world. At this moment, Ukraine was overtly recognized as the third largest military power in the world, under Grindelwald's directive. The Death Eaters had spared no effort in assisting Audrey in acquiring over 30% of the nation's resources. Audrey's forthcoming plan was to gradually liquidate these resources and exchange them with other relatively stable countries. After all, the Ukrainian government had never been rational. Who could predict what might transpire in the future? Of course, the Death Eaters could seize power themselves. But Audrey doubted that the United States would permit such an event to unfold. Rather than squabble with the world's leading power, it would be far more prudent to diversify her assets globally and quietly amass her fortune. Should the Death Eaters wish to instigate any revolution, let them do so. She certainly would not participate. She was merely the inconspicuous financier behind the Revolutionary Army. Casting the financial report aside, the newly appointed oligarch, Miss Audrey Astor, comfortably buried herself among the gold coins. This time, it wasn't galleons. Those contained only a smattering of gold, whereas she now slumbered upon genuine gold coins. Her bed was filled with ancient coins, alongside newly minted ones to fill the gaps. When the engineers at the Mariupol Mint received this order, they were utterly bewildered. In this day and age, how could anyone still be minting gold coins? Just as Audrey closed her eyes, she was jolted upright, sensing an intangible force approaching her. Switching to her invisibility ability, she glimpsed the future. Now she could foresee 2.5 minutes ahead, a marked improvement. 3 seconds later, she reclined once more, for she had already discerned the identity of the visitor. The next moment, a swirl of black mist surged into her bedroom. A small water snake. Before this aged father, Audrey instantly embraced her acting skills. She hesitated for a mere 2 seconds before incredulously inquiring, "Is it truly you?" "Indeed, it is I," came the reply. "How have you transformed into this?" Amidst the swirling black mist, a face devoid of a nose became vaguely discernible. "Harry Potter. Once again, Harry Potter," Audrey lamented, nodding her head with a hint of sympathy. "I deeply regret your predicament." Voldemort responded, "I am presently quite weak, little water snake. Might you allow me to take refuge within you for a time?" "What? You wish to parasitize me?" Audrey gasped in horror, instinctively activating her most formidable state, the dragon form. Possessing the essence of a Dementor, a perfect blend of offense and defense capable of inflicting harm upon souls. How absurd, allowing Voldemort to inhabit my being. I am not a fool like Quirrell. One cannot simply experiment with such grotesque and repugnant beings. She was a star in her own right. Absolutely not. Should you dare to force yourself upon me, Voldemort, I shall fight you with all my might. Voldemort floated silently in midair, contemplating for an extended moment. He sensed the formidable and sinister power emanating from Hydrasis at that moment. He could not fathom how she had achieved such strength, yet in his current condition, he feared he could not subdue her. "Very well, I shall require your assistance in the future. It is unwise to jeopardize our relationship now. After all, you are of my bloodline, and depleting that resource would not be prudent." In an instant, Voldemort weighed the pros and cons. "I will return, little water snake. Take care of yourself and await my return. The black mist then penetrated the walls, entering the black lake. Audrey reclined, exhaling a sigh of relief, and subsequently closed her eyes. She felt immensely clever. Even in his current state, Voldemort could roam freely within Hogwarts, as if the protective enchantments were non-existent to him. Let us not forget, however, that her own chamber was adorned with multiple magical traps and protective arrays. Such profound magical knowledge and exceptional skill. TSK, TSK, TSK. Who in their right mind would want to be embroiled in disputes of this magnitude among wizards? Previously, she had envisioned inheriting the Lestrange family after the grand battle. Yet circumstances had drastically shifted. The moment she graduated, she would make her escape. By then, Dumbledore would have no grounds to retain her. After all, the most formidable white wizard must maintain a semblance of dignity. And as for this wretched place called England, let those who wish to remain do so. The world is vast, and every corner could be considered home. Regardless, the first academic year had concluded, and as for whether she would be held back or not, the summer would reveal all. Lost in such thoughts, Audrey drifted into slumber. Chapter 89, The Taste of Home. Potter had lain in bed for 3 days, missing the final Quidditch match. Consequently, only Ravenclaw finished with 3 losses, while the other 3 houses boasted a record of 2 wins and 1 loss. Ultimately, in the tally of points, it turned out that Hufflepuff had secured this year's Quidditch Cup. Allegedly, Marcus Flint had smashed everything in the dormitory out of rage. It was said that Estrell's refusal to heed the captain's tactical arrangements led to Slytherin's total score falling below that of Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, resulting in their loss of the Quidditch Championship. This rumor spread like wildfire throughout Slytherin House. However, Estrell's reputation was not easily tarnished. Audrey's entourage of little snakes from Slytherin vehemently denounced this rumor. Were it not for Flint's incompetence, how could we have lost the first match? Had Audrey played in the first game, our house would undoubtedly have triumphed in all 3. Nonetheless, under Snape's diligent guidance throughout the academic year, despite losing the Quidditch Cup, Slytherin's points remained a staggering 43 ahead of second-place Ravenclaw and 71 ahead of the bottom-dwelling Gryffindor. Thus, the discussions among the little snakes regarding Audrey's involvement subsided within half a day, as they were soon enveloped in the excitement of their 7 consecutive victories. Only Audrey understood that the headmaster could never outmaneuver the principal, unless the latter wished for his own demise. At present, whomever the principal favored would emerge victorious. This reversal of fortune was not one to be relished by Slytherin, nor did she wish to witness such a tedious performance. Rather, she preferred to return home and spend time with her lonely elder brother. Thus, she opted to forego the end-of-year feast and headed straight back to the Estrell Manor. Audrey, you have finally returned. To greet her was not her brother Rick, but Mr. Peter Waterman. I trust your time studying under the master has been fruitful. I have secured arrangements for you in America. This summer, you will have a total of 6 stops for your concert tour, with 24 performances, each commanding an appearance fee of $8 million. Not to mention countless advertisements. Mr. Waterman regarded Audrey as though she were a pure gold Greek statue. In just 1 month, you could earn at least $200 million. How do you feel about that? Audrey's expression remained impassive. Had this been in the past, earning 200 or 300 million after a month of hard work would have elicited jubilant leaps of joy. However, now it seemed somewhat lackluster. When money reached a certain threshold, earning a few extra targets seemed trivial. Yet, upon reflection, 200 million could procure nearly 3 tons of gold, which could indeed fashion a grand golden bed. Very well, Mr. Waterman, please schedule it for August. I wish to take a proper rest during July. Certainly, Audrey. Mr. Waterman exhibited no airs of superiority. He appeared more like Audrey's assistant at that moment. Rick, stop composing. Audrey is back. The door to the workspace swung open dramatically. Rick, unshaven and disheveled, burst forth. Audrey is back? Didn't you say tomorrow? Brother. Audrey waved at Rick. I missed home, so I returned a day early. That is wonderful. Rick exclaimed as he hurried down the stairs, beaming as he assessed Audrey, noticing she had grown a bit taller than during the Christmas break. Evidently a sign that the school's meals were quite satisfactory. Of course they are. Momo claims it is all thanks to her efforts. Rick, I am granting you a half-month vacation. Spend quality time with Audrey, Mr. Waterman asserted, adopting a commanding demeanor despite Rick now being a fully-fledged star in his own right. However, in Mr. Waterman's eyes, there was a distinction between a star and a superstar. Audrey was a superstar, one who could rival MJ. Let us put the new song on hold. Your primary focus now is the concert in August. With that, Mr. Waterman departed, eager not to intrude upon the reunion of the siblings. How unfortunate. Audrey, Rick lamented. I had no idea you were returning today, so I haven't prepared any ingredients. We may need to make a trip to the supermarket. With a flourish, Momo made her entrance. having met Rick during the Christmas holiday. He was no stranger to the enchanting little creature. Mr. Estrell, rest assured, Momo has already prepared all the ingredients. Audrey smiled. See, Momo is always reliable. Momo proudly lifted her head, her pillowcase woven from unicorn hair reflecting glimmers of silver, an exquisite gift from her young master. After spending 2 days at home, Arthur Weasley arrived. They had arranged during the term for Audrey to take Rick to visit the burrow. Hello, Mr. Estrell. I am Arthur Weasley, a fellow student of Audrey. Facing a wizard like Arthur, who showed no signs of intimidation before Dumbledore and Grindelwald, Rick was unfazed. He responded politely, "Good day, Mr. Weasley. It is a pleasure to meet you." Arthur had arrived in his flying car, much to Rick's astonishment. Sitting in the back seat, he curiously explored the surroundings and suddenly turned to Audrey, saying, "Audrey, can our car be modified like this?" Audrey replied helplessly, "It is indeed possible, but Mr. Waterman and Ms. Kyle frequently ride in your vehicle. Aren't you concerned they might discover the existence of wizards?" "What a nuisance," Rick muttered softly. "I wonder when wizards will be able to coexist with ordinary people. That would be incredibly cool, wouldn't it?" Traveling through the clouds in a car was an exhilarating experience. At least for Rick. Audrey silently sat in the passenger seat, dozing off, finding the old Weasley family car excruciatingly slow. After what felt like an eternity, Arthur gently lowered the vehicle, revealing Audrey St. Catchpole Village below. "We've arrived." Audrey opened her eyes and looked down from above. The muggle-repelling and confundus charms were ineffective against her, allowing her to clearly see the ramshackle dwellings hidden among the hills and trees. Her vision surpassed that of ordinary humans. Not far off, she spotted a marvelous building resembling a chess piece, which must be the residence of the Lovegoods. Several miles away from the village, another house radiated a shimmering aura of magic, surely the Diggory residence, where Cedric Diggory resided. The car landed steadily beside the dilapidated garage of the hovel. As the car jolted slightly, Rick observed the surroundings swiftly transform. The trees and grass seemed to part as if pushed aside, revealing a crooked house with a distinctly postmodern style, accompanied by a garden featuring a small lake. A sign was slanted in front of the house, proclaiming the hovel. The reason Arthur did not park the car in the garage was that it housed his latest toy, a T-80 tank. Before they could enter, a plump lady rushed out to greet them. "Audrey, my darling." As a devoted fan of Audrey, Molly felt immense joy at having her as a guest in her home. Molly's ample embrace left Audrey a bit breathless. She truly deserved her title as the champion of the strongest screen mothers in Britain, surpassing Elastigirl from The Incredibles and Sarah Connor from Terminator 2. "Come in quickly. The children are all eagerly awaiting your arrival," she exclaimed. "Oh, this must be Audrey's brother. Welcome to my home." Upon entering the room, a rich aura of magic enveloped them. Family members hung a grand clock, while self-cleaning brooms and dustpans busily tidied up, and a spoon stirred a thick soup on its own, perfectly replicating Audrey's magical vocalizations in magical time. "Wow, this is astonishing," Rick exclaimed, akin to Lou Lau Lau exploring the Grandview Garden, as he looked around in wonder. "Audrey, is it possible for our home to be like this?" "Audrey." Ron and the twins leaped up in unison to welcome her. Percy stood up and offered a smile to Audrey, while Ginny shyly grinned. Seemingly far from the charming girl she would become in a few years, she quietly rolled up a poster she had hidden behind her back, seeking signatures from her brother's classmates. Wasn't that a bit too embarrassing? Fred snatched the poster from her, boldly handing it to Audrey. "Quick, help Ginny get a signature. She adores you." Audrey smiled, mirroring the joyful expression on the poster, and swiftly penned a few words before returning it to Ginny. "For my dearest little sister Ginny." Wishing her all her heart's desires, Audrey Estria. Ginny gasped, repeatedly glancing at the inscription, her cheeks flushing bright red as if they'd been boiled. Charlie was absent due to his work at the Dragon Sanctuary, while Bill was present, awaiting orders at the Gringotts headquarters. He stepped forward, smiling. "Audrey, thank you so much. You've saved my job. You know how crucial this is for us." Audrey replied, "Mr. and Mrs. Weasley have helped me immensely. It is only right that I assist you in return. Dear, let us discuss this at the dinner table. I've prepared lunch." With Molly's command, the red-haired children promptly took their places. Observing the lively Weasley family, Audrey felt a pang of envy. "Rick, when will you start a family?" Rick tilted his head in confusion, while Audrey softly inquired, "That way, I could have a whole bunch of nieces and nephews." Chapter 90. The T-80 versus the Giant Monster. Just as Molly had written in her letter, she had indeed meticulously studied the Chinese cookbook. However, the vague descriptions of a little and appropriate amounts left her somewhat perplexed. Fortunately, the dishes turned out delicious. After all, Molly was a seasoned housewife with 20 years of expertise. Nevertheless, Rick felt that Mrs. Weasley's Chinese cuisine differed somewhat from Momo's cooking. The red-haired children were thoroughly satisfied with their mother's new recipes. Fred commented, "Today's new dishes are fantastic. If we could have these every day." George added. We would be willing to reduce Ron's pranks by 10. Ron exclaimed, I can't thank you enough. Today's meal is truly delicious. Percy interjected. You haven't seen how hard Mum worked for these dishes over the past 2 days. If she made them every day, she would be exhausted. Bill chimed in, delicious. Ginny agreed. What my brother said is true, but what is that? Brains? Gross. Overall, the unanimous praise for Molly's initial attempt at Chinese cuisine filled her with a sense of accomplishment, and after everyone finished their meal, she cheerfully tidied up. Seizing the opportunity, Arthur quietly approached Audrey. Audrey, I've made some modifications to that tank, but there are still many aspects I can't figure out. Could you enlighten me? Of course. Audrey replied readily, but Rick's eyes widened in astonishment. Tank. Did Mr. Weasley just mention a tank? Audrey. With a smile, Audrey responded, a tank costs millions of dollars. If you want one, I can sell it to you. It's not about whether I can afford it, exclaimed Mr. Weasley. Audrey, you can call me Arthur. All right, Arthur. Audrey waved her hand. Let's get in the tank. I'll give you a demonstration. Upon hearing they were to board the tank, everyone rushed out excitedly. Even the youngest, Ginny, couldn't be left out. After all, this peculiar vehicle known as a tank had been parked here for some time, and Dad never allowed her to climb aboard, which only fueled her curiosity. The T-80 typically accommodates 3 crew members, the commander, the gunner, and the driver. If they were to cram 9 people inside, the experience would undoubtedly be subpar. But this is the wizarding world. Under the non-detection spell, Arthur created a space within the T-80 ample enough for a party. Audrey confidently took the driver's seat. She had been practicing tank driving for 10 weeks, with a substantial amount of time dedicated to her training. As the tank rolled out of the garage, everyone erupted in excitement, especially Rick, who was in awe of this legendary war machine, hailed as the king of land warfare. Audrey noticed 2 additional buttons beside the driving panel. Arthur, did you install these 2 buttons? Yes, Arthur replied enthusiastically. He had previously driven the tank using a magical car, but this behemoth was exceedingly heavy, making both flying and driving painfully slow. Now, witnessing its smooth operation was exhilarating. The red one is for invisibility, and the blue one is for flight. However, this heavy beast can only reach a height of 30 feet at most. Nodding, Audrey pressed the red button. From the outside, the tank appeared to vanish, leaving only deep tread marks on the ground to betray its presence. Let us stay clear of the village, Audrey suggested. After pondering for a moment, Arthur proposed, how about we visit Mr. Lovegood's house? He is the editor of Contradiction. After walking for a while, Arthur inquired, Audrey, what is the purpose of the steel pipe mounted on this tank? That is the turret. Rick interjected eagerly, still a young man not yet 30, his excitement palpable. That long pipe is the cannon, used to fire shells. Shells. Arthur remained bewildered, and he was not alone. The Weasley children, with the exception of Bill, were equally perplexed. Talking about it is nothing compared to trying it out, Audrey said with a smile as she halted the vehicle. They were in a secluded valley, safe from Muggle eyes. She maneuvered to the gunner's position, expertly loading, aiming, and firing. A shell erupted from the 125mm cannon, streaking through the air and striking the hillside. Boom. Dust billowed as 2 towering trees crashed to the ground, leaving a sizable crater in their wake. The Weasley family, observing through the monitor, fell into silence. Bill was somewhat familiar with tanks, having witnessed a Muggle military exercise in Egypt, but those drills did not involve live ammunition, making the present spectacle incomparable. In that moment, the Weasleys, already fond of Muggles, further embraced the belief that wizards and Muggles should coexist peacefully. Audrey, Arthur stammered, this tank must be quite rare in the Muggle world, right? No, Audrey replied. There are over 1,200 tanks in Britain. They are not particularly uncommon. The revelation left the wizards astounded. It is essential to note that there are only 3,000 registered wizards in Britain, with fewer than 1,000 possessing combat capabilities. Therefore, one should never underestimate the combat prowess of Lucius Malfoy, who undoubtedly ranks among the top 100 in the country. Boom, boom. 2 massive boulders plummeted from the sky, crashing right in front of the tank, sending up a great spray of dirt. Ah, Ginny screamed. Audrey quickly jumped back into the driver's seat and began reversing. Indeed, 2 more boulders landed precisely where the tank had just been stationed. Over there, Ron shouted, pointing at the left observation port. On the left hillside stood 2 enormous figures. They were 2 mountain trolls, significantly larger and more muscular than the one Ron had incapacitated during the Halloween chaos at Hogwarts. Clad in metallic armor, stripes of red light flickered across their bodies like breathing embers. Damn, fairy metal collars, Audrey muttered. The fairies had used collars crafted from fairy metal a century ago to control trolls and dragons, and it was evident that these 2 trolls were similarly ensnared. With no more stones to hurl, the trolls brandished massive clubs and began charging forward. George, you take the gunner's position. Step on that pedal to control the turret's rotation. Fred, You handle the aiming. Audrey commanded. Arthur, Bill, open the hatch and use magic to delay those trolls. As Audrey maneuvered the tank swiftly in reverse, the turret turned towards the approaching trolls under George's control, while Fred began the targeting process using the fire control system. It must be said that the Weasley twins exhibited remarkable speed in adapting to new technology, displaying an unparalleled innate talent for various inventions. Damn it. The cannon's elevation is too high. The autoloader won't fit the shell. Audrey complained, continuing to backpedal. In that case, George, level the cannon. But if we level it, we won't hit them. Trust me, level it. Audrey shouted. As George and Fred complied, she pressed the blue button Arthur had installed. The tank began to rise slowly. George, Fred, this is fantastic. They exclaimed in unison. Almost there. 2 seconds now. With Arthur and Bill obstructing the trolls' movements with their magic, they appeared like stationary targets. Boom. A shell struck the trolls squarely in the chest. As novice gunners, the Weasley twins performed remarkably well. Their accuracy rivaled that of those who had trained for several months. Once the smoke cleared, the upper half of the troll had vanished, while its lower half wobbled before collapsing to the ground and rolling down the hillside. Oh yeah, the twins high-fived each other. Ron, did you see that? This contraption is far superior to a wand. Ron tugged at George's sleeve. George, I want to try? Let me have a go. Rick looked towards Audrey, feeling an unusual stir of excitement instead of fear upon seeing such a creature as a troll for the first time. Indeed, all fear stemmed from a lack of firepower. Seated in the tank, he yearned to fire a shot. Audrey, can I give it a try too? However, Audrey descended from the driver's seat, leaving the tank. We can't fire anymore, she said, her expression grave. If they killed this one too, they would lose the trail to its master. I need to capture this troll alive. Chapter 91, Tethys Scheme. The group emerged from the tank. Arthur remarked. The power of this tank is indeed formidable. It can obliterate even the toughest trolls. Bill mused. Indeed, mere explosive blasts could never kill a troll. Arthur turned to the children. You all step back. Bill and I will handle this one. As soon as he finished speaking, Audrey waved her wand. Shatter. The troll's legs were severed at the knees, its massive body lunging forward and crashing to the ground. The troll, bewildered by the sudden loss of its legs, sat up and touched the severed ends in confusion. Roar, roar. It hurts, it hurts. Arthur was taken aback by Audrey's decisiveness. Her spellcasting skill, power, and precision were exceptional. He had heard the children say that Audrey was a magical prodigy, and seeing it firsthand confirmed her reputation. Audrey approached the troll, switching to a legitimacy state. It hurts. It hurts. Mommy, I want to go home. No, I must obey Lord Tethys' orders. I must capture this little one. But my legs are shorter now. I might not be able to catch her. The troll's simple mind cycled through these phrases. However, Audrey grasped the situation. It was indeed Tethys, the fairy. In her recollection, the cunning fairy would never rely solely on these two trolls. She must have other plans in place. Audrey shifted her focus to glimpse the future, and after a moment, a smile crept across her lips. I see. Suddenly, a red beam shot from the forest. But how could she, who had foreseen the future, fall victim to a surprise attack? With a flick of her wand, she deflected the stunning spell. Subsequently, 7 or 8 fairies emerged from the woods, wands in hand. Arthur's expression turned serious. He realized that the fairies were armed. One-on-one, he was confident he could defeat one of them, but with so many present, he felt utterly unprepared. Audrey retrieved a mask she had received during Christmas and donned it, instantly exuding an air of mysterious Slytherin. Arthur, take them back to the tank. I will handle this. But Audrey, those fairies have wands. Armed ants are still ants. Do not worry. Audrey approached the fairies, while Arthur turned to usher Rick and the children back into the tank, though he himself did not enter. Despite Audrey's confidence, he could not allow a young girl to confront such danger alone. Moreover, since Audrey was his guest, it would be disgraceful for him to retreat while she faced peril. He was entirely unable to overcome his own limitations. Yet in the next moment, he could scarcely believe his eyes. For Audrey dashed into the midst of the goblins with astonishing speed. Not only was her pace remarkable, but her figure was also elusive. Arthur found it difficult to articulate. But if pressed, he would say that at that moment, Audrey resembled a souped-up Dementor. Eager to assist, he ultimately became merely an onlooker. With each of Audrey's movements, she unleashed a slicing spell, gliding through the enemy ranks like the Grim Reaper, indiscriminately reaping the lives of her foes. Audrey is truly ruthless, Bill remarked, observing the chaos outside through the periscope of the tank. Ron, is this how they teach slicing spells at Hogwarts these days? Ron shook his head repeatedly. I haven't even learned the slicing spell yet. I wouldn't know. Fred interjected. No, the school would never permit us to use the slicing spell on living beings. Ron seethed. It's all the Sorting Hat's fault for placing Audrey in Slytherin. She has been mingling with that bunch of dark wizards every day, and they led her astray. On the battlefield, 8 goblins had been reduced to 5 dead and 2 injured, their morale shattered, teetering on the brink of collapse. How could they possibly fight? Their side couldn't even touch a hair on the enemy, while the adversary struck swiftly and mercilessly, with every hit resulting in death or injury. Suddenly, 3 spells shot through the air, but the targets were not Audrey. They were the 3 remaining goblins. The goblins were caught off guard and collapsed, for they were struck by 3 stunning spells. As the battle came to a close, a graceful figure emerged. Impressive, impressive. I never expected Miss Estrella to possess such magical prowess at such a young age. It truly broadens my horizons. The unmistakable raspy alto belonged to the goblin, Tethys. My apologies, Miss Estrella, for the scare. These are all traitors among our kind, former subordinates of the elders of Gringotts, who resent you for bringing down Gringotts and have come seeking revenge. Tethys approached, empty-handed. I learned of their scheme and hurried here, but alas, I still arrived too late. Audrey squinted slightly, not removing her mask, her voice betraying no emotion. So, should I thank Miss Tethys then? Tethys waved her hands in denial. No. I haven't helped at all. Even without my intervention, Miss Estrella, you could have dealt with these individuals yourself, right? Besides, this is fundamentally our goblin's fault. Even if I had truly assisted, I wouldn't dare to accept your gratitude. Audrey had already surmised that this entire affair was orchestrated by Tethys from the beginning. For her current condition was that of a Dementor's essence. This was a trait she had acquired from Tethys herself. A sudden smile broke across Audrey's face. Miss Tethys, I have a question. I wonder if you could enlighten me. What is it? Audrey propped her chin on her hand. I know that you arranged for these goblins and those 2 trolls to be here. Audrey continued. You must have wanted to stage a damsel in distress scenario, compelling me to feel grateful so that you could seamlessly enlist my help in uncovering the Nordic ruins, correct? Of course, my question isn't about that, as I am already quite aware of these matters. Watching Tethys struggle to maintain her composure, Audrey's heart brimmed with delight. What I wish to inquire about is, how did you know I would be at the Weasley residence today? Tethys paused for a moment, then spoke gravely. I don't understand, Miss Estrella, why you are so resistant to assisting us in uncovering the ruins. Why? After posing that question, Audrey had gleaned the backstory from Tethys's unguarded mind and now sought to toy with the scheming goblin. Because I am simply uninterested. Audrey laughed. I now possess wealth far exceeding that of the former Gringotts. How could a mere ruin possibly entice me? Moreover, I have no interest in ancient magic, after all. I do not have a grandfather named Ranrock. Tethys was taken aback, feeling as if she had no secrets left from Audrey. The sensation of being utterly exposed was utterly dreadful. It must be fudge tipping you off. Audrey suddenly exclaimed. The Aurors had stationed personnel near my home. Naturally. They are aware of my whereabouts today. Audrey locked her gaze on Tethys. In the ministry, the only one with the authority to access my movements and who could accept bribes from you goblins without qualms is Minister Fudge. I can think of no one else. It was a direct reading from Tethys's mind, yet Audrey feigned it as her own deduction. Perhaps this was part of her mischievous nature. Tethys nodded. An admirable intellect, Miss Estrella. I concede defeat gracefully, however. Suddenly, she collapsed. Tethys's ambush, though swift and unexpected, was not intended to achieve much. She merely sought to create an opportunity for her escape, especially since just moments ago, Audrey had slaughtered her subordinates with the ease of chopping vegetables, and her combat prowess was hardly superior to theirs. Yet, it seemed as though Audrey was completely oblivious to this ambush, and the spell struck her squarely. Tethys rejoiced. This was a delightful surprise. She had not anticipated her attack to succeed. I've been hit by a stunning spell. Audrey clutched her abdomen, trembling. I'm going unconscious. I'm going to be captured. Tethys. Audrey lifted her head, no longer stifling her laughter. Ha. Miss Tethys. Are you surprised? Is this unexpected? The essence of a Dementor, aside from the Patronus charm, was hardly susceptible to any spell. However, this time, it was not her essence that had thwarted Tethys's attack, but rather the ironclad charm inherent in her green mask. This master-level shield charm was so robust that it could not be breached by Tethys, who wielded only a second-rate spell. Audrey raised her wand. The jest was over, and she needed to swiftly deal with Tethys, for this female goblin was a lingering threat. One must eradicate the roots of the weeds, otherwise, they shall flourish anew with the spring breeze. She was no Dumbledore. She would not grant such dangerous individuals an opportunity. Chapter 92, Ranrock. Suddenly, Tethys was yanked aside by an immense force, tumbling clumsily across the ground and colliding with a boulder thrown by a troll, rendering her unconscious. It was this very turn of events that allowed her to narrowly evade Audrey's slicing spell. Useless, an old fool, unable to handle even this minor task. A voice rasped, reminiscent of iron brushes scraping against one another. A stout, elderly goblin strode forward, materializing from the ethereal into the tangible. He possessed only a small portion of a body. Aside from 3/4 of a head, half a neck, and a complete right arm, the rest was composed of metallic constructs, clad in a thick layer of armor. His appearance was peculiarly reminiscent of a bipedal crocodile. He bore a hooked nose that nearly grazed the ground, not to mention his fierce white eyebrows and sharp teeth, features that allowed Audrey to instantly recognize him. Ranrock. Indeed, this was the very culprit who masterminded the Goblin Rebellion a century ago, seeking to seize the ancient magical power hoarded by the Guardians. Goblin Ranrock. Ranrock cast a surprised glance at Audrey. Since that woman erased all traces of her existence from this world, is it possible that someone still remembers me? Audrey shrugged. You still recall that woman. Why shouldn't others remember you? Regarding Ranrock, she knew nothing at all, but she speculated that the woman he referred to was likely the protagonist of Hogwarts Legacy. Audrey's words were merely an attempt to provoke Longlock, hoping to extract further intelligence, as she realized she could not penetrate his thoughts. Humph. You dare speak to me in such a manner? Audrey gripped her wand tightly, fully alert, and remarked, Did that woman not kill you? Landlock's expression darkened. That was a memory he wished to forget. His entire being resisted the recollection, and in truth, even if he wished to remember, much of it eluded him, as though someone had forcibly excavated that period from his mind. Were it not for the deep-seated hatred and obsession, he might not even recall that woman at all. As Landlock's murderous intent became apparent, Arthur Weasley hastily positioned himself beside Audrey. To be fair, although Arthur and Lucius were engaged in a fierce struggle, each matching the other in skill, the head of the Weasley family possessed at least 15 points of magical prowess. With a disdainful snort, Longlock clenched and waved his right hand, and Arthur felt himself hurled aside by an unseen force, sent flying. Simultaneously, Audrey sensed a constricting force around her neck, lifting her into the air. It was a chain forged from pure magical energy. Casting a glance at Tethys, who lay unconscious, Landlock's intent was clear. Simply crush them with his power. What need was there for cunning schemes? However, in the next moment, Audrey seized the magical chain with her left hand and, with a mere exertion, shattered it into fragments. In terms of strength, I surpass you. Before she even touched the ground, Audrey propelled herself towards Longlock like a cannonball. You are left with but half a body, are you not? Witness as I shatter what remains of you with the strength of a dragon. With her mask removed, revealing her true form as Hydrus, the fire dragon transformed into a fearsome specter, her combat prowess nearing 20 points. She tore through the air with a sonic boom, creating a deep trench in the muddy ground. Longlock, taken aback, extended his hands forward, unleashing a tremendous repulsive force directed at Hydrus. A century ago, this might have halted her, for Landlock's power was not less than that of a fire dragon. Yet now, with less than a quarter of his former self, his magic was severely diminished. Thus, Hydrus was only momentarily delayed by 0.5 seconds before breaking through the barrier, advancing relentlessly towards Longlock. Humph. Longlock, an old master of combat, remained composed even in the face of mortal peril, daring to employ apparition. With a soft whoosh, he shifted 3 or 4 meters away, evading Audrey's onslaught. Arthur, having risen from the ground, grimaced in pain but disregarded his injuries as he raised his hand, casting a stunning spell at Longlock. Stupefy. Longlock lifted his left hand, crafted from fairy metal, and with a soft hiss, absorbed Arthur Weasley's spell. Arthur was momentarily stunned, yet this brief hesitation provided Longlock the opportunity he needed. The ancient wizard raised his right hand, lifting Mr. Weasley high into the air, roughly 5 or 6 meters off the ground, and with a downward thrust, sent Arthur plummeting towards the ground headfirst. Dad! The red-haired children in the tank cried out in alarm. If he fell hard, his neck would surely snap. Given the speed of his descent, it was entirely possible he could be reduced to a splatter. Yet, Hydrus halted in midair, her wand pointing downward, and the ground beneath Arthur transformed instantaneously into a pool of water. Thanks to Professor McGonagall's diligent instruction over the past year, Hydrus had acquired skills she did not possess a year ago. With a splash, Arthur landed in the water. Though he emerged soaked and disheveled, he was, fortunately, unharmed. However, Landlock's near-fatal act against Arthur enraged Hydrus. Infinite Frost. This spell, learned from the esteemed guardian Percival Rackham's ancient magic primer, was a gift from the Grey family. As the ice blossoms rapidly spread from Landlock's position, the ancient wizard felt as if he were being encased in ice. Bode Grey had previously used this spell against Hydrus, and she had been able to evade it thanks to her formidable magical resistance and robust physique. In contrast, Landlock's metallic body was far more vulnerable to the frigid assault, and within a second, he found himself encased in ice. With a swift motion, Longlock apparat next to Tethys, but this time he could not escape unscathed. One of his legs remained behind, instantly covered by the blue-white ice blossoms. Yet he had no time to catch his breath, for Hydra's wand was already raised high, seemingly gathering power. With a fierce downward sweep of her wand, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a millennia-old tree, descended from the void. The thunderclap resonated as it struck the earth, leaving a crater comparable to a 125mm artillery shell. Hydras rushed to the edge of the pit, peering inside. However, it was empty, she sighed, realizing they had managed to escape. The fairy metal on Lawnlock would not be reduced to ash by ancient magic, so the absence of remnants suggested they had used apparition to flee at the last moment. Arthur climbed out of the water, quickly cleaning himself of the muck before rushing to Audrey's side. Audrey removed her mask and retrieved her pouch, gesturing towards the fallen fairies scattered on the ground. Arthur, there are 3 survivors over there. Take them back to the ministry for interrogation. The fairies may be on the verge of rebellion again. Arthur nodded. Moreover, Audrey pondered for a moment and inquired, what is your relationship with the other pureblood families? Arthur Weasley awkwardly shook his head. There are not many families that maintain a good relationship with ours. Most pureblood families regard us as a shame to purebloods. I understand, Audrey interjected. Though the Weasley family did not particularly care for the term shame of purebloods, publicly acknowledging it was an embarrassing affair. Then please inform your allied families. I will be convening a meeting at the ruins of Gringotts in Diagon Alley at 2 o'clock the day after tomorrow to discuss the establishment of a wizarding bank. And I invite them to attend. Very well, I will relay the message. Audrey added, and of course, this includes your Weasley family. Arthur scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Our family's financial situation isn't great. We may not be able to contribute much to the bank's preparations. No, Arthur, trust me, you will not regret attending. All right. Once back in the tank, the group lacked the enthusiasm to visit the Lovegoods, and thus set off on the road home. George and Fred volunteered to drive, while Audrey relished the leisure of sitting beside them. Although she was physically at ease, her mind was in turmoil. The roar of the engine was deafening, preventing her from concentrating. The clanging of the suspension reverberated like ripples across the lake of her thoughts. Cornelius Fudge. This is the 4th time. Fudge had informed the fairies of her whereabouts, leading to their ambush, and Arthur Weasley had nearly lost his life. Since the moment Molly had knitted her a sweater and scarf, she had deemed the Weasley family as her friends. Harming them would yield consequences no less severe than those for touching her galleons. She had originally planned to remove Fudge from his ministerial position in early August. But now it seemed, Fudge, you are courting death. Chapter 94. This woman is extraordinary and destined for greatness. Thank you very much for your hospitality, Mrs. Weasley. Audrey and Rick bid farewell to the Weasley family and operated away. Ginny excitedly ran to her mother, enveloping her in a hug and whispering, Mom, did you know? Audrey is amazing. She can fly and summon lightning. Neither the trolls nor the fairies posed any threat to her. Molly stood momentarily astonished. Trolls? Fairies? Arthur, how is it that after rescuing you, we are still encountering trolls and fairies? Arthur shook his head. Someone harbors ill intentions towards Audrey. He hurriedly donned his formal coat. I must inform several allied families. We are to attend the meeting for the establishment of the new wizarding bank the day after tomorrow. Molly stepped forward to straighten Arthur's collar. Return swiftly and take care. Lucius Malfoy reclined comfortably on the sofa, savoring a sip of red wine, a Christmas gift from Hydras, reputedly brewed by the house elf of Lestrange, and exquisite in flavor. He listened with great delight as his son recounted the marvels of his cousin. He felt an immense sense of relief. Fortunately, he had refrained from seizing the Lestrange estate, or he would likely be facing a fate as dire as that of Gringotts. Not only had he escaped reckoning, but owing to Narcissa's kinship with Hydras, the Malfoy family had managed to preserve its standing amidst the financial crisis that nearly toppled the entire wizarding community in Britain. Moreover, during the auction of Gringotts properties at the Ministry of Magic, he had acquired several assets at a bargain, as others were scarcely able to compete with him. Since his ascension to the head of the Malfoy family, such tranquil days had been a rarity. Suddenly, Audrey appeared in the living room. She surveyed her surroundings and exclaimed, "Oh, Uncle Lucius is here." Lucius paused momentarily, but Draco called out, "Cousin." Audrey, reverting to her Hydra's persona, smiled. "Oh dear uncle, you seem to have a poor memory." It was only then that Lucius recognized Hydras and hurriedly rose. "Ah, Hydras. It has been quite some time." His demeanor towards Hydras was markedly different from that of a superior addressing an inferior. He felt as if he were face to face with the Dark Lord himself. Indeed, she was of his blood. "Draco, go summon your mother and inform her that Hydras has arrived. We must give her a proper welcome tonight." Draco nodded enthusiastically and dashed upstairs, eagerly anticipating the moment he could reveal to his classmates that Audrey Estria was indeed his cousin. Lucius shook his head slightly. Draco was still too impulsive. "You must guide him more carefully at school." Hydras unceremoniously took a seat on the sofa opposite Lucius. Draco had been overly sheltered. Lacking in experience, she summoned a glass and poured herself some wine. At his age, I was hunted by the Grey family and had a warrant issued against me by the Ministry of Magic. Lucius felt a twinge of discomfort, as he had not offered even the slightest assistance to Hydras during her tribulations, and quickly shifted the conversation. You have come to see me for a purpose, I presume? Hydras nodded. Indeed, I need you to notify all the families you know. There will be a meeting for the establishment of the new bank at the Gringotts ruins in Diagon Alley tomorrow afternoon. Lucius furrowed his brow. They are all destitute now. They may be reluctant to attend. Hydras smiled. But what if I say that the new bank will provide some compensation for the assets that Gringotts has swindled from them? Do you think they would come then? Lucius Malfoy was left speechless. Hydras Lestrange had amassed such wealth? No. This young lady harbored grand ambitions. By the way, Hydras set down her wine glass, the crystal clinking gently against the obsidian coffee table. I will not be attending the meeting. It will be presided over by the nephew of Gellert Grindelwald. Lucius, puzzled, asked, shouldn't you personally attend to garner support? Hydras waved her hand dismissively. My identity is too sensitive. It would be unwise to reveal myself before we have succeeded. It is best that you do not disclose my true identity to others. Lucius was greatly astonished. This girl was merely 16, yet possessed such poise. She was extraordinary and destined for greatness. The Malfoy family must align themselves early. It was lamentable that Hydras, merely seeking to avoid trouble, was being misconstrued by Lucius as a figure of great stature. This illustrates how perception can be so easily warped. In Diagon Alley, the Gringotts ruins, once bustling with visitors, now stood desolate, the peculiar white structure eerily quiet. Yet on this day, the proprietors of nearby shops were astonished to see visitors arriving at the Gringotts ruins. These individuals were all too familiar to them during the final days of Gringotts. They had come daily to demand debts. But how could they still be seeking repayment when Gringotts had collapsed? The reception was still managed by goblins, who respectfully ushered the heads or representatives of these prominent families inside. This sparked speculation. Was Gringotts truly on the verge of revival? Do you think Gringotts is really going to reopen? A clerk from the tailored enchantment shop asked a colleague from the Tolly Potion Emporium. If so, they ought to hurry. I've been utterly exhausted these past few days. Indeed, the Tolly clerk concurred. Ever since Gringotts closed, we have had to keep our earnings in the store. It's an invitation for thieves. My boss has practically made me a permanent fixture here. It was a nightmare, and the female clerk nodded vigorously, lamenting the petty thieves plaguing their shops. They only dare to rob us. If Gringotts were still open, I wonder if they would have the audacity to steal from us. Exactly, the clerk remarked, watching as one prominent figure after another entered Gringotts. Did you hear? Last night, old Ollivander's shop was robbed too. Fortunately, that old fellow is exceptionally skilled and has set numerous traps. He caught 6 thieves in one fell swoop. The employees gasped. 6. Goodness. If those ruffians came into our shop, I would be doomed. The clerk scoffed, as if your shop could attract any attention. Your wages are barely enough to keep you afloat. What kind of blind thief would target you? Ouch, that stings. Yet, judging by today's events, it seemed Gringotts was indeed on the brink of revival. Diagon Alley could not possibly function without a bank. Lucius Malfoy and Arthur Weasley crossed paths before the Gringotts ruins. Lucius instinctively sought to deliver a jibe, but suddenly recalled that today's meeting was the first task entrusted to him by Hydras. He could not afford to botch it. So he swallowed his harsh words. Arthur regarded him with a puzzled glance. Could it be that Lucius Malfoy has been impersonated by someone under the influence of a polyjuice potion? Their previous encounter had been marked by scorn and derision. He had thought today would be a significant day for Audrey's bank establishment, and if Malfoy chose to insult him, so be it. He could simply ignore him and endure. Yet now, Malfoy's unexpected silence left Arthur bewildered. Ah, good afternoon, Arthur Weasley. You, good day, Lucius Malfoy. The success of the bank establishment meeting was already foreseeable. It was almost comical that these two rival families were now exchanging pleasantries. Audrey Estria, or should one say, Hydras Lestrange, truly, she was exceptional. Chapter 95. Who Wouldn't Crave a Bone? Though the Gringotts Elders Conference Room remained splendid, it was no longer as it once was. The meeting table and chairs had been elevated by at least 30 centimeters to accommodate participants who far exceeded the height of the Gringotts elders. At this moment, the heads of the British families gathered together. The Sacred 28, with the exception of the Lestranges, Blacks, and Gunter families, who were unable to attend, had assembled. Old Barty Crouch was also present, as he was the head of the Crouch family, which was indeed one of the Sacred 28. In addition to these families, many others had arrived, while they may not have been as fervent about pure bloodlines. Their wealth and status within the wizarding community were hardly inferior to those of the Sacred 28. For instance, the Dumbledore family was not present. but the phoenix fox perched upon the chandelier represented his sentiments. At the appointed hour, the grand door to the conference room swung open, revealing a young man who strode in confidently, flanked by two elderly wizards with graying hair. The young man, strikingly handsome with hair the color of golden sunlight, instantly illuminated the room. "Greetings, everyone," he began. "It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Edmund Grindelwald, here to preside over this meeting on behalf of my employer. Convention dictates that the absence of the opposing party's employer at such a significant assembly is a slight to the esteemed heads of families present. Yet, to a man, they chose to remain silent, no one daring to voice their discontent. These venerable figures were astute. Upon hearing the surname Grindelwald, their minds raced with implications, and they naturally overlooked the apparent disrespect from the mysterious employer. Indeed, as you may surmise, Edmund continued, his composure betraying none of his youth. "I am the grandnephew of Gellert Grindelwald." A murmur of astonishment swept through the room. "However, please rest assured that my great-uncle is currently enjoying a peaceful retreat in Nurmengard and has no intentions of instigating another revolution. The purpose of today's gathering is solely to discuss the establishment of a wizarding bank." The heads of the families fell into a contemplative silence that lingered for a full 10 seconds as they weighed the veracity of Edmund's words. Old Avery broke the silence first, stating, "Mr. Grindelwald, regardless of your true intentions, I simply wish to ascertain whether your employer's promise to compensate us with gold from Gringotts is genuine." Edmund nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, that is precisely our employer's intention." This elicited another wave of murmurs, but this time, excitement and joy were palpable within the cacophony. "Please, may I have your attention?" Edmund implored. "Before we commence, I wish to elucidate my employer's financial prowess." With a snap of his fingers, a luminous screen materialized behind him, displaying a world map. "My employer possesses an impressive 12,000 square kilometers of land in Ukraine, along with numerous enterprises in other nations." As the map began to populate with red dots indicating the locations of these enterprises, it became evident that nearly 2/5 of Ukraine was marked in red. "The amount of galleons my employer possesses far surpasses your imagination." The screen transitioned to reveal a vast vault, with towering metal shelves meticulously stacked with gold bars on one side, and mountains of galleons on the other, filling hundreds of square meters, nearly reaching waist height for an adult. Gasps and the sound of swallowing filled the room. "I present this not as a display of opulence," Edmund explained, "but to establish a foundation of trust between us. Yes, the losses incurred by Gringotts are now firmly in our possession and under our management. This wealth has appreciated tenfold in a remarkably short time." The murmurs erupted once more, yet no one dared to place blame on Edmund's employer for Gringotts' downfall, for it was Gringotts itself that had caused their losses, not the forces he represented. On the contrary, they were all pragmatists, now looking to recover their losses and relying on the very party before them, making it inconceivable to voice animosity at this juncture. Edmund, pleased with the response of the family heads, continued, "Our employer aims to establish a new bank and a new financial order within the wizarding world, and we cannot do this without your support." He announced, "We will issue a new currency, redeemable at a 1-to-1 ratio with galleons. The initial issuance will amount to approximately 120 billion new wizarding coins globally. As a token of gratitude for your unwavering support, we shall bestow upon each family present a sum of 100 million new wizarding coins." This proclamation left the noble lords momentarily speechless. According to Edmund, the new coins equated to 100 million galleons, an amount that surpassed the total wealth of many families combined. The enormity of this unexpected fortune overwhelmed them. As for the potential risks of rampant inflation due to excessive printing of currency, the wizards were oblivious to such concerns, though Audrey was certainly above such matters. Their minds were consumed with visions of golden prosperity and how this newfound wealth could elevate their families. "Mr. Grindelwald, your employer is truly generous. Our family shall remain your steadfast allies," exclaimed old Barty Crouch, one of the few aware that Audrey Estria was the figure behind Edmund. He then calmly inquired, "Might I ask what we must offer in return for this gift?" The heads of families swiftly regained their composure. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch. They all turned their attention back to Edmund. Edmund smiled. "The provision of these gifts comes with a stipulation." He signaled for the house elves to distribute the relevant documentation concerning the bank's establishment to the family heads. "This stipulation is that our bank must be operational first." Edmund allowed the family heads to peruse the materials, which showcased innovative investment concepts and development plans that captivated their interest. Once the heads raised their eyes from the documents, Edmund queried, "Do you know who stands in the way of our bank's establishment? The Ministry of Magic?" They speculated. "Not at all," Edmund countered. "The majority of officials and employees within the ministry are eager for the new wizarding bank to come to fruition." He turned to old Barty Crouch, adding, "Mr. Crouch knows this all too well, as he has been assisting us in facilitating the new bank's establishment within the ministry. Old Barty nodded slightly, acknowledging the truth of Edmund's statement. Edmund continued, "Now, I invite Mr. Crouch to enlighten us on who exactly is obstructing our progress." In an instant, Old Barty found himself thrust into the spotlight, his earlier smile now frozen in shock. He felt trapped, utterly at a loss for words, stammering as he struggled to find a way out. This was forcing him to take a stance against Fudge. At that moment, a soft, coaxing voice reached his ears, laced with temptation. "Mr. Crouch, think carefully. This is a splendid opportunity." He turned sharply to see Poppy standing against the wall, giving him a slight nod. Opportunity? What opportunity? Yet, in the next moment, clarity struck him. Was he afraid of Fudge? No. Barty Crouch was not one to cower. Fudge was hardly a figure of significance. What truly intimidated him was the power that the ministerial position represented, a power that could obliterate him. And that same power was what he had long sought. Once upon a time, he had been so close to that position. The past was a painful memory, yet the opportunity was right before him. An opportunity. Poppy was correct. This was indeed a chance. They had effectively placed the means to bring down Fudge in his lap. How could he possibly hesitate? With the backing of such immense financial might, ascending to the ministerial position was no mere dream. With renewed resolve, Barty Crouch summoned every ounce of strength and declared, "The obstacle to the bank's establishment is none other than the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. It is Fudge who has consistently thwarted the creation of the new wizarding bank." A wave of chaos erupted in the conference room, as familiar heads turned to one another, whispering frantically. Old Barty sank back into his chair, feeling as if he had expended every ounce of his energy with that declaration, leaving him feeling numb. With those words, he had effectively positioned himself in opposition to Fudge. If Fudge were to remain in power, Barty Crouch would have no hope of redemption. His fate, to a considerable extent, hinged upon the decisions of the patriarchs present at the gathering. Edmund rose, his voice resounding. "Ladies and gentlemen, please lend me your ears. We convene this assembly, which we have designated as the Wizarding Bank Founding Conference, in hopes that you will assist us in establishing a new bank. Our sincerity is embodied in the new magical currency valued at 100 million galleons. Those willing to join us in founding the new Wizarding Bank, please remain. Those who wish to withdraw, we do not compel, and you may leave freely." As his words echoed, the hall fell into silence. Everyone exchanged wide-eyed glances, yet none chose to depart. Cornelius Fudge, with his regressive actions, blatantly disregarded the collective interests of the wizarding community, rendering him utterly unworthy of his ministerial position. Lucius Malfoy was the first to speak. He had weighed the situation thoroughly and resolved to be the one to take the leap. If he succeeded, Malfoy would rise swiftly on the winds of Hydrus. Even if he failed, as a relative of Hydrus, he would surely be safeguarded from repercussions. Why would he not seize such a venture that promised monumental gains with negligible risk? After all, he was a distinguished graduate of Slytherin, a paragon of power within the wizarding realm. The patriarch of the Caro family immediately concurred. "Indeed, I have heard that Cornelius Fudge has long engaged in corrupt dealings with Gringotts, a veritable parasite exploiting his position for personal gain." Edmund nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I can attest to that. We possess ample evidence and witnesses to substantiate this claim." The well-prepared goblins promptly presented evidence of Fudge's transgressions. How outrageous! How utterly unacceptable! As the Minister for Magic, to betray the interests of wizards in favor of goblins. Such a person cannot be permitted to retain that position. Impeach him. It is imperative to impeach him. Seconded. Seconded. The last time such a unanimous call had echoed through these halls, it was during the discussions among the Gringotts elders on how to extract further profits from Audrey. Pucci was the sole individual present at both assemblies. He shook his head discreetly. Indeed, whether goblin or wizard, they all crumbled so easily in the face of self-interest. Is there a dog in this world that is not tempted by meat and bones? Chapter 96. The world is so beautiful, yet there are always those who seek to disturb it. Lucius Malfoy returned home with a beaming smile. His joy was palpable, even extending a favorable demeanor to the house elf. He settled into his study, taking a moment to gather his thoughts. A slight smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he began to devise the impeachment letter against Cornelius Fudge. The sooner he could bring Fudge down, the sooner he would receive the generous gift of 100 million new galleons. However, the dark mark on his arm suddenly began to burn, causing him to furrow his brow. This was a summons from the Dark Lord. Lucius gritted his teeth, responding to Voldemort's call. In a field near Malfoy Manor, beneath the blazing sun, two large trees offered a respite from the heat for the creatures of the land. This land, situated in Wiltshire, was part of the estates granted to the Malfoy family in the 11th century. At this hour, the farmers had long returned home, unwilling to toil under the scorching sun. Yet Lucius, standing beneath the tree, scanned the surroundings but did not see the figure of that man. "Lucius, my old friend, you seem quite pleased." A sharp voice pierced the air, sending a chill racing up Lucius's spine. He hastily turned around, not yet having glimpsed Voldemort, and immediately bowed. "My lord, Lucius Malfoy has come in response to your summons." A black and white striped serpent emerged from the branches, speaking. "There is no need for those meaningless formalities. I have a task for you." Lucius silently scoffed. Was it not you who once demanded the Death Eaters to kiss your robes? Yet now they were deemed meaningless. It was evident that Voldemort was not in a favorable state. Though such thoughts crossed his mind, he replied, "Whatever it may be, I, Lucius Malfoy, shall devote myself entirely to serve you, my lord." Yet regardless of Voldemort's condition, Lucius dared not defy him. "Harry Potter, I need you to deal with Harry Potter." Voldemort's voice was laced with irritation. "He has thwarted my plans for a grand return, and he must pay the price." "Yes, my lord." For a long while, Lucius heard no further response from Voldemort. He lifted his gaze in confusion, meeting the serpent's blank stare, its eyes devoid of comprehension. It seemed the Dark Lord had departed. Lucius sighed inwardly. The operational styles of father and daughter were indeed worlds apart. If given the choice to follow one, he would undoubtedly select Hydra's over Voldemort. How to deal with Harry Potter? Lucius stroked his chin, pondering whether to inquire Draco about Harry's situation at school. With a soft rustle, Lucius vanished beneath the shade of the tree. The wind stirred the verdant wheat waves, reminiscent of the smooth, well-groomed coat of a hunting dog. A small figure emerged from behind the tree, covering its mouth with its hand, wide-eyed and filled with dread. "Harry Potter, Master intends to confront the great Harry Potter." The little creature began to ram its head against the tree trunk. "Bad Dobby, bad Dobby." Dobby was attempting to thwart his master. As it banged its head, tears streaming down its cheeks, it muttered to itself, "No, no. Harry Potter must not come to harm. Dobby must save Harry Potter." It paused. Dobby cannot disclose the master's intentions to harm Harry Potter, but Dobby can find a way to prevent Harry Potter from going to school. Yes, yes. As long as he does not attend school, the master cannot do anything to Harry Potter. "Audrey, Audrey, Audrey." Rick knocked persistently on his sister's door, determined and unwavering. "Just tell me where you got the tank you gave to Mr. Weasley, will you? I want to buy one to play with." The door swung open, revealing Audrey's disgruntled face. "Rick, you've disturbed my sleep. You can cook your own lunch today." Bang. The door slammed shut. From within, Audrey's voice faintly echoed, "If you bother me again, I'll run away from home." Rick sighed, lowering his head as he returned to his workspace. He was going to write a song about his sister refusing to buy her brother a tank. But after a few steps, he found himself chuckling at his own thoughts. What was he even doing? Fine, he would just eat out for lunch today. Missing one of Momo's meals felt like losing a fortune of 1,000,000,000 galleons. Audrey lay back down, her eyes closing as she succumbed to sleep. Perhaps it was due to overexertion? She had been rather drowsy lately, needing at least 15 or 16 hours of sleep out of a 24-hour day. But it mattered not. This was the life she yearned for. Being able to eat and sleep was indeed a blessing. Yet merely a few minutes later, the door burst open again. A tremendous force lifting Audrey from her bed and depositing her onto the floor. Audrey opened her eyes, her morning grouch igniting like compressed gas meeting an open flame. "Is this never ending?" she roared, her hair standing on end, a shockwave scattering the gold coins across the room, creating a cacophony as the valuable furniture and decorations toppled over. Such a fiery temper. A familiar aged voice chimed in, causing Audrey to freeze, her head snapping up to see Grindelwald standing in the doorway. "Ah, it's Professor Grindelwald." She stood up, speechless, her nightgown transforming instantly into wizarding robes. Very well. What brings you here?" Grindelwald chuckled. "If I hadn't come, would you have planned to sleep through the entire summer?" "Certainly not," Audrey murmured softly. "I have a tour to conduct in August. Come on. Surely you do not believe my tutelage was confined to merely those 2 months last year?" She pouted, lamenting the complete obliteration of her leisure time. How she despised such insurmountable opponents, unable to defeat them, nor could she escape. A predicament indeed. However, it was fortunate that Grindelwald's instruction was relatively lenient. As long as she met his educational objectives, respite awaited her. Given Audrey's prodigious talent, what others required a full day to accomplish, she could easily complete within an hour. Yet, before she could exhale in relief, another voice echoed from the staircase, far more aged than Grindelwald's. "And there est me, alas, at my age. Those stairs are exceedingly unkind to an old fellow like myself." It was Nicklame. Well then, let us mourn for Audrey's lost holiday. In the outskirts of London, within an unassuming 2-story cottage, a dozen or so wizards were idly passing the time. Some played wizard's chess, while others engaged in a game of gobstones. Suddenly, the door burst open, sending dust from the wooden frames swirling like startled sparrows. A gaunt wizard, clad in muggle work attire, rushed in, exclaiming, "Good news, good news. Lord Edmund has decided to transfer us to the new bank as security. A weekly wage of 10 galleons. Is that true? Thank Merlin." "Why thank Merlin? Shouldn't we be thanking Miss Astrea instead?" "Indeed, were it not for her taking us in, we would likely have returned to Nocturne Alley, continuing our previous, dismal existence. Humph. Following Bode Grey hardly guarantees a brighter future. We earned little and lost so many comrades. At least we had a resonant organizational name." "That is true. The name Serpent's Tooth does have a certain flair." The thin wizard interjected, "Miss Astrea is so benevolent. Do you not think we ought to do something in return?" "Do something?" He replied. "There are certain tasks she cannot undertake. Perhaps we could assist her." "Precisely. Jeff is right. We could help her eliminate her enemies. I heard Lord Edmund mention that Cornelius Fudge has been obstructing Miss Astrea's efforts to establish the new bank." "What do you mean?" "That is precisely what I mean. That is too perilous. He is the Minister for Magic. Indeed, do not bring trouble upon Miss Astrea. What is there to fear?" Lord Edmund stated that Fudge will soon cease to be minister. Chapter 97. Assess your opponent's attack trajectory. Do not overly rely on your reflexes. Keep moving. You are not a stationary cannon. Yes, that's it. Do not depend excessively on brute strength. When you fight like a fire dragon, you become no different from a beast. Others can easily predict your movements. Focus, do not slacken. In combat, even the slightest distraction can be fatal. Within the shipyard of the Ukrainian Black Sea, on an aircraft carrier barely completed to 40%, Grindelwald was instructing Hydras in combat techniques. Do not presume that possessing a Boggart's physique renders you invincible. Aside from the Patronus, I have 100 methods to harm you. A red light flashed, and Hydras cried out in pain, "You old codger, could you not show a bit of mercy?" Cursing, Hydras transformed into lightning and charged at Grindelwald. Yet the master of disapparition was unmatched in speed. His movements were silent and uncanny, creating the illusion of several duplicates. The orange magical whip struck Hydras mercilessly, nearly tearing her dragon scales apart. Roar! Hydras bellowed in fury, unleashing a torrent of dragon fire, the core of which blazed an azure hue, indicative of its extreme temperature. Yet, it was futile. Grindelwald had already materialized behind Hydras, his wand raised, intending to impart a profound lesson. In battle, one must never act impulsively. Uncontrolled rage only leads to defeat. But in the next instant, Hydras vanished amidst the flames. Grindelwald quickly glanced skyward, recognizing this special disapparition technique, originating from a phoenix's essence. Given her combat habits, she would likely opt for aerial maneuvers. However, Grindelwald misjudged. Hydras was not employing her phoenix nature. The fire was a conflagration charm, and her disappearance was due to the shrinking charm of a niffler. The residual breath of the dragon fire and the niffler's shrinking ability conjured an illusion akin to phoenix disapparition. It was merely a ruse. A red beam shot up from the ground, no larger than a thumb, fired by Hydras. Although Grindelwald had miscalculated, as a combat master, he was never without contingency plans. The hem of his wizarding robe flared into blue flames, successfully countering Hydra's attack. "Excellent. Now that is more like it." Grindelwald praised. "Continue. If you manage to land a hit on me, I shall grant you 3 days off." Hydra's eyes sparkled with excitement. "You said it. No backing out." Grindelwald laughed heartily. "Of course, I would never," but 2 spells suddenly interrupted his words. "Goodness, young one, such lack of martial ethics. Attempting to deceive and ambush me, a venerable centenarian." Leaning against the ship's edge, Vittorizil observed the combat between the old and the young, a smirk never leaving her lips. This aged rose still radiated an elegance that eclipsed the younger generation. Her beauty was undeniable, prompting curiosity about her past splendor. "Edmund, when do you think Hydras will complete Grindelwald's training?" "That is difficult to say," Edmund replied. "I have never reached my great uncle's level, so I cannot speculate." He rubbed his eyes. "However, I believe, given Audrey's aptitude, that day may not be far off." Bang! Hydras was again struck back by Grindelwald. Though his techniques appeared harsh, he completely controlled his strength, delivering pain without inflicting real injury. "That marks the 79th time I have struck you." Hydras executed a nimble leap from the deck, her wand dancing like a passionate conductor, her words never faltering. "Only 79 times. Yesterday, I endured a full 200. If your attacks remain at this level, I could spar with you all day." Bang! With a flash of fire, Dumbledore appeared, his phoenix, Fawkes, perched upon his hand. "I fear you may not be able to spar all day," the old headmaster remarked, his expression grave. "We need to find a quiet place to discuss matters." Fawkes, however, paid no heed to Dumbledore's mood, directly alighting upon Hydra's shoulder. As the 2 elders and the young one made their way to the shipyard's conference room, Vittorizil scoffed. "I detest that white-bearded old man. You have loathed him for over half a century, haven't you? Edmund chuckled, leaping down from the ship's edge and making his way to the office building. But truth be told, I do not like him either. Vitterizil sighed, muttering to herself. Yet he seems to favor her. In the conference room, Dumbledore placed a copy of the Daily Prophet before Grindelwald and Hydrus. The headline screamed, shocking. Former Minister of Magic assassinated. Is it a crime of passion or suicide? The former minister, Cornelius Fudge, had been discovered dead in his own residence, found by none other than Dolores Umbridge, who was suspected to be his mistress. Reliable sources indicated that during her tenure at the ministry, Umbridge frequently received special favors from the former minister. Oh, Umbridge! Hydrus exclaimed. Cornelius Fudge certainly has a rather bold taste, favoring that pink toad. Hydrus. Dumbledore interjected with great seriousness. I refrain from commenting on your dismissal of Fudge from his ministerial position, for indeed, his wisdom falls short of the demands of such a role. However, you must not resort to murder. Hydrus's eyes widened in disbelief. Professor Dumbledore, even if you are my headmaster, you cannot unjustly accuse me. Do you dare to challenge me with slander? She argued passionately. The pureblood families have already toppled Fudge. My objective has been achieved. The new Wizarding Bank is set to open next month. What motive could I possibly have to kill Fudge? She glared at Dumbledore indignantly. Even the newly appointed Bartemius Crouch has stronger motives than I. Or perhaps Rita Skeeter was not fabricating stories this time. It could indeed be a crime of passion. Dumbledore's expression remained stern as he queried, Is it truly not you? Hydrus, feeling utterly wronged, asserted her innocence. You can read minds, can't you? Probe my thoughts. Discover whether I am guilty. Dumbledore sighed. I cannot access your thoughts. Tears welled in Hydrus's eyes as she tilted her head slightly to prevent them from falling. She produced a vial of potion and slammed it onto the table. This is a truth serum, she proclaimed. If you still doubt me, I shall drink it. Grindelwald quickly grasped Hydrus's hand, addressing Dumbledore. Ow, this is unnecessary. He gently patted Hydrus's hand. If the little water snake had truly committed the act, she would not deny it. You are genuinely mistaken in this instance. Dumbledore breathed a sigh of relief, his demeanor softening. Gale, you know that this child's future must be safeguarded at all costs. I sincerely apologize, Hydrus. I have wronged you. I refuse to accept that, you old fool. Hydrus retorted, stowing away the truth serum. In a swift motion, she spun on her heel, and with a soft pop, she vanished from the conference room. Is this a wizard's version of apparition? Dumbledore wondered, astonished. When did she learn that? Grindelwald chuckled with pride. She mastered it half a month ago. You cannot fathom her progress. Yet you still focus on nurturing that so-called savior? Grindelwald shook his head repeatedly. In a few years, even we shall not match Hydrus. Her father will certainly be no match. Rather than squander time on Potter, you should devote your efforts to Hydrus. Dumbledore smiled ruefully, shaking his head. I fear she may follow in her father's footsteps. Grindelwald laughed heartily. You truly do not understand the little water snake. Dumbledore interjected. Wait a moment. Where's my phoenix? At the Ministry of Magic office, old Bartemius Crouch buried himself in paperwork, striving to be an exemplary minister, which inevitably condemned him to an existence filled with bureaucratic toil. Suddenly, Hydrus appeared before him, her true form manifesting. A phoenix, Fawkes, perched upon her shoulder, momentarily leading old Barty to believe that Dumbledore had transformed into Hydrus's likeness. Hydrus? Old Barty rose, flustered. Since injuring her last year, they had not crossed paths, and here stood the girl who had unceremoniously elevated him to the ministerial throne. Mr. Crouch, I wish to inquire about Fudge's demise. What? Old Barty was taken aback, having anticipated countless reasons for Hydrus's visit, yet never expected her to express concern over Fudge's death. The Aurors are still investigating. We discovered numerous magical echoes at the scene, indicating multiple assailants. Regrettably, Fudge's body was found too late, resulting in the loss of crucial information. Please expedite the search for the murderer. Hydrus urged vehemently. Currently, I am suspected of being Fudge's killer, and you two are under scrutiny, so you must remain vigilant. Old Barty nodded. Of course. Hydrus continued. There is another matter. She composed herself and stated, before the last academic year commenced, the ministry issued an edict regarding my situation, mandating that I must pass all 12 OWLs to advance to 6th year. Old Barty exclaimed, that is utterly absurd. Such a decree is preposterous. Indeed, it is ludicrous. Hydrus agreed. In this OWL's examination, I achieved outstanding in 11 subjects, but I failed in Muggle studies. Old Barty stared in disbelief. Was this not the star of the Muggle world? Having lived in the Muggle realm for so long, how could she have failed Muggle studies? Therefore, I hope you can revoke this order, allowing me to progress to 6th year without hindrance. No problem, Old Barty nodded. This is a trivial matter. Merely a matter of lifting a finger. I shall look into the records and have that order rescinded at once. Hydrus nodded in satisfaction. The plan is a success. With Fudge ousted, old Barty elevated, and the prior order annulled, I shall avoid being held back. Chapter 98. I am not a parrot, I do not dance. In a display of her anger and indignation, Audrey hung a sign at the entrance of the Astery estate, declaring, Albus Dumbledore and Niffler, no entry. Of course, the sign was magically enchanted, invisible to ordinary muggles. Consequently, Dumbledore endured teasing from his old friend Grindelwald for several days, even receiving peculiar looks from Nicholas Flamel. As August arrived, Audrey was finally free from the dual burdens of alchemy and dueling. She could joyfully return to singing. Although news from old Barty indicated the absurd decree had yet to be located, she remained unperturbed, having a whole month to resolve it before the school year commenced. Thus, when she set foot on American soil, her spirit was buoyant, especially as Phoenix Fox chose to abandon his master and accompany her, filling her with delight. Old BC, your pet has forsaken the darkness. Next, she would abduct Grindelwald and sway Nicholas Flamel, rendering you lonely, though fanciful. She still needed to complete the normal wizarding entry procedures, as this visit was for a concert, not for poaching. At the American Wizarding Congress, the staff handling entry procedures advised Audrey to cast a transfiguration charm or a concealment charm on the Phoenix to make him appear less conspicuous. Audrey complied, and thus Fox now appeared to muggles as a large parrot. The concert proceeded as scheduled, with throngs of fans gathering from around the globe, while those unable to secure tickets congregated outside the arena, knowing that Audrey's voice could not be contained. Even outside, they could still bask in the ethereal melodies. The opening song was Rick's Never Gonna Give You Up. Perhaps in this world, Rick's song would not take flight, but a classic remains a classic. As Rick swayed on stage while the audience danced along, creating a moment of pure joy. The concert commenced at 9 in the evening, under a darkened sky. For reasons unknown, the night was particularly desolate, devoid of the moon or stars, its countenance grim. As Rick finished his song, the lights abruptly extinguished, plunging the venue into darkness, causing panic among the audience. Shoo, quiet. Audrey's voice resonated, instantly calming the crowd. Come, everyone. Let us get this party started. No sooner had she spoken than a beam of light illuminated the center of the stage. Audrey stood there, clad in a sharp military uniform, exuding an air of authority. A magnificent parrot perched upon her shoulder, rendering her reminiscent of a captain from the age of pirates. After a mere 3 seconds of her entrance, the harmonious strumming of guitars and bass reverberated through the air, soon accompanied by the rhythmic pounding of drums. The spotlight flickered, igniting an electrifying atmosphere throughout the venue. You know not the essence of love. Your heart is consumed solely by commerce, whilst I can no longer afford to wait for you. Tonight, the starlit sky is devoid of color. Let all troubles be cast aside, and allow me to bid you a final farewell. The lights illuminated the entire venue, and a cacophony of screams and roars erupted as the audience succumbed to the emotional sway of Audrey's voice. They envisioned a woman, burdened by injustices, kicking open a door, poised to pursue her destiny. The night does not signify sorrow. Before dawn breaks, let us revel in joy. Suddenly, the parrot took flight, and Audrey grasped its leg, soaring into the sky. Oh, behold! How did she accomplish such a feat? Amazing! It is utterly unbelievable. Look, it seems she has a wire behind her. So that is the secret. She is truly remarkable. It brings tears to my eyes. Yet, it is merely a wire, lacking any structural integrity, serving only as a distraction. As they approached the chorus, the band abruptly ceased their performance, plunging the scene into silence for a heartbeat. When Audrey's voice ascended to the heavens, her accompaniment trailing behind like the vapor trail of a jet, the audience was left exhilarated, covered in goosebumps. Fly with me. There is nothing to hold back. If your mood is sour, better to voice it. Audrey, carried by Fox, soared above the concert-goers, who erupted in waves of cheers as she glided just above their heads. Look, Audrey's parrot is exceptionally clever. Indeed, she has a remarkable rapport with animals. I recall her previous pet was a cat. Whatever happened to it? This parrot is so intelligent, I wonder if it can dance. Among the Muggle audience, wizards scoffed at their musings. A parrot? Nonsense. That is an extraordinarily rare magical creature. A phoenix. A wizard who had traveled from Britain found it curious. Why did that phoenix seem so familiar? It resembled none other than Professor Dumbledore's. Outside the venue, fans unable to witness the performance were growing increasingly anxious. Though Audrey's voice was enchanting, the ruckus inside hinted at some captivating spectacle, reminiscent of the magic from the last concert. They were desperate to see. Among the fans outside, 2 diminutive figures cloaked in hoods obscured their faces, making it impossible to discern their expressions. Grandfather, there are so many Aurors here. Humph, in the past, I could have dispatched them all. Grandfather, we can barely handle just one Astoria. Rushing in recklessly will only lead us into peril. The ancient magical power beneath Hogwarts is a must-have for me. Titus, you have no idea how formidable that power is. Titus shook his head. That power is indeed formidable, but you have been defeated as well, have you not? Rather than obsessing over that power, wouldn't it be wiser to seek ancient magical knowledge from various ruins? Power is singular, but knowledge can generate power. Let us depart. Lonrock ground his teeth for a moment, then decisively turned to leave, his strength waning alongside his courage. Grandfather, I have an idea, Titus proposed. Rumor has it that the Grey family is a branch of the Rockhams, that Bodhi Grey, who was defeated and imprisoned in Azkaban by Audrey Astoria, should possess some ancient magic. Do as you see fit. As long as you procure the power from the Guardian's vault at Hogwarts, I will not interfere. The Astoria siblings concert was in full swing, but the British Ministry of Magic was convening an emergency meeting. Old Batty, we have received numerous letters purportedly from Professor Dumbledore, but due to doubts regarding their authenticity, our correspondence department has deemed them prank letters and discarded them. He shook his head in exasperation. However, the daily operations that should have been overseen by Dumbledore at Wisengamot have suddenly come to a halt. We have not received a single letter from him in over half a month. Suddenly, a figure in a purple robe, an elderly man with a white beard, appeared at the meeting. Apologies for my tardiness, everyone. No, your timing is impeccable, Professor Dumbledore, Old Batty interjected. We were just discussing the matter of your letters. What of my letters? The old wizard inquired, bemused. Old Batty turned to Rudy Ruby from the correspondence department. Mr. Ruby, could you explain on what basis you determined those letters to be prank letters rather than genuine correspondence from Professor Dumbledore? Rudy Ruby, a wizard in his 30s with prominent freckles, looked somewhat disheveled. Minister, I feel a bit wronged, but I must speak candidly. Professor Dumbledore's letters have always been delivered by his phoenix, Fawkes, without exception for decades. Yet, the recent letters have all been sent by ordinary owls. Therefore, I have ample reason to believe they were not sent by Professor Dumbledore himself. Dumbledore sighed. Having set aside the burdensome preparations for the new term to attend this urgent meeting, only to find the topic of discussion so trivial, he awkwardly stated, actually, my phoenix has been away from home for some time. Children grow up and must venture out into the world. Old Batty chuckled awkwardly, for he would not reveal that on the day he met Hydrus, he had seen a phoenix perched upon her shoulder. Chapter 99, The Bank of Heaven and Earth. Dumbledore penned a letter, I am well, do not fret. Life by Audrey's side is truly delightful. I receive affection, cuddles, and kisses, and her aroma surpasses yours by far. She even feeds me the freshest herbs. Each time she plants the seeds directly into the earth, employing ancient magic to hasten their growth. Those herbs are delectable, 100 times better than the hay you provided. During my years with you, I had nearly forgotten the taste of fresh herbs. The most crucial point is that Audrey never burdens me with tasks. Her philosophy of relaxation is the most reasonable and scientific I have ever encountered. If I eat well and sleep well, why should I toil so hard? Following Audrey, I have even resolved my marital issues. To be honest, Dumbledore, had it not been for our contract, I would have chosen to stay with Audrey for life. A letter from Fawkes to Dumbledore. The 24-day concert tour concluded, and the team celebrated its successful execution with a grand outdoor feast. The celebration took place beside a river, far from the town, in a serene and refreshing environment. As the barbecue grill was set up, the atmosphere of the campsite grew increasingly lively. Audrey symbolically nibbled on a morsel before quietly departing the camp with Fawkes. It was time for Fawkes to dine. Audrey produced a handful of seeds, scattering them upon the ground, and with a flick of her wand, verdant specks of light descended into the soil. In the next moment, herbs burst forth from the earth, sprouting, unfurling leaves, blooming, and bearing fruit at an astonishing pace. Fawkes could hardly contain his excitement, letting out a jubilant cry as he dove in to feast. Chirp! Another phoenix cry echoed through the air, and both Audrey and Fawkes looked up in surprise. They beheld a phoenix with slightly lighter feathers than Fawkes descending, circling overhead twice before landing directly on Audrey's shoulder. Their eyes met in affirmation. This was indeed the right one. Greetings, I am Audrey Astrea, also known as Hydra's Lysistrange. Are you hungry? Audrey gestured towards the herbs scattered about, inviting to indulge, for a single bird could hardly consume such an abundance. The newly arrived phoenix nuzzled against Audrey's cheek, flapping its wings as it soared towards the herbs. Fawkes, ever the gentleman, graciously stepped aside, yielding the most tender and delectable herbs. Audrey astutely perceived Fawkes's gesture. Immediately realizing a crucial fact, this wild phoenix was indeed a female. How about you accompany me from now on? Audrey crouched down to converse with the new female phoenix. Would you be willing? The phoenix responded with a gentle nod, and Audrey's heart swelled with joy. She now possessed a phoenix of her own. What shall I call you henceforth? Ariane. No, that would be inappropriate to jest about a departed soul. even if old Dumbledore is rather exasperating. Audrey mused, feeling somewhat vexed, as she struggled with the art of naming. How about Simplio? It is concise, memorable, and imbued with a sense of elusive destiny, profoundly mysterious. O nodded cheerfully, showing no objection to the name. Ah, Audrey, Rick slurred, clearly inebriated. Surely I have drunk too much, for I seem to see 2 parrots perched upon your shoulder. Upon returning to the campsite, Rick staggered as he embraced Peter Waterman, burping and patting Mr. Waterman on the side. What do you think, Peter? What should I say? Peter, equally dazed, replied. Parrots? Wow, how can there be so many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so many parrots. Audrey, you must teach them well, if they learn to curse. With 7, 8, 9, or 10 parrots all swearing together, we shall be overwhelmed. Oh, how come Audrey has so many? 1, 2, 3 zzz. Audrey left behind the inebriated group and journeyed to the American Wizarding Congress, utilizing the legal intercontinental wizarding travel key to return to England. Her haste was driven by the grand opening of her wizarding bank. After fervent discussions, the new bank was aptly named Heaven and Earth Bank, a title both grand and resonant. Today marked the inauguration of Heaven and Earth Bank. Though her presence was not obligatory, as the proprietor, she deemed it essential to be present. After all, the overthrow of Gringotts and the establishment of a new financial order was orchestrated under her meticulous planning. Before the former Gringotts, now Heaven and Earth Bank, the scene was nothing short of a spectacle. The clangor of gongs and the crackle of firecrackers filled the air, while vibrant banners fluttered and throngs of people gathered. Families jubilantly withdrew stacks of banknotes from Heaven and Earth Bank. The newly minted magical currency, dubbed Merlin coins, was exquisitely printed and of superior quality, adorned with numerous magical anti-counterfeiting features, fully deserving of its title as the first paper currency in the wizarding realm. Do you think pureblood families would resist paper currency? Nonsense. If you resist, then your 1 million Merlin coins shall vanish. It is unacceptable for someone to possess what another does not. Hence, the staunchest supporters of Merlin coins are indeed those pureblood families. With their backing, Merlin coins rapidly gained acceptance throughout the wizarding world. Wizards soon discovered that, aside from lacking the heft of coins, paper currency proved to be remarkably convenient. Previously, if one wished to flaunt their wealth by tossing 1,000 galleons at someone's face, one risked a lawsuit for bodily harm. Now, it could be done casually. The recipient not only refrained from suing for intentional harm, but might even joyfully proclaim, "You are my father." Naturally, for the sake of tradition, the nomenclature and calculation of Merlin coins adhered to the customary galleon, sickles, and nuts. 1 galleon equals 17 sickles and 493 nuts. As the Hogwarts school season commenced, Diagon Alley was bustling like never before. Wizards from all corners of Britain seemed to converge upon this small slice of the world. Gilderoy Lockhart was exuberantly holding a signing event at Flourish and Blots, convinced that the day's excitement was entirely due to his charming smile. Although the new magical currency lacked the weighty feel of traditional coins, it did not diminish its value. He felt certain that he would return home with a substantial collection of paper galleons. Arthur Weasley and Molly Weasley, accompanied by their children, emerged from Gringotts. Now Heaven and Earth Bank, their faces adorned with infectious smiles, revealing their overwhelming joy. They were no longer the impoverished Weasleys who struggled to support a brood of children. The Weasley family had risen. 1 million galleons. This was a fortune they had scarcely dared to dream of. When Ron glimpsed the string of zeros in their bank account, his face flushed crimson, and until they exited the bank, his visage resembled that of a ripe tomato. Clutching his old pet Scabbers, he eagerly inquired of Molly, "Mom, we have money now. Can you buy me a new pet?" "No, dear," Molly replied. "Scabbers is still quite healthy. There is no need for a new pet." She explained with a smile, "Although we have money now, it must not be squandered. You all will need it for your future endeavors." However, she gently patted Ginny's little head, reminding herself that Ginny should not start her schooling without anything, so they must buy her an owl and a new robe. Ron. Molly silently expressed her gratitude to Audrey. Without the girl's generous gift, they might not have been able to afford the children's textbooks this year. While Gilderoy Lockhart was her idol, she had to admit that his books were exorbitantly priced. Chapter 100, 2+3. Harry Potter's summer had been utterly dismal. He encountered a peculiar house elf that disrupted Uncle Vernon's important meeting, leading to his confinement for nearly the entire summer, until the Weasleys rescued him from his dire plight in their flying car. At the Weasley household, he witnessed many wondrous things. They even possessed a tank. Although he was unsure why a wizarding family would own a tank, yet, what moved him most was the profound warmth of familial affection. On the shopping day in Diagon Alley, he unwittingly stumbled into Knockturn Alley, encountering Malfoy, only to be saved by Hagrid. Now, having retrieved money from his vault, He set out to meet the Weasley and Granger families, thankful that Gringotts had collapsed, and his vault remained untouched. Hail to Heaven and Earth Bank. Harry. Ron's face remained flushed. Although their mother had refused to spend on him, he was still proud of their newfound wealth. You wouldn't believe how many zeros are in our bank account. Children revel in boasting before their friends, and Ron, who had felt self-conscious due to his family's previous poverty, was eager to share his good fortune with his best friend. Oh, that's splendid. Harry concurred. Isn't that Mr. Arthur Weasley? A man and woman approached the Weasley family. The man speaking, "We are journalists from the Daily Prophet, here to cover the opening of Heaven and Earth Bank." He set up his camera, continuing. This new bank has garnered support from numerous families, and I heard that the Weasley family, being one of the Sacred 28, contributed significantly. May we take a family portrait with Heaven and Earth Bank as the backdrop? We might feature it on the front page. Oh, the front page. Molly gasped. Quick, children. Gather around. Let us take a picture. Harry, you should join us. Oh, Hermione. Dear, you must join as well. After the photograph was taken, Molly exclaimed. We will meet at Flourish and Blots in an hour to purchase your textbooks. The children responded affirmatively and dispersed, while Ron clutched a 5-galleon Merlin coin, exhilarated. For he had never possessed such wealth before. Strawberry peanut butter ice cream, a myriad of snacks and trinkets. After 12 years of existence, Ron finally savored the delight of shopping. The trio indulged in ice cream while meandering through Diagon Alley, where they observed the twins and Lee Jordan purchasing an array of laboriously extracted Dr. Automatic fireworks, which blossomed into marvelous displays upon contact with water. They also spotted Percy engrossed in reading how to acquire power as a prefect in a quaint secondhand shop. An hour felt rather extensive. After all, Diagon Alley was not particularly vast, and they could traverse it in 30 minutes. With time still to spare before their rendezvous, they found themselves seated by the street, licking their ice cream and watching the ebb and flow of passers-by, lost in thought, even as hydras sauntered past them. They remained blissfully unaware. Disguised with a nondescript visage, she sought to conduct a covert inspection of the services at Gringotts. However, this impulsive decision proved to be yet another folly, as a long queue had formed outside the bank, and to enter with her new facade, she would have to wait at least 2 hours. With a sigh, she opted instead to attend a play. Having just glimpsed the main cast, it hinted at the potential for a dramatic confrontation between Lucius and Arthur outside Flourish and Blots, a spectacle of vigorous debate, if not outright conflict. Although the tensions between Lucius and Arthur had mellowed under her influence, the forces of fate remained unpredictable. Well, even if the anticipated altercation did not occur, she could at least witness Harry's follies. Upon returning from Gringotts, hydras arrived at the entrance of Flourish and Blots. Indeed, Gilderoy Lockhart's performance was as reliably flamboyant as ever. With a dazzling smile, he embraced Harry Potter, his 8 gleaming teeth shimmering brightly. Surely, this was front-page news. This slick gentleman had Harry firmly ensnared at his side, causing the young lad's fingers to tingle uncomfortably. Ladies and gentlemen, what an extraordinary moment this is. I am immensely pleased and proud to announce that this September, I shall be the professor of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. Hydras delightedly observed the scene before her, finding Harry's expression utterly captivating, awkward, constrained, mortified, and exasperated. Struggling to smile for the cameras, his grin as rigid as a 30-year-old shoe in brine. Yet, there were foolish cousins who misinterpreted Harry's plight, believing he was basking in glory. TSK, 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 the renowned Harry Potter. Even entering a bookstore can make headline news. Draco snickered, eliciting a quarrel with the Weasley siblings. The younger spat of conflict soon drew in the elder. However, the combatants and the masters of transformation displayed remarkable restraint, as they were, after all, allies of Audrey. Mr. Weasley, even if you disregard the honor of our pure-blood lineage, at the very least, you should ensure your offspring are cultured. Mr. Malfoy, I believe young Malfoy's recent behavior falls far short of being deemed cultured. Lucius stepped forward to Ginny, reaching into her cauldron to retrieve a pristine copy of A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration. Ah, indeed, wealth makes a difference. You can afford new books now. He shook his head, gesturing toward the Granger couple beside Arthur. Yet I still perceive your family's decline. Just look at the company you keep. With a heavy thud, he dropped the textbook into Ginny's cauldron, the force causing her to stumble back several steps. Lucius Malfoy, Arthur roared in outrage, attempting to charge forward, only to be restrained by Molly. There's no need to be incensed by such a person. Lucius Malfoy merely wrinkled his nose, flicking his wand. Draco, we are leaving. He then tilted his head and departed, finally exhaling a breath of relief once he was distanced from the throngs at Flourish and Blots. Though Hydras felt a twinge of regret for missing the spectacle, she did observe Lucius surreptitiously pass Tom Riddle's diary to Ginny. Others may have overlooked it, but she was acutely aware. Even without the opportunity for distraction through conflict, Lucius had taken the risk of delivering the diary to the Weasley girl. What secrets might it conceal? Yet this thought dissipated within seconds. After all, what was it to her but the Chamber of Secrets? It hardly concerned her. This academic year promised to be uneventful, and she had no desire to engage with her 16-year-old father. Now, her foremost priority was to visit the Ministry of Magic and annul that absurd decree that had caused her to repeat a year. Chapter 101. The Transformed Journey to School. What? Not found. Audrey Estrelle exclaimed in the minister's office at the Ministry of Magic. Once a fugitive from the ministry's pursuit, she now stood with the power to glare at the minister himself. Yes, Hydras. Old Barty still insists on calling you Hydras. I've had my people scour every record from the year you enrolled, and I found no trace of that retention order. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Audrey spun around twice, convinced that such an order existed. Old Barty murmured. Could it be one of the verbal directives from former Minister Fudge? Such informal administrative orders can sometimes be overlooked and not archived. Fudge. He has been buried for over a month. This is nothing but a lack of evidence. Indeed, a lack of evidence. Does this mean I can tell Dumbledore that the ministry never issued that ridiculous order? All right, I understand. Thank you for your efforts, Mr. Crouch. Audrey waved dismissively. I shall take my leave. Wait. Barty Crouch spoke too late. Audrey had already vanished from the office. His expression was peculiar. But he completed his thought aloud, albeit to himself. The OWL's registration for this academic year has already been submitted, and your name is on it. Should I sign it? It is well known that OWLs are only open to fifth-year students. Audrey spent the last few days of summer blissfully at home, ignoring the owl-delivered fifth-year book list, and instead purchasing all the textbooks for sixth year. On the day of school, she organized everything, prepared to disapparate directly to Hogwarts. When she was approached by her classmate, Iselin Windsor. Audrey. Iselin exclaimed joyfully, embracing her. How was your summer? Audrey gently pushed the enthusiastic Iselin away, rolling her eyes. You didn't send me a single letter, and now you pretend to care. Let me tell you, it was not good at all. The first month, I was dragged off by a bunch of malicious old men for forced study, and the second month, I was so exhausted from concerts that I could hardly stand. I'm so sorry. Iselin quickly apologized. I spent my summer at my Great Aunt's palace. It was heavily guarded, and the owls couldn't deliver. I didn't mean to ignore you. Audrey then remembered that this girl before her was indeed a royal member. Her great aunt must be. All right, I forgive you. Audrey smiled. I was just about to head to school. Would you like a ride? Disapparate? Yes. Just a few seconds of discomfort to save hours of travel. Quite the bargain. Wouldn't you say? Iselin shook her head. I knew you were going to disapparate to school, which is why I came to find you. What? What do you mean? You need more friends. You must engage more with your classmates. This past summer, I came across a rather alarming report by a muggle on the rising incidence of depression due to social isolation, and it has truly worried me. Depression is a psychological ailment that can easily lead to suicide. You are the epitome of social deprivation. Your social circle is far too narrow. I even heard that you left midway through the celebration party for your concert in America. I must assert, this is unacceptable. Therefore, today, on the Hogwarts Express, you shall remain seated. Iselin, with a motherly demeanor, managed to elicit a laugh from Audrey. Once upon a time, this young lady exuded an air of dignified nobility. But now, before Audrey, she had completely shed her facade. Iselin puffed out her cheeks and glared intently at Audrey, adopting an expression that seemed to say, if you refuse my request to take the train, I shall glare you to submission. Defeated by Iselin's charm, Audrey promptly raised her hands in surrender, conceding, all right, I'll heed your wishes. She resolved to sleep as soon as she boarded the train. After a busy summer, a little rest was quite reasonable, wasn't it? Besides, she would merely be returning to school to sleep anyway. Audrey called out to the kitchen, Momo. Little mistress, Momo remembers. Momo will prepare the broth before dinner. You can rest assured. Momo's little head popped out, promising her. Satisfied, Audrey nodded. Very well, let us be off. How to articulate this? Operating to the station and then embarking on a several-hour train journey to Hogwarts seems rather superfluous. Yet, Audrey proceeded with it, motivated by the friendship that Iselin had shown her last semester when she came to her aid. Once aboard, Audrey claimed a seat, tossed her suitcase onto the luggage rack, and promptly fell asleep, undisturbed by Iselin's incessant chatter, until the Hogwarts Express came to an abrupt halt. Audrey opened her eyes and gazed out the window. The sky was ominously dark, and the surrounding air grew progressively colder. Shaking her head to clear her thoughts, she calculated, yes. It was indeed the second year of Harry Potter, unmistakably the timeline of Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. But why did it feel reminiscent of Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban? Voices of Aurors echoed from outside. Please do not panic. We are merely pursuing a fugitive. We ask all students and staff to remain seated for inspection. Do not be alarmed. Please cooperate with our work. A fugitive? What fugitive? The compartment door swung open, and 2 Aurors entered, unfamiliar to Audrey. "Good day, young ladies," the Auror with the earrings began. "We are conducting a simple check. Kindly whisper to me the names of the others in your compartment and their respective houses." Audrey was the first to be called, feeling slightly embarrassed. "That is Iselin Windsor, from Slytherin. The one who resembles a fierce woman, also from Slytherin, is from the Bast family, though I've forgotten her name. The other is from Ravenclaw. I've seen her in the Great Hall, but we are not acquainted." The Auror raised an eyebrow. "You are all in the same compartment, yet do not know each other? I've been on a concert tour this summer, utterly exhausted. I fell asleep as soon as I boarded." Despite the questionable nature of Audrey's response, the Auror let her pass without further scrutiny. The other 3 also navigated the questioning successfully. "Very well. We wish you a pleasant journey." It seemed merely a routine procedure. After the inquiry, the Aurors bid farewell to the 4 and departed. Audrey nodded discreetly, recognizing that under the leadership of Old Batty, the Ministry of Magic would not hastily deploy Dementors for fugitive apprehension. Surely, simple inquiries could reveal the necessary details rather than inciting panic with uncontrolled Dementors. Yet, as she gazed out the window, the darkened sky revealed the eerie presence of Dementors hovering in the air. Despite the adequacy of Aurors, the Ministry had still dispatched Dementors. What could be the reason behind such an excessive show of force? Or, may I inquire what sort of fugitive necessitates such a grand operation? Audrey ventured. The Auror turned back, regarding Audrey. "Actually, this fugitive has some connection to Miss Estrella." Audrey's expression turned perplexed. "Connected to her? Bellatrix and Rodolphus?" "No. Her identity has not been disclosed. The Aurors should be unaware." "Serious? That doesn't seem likely either, for the same reason. It is Bode Grey," the Auror declared. "Bode Grey was rescued. Our reason for searching here is due to the known enmity between Miss Estrella and Bode Grey. We believe he poses a significant threat to you." "So was that old man. No wonder I couldn't recall the names of 2 out of 3 people." The Auror was not fazed. "If he is the fugitive, it makes sense. One has never heard of a target disguising themselves to approach the target. Humph. If he dares to show his face, I shall ensure he experiences the combat skills honed under Grindelwald's tutelage over the summer." "Oh, it's him." Audrey maintained an impassive demeanor, pondering how he managed to escape. "From underground," the Auror explained. "The perpetrator used some device to tunnel up from the seabed. Bode Grey is no threat. If I captured him once, I can do so again." Audrey's confident assertion earned her a newfound respect from the 2 Aurors, who were taken aback by the seemingly delicate young lady's poise. "If it were merely for Bode Grey, you wouldn't have gone to such lengths, even sending Dementors. Therefore, there must be something more you haven't disclosed." "Astute observation," the Auror with earrings affirmed. "Indeed, Bode Grey escaped last week, and we have been covertly pursuing him for a week. However, we never anticipated that last night a particularly notorious Death Eater also escaped, one who once destroyed an entire street of Muggles." Sirius Black. Chapter 102. "Yes, you have not been held back." After a thorough inspection of the entire train, the Aurors departed with the Dementors. "What? Were you hoping the Dementors would frighten the little witches and wizards?" Audrey exclaimed, displaying the regal authority of the Dementor Queen, attempting to salvage her image. "TSK, TSK, TSK. One might think too much." Audrey, too, had her pride to uphold. "Did you think the title of Dementor Queen was impressive? Ah, my idol is a Dementor. Unfollowing. However, one should not underestimate the notorious reputation of Dementors in the wizarding world. Did you not see how wizards consider a Dementor's kiss to be the most malevolent of curses?" Audrey dared not reveal her connection to Dementors in public. Delayed by the Aurors for an hour, by the time they arrived at school, the young witches and wizards were already ravenous. To make matters worse, they had to wait for the new students to complete the Path of Founders. At 7:30, the little first years finally arrived at the castle, with Professor McGonagall leading them in like ducklings. The newcomers were filled with trepidation, as it had become a tradition to terrify first years with the sorting ceremony. It was not until the Sorting Hat sang its opening song to the melody of Audrey's tune that the little witches and wizards realized they simply needed to don the seemingly grimy hat to be sorted successfully. They immediately relaxed, for a hat with a similar taste in music must surely be a good one. The likelihood of it biting off half their heads was non-existent. The Sorting Hat began its task. Astoria Gringlass. Slytherin. Daphne smiled and waved energetically, watching her sister approach the long table. Draco politely applauded, utterly unaware of the significance this young girl held for him. Hema Tsaruzi. Audrey unexpectedly lifted her head. She remembered that name. A 15-year-old girl of Asian descent approached. Could it be another overaged first year? No, I have heard of her. She seems to be a student from a Japanese magical institution, having transferred to Hogwarts this year due to her parents' job relocation. Quite gifted indeed. The voice of the Sorting Hat echoed in Hema Tsaruzi's mind. Hailing from a distinguished wizarding lineage, pure-blooded, with remarkable ambition. Slytherin. Hema Truzi rose, respectfully returned the sorting hat to its perch, and then, with light steps, made her way toward the Slytherin table. She was met with applause and smiles, to which Hema Tsaruzi reciprocated with a similar smile and a bow. She directly approached Audrey, her face slightly flushed and appearing somewhat excited. Senior Estria, do you remember me? Of course, Hema, Audrey replied, shaking her hand. What about Mr. Toki? Audrey had encountered Hema Tsaruzi 6 years ago during a concert at the Japanese Martial Arts Hall, and what left a deep impression on her was the adorable invisible creature. Mr. Toki. Hema Tsaruzi placed one hand over her heart and the other over her mouth, feigning disbelief. You truly remember me. Mr. Toki was left on the train. I heard the school will send him to my dormitory. Audrey nodded. Feel free to sit. Yes, senior. The small interactions at the Slytherin table did not disrupt the commencement proceedings as the sorting ceremony continued. Luna Lovegood. Ravenclaw. Applause erupted from the Ravenclaw table. Ginny Weasley. Gryffindor. The cheers from Gryffindor were thunderous. George and Fred had clapped their hands raw, and even Percy could not help but stand. Despite Professors McGonagall and the sorting hat hastening the process, the ceremony took quite some time. Thus, by the time the feast commenced, the hungry little wizards devoured their food with wild abandon, completely disregarding their appearances. Of course, there were exceptions. Audrey, are you on a diet? Iselin noticed that Audrey had only a bowl of light cabbage soup before her. Audrey glanced at her, tapped the table, and the next moment, a similar bowl of soup appeared before Iselin. Don't speak, drink first. The original version of this clear broth was made with high-quality ingredients such as hen, duck, ham, dried scallops, and pork knuckles, but Audrey's version also included lamb, pufferfish, and gooseneck barnacles. Though the soup looked crystal clear, its flavor was something only those who tasted it would know. Iselin covered her mouth, conceding that Audrey's culinary taste was indisputable. In truth, both Iselin and Audrey were not particularly hungry, having already eaten on the train from Audrey's suitcase. Dragonfire roasted meat, a delicacy worth savoring. However, compared to the simple cabbage broth before them, that feast paled in comparison. When most had finished eating, Dumbledore clapped his hands, and all the food on the table vanished. He stood up. Once again, we embark on a new term. First years, please note that the forbidden forest adjacent to the school is perilous. Do not venture in unaccompanied. Do not cast spells in the corridors, and refrain from wandering the school at night. Otherwise, our caretaker, Mr. Filch, will be more than willing to have a chat with you, and professors will impose detentions. Following the prior year's incident involving Aronia Rowell, Filch faced a moment of risk regarding his position, as parents would not tolerate a caretaker with ill intentions towards female students. However, in subsequent investigations, it was revealed that Mr. Filch was, in fact, quite innocent, having been completely immobilized by Miss Rowell's binding spell. How could a mute defend against a wizard, even if only a sixth-year witch? In Filch's account, Miss Rowell merely employed necessary measures to ensure the safety of both parties. In reality, under the influence of a love potion, Aronia's actions were beyond mere madness. It is worth noting that afterward, Filch spent 2 whole days in the infirmary. This indicates that Filch's testimony leaned towards Miss Rowell's favor. No one knew what this old man truly thought. Dumbledore continued, as you may have heard today, a heinous dark wizard has escaped from Azkaban. He glanced in Audrey's direction. All students, please prioritize your safety. Refrain from venturing alone to Hogsmeade, and report any incidents to your professors without delay. Now, house prefects, please lead everyone back to the common room. Good night. The commencement ceremony finally concluded, and students returned to their respective houses while professors returned to their chambers. Whoosh. Oh, Professor Dumbledore. Audrey's spirits were evidently high as she greeted Dumbledore with unusual warmth. Audrey, Dumbledore exclaimed, flustered, as he nearly dropped the letter in his hands. Could you please not? No. Audrey replied cheekily, if I can apparate in, why would I use the front door? As a witch, one must embody the essence of a wizard. If it weren't for convenience, I'd never return to the wizarding world. All right, what brings you here this time? Audrey plopped down opposite Dumbledore, scooting her chair forward towards the desk, resting her chin on her crossed hands. I must formally inform you, Professor Dumbledore. Minister Barty Crouch has combed through all the regulations of the Ministry of Magic from last year and found no decree stating that I must pass all my OWLs to advance to 6th year. Therefore, I am now a 6th-year student. A flicker of surprise crossed Dumbledore's face. He suddenly began to suspect that this little girl was maneuvering to avoid being held back by ousting Minister Fudge and replacing him with someone more compliant. However, he was already prepared. Audrey's reluctance to be held back was merely a matter of pride. Grant her pride, and it was no great matter. Yes, yes. It seems you will not be held back, Dumbledore chuckled. However, registration for this year's OWLs has already closed, and the school has enrolled you. Audrey shrugged nonchalantly. That's fine. Achieving outstanding in all 12 subjects is a considerable accomplishment. But, Audrey, Dumbledore's wise gaze, magnified through his small round glasses, bore into her. To graduate from Hogwarts, one must undergo 2 full years of advanced study after the OWLs, so although you are not held back, you will still graduate in 95. This rule had not existed until today, but as the headmaster of Hogwarts, he had the final say. Audrey was speechless. Wasn't this essentially the same as being held back? It was merely a change in terminology, wasn't it? However, not being recorded in the chronicles of Hogwarts and not being ridiculed by classmates seemed somewhat acceptable. All right, Audrey nodded. Let it be settled. Although still displeased, it was a fact that she had failed one of her exams. Little did Audrey know that there were indeed retakes for the OWLs. However, Dumbledore would never grant her that opportunity. Well, since we have reached a consensus on this matter. Audrey, a smile spread across Dumbledore's face, perhaps an illusion, but there was a hint of flattery in it. When do you intend to return Fawkes to me? Chapter 103. I have a billion. Fawkes. Audrey raised her hands in exasperation. Professor Dumbledore, have you perhaps mistaken something? She stood up with a grin. I have never restricted Fawkes' freedom. Indeed, he is free. Moreover, aside from the option of consuming him, I possess no means to restrain him. After all, he is a phoenix. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, and Audrey continued. Perhaps someone has unjustly accused a lovely young lady, causing Fawkes to feel quite unwell, thus prompting him to abandon the shadows? She blinked, flashed a broad smile, and vanished from the headmaster's office with a swish, leaving no room for the headmaster to respond. In truth, Audrey was in her 6th year, though she was technically in 5th grade, as she was required to retake her OWLs. Thus, the entire curriculum of 6 years was irrelevant to her. This entire academic year was devoted to preparing for the OWLs, and she was exempt from all 5th-year courses, except for Defense Against the Dark Arts, due to a change in professors. Yet, Gilderoy Lockhart's Defense Against the Dark Arts class was hardly more than a dramatic performance, and Lockhart himself was amusing enough, making this year's defense class a splendid way to pass the time. Audrey mused that while others endured the trials of school, only to revel during vacations, her experience was quite the opposite. She relished her time at school and found vacations to be arduous. However, Miss Iselin Windsor seemed determined to prevent Audrey from succumbing to melancholy. As she boldly barged into Audrey's dormitory before 8 o'clock, this young lady was among the select few granted access to Audrey's room. The other was her little cousin, who unfortunately could not enter the girls' dormitory. Awake, Audrey. We are dining in the Great Hall. Iselin exclaimed. Iselin, cease your antics. Audrey groggily tossed a handful of coins in Iselin's direction. Let me sleep a tad longer. I stayed up late watching a film last night. With a flick of her wand, Iselin deftly suspended the coins in midair before letting them cascade to the floor. No, you must join us for breakfast. You need to make new friends. Audrey turned over, the coins on her bed clinking noisily. She firmly resolved to ignore Iselin, reasoning that as long as she could hold out until 8 o'clock, Iselin would eventually depart for her classes. Observing Audrey's lazy demeanor, Iselin was both amused and exasperated. She cast herself 2 layers of the shield charm and leapt onto Audrey's golden bed. Without the shield charm, it would be unwise. Audrey was remarkably strong, and a careless kick from her in her sleepy state would be quite painful. With a flurry of action, Iselin tugged the covers off, blew softly in Audrey's ear, and tickled her armpits in a rapid succession of 3. Audrey erupted into laughter and rolled off the bed. All right, you win, she conceded, springing up from the edge of the bed. The girl who had appeared to be barely awake moments ago was now impeccably groomed and donned in her house robes. Let us go, Audrey declared, striding towards the door. However, Iselin, refrain from such tactics in the future, lest you risk losing my friendship. In the Great Hall, although the hour was still early and the number of dining students sparse, the Gryffindor table was particularly lively. Upon taking her seat, Audrey inquired of her neighbor, Gemma Farley. What is the cause of all this mirth? Farley replied, it is said that 2 foolish lions drove a flying car to school yesterday, only to encounter a Dementor along the way, causing them to plummet to the ground and narrowly escape death. Audrey expressed her astonishment. They nearly perished. And yet they are so cheerful? Perhaps they consider surviving an encounter with a Dementor rather thrilling, Farley suggested. Audrey nodded thoughtfully. A flying car? 2 fools. Upon hearing of an Auror South inspection on the road and learning of Sirius Black's escape, Audrey instinctively thought it was the 3rd year, when in fact, it was still the 2nd year. Those 2 foolish drivers of the flying car could only be Harry Potter and Ron Weasley. Gazing across the Gryffindor table, she noticed Hermione Granger's face was pale, watching Ron boast animatedly. The expression on the young girl's face was one of utter disapproval, clearly unimpressed by the antics of her 2 ineffectual companions. Her sentiments regarding this matter were likely in alignment with those of the Slytherin snakes. Well, It seems that Dobby has indeed intervened. Audrey tapped the table, and once again, a bowl of plain vegetable soup appeared before her, her favorite dish. Oh, is that not the illustrious Audrey Estria? A youthful voice piped up. Audrey looked up to see an unfamiliar boy, his brow furrowed in confusion. She had been entirely distracted during the sorting ceremony yesterday and had paid no attention to anyone outside her sphere. Who might you be? She queried. The new student's brow knitted with indignation as if her lack of recognition were a crime. I am Vegas's Caro, from the Caro family. Audrey nodded politely. Greetings. What brings you to me? Vegas's scrutinized her meal with disdain. What are you eating? Vegetable soup? Hogwarts does not charge you for meals. So why settle for such lowly fare? He scoffed. Or perhaps you simply enjoy eating such unrefined food. Iselin stood up. Vegas's Caro, please do not reveal your ignorance. You are embarrassing Slytherin. This soup is a renowned delicacy from the East, worth 10 galleons. Though only 11 years old. Vegas's had mastered the haughty demeanor of his family's elders perfectly. You half-blood, be silent. He retorted angrily. Are you suggesting she is wealthy? Humph. A mudblood can never be truly wealthy. And to boast about wealth in front of the Caro family? He sneered. My family has a deposit of 100 million galleons in the Gringotts Bank. Audrey blinked, suppressing a laugh. Seeing her silence. Vegas's believed he held the upper hand and boomed even louder. Are you intimidated? 100 million galleons is wealth you can scarcely imagine. Vegas's Caro. A furious voice thundered from the staff table. Everyone turned to see Professor Snape. The dark figure glided down, looking down upon Vegas's with a glare filled with menace. Did your parents not teach you that mudblood is not a term to be uttered at Hogwarts? Professor, she is indeed from the Muggle world. Vegas's protested. Enough. Snape interrupted. Vegas's Caro, for insulting a fellow student, Slytherin loses 2 points. You are to serve a month of detention and report to my office after class this afternoon. With that, Snape glided away, casting a complex glance at Audrey as he passed. His suspicions regarding Audrey had lessened significantly, especially following the incident with Quirrell last term, in which Audrey had played no part, leading him to lower his guard. Yet, he couldn't help but feel somewhat regretful that she was still exempt from potions this year, which deprived Slytherin of numerous points. Vegas's watched Snape leave. His youthful face contorted in rage. He glared at Audrey, hissing, "You will pay for this." And with that, he stormed off, his steps filled with indignation. Audrey turned to Iselin. What is that boy's issue? I have no quarrel with him. Iselin shook her head. His mother is from the Flea family. A sister to Aronia Rowell's mother. Aronia's mother went mad due to that incident. So you mean to say that Vegas's Caro's aunt has gone mad, and he is taking his frustrations out on me? Audrey queried. I suspect Aronia may have said something to him. She concluded. What an undeserved calamity, Audrey sighed, but Iselin. How do you know all this information? Leaning closer, Iselin whispered, to maintain the royal family's dignity, mastering information about our subjects is an essential lesson. Indeed, even for wizards, legally speaking, they are subjects of Her Majesty, the Queen, so calling them subjects is not inaccurate. Audrey quietly finished her meal and returned to her dormitory. Iselin's intention in bringing her to the Great Hall was to foster friendships, yet she had left feeling quite irked instead. Although she was acutely aware that Vajasisral's forthcoming academic journey would be fraught with challenges, after all, the Audrey's royal guard was not to be trifled with, she remained resolute. If an opportunity for vengeance presented itself within her reach, she would seize it without hesitation. With determination, she retrieved her two-way mirror. Edmund, Audrey addressed the mirror. A little brat named Vajasisral just insulted me, calling me a mudblood, and boasted about his family's wealth. Edmund Grindelwald, on the other end of the mirror, shook his head in resignation. Very well, I understand. Their family shall soon find themselves in dire straits. Audrey felt quite pleased with this nephew arranged by Professor Grindelwald, as he had already assisted her in resolving numerous troublesome matters. By the way, Audrey, Edmund began, our people have tracked down Bodegar's whereabouts. He is currently in Northern Europe, mingling with the fairies. What do you think? They must be attempting to decipher the ancient relics on their own. Just keep an eye on them. Ancient relics are not so easily unraveled, Audrey replied, shaking her head as she contemplated the intricate magical constructs of Hogwarts, which rivaled the complexity of a CPU. As long as they do not trouble me, they may pursue their folly unhindered. Chapter 104, The Villains. It appeared that Iselin had no intention of sparing Audrey this academic year, even amidst her busy schedule. She would drag her dear friend from the dormitory to the Great Hall for meals. However, Audrey was proving to be rather uncooperative. Nearly a week had passed, and she seemed disinclined to forge new friendships, save for the persistent approach of Hako Tsubaki. Senior Estria, Tsubaki exclaimed. I've told you countless times, just call me Audrey. All right. Senior. Suddenly, Audrey felt a tug on her robe. Turning around, she saw nothing amiss. With a smile, She bent down to scoop up the invisible Mr. Toki into her lap. How are you faring at Hogwarts, Mr. Toki? A furry little head rubbed against Audrey's palm, and she heard Tsubaki whisper urgently, Mr. Toki, come down. Don't trouble the senior. Audrey stroked Mr. Toki's soft fur, chuckling. Not a bother, not at all. Wait, what is that green lump on Professor Flitwick's forehead? Audrey suddenly exclaimed, eyeing Iselin, whom she regarded as Hogwarts gossip conduit. I have no idea, Iselin replied, shaking her head. Professor Flitwick didn't have that lump during breakfast today. I know. Draco chimed in. That was the handiwork of that Gryffindor, Ron Weasley. My little cousin is reveling in misfortune. He made quite the spectacle in Charms class when his wand went haywire and struck Professor Flitwick on the head. Audrey glanced toward the Gryffindor table, where Ron indeed wore a crestfallen expression, lamenting to Harry about his predicament. Though the Weasley family's flying car had avoided a collision with the Whomping Willow, Ron's wand could not escape the consequences of fate. By the way, the Weasleys are not short of funds. Replacing a wand shouldn't be too daunting, right? Audrey mused, observing Professor Flitwick, who appeared exceedingly pleased, occasionally patting the pulsating green lump on his forehead. Despite the pain, he seemed akin to a child who had discovered a new toy, relishing the experience. Indeed, the unpredictability of failed spells was captivating, much like summoning a wild bull by mispronouncing the levitation charm. Suddenly, Professor McGonagall rushed into the Great Hall, her voice resonating as she announced, Auras have detected the presence of the fugitive Sirius Black in Hogsmeade Village. Given this individual's dangerous nature, all students are to remain within the castle this weekend. Her demeanor was evidently less than cheerful. Such significant announcements were typically reserved for Dumbledore, but with the Ministry of Magic summoning him away, the burden fell upon her as the acting headmistress. Quidditch practice is also suspended until further notice. No, Draco let out a lament. He had become the seeker for Slytherin at the expense of sponsoring the team with a Nimbus 2001, eagerly anticipating his first training session this Saturday, only to see it dashed. Professor McGonagall, when can we resume practice? Called out Wood from Gryffindor, his fervor for victory bordering on obsession. I do not know, McGonagall replied. It depends on when the fugitive is apprehended or until we ascertain that the vicinity of the school is safe. Audrey remained indifferent, as she was merely enjoying a holiday. Meanwhile, Draco began to skewer the innocent steak on his plate with his fork. Audrey mused that the steak was nearly fit for a meatball. Sirius Black was hiding within the Shrieking Shack, laboriously hauling a box of sweets into his hideout. Without a wand, survival was a formidable challenge. The life of rummaging through trash as a great dog had grown tiresome, yet revenge consumed him, compelling him to disregard everything else, even committing the most distasteful act of stealing that box of sweets from Honeydukes. Although sweets could become cloying, they were far superior to the moldy refuse found in garbage bins. Peter Pettigrew, that traitor. Upon glimpsing a photograph of the Weasley family in the Daily Prophet, he recognized the mouse held in the hands of the youngest Weasley, a mouse missing a claw. The Marauders, excluding Remus Lupin, were all an emoji, and Peter Pettigrew's animagus form was that of a mouse. Even if turned to dust, Sirius would never mistake that mouse. Thus, he escaped from prison. The Shrieking Shack had long been neglected, and he had no desire to clean it. His singular focus was to capture Peter and tear him to shreds. It was this despicable, shameful, and utterly base creature that had led to James's downfall. Oh, poor Harry. He had initially intended to seek revenge and then die to atone to James, for it was his own impulsiveness that had led to Peter being made the secret keeper. Yet, thinking of Harry softened Sirius's heart momentarily. He could not die yet. Harry needed care, and he had heard that Harry was not faring well at his aunt's home. Dressed in ill-fitting clothes, disheveled like a vagabond, Sirius grabbed a handful of fizzing Whizbees and stuffed them into his mouth. In any case, he needed to regain his strength and then infiltrate Hogwarts. Additionally, he required funds. Somehow, he had to enter Gringotts, now renamed the Wizarding Bank, before Christmas to procure a decent birthday gift for his godson, Harry Potter. That night, in the Gryffindor girls' dormitory, Ginny Weasley lay on her bed, cocooned tightly in her blankets, within the confines of her makeshift sanctuary. The tip of her wand emitted a faint glow as she fervently scribbled in a diary. Dear Tom Riddle, how can I capture Harry's attention more? The diary absorbed the ink and reorganized the text. Ginny, you are far too lacking in confidence. You possess pure blood and remarkable talent. If you wish it, you shall be the belle of Hogwarts. However, I sense you may be lacking in certain skills. Dear Tom Riddle, can you teach me? Of course. But since I cannot perceive the outside world or comprehend the specific circumstances, I am unable to provide you with substantial advice. Then what should I do? Open your heart to me and share your senses. It's a simple little spell, not difficult at all. All right, Tom Riddle, please help me. In Northern Europe, at a seaside location in Norway's Holland County, there lay a vast cavern beneath the cliffs, reminiscent of the enchanting land once discovered by Edmund. In the depths of the cavern, there stood a grand stone door, each of its 2 panels towering 10 meters high and 5 meters wide. The door was hewn from dark blue-gray stone, intricately inscribed with obscure runes. An elderly man, wearing a half-mask and dragging a prosthetic limb, was engaged in a heated debate with a group of fairies. "Mr. Gray, we rescued you not to have you propose foolish ideas," one of them exclaimed. "Titus, do you possess a superior plan?" He retorted. "This is an ancient relic. Who knows what traps lie in wait? If we force the door, what use are you to us? Do we fairies not know how to cast explosive charms ourselves?" Bodgray limped forward, reaching out to touch the imposing stone door. "Explosive charm?" He scoffed with a derisive smile. "Have you not already attempted that? While this door is indeed formidable and resistant to damage, the signs of magical bombardment upon it are evident to me." Titus fell silent, her expression darkening as she glanced at the fairies behind her. "My lord Titus, when our attempts to unlock it reached an impasse, we did try to blast the door, but it proved ineffective. See, Bodgray seems to have everything under control, and your subordinates share my sentiment. However," he drew forth his wand, declaring, "Magic and magic differ." With a vigorous flick of his wand, frost erupted, enveloping the massive stone door in a shimmering layer of ice. Titus felt a pang of regret for rescuing this man. If his power could not be wielded effectively, it would be of no consequence. "Ancient magic is truly beautiful, is it not?" Bodgray said with a sinister smile, swinging his wand once more. A bolt of thunder struck the frost-laden door, resulting in a thunderous explosion that shattered it into fragments. "Look, you made a wise choice in rescuing me," Bodgray declared as he stepped boldly through the doorway. "Titus, do not consider yourself my savior. We are merely partners in this endeavor." He strode ahead without a backward glance, declaring that the door was his reward for their collaboration, and that any treasures within the relic would be claimed by each according to their own merit. As Bodgray vanished into the depths of the relic, Titus clenched her teeth, her expression oscillating between anger and frustration. Yet, she ultimately waved her hand, commanding everyone into the relic. Chapter 105, The Traces of the Divine. The Gray family is a branch of the guardian Percival Rockham family, which over centuries has transformed from a grand lineage into a vassal of the Lestrange family. Though labeled as a vassal, it bears no practical difference from that of a servant, and now it exists merely in name. Inheriting the ancient tome Introduction to Ancient Magic, Bodgray has harbored lofty ambitions since childhood, aspiring to restore the Gray family's former glory. Now, standing upon the damp ground of the ancient relic, he felt the vibrant magical energies surrounding him, sensing that he was drawing closer to his goal. What was his intention behind abducting Audrey Astery? Was it not to acquire the power of ancient magic? He had gleaned from his ancestors' notes that powerful ancient magical energies were preserved beneath Hogwarts, accessible only to wizards who could perceive the echoes of ancient magic. Yet, the fairies had pointed him toward another pathway. The knowledge of ancient magic was, in fact, deeply concealed within relics scattered across the world. The corridor before him was as wide and towering as the door, as if the relic's former master had been a giant. After millennia of wear, the illumination within the relic must have long ceased to function. Bodgray carefully proceeded, illuminated by a Lumos charm, each step echoing eerily in the silence. He treaded with utmost caution, as if some monstrous creature lurked in the depths of the darkness that the Lumos charm could not reach. Glancing back, he saw no sign of Titus and her band of fairies. They must have chosen a different path at the previous fork. Silence enveloped the corridor, save for the sound of Bodgray's own footsteps, crackling with each step. The oppressive atmosphere sent chills down his spine, and he felt as though something was watching him from the innermost depths of the relic. As his heart raced and breath quickened, Bodgray could no longer contain his anxiety. He raised his wand and swung it fiercely toward the depths of the corridor. The best way to confront fear is to shatter it, and anger can dissipate unease. A bolt of lightning shot forth, illuminating the corridor in brilliant silver as it coursed into a stone chamber. Thanks to the thunderous illumination, Bodgray could see the path ahead. He levitated, swiftly entering the stone chamber. The chamber remained vast, adorned with exquisite murals that seemingly depicted the splendor of its long-gone master. In the center lay a beautifully carved sarcophagus, and with his limited knowledge of alchemy, Bodgray could barely discern several familiar magical patterns etched upon it. The front of the sarcophagus bore the inscription in runes: "The enemy of the gods, Albda, lies in eternal slumber here." Albda? Bodgray's pupils constricted sharply. In Norse mythology, Albda was a female fire giant, the mother of the grain goddess Guild, yet she was more notoriously known as Loki's paramour, mothering the fearsome wolf Fenrir, the world's serpent Jormungandr, and the goddess of death, Hel. What an enemy of the gods! Bodgray floated up to the ceiling, allowing him to fully behold the sarcophagus of Albda. The lid was crafted from a single piece of crystal, Perhaps due to its immense size or her status as an enemy of the gods, the crystal remained unpolished. Through its uneven surface, Bodgray glimpsed the outline of the fabled ancient giant. She towered over contemporary giants, her skin glowing faintly red. After millennia, Alda's body appeared untouched by decay, as if she yet lived. Suddenly, a distant wail resonated from the corridor, the anguished cries of fairies reaching Bodgray's ears. A rush of trepidation coursed through him. Danger lurked. This stone chamber was evidently merely a tomb. The murals lining the walls bore no knowledge of ancient magic. A voice, booming like thunder, echoed throughout, youthful yet commanding, shaking the very core of his being. I am Dalton, son of Mani, grandson of Thor, blood of the great god King Odin. You, wretched slaves, dare disturb my slumber. I decree your death. Meanwhile, Gilderoy Lockhart was performing fervently on stage, pulling Bonnie Hanover into a segment from Wandering with Werewolves. Audrey watched joyously from the audience, occasionally clapping and cheering, drawing the attention of the younger wizards. This sixth-year star, retaking her OWLs, had joined the 5th years in class, a fact they had come to accept. Yet, her view of Professor Lockhart as a mere clown left them astonished. Truly the Astery sister, even in such excess. The professor does not seem bothered. Why would he be angry? Lockhart was utterly delighted at that moment. Someone was actually supporting his little theater. And look, isn't that the great star Audrey Astery? Her fame nearly eclipses his. Earning her applause was undeniably a joyous occasion, even if her expression was tinged with mockery. Yet, confident as Lockhart was, he did not perceive that expression as mockery. He had seen it often enough and was convinced it was admiration, a tribute to his talents and charm. Alas, had it not been for the publisher's warning, cautioning him that Audrey Astery was not someone to provoke, he might have genuinely hoped to cultivate something further with this star. Little did he know that the publishing house that once published his works now bore the name Astery. Audrey. After class, Iselin hurried from the potions classroom. Shall we go eat together? Sure. Suddenly, a warmth enveloped Audrey's waist. Edmund was calling her. Oh wait, Iselin. I have something to attend to. You go ahead to the Great Hall. I will join you shortly. All right. With that, she returned to the dormitory and opened the two-way mirror. Audrey, we have received updates on the individuals we are tracking from Bodgraith and Tethys. What could possibly be so urgent? A violent explosion occurred within the ruins they were exploring, and thus far, no one has exited the site. Let them meet their own demise. There is no need to alert me about it, is there? However, the crux of the matter is this: a boy, approximately 10 years of age, emerged from the ruins. From several kilometers across the sea, he detected our surveillance team and casually unleashed a beam of light, sinking our vessel before vanishing into thin air. Audrey's pupils dilated, and she quickly inquired, "What are the casualties?" The crew managed to abandon ship in time, preserving their lives. But that beam was of such intense heat that the surrounding waters boiled. Our personnel sustained significant injuries and are currently receiving treatment. Edmund, notify our people that if they encounter that boy again, they should steer clear and avoid unnecessary casualties. Edmund nodded but then asked, "What about the ruins? What did Professor Grindelwald say?" "He instructed you to make your own decisions. That old fool never lets me have a moment's peace." Audrey muttered, suggesting that the fairies from the bank of the earth should investigate, citing that excavation of ruins is their forte. Dalton, with his golden hair and striking features, landed in Oslo, eliciting gasps from the Muggles. TSK, so this is the descendant of Lib and Reptaliser? Muggles are truly Muggles, always making a fuss. It is rather surprising that mere mortals can create such exquisite structures. Dalton strolled down the street, allowing passers-by to photograph him, the abode of the Father God. Ah, there it is. Dalton levitated, speeding towards a particular direction. His destination was the Oslo Cathedral. Although the surroundings had transformed dramatically over the millennia, he could still sense the presence of his father. Upon landing before the cathedral, the area suddenly dimmed, as if enveloped in a shroud. "Young one, we are from the Norwegian Ministry of Magic. You have violated the secrecy law. Please accompany us." Dalton turned, a glint of menace flashing in his golden eyes. How dare these mere mortal wizards challenge him? Chapter 106, A Night in the Hall. What concern is it to me? Audrey. On this night, at 10 o'clock, Iselin brought Gemma to Audrey's room, vigorously attempting to rouse her. Yet, the typically vigilant Audrey was in a deep slumber. This was an unusual circumstance, but Iselin and Gemma had compelling reasons to awaken her. "Audrey, your gold has been stolen." "Duong." Audrey shot up like a rocket. Who dares to steal my gold?" Iselin rolled her eyes, finally awake. Audrey, still gasping in shock, thought to herself that this girl was truly bold to deceive her with such a matter. She had almost retaliated with an Avada. Indeed, Grindelwald had secretly taught Audrey the unforgivable curses. Audrey had mocked him for fearing Dumbledore like a tiger. Yet Grindelwald retorted that she was merely a child who hadn't even grown into her full potential. "Iselin, Can you refrain from joking about this? I might get angry. Iselin shook her head. I don't want to either, but you wouldn't wake up. Audrey eased the discomfort of being abruptly awakened and asked, what is going on? It's not dawn yet, is it? Of course not. It's only 10 o'clock at night. Have you all lost your minds? Audrey exclaimed in astonishment. Is our Slytherin planning a nighttime party? No. Audrey, Gemma interjected. The fugitive Sirius Black has infiltrated Hogwarts and attacked the Gryffindor dormitory. Audrey retorted, that's a Gryffindor issue. What does it have to do with us Slytherins? He.s. an extremely dangerous wanted criminal. Gemma insisted, he.s. taken many lives, a truly heinous dark wizard. Audrey rolled her eyes again, disregarding that those muggles were killed by Peter Pettigrew, even if those 14 lives were attributed to Sirius. This so-called heinous dark wizard had not personally killed more than he had. When one considers the Grey family, the Serpent's Tooth, and the fairies, the count of lives on their hands had already exceeded 20. Enough with the delays, Audrey, Iselin said. The professor has summoned everyone to the hall. We will all be sleeping there tonight. I want to go. I can't sleep without my gold. Nonetheless, Audrey reluctantly followed the two, adhering to Gemma's reasoning that if they did not escort her to the hall, it would be their fault, but if she left the hall afterward, that would be the professor's issue. Upholding the principle of not burdening her friends, Audrey begrudgingly made the journey. In the hall, the 4 long tables were nowhere to be seen, replaced by sleeping bags scattered across the floor, with all students gathered there. Audrey and her companions were the last to arrive. Dumbledore, noticing Audrey's tardiness, said nothing and began, all right, everyone is here. His demeanor turned grave as he continued. Just moments ago, the wanted criminal Sirius Black entered the Gryffindor dormitory and escaped upon being discovered by Ron Weasley. His whereabouts are currently unknown. To ensure everyone's safety, I ask that you all rest in the hall tonight. I expect the prefects to guard the entrance and the heads of the male and female students to manage. Should any situation arise, report it promptly to me and the professors. Audrey glanced at her sleeping bag, utterly speechless. Observing her reluctance to enter her sleeping bag, Professor Snape approached. What's the matter, Miss Astery? Do you require instruction on how to use a sleeping bag? Audrey sighed. Professor, is it really necessary? Just for one Sirius, we need to be this vigilant? What if Voldemort shows up? That is not your concern, Astery, Snape replied, his mood evidently sour, his tone equally harsh. Now, get into your sleeping bag, and I do not wish to repeat myself. Audrey looked at Dumbledore. Believing the old headmaster's educational philosophy to be flawed, overprotection would not cultivate excellent wizards. At the first sign of danger, gathering students together for professors to protect them, did they truly think young wizards were mere chicks? A Sirius without a wand could hardly contend with several young wizards. Even a few simple leg-locking and tooth-disarming jinxes would suffice to deal with him. Not to mention, among the upperclassmen, there were certainly those who had mastered advanced spells. I have something to discuss with Professor Dumbledore. Audrey bypassed Snape, striding directly towards Dumbledore, inciting Snape's ire. Professor Dumbledore, Audrey began, her voice lowered to a whisper meant solely for Dumbledore's ears. I wish to return to my dormitory to sleep. Dumbledore was well aware of Audrey's peculiarities and recognized that, given her capabilities, Sirius posed no threat to her. Of course, my child, Dumbledore smiled. But with so many students here, your abrupt departure might cause unnecessary administrative complications for us. If everyone sleeps in the hall, no one will object, as it is the same for all. However, if someone is granted privileges, it will inevitably stir discontent among others, even if that person is Audrey Astery. Troublesome. Audrey rolled her eyes, settling cross-legged. She cleared her throat, drawing the attention of the entire hall. The moonlight illuminates the waves, the lake mist weaves a haze. I wish to drift away, freeing my woes, yet fear the night water cools my heart. Her melodious voice resonated through the hall, halting students from whispering across sleeping bags. The grievances of being forcibly brought to the hall were washed away by Audrey's soothing song. As the second verse commenced, Audrey subtly infused the sleeping charm into her melodious voice, a maneuver that left Dumbledore utterly astounded. Had this young lady's magical prowess truly reached such heights? The professors, of course, were capable of resisting the onslaught of her hypnotic song, save for Gilderoy Lockhart, the renowned defense against the dark arts instructor, who collapsed to the floor, succumbing to slumber more swiftly than many of the students. The remaining awake professors gazed in bewilderment at Audrey, who continued to sing with exquisite grace. They had never witnessed anyone blend a spell so seamlessly in a song. This child was beyond their wildest imagination. In no time, the hall was devoid of conscious students. Well then, Professor Dumbledore, Audrey stood up. Everyone is asleep. May I take my leave? Of course, Audrey, Dumbledore replied, having no further reason to keep her there for the night, especially with the matter of Fawkes demanding his attention. I require his assistance in delivering messages. You can summon him at any time, can't you? I Haven T prevented him. Audrey chuckled, But now that he has a wife, newlywed bliss may render him unresponsive to your call. Professor Dumbledore, Audrey suddenly laughed, seemingly struck by a delightful thought. You are quite the capitalist, aren't you? Who else would exploit a bird in such a manner? When your employees marry, do you deny them even a day off? With that, Audrey disappeared from the hall with a soft pop. Married? Dumbledore was taken aback. Fawkes is married. Does that imply that Audrey possesses not only Fawkes, but also a phoenix? Albus, McGonagall approached. Was it you who granted Miss Astrea the apparition privileges at Hogwarts? No, Minerva. That child is a prodigy. The anti-apparition wards of Hogwarts cannot contain her. Dumbledore, you should not have let her go. Snape strode over with determination. Black's infiltration of Hogwarts surely required someone to guide him. Her insistence on leaving the hall is highly unusual. No, Severus, you are mistaken. You have seen her dormitory. She would likely be restless without her cherished possessions. She is merely accustomed to her own bed. With no classes to attend, she has an entire day to sleep. Realizing his overzealousness, Snape quickly sought an exit. Muttering to himself, Blast Potter, making me so anxious. Audrey, unaware of the experience of sleeping on the cold stone floor of the hall, slumbered until midday. Having enjoyed a notably restful night, it seemed that Iselin had not come to rouse her for breakfast until now. Audrey, you must see the Daily Prophet. Something monumental has occurred. Iselin's rare display of urgency piqued Audrey's curiosity. Monumental? Is it a bigger news than the entire student body of Hogwarts being lulled to sleep by a dark wizard? Do not jest. Iselin scolded. The Norwegian Ministry of Magic has been breached, resulting in a massacre. Were it not for a mysterious figure who eliminated the assailants, the ministry may have faced total annihilation. Audrey envisioned the boy capable of sinking ships from several kilometers away. Had he perished? No matter who was responsible, Audrey would commend them. The two-way mirror is heating up. She mused. Iselin, you go ahead. I have matters to attend to. Iselin halted, turning to Audrey with a silent gaze. Do not worry. I shall certainly arrive. After ushering Iselin from the room, Audrey retrieved the two-way mirror. Edmund, what is it? I think it would be prudent for you to visit the headquarters of the Earth and Sky Bank. Why? A rather intriguing guest has arrived at the bank, and I believe you would be interested. Who? Sirius Black. With a sharp crack, the scene changed. Mr. Black, please remain patient. Our proprietor will arrive shortly. Pusey trembled slightly. The man before him was a notorious criminal. Why must I wait for your proprietor? Gringotts only required the right person and the correct key to access vaults, regardless of client identity. However, sir, Gringotts no longer exists. This is now Earth and Sky Bank. Sirius, in a fit of agitation, drained his cup of tea, which, though of fine quality, could not ease his tempestuous mood. Last night's raid on the Gryffindor dormitory had nearly allowed him to eliminate that traitor, but he was discovered, and all was for naught. Now, Peter Pettigrew would be on high alert, making the task of capturing him all the more arduous. He slammed the teacup back onto the table, producing a sharp clatter. His sudden movement startled Pusey. Boss, please come quickly. This man is terrifying. The door swung open, and a figure entered. Pusey, leave this to me. Pusey, feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve, bowed respectfully. Yes, boss. As Pusey departed, Sirius gazed at the newcomer in astonishment. You are the proprietor of Earth and Sky Bank. Is that a problem? I did not expect the owner of Earth and Sky Bank to be a pop star. Audrey chuckled. There are many things you might not expect. She settled comfortably across from Sirius. Mr. Black, I am curious to know what brings you to our Earth and Sky Bank. I wish to withdraw some funds. Audrey smiled. This is no longer Gringotts, so the rules have changed. Are you aware of this? Sirius frowned, impatience evident in his voice. Do not beat around the bush. Just say it. Our Earth and Sky Bank is a newly established wizarding bank, still in its infancy, and we must maintain a favorable relationship with the Ministry of Magic. She fabricated smoothly. Thus, in comparison to Gringotts, we are even more law-abiding. And you, Sirius Black, are a notoriously wanted criminal. If you were in my position, what would you do? As she spoke, Audrey produced Sirius's wanted poster, waving it before him. The image depicted him in a menacing pose, yet to her, it paled in comparison to Hydra's own wanted poster from years past. Sirius immediately rose, his body tense, eyes narrowed. Are you planning to turn me over to the ministry? Certainly not. You are one of our esteemed clients. We would never jeopardize our credibility in such a way, Audrey replied with a smile, appearing as innocent as a kitten that had just pilfered a fish. What I mean is that granting you access to the vault under the pressure of the ministry poses a significant risk to us. Moreover, I consider the ministry to be my beloved kin, my brothers, my sustenance. She grinned cheekily. Therefore, a fee is in order. Sirius was momentarily taken aback. After all that build-up, he expected something far more substantial. Am I to believe you are merely asking for a bit of money? What amount do you require? Audrey leaned back on the sofa, stroking her chin. Truth be told, she had not yet decided. The notion of requesting more money was merely a playful nod to her previous life. After a moment's contemplation, she finally spoke. I have a friend named Nymphadora Tonks. Her mother, Andromeda. Yes, she is my cousin, cast out from the family, just like me, Sirius lamented. Remember that well? Audrey smiled. I wonder if you would be inclined to return the portion of the Black family estate that rightfully belongs to Mrs. Tonks. After all, it is outrageous to be disowned simply for marrying a wizard of Muggle blood. Indeed, I concur with your perspective. The Black family's rules are utterly flawed. Sirius nodded repeatedly in agreement. Yet even I have been cast out of my own home, stripped of the right to inherit the Black family estate. The only assets at my disposal are my personal belongings. What authority do I possess to distribute the Black inheritance? No, Audrey shook her head. The first heir registered at the Ministry of Magic for the Black family has always been you. Your parents did not disown you. Sirius's eyes widened in disbelief. But in the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. Wait, this defies logic. Audrey tilted her head, bemused. What is this? The Gryffindor buffoon, the madman of the Black family, has begun to ponder logic? She was curious to hear what reasoning he would present. Even if Nymphadora Tonks is your friend, there is no need for you to go to such lengths. The price you pay is the peril of having the new bank sealed by the Ministry of Magic. Sirius stepped forward, exclaiming, I've sensed your presence before. I must have caught your scent somewhere. But when I was imprisoned, you were still quite young. There should be no connection between us. Then, who exactly are you? Audrey blinked, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. It's not unusual for a brute to think. Even Guijing occasionally plays tricks, but to detect her scent? That is excessive. Are you some sort of canine? Oh, he is indeed a dog. Then it's nothing to worry about. I place great value on friendship, Audrey explained. Dora is a dear, cherished friend of mine. And money is merely a number to me. I truly do not care about it. An arbitrary gift may not be accepted, but a distribution stemming from family assets is entirely reasonable. No, no, no. Sirius shook his head vigorously. Although it is a substantial fortune, it does not match the risk you bear. No one would go to such lengths for a friend. Audrey interrupted him. Not even the bond you share with James Potter reaches such heights. Sirius paused. Then his face contorted in anguish as he buried his hands in his face, collapsing helplessly back onto the sofa. If he could trade all his wealth to save his best friend's family, he would do so without hesitation. Audrey hadn't anticipated Sirius's keen sensitivity. She quickly diverted the conversation, hoping to redirect his focus onto James Potter and distract him from his doubts about her identity. Sirius, after a moment of torment, suddenly dropped his hands, staring intently at Audrey, sending a chill down her spine. I remember now. You are Hydra's Lestrange. I caught your scent in Azkaban. Last, you are Bella's daughter, which explains your assistance to Andromeda. The tension that had gripped Sirius dissipated instantly. Audrey's encouragement for him to bequeath wealth to Andromeda indicated that this young woman before him held familial bonds in high regard. After all, she was his niece. She would never do me harm. Indeed, Audrey would not pose a threat to Sirius. Her visit was merely to caution him against causing chaos at Hogwarts, as the repercussions of his actions had already disrupted her peace. Audrey's expression swiftly transformed back into that of Hydra's, addressing him with a sharp tone. Your canine instincts are distasteful. To detect a young woman's scent and vocalize it is quite rude, and an exceedingly perverse act. Do you not agree? Chided by his niece, Sirius found himself at a loss for words, not only because she was right, but also due to his need for her assistance. His galleons had yet to be retrieved. Yet now, his curiosity was piqued regarding how his niece had become the owner of the Bank of the Universe. If his memory served him correctly, less than a year ago, she had visited Azkaban seeking Bellatrix for the Lestrange family vault. Clearly, the Lestrange lineage could not afford to purchase the entirety of Gringotts. He was intrigued but did not dare to inquire. For some inexplicable reason, in the presence of this niece, Sirius felt no sense of seniority. Hydra's, my vault? The vault may be open to you, but there are several conditions. First, ensure that the funds reach Andromeda. Second, keep my identity a secret. Third, do not recklessly disrupt Hogwarts again. Sirius shook his head vigorously, resolute. No, I must exact my revenge. Peter Pettigrew? Sirius's eyes widened. His face weathered by the trials of Azkaban, now etched with shock. How do you know? My knowledge of this matter is of no concern to you. I simply hope you refrain from causing further troubles at Hogwarts. It's merely Peter Pettigrew. You could easily apprehend him at the Weasley home during the holidays. Why risk infiltrating Hogwarts? Very well, I promise not to stir up trouble. But you cannot prevent me from keeping an eye on Peter. I fear he may flee. You may handle it as you see fit. However, should Hogwarts fall into turmoil because of you again, I will immediately seal your vault. Sirius nodded eagerly. Hydra's then tossed him a wand, saying, Take this. It's made of oak, with a phoenix feather core. As Sirius accepted the wand, warmth surged through him. His niece had actually remembered the material of his favored wand, who said she did not value family ties. She was the first to rush to his aid. Indeed, Hydras was exceptionally kind to her relatives. Even Lucius Malfoy had greatly benefited from Aunt Narcissa, let alone this uncle. Yet, she aspired to create a familial atmosphere akin to the Weasleys. It seemed a daunting task. Her biological father was a deranged terrorist, her mother a lunatic, her adoptive father Lestrange a man who despised his own mother, and Aunt Narcissa had transformed into a Malfoy. Thus, she could only strive to foster closeness with Aunt Andromeda and Sirius. Wait, had she forgotten something? Oh no. Isolin. Chapter 108, The Initial Victim. Audrey rushed into the Great Hall, only to find it deserted. Lunchtime had concluded, and Isolin had already gone to class. This was troublesome, Audrey muttered to herself. Surely that girl isn't upset? After worrying for a moment, Audrey smiled. It was of little consequence, at most. She would have Momo prepare a couple of Isolin's favorite dishes for dinner. A friend who could be swayed by 2 small lobsters? Surely. Pleasing her was merely a matter of serving a few delectable meals. With that thought, Audrey intended to return to her dormitory. No. There's defense against the dark arts this afternoon. Such an entertaining activity cannot be missed. It is the most delightful comedy. Far superior to those soap operas and shoddily produced films. The best part is that it's live, with interactive elements. As Audrey opened the door to the defense against the dark arts classroom, Professor Lockhart was selecting roles. Upon seeing Audrey enter, he beamed, not scolding her for her tardiness or deducting points. After all, she was his most devoted audience. However, after the first week of classes, Lockhart had lost some of his initial popularity among the students. They had begun to realize that this renowned wizard was perhaps not as formidable as his reputation suggested. Faced with a Cornish pixie that even a second year which could easily handle, this so-called master of magic had been disarmed and had fled in panic? And that second year witch? Yes, she would be none other than the future Minister for Magic, Miss Granger. At this moment, as the class ended, Audrey lazily strolled out of the classroom, making her way toward the Great Hall, contemplating how to apologize to Isolin. However, the future Minister for Magic suddenly rushed up to her, looking frantic. Audrey, Isolin Windsor is in trouble. Come with me. Isolin had afternoon potions class, and she was currently on her route from the potions classroom to the defense against the dark arts classroom. Her body rigid and her mind blank, she had been petrified. Before arriving at the scene, Audrey's heart raced fiercely. The only significant event this semester could only be an encounter with the basilisk. Yet, upon seeing the petrified Isolin, she felt an unexpected sense of relief. There were no casualties in the original universe, a stroke of extraordinary luck. For aside from the unfortunate Myrtilla who had met her demise 50 years ago, no one, human or beast, had directly locked eyes with the serpent. But now, the victim was Isolin, and Audrey had no inkling of this girl's fortune. To have befriended someone as lazy as herself could only be deemed a stroke of ill fate. Just look at how much trouble she had caused herself since their acquaintance, and how many worries she had taken on. Thankfully, it was merely petrification. Audrey scanned her surroundings and noticed a vent in the ceiling of the corridor, beside which stood a suit of armor, polished to a mirror-like sheen. So, she had seen the basilisk's eyes reflected in the armor? The first basilisk attack in the original universe had occurred on Halloween, and yet school had only just begun. Moreover, there were no inscriptions regarding any heir on the walls. Everything felt exceedingly strange. Severus Snape hurriedly arrived. There were no other young wizards nearby, as at this hour. Nearly everyone was headed to the Great Hall. The only ones passing through here were Isolin, on her way to find Audrey in the defense against the dark arts classroom, and Hermione, returning a book to the library before dinner. Miss Astery, please tell me what on earth has happened here? Snape inquired, his expression stern. And you, Hermione Granger, discovering a crisis in the school, should you not have sought a professor first? Had it not been for the ghost's notification, I would have been oblivious to the trouble befalling my house's student. Amidst the flames, Dumbledore's figure emerged. Enough, Severus. Miss Granger has done exceptionally well. The ghosts that alerted us were all arranged by her. Unfazed and efficient, Hermione Granger had earned 5 points for Gryffindor. Snape snorted and fell silent. Meanwhile, Fawkes the Phoenix alighted on Audrey's shoulder, whispering incessantly in her ear, seemingly accusing Dumbledore of coercing him into labor through a contract. Dumbledore awkwardly shook his head, contemplating whether he should contract another little phoenix, as this one appeared to be quite exhausted. Fortunately, the arrival of Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprout, and Madame Pomfrey alleviated his discomfort. Oh dear, who could commit such an egregious act against an innocent young witch? Is she dead? Dumbledore gently tapped Isolin's shoulder with his wand, but she remained unresponsive, akin to a specimen. Gilderoy Lockhart arrived late. Oh, my apologies, everyone. I was attending to some pressing matters. He approached Isolin, examined her briefly, and declared loudly, "It must be a curse that has befallen her. I suspect it is the Transfiguration torture curse. I have seen it used many times, alas, had I been present. I would have known the counter curse, and this poor girl would not be in such peril. Thank you for your input, Gilderoy, Dumbledore said, distancing his glasses from Isoline. This young lady is not dead, she is merely petrified. Oh, that is splendid, Lockhart replied. I believe I know a spell that could cure petrification. The Mandrake restorative draft could restore her, Audrey interjected. Ah, yes, the restorative draft. Lockhart chuckled awkwardly. Though my spell is undoubtedly more effective. The restorative draft is indeed a commendable idea. Unfortunately, we are out of mandrakes, Professor Sprout lamented, shaking her head. The latest batch has just been planted. I had intended for the students to repot them in early October. No, Professor, Audrey said. I can accelerate the growth of the mandrakes. All the professor's eyes lit up. This lazy girl's reputation for idleness was no secret among them, yet it was evident she possessed knowledge of ancient plant magic. Professor Sprout seized Audrey's hand, exclaiming, quickly, Child, come with me to the greenhouse. As they walked, she mused, accelerating plant growth. You should have been a Hufflepuff. Seeing the two depart, Snape smirked slightly. Audrey asked her. For her efforts to save a classmate by hastening potion growth, Slytherin earns 30 points. McGonagall, Flitwick, the Mandrake restorative draft was not particularly difficult to brew, and in the skilled hands of Potion Master Snape, it was completed in mere moments. As the potion took effect on Isoline, her body gradually softened, and her chest began to rise and fall. Wonderful, the potion is working, Madame Pomfrey exclaimed joyfully. Yet Dumbledore interjected, Poppy, do not be overly exuberant, something feels amiss. Audrey nodded slightly, her expression grave. Isoline shows no signs of awakening. Madame Pomfrey approached Isoline and examined her closely. Her body has fully returned to normal. But why is she not waking? She glanced at Snape, who frowned. Don't look to me. My potion is undoubtedly flawless. But Dumbledore remarked, this child has been cursed. A most cunning curse. Audrey hurriedly asked, can you break it? Dumbledore sighed deeply, I cannot. Chapter 109. The Chamber of Secrets explodes. Feeling utterly despondent, Audrey exited the infirmary, with Dumbledore trailing behind her. Do not worry too much, my child. I will devise a solution. Dumbledore endeavored to comfort Audrey. I have many elderly friends. Perhaps but you are the most powerful white wizard, Professor Dumbledore, Audrey retorted. If you cannot awaken Isoline, I do not believe anyone else can. I am not as great as you think, child. I am no match for Nick in alchemy, nor for Newt in magical creatures. And I pale in comparison to Bashida in historical interpretation. Enough, Audrey said, shaking her head expressionlessly. You pursue your methods. I shall employ mine. In any case, I will not allow Isoline to remain in this stupor. Watching Audrey vanish down the corridor, a glimmer of insight flickered in Dumbledore's wise eyes. Shall we begin? Audrey did not rush back to her dormitory. Instead, she ventured to the corridor where Isoline had met her misfortune. Aside from the suit of armor, there were no portraits. Such a corridor devoid of images was exceedingly rare in the castle, yet it added to the difficulty of unraveling the mystery, as there were no witnesses. What curse had befallen Isoline? Audrey meticulously searched every brick and stone around her. Ancient magic resonated like flowing droplets everywhere, yet these were merely the castle's own enchantments, unrelated to any curse. Suddenly, a chilling, malevolent voice echoed in her ear. Your master summons you, young mistress. Go to the second floor, search there. The entrance lies within. This is your master's trial. Well versed in the narrative, Audrey recognized it as the basilisk. The master it referred to brought a sudden suspicion to her mind as she recalled Salazar Slytherin's unexpected interruption during the sorting ceremony. Could Isoline's curse be the work of her body's ancient ancestor? A trial? This was precisely what she loathed. Yet, to save Isoline, she had no choice. Even if this plotline felt trite, Isoline was her only true friend at school. She recalled the scene of the armored girl, trembling yet striving to offer assistance. Of course, the first trial set by Slytherin was nothing to fear, for she already knew the location of the chamber's entrance. Momo, a shimmering figure, clad in a glimmering unicorn hair pillowcase, leapt from the void. Young mistress, give me some bread. Audrey, while gnawing on a piece of bread, strode purposefully towards the forsaken girl's lavatory on the second floor, a place long dominated by the ghostly moaning Myrtle, which served as the entrance to the Slytherin chamber. Oh, Audrey! Upon sensing the presence of the ghost's beloved catnip, Myrtle eagerly pressed closer, exclaiming, Ah, this sensation is simply divine. Audrey's expression darkened as she retorted, Go away, Myrtle, I have no time for you right now. Just a moment. I have never felt this comfortable in my living days. In an instant, Audrey switched to her unicorn form, a sacred aura radiating from her. Myrtle shrieked in terror, hastily leaping into the toilet stall, sending a high spray of water as she vanished from sight. Approaching the basin, Audrey found a faucet adorned with a carving of a small serpent. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Open. The faucet emitted a dazzling white light, causing the basin to whirl rapidly. As the entire basin disappeared, a remarkably thick pipe emerged. Gazing at the years of grime and an array of unidentifiable substances accumulated on the pipe's walls, Audrey furrowed her brow. Fire shield, protect me. Blue flames enveloped her entire being as she leaped into the pipe, transitioning to her boggart form. She found this ethereal mode far more suitable for the confined space. The filthy water droplets cascading from the pipe's walls evaporated before they could touch her, allowing her to soar downward without a care. The pipe twisted and turned, branching out into numerous passages, yet she resolutely followed the thickest pipe ahead. Time slipped away, and eventually, she reached the bottom. Boom. The fire shield ignited the methane gas, flames rapidly spreading through the pipe. However, the blue fire completely absorbed the force of the impending explosion. Audrey scratched her head, realizing that after spending so long in the wizarding world, she had forgotten some common sense from the Muggle realm. Meanwhile, several outlets around Hogwarts belched steam, startling a number of young witches and wizards. Yet, this was Hogwarts, where the most peculiar occurrences were hardly surprising. Thus, no one rushed to report it to the professors. Moments later, the methane burned away. Yet Audrey still detected a most unpleasant odor. The accumulated refuse from the basilisk over the centuries was not completely eradicated by a single blaze, and the stench was undeniably potent. Perhaps an old physician would revel in the find, for here lay an abundance of high-quality human yellow and human white. Or perhaps serpent yellow and serpent white. Audrey was no expert in traditional Chinese medicine, but such musings momentarily distracted her from the fact that she had fallen into the basilisk's foul pit. The fire from her protective flames illuminated the surroundings as she advanced through the tunnel, littered with the remains of small animals. Audrey grimaced. The basilisk was terribly inconsiderate. She doubted that the creature meticulously stripped the flesh from these small creatures before expelling their bones. Thus, the remains scattered about were the products of the basilisk's gluttony. Disgusting. The filth was everywhere. She had aptly termed this place a pit of excrement. The blue flames purified all, their intense heat vaporizing anything that discomforted Audrey. The tunnel, already cleansed by the methane explosion, was now undergoing a second wave of purification. Thus, Audrey pressed on, leaving behind a pristine passage. Turning a corner, she encountered the shed skin that had startled Ron, now charred and dotted with embers. Ignoring this massive trophy, which Snape would surely treasure, Audrey continued onward. The tunnel meandered endlessly, as if it had no end. Finally, she arrived before a wall adorned with two entwined serpents, their eyes shimmering with exquisite emeralds. Carefully observing the magical echoes emanating from this wall, she confirmed that no magic flowed through those two serpent eyes. Without hesitation, she pried 4 egg-sized emeralds from their setting. She knew not from whence Salazar Slytherin procured such exquisite gems, but she was certain that these 4 treasures now belonged to her. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Open. As the serpents parted, the stone wall cracked open, sliding aside to reveal a vast chamber. Yet the next moment, boom, the chamber erupted. This chamber was entirely sealed, filled with the green, mysterious mist described by Rowling. The density was visible to the naked eye. Who else but her would cause such an explosion? Audrey had no time for regret, sensing that her fire shield would likely not withstand this detonation. Thus, she performed a disillusionment charm to escape the scene. Chapter 110, Salazar Slytherin. Hogwarts Castle trembled slightly, startling both the students in the common room and those wandering the halls at night. George and Fred had just infiltrated Filch's office when the tremor caused Filch's coat to crash to the ground, sending them both jumping in fright. George, what was that? I don't know, Fred. Look, what is that? Fred suddenly pointed at a small pink garment hanging from the hook where the coat had fallen. Filch's taste was indeed peculiar. The still innocent Weasley twins were astonished. The castle's tremor did not escape Dumbledore's notice either. He rose and addressed the portraits of past headmasters. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to know what has transpired. The headmasters nodded in agreement and exited their frames. Only Phineas Black remained steadfast, remarking, Dumbledore, the castle has trembled before. It happened just 2 years before your enrollment. Though I cannot recall the details, Hogwarts would not suffer damage from such a minor quake. Look at you, so flustered. You hardly resemble a headmaster. Reappearing in the chamber via a disillusionment charm, Audrey found fragments of stone floating, returning to their rightful places. This enduring restoration charm rendered Hogwarts remarkably resilient, and being Slytherin's chamber, it likely boasted even higher protective levels than elsewhere. Navigating through the levitating debris and the massive columns striving to mend themselves, Audrey approached the Slytherin statue. Audrey, the statue of Slytherin, was also attempting to restore itself, though its already less than stellar visage appeared even more disheveled. What was that floating mass? It resembled a mouth, perhaps that of a grumbling visage, restored to its former glory. Audrey waved her wand, and the statue of Slytherin rapidly regained its form. When Slytherin clandestinely constructed this chamber, he did so unbeknownst to the other 3 founders, fearing detection, which limited the magical energy drawn from Hogwarts, resulting in the chamber's slow restoration. This was Slytherin's oversight. He had not anticipated that the chamber would explode a millennium later. The room could gradually repair itself, but Audrey was unwilling to expend the effort. However, this statue needed urgent attention, for she could not afford to waste time. The statue restored, yet it remained silent. Audrey hesitated, contemplating whether to utter the overly dramatic command, "Speak to me, Slytherin, the greatest of Hogwarts' 4 founders." She shook her head, unable to utter such shameful words. How could her ancestor be so brazen? In the midst of her indecision, a voice emerged from behind her. Hiss, 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 young master. Audrey, ever cautious, transformed into her phoenix form. Turning around, she beheld the basilisk coiled several meters behind her, battered and scarred. Audrey, the serpent creature has indeed suffered an undeserved calamity. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Come here. Summoned by Audrey, the serpent creature laboriously slithered closer. As she reached out to touch the serpent's bloodied, hard, and slick scales, a shiver ran down Audrey's spine. The sensation was utterly revolting. Nevertheless, it was worth it. She had acquired the serpent's magical essence. With her eyes and teeth itching, Audrey swiftly adapted to the serpent's magical constitution. From this moment onward, she too possessed the ability to make anyone she glared at become pregnant. Hiss, hiss, hiss. All right, you may leave now. The serpent creature, encountering the wrong person, has made its life arduous. Turning away, it resumed its examination of the statue of Slytherin. The password was something she could never utter, not in this lifetime. Yet, she had spent a considerable month during this summer learning from Nick, and she had made significant progress. Let us see how she would unravel this. She meticulously analyzed the statue and the magical ley lines surrounding it, tapping her wand here and prodding there. After half an hour, Audrey despondently conceded defeat. What on earth was this? It was utterly incomprehensible. Just then, the last fragment of stone in the chamber finally floated back into place, and the statue of Slytherin's eyes began to flicker with a faint green light. In the next moment, the statue crouched down. So, it turned out that the magical energy of the chamber had been entirely consumed in repairing the stone chamber, leaving the statue without sufficient magic to activate. This was akin to insufficient memory. Child, I have awaited your arrival. This voice was the very one Audrey had heard during the sorting ceremony, emanating from the sorting hat. Salazar Slytherin. It is I, Salazar Slytherin, the greatest of Hogwarts' 4 founders. Audrey, child, your talent is unparalleled. To find this place so swiftly, you possess remarkable wisdom. Forgive me, but I have perused the original text. To eliminate the dangers of an unknown location, you chose to blast your way through, which indicates your utmost caution. Apologies, that was merely an accident. You were not afraid upon encountering the serpent creature for the first time and dared to approach and touch it. Your courage is indeed impressive. Forgive me. It was solely for the sake of acquiring the serpent's constitution. To save your friend, being resolute and unyielding demonstrates your value for friendship. You are a splendid friend. Well, that is indeed a fact. You possess the traits of the 4 founders of Hogwarts. You are destined for greatness. Audrey interrupted Slytherin's lengthy monologue, saying, "No need for flattery. I merely wish to know if the curse on Ethelind was cast by you. You are exceptionally gifted, beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. However, what constrains your growth is your character." Slytherin did not respond directly, but instead shifted the conversation, stating, "You are simply too indolent." The statue of Slytherin shook its head, a look of deep dismay on its face. "You are squandering your talents, child. Had I not placed a curse on that young girl, perhaps you would never have sought this place until your graduation, would you? Very well, it suffices that the curse was cast by you. Immediately lift the curse on Ethelind. Honestly, I am quite weary of individuals like you. If you wish to find me, you could have simply instructed the serpent creature to notify me. Why put others in such difficult positions? Ask yourself, had it not been for this, would you truly have come? The answer is, of course, no. Yet, she would not admit it. Is it not merely a matter of allowing me to inherit knowledge?" Audrey scoffed. "As one of the greatest founders of Hogwarts, could you not simply come to the dormitory to teach me?" The statue of Slytherin fell silent. Most likely, Audrey had succeeded in vexing it. Although her words were laced with grievance, they were ultimately outrageous. What kind of statement was this? The coveted legacy of Salazar Slytherin, already delivered to her lips. And she could not even be bothered to open her mouth, expecting the inheritance to leap into her mouth. Salazar Slytherin had certainly encountered countless individuals. I utilized the curse inflicted by the serpent creature, which must be lifted by a living person. I am merely a fragment of memory, a consciousness, a shard of soul, and thus have no means to lift the curse on your friend. Slytherin continued, however, Once you locate my secret vault and obtain the legacy within, you will naturally understand how to break the curse. Whether you choose to learn or not is entirely up to you. Chapter 111, Professor Figo. Wait a moment, Audrey interjected. Are you saying that your secret vault is not located within this chamber? The statue of Slytherin struggled to form a smile. Indeed. This chamber merely serves as a dwelling for the serpent creature. So, you raised this serpent creature solely to deal with Muggle students at Hogwarts? How could that be? The statue of Slytherin shook its head. I am not insane. Despite my reluctance, once students have been granted admission, they become Hogwarts students and thus my students. Why would I harm them? Yet, everyone claims you opposed the school's acceptance of Muggle-born wizards, resulting in a schism with the other 3 founders. The face of the statue of Salazar Slytherin struggled to smile, but it was all too familiar with adopting a melancholic expression. Just as it did now, I did indeed hold that view, for those minions of the gods have been relentlessly pursuing us wizards. And we have no way of knowing whether Muggle-born wizards are spies sent by those minions. Couldn't the truth-seeking spell be used for identification? It is ineffective, child. Slytherin replied. At that time, the church had numerous means to obstruct the truth-seeking spell, and even the Veritaserum was not always reliable. He looked up at the sky. I prepared this chamber and this serpent creature solely to ensure that should Hogwarts ever face an invasion by the church due to an infiltrator, future generations would possess some means of self-defense. Audrey nodded. It seems history indeed deceives. Of course, Slytherin chuckled. They even claimed the serpent creature was birthed from a 7-year-old rooster during the full moon over Sirius, and then hatched by a toad. Such a notion is utterly ludicrous. Huh. Audrey was taken aback. Was the serpent creature not born in such a manner? Certainly not. The statue of Slytherin replied with a rigid smile. That was a vile fabrication concocted by Airbo to deceive the church. The statue waved its hand, and the serpent creature obediently coiled around its arm. Slytherin continued. The serpent creature is the result of wizards failing to merge with the bloodline of Emer, and in essence, they were once human. Emer, the colossal serpent? The goblins of the Bank of Earth had long reported the conditions within the ruins of the previous Norse site. The ruins contained not only numerous incomplete corpses of goblins, but also a massive coffin housing the body of Alba. It is well known that Emer is the progeny of Alba, hence, good heavens, the serpent creature before her is a relative of that giant woman. Oh. But I digress, Slytherin remarked. Why do you not inquire about the location of my secret vault? Audrey tugged at the corner of her mouth. To be honest, she had no interest in the location of the vault. Had it not been for the sake of saving Ethelind, she would not have embarked on this journey at all. So, where exactly is your secret vault? As expected of Audrey, with her performance skills scoring an 80, this question was posed quite naturally. Well asked. Audrey, Slytherin replied. The entrance to my secret vault lies at the very bottom of the Slytherin dungeon. You have 2 magical ley lines that will allow you to perceive the magical resonance. Thus you will surely find the entrance. Is there a password or something for the entrance? You are the key, child. Audrey had had enough of these old relics' wicked sense of humor. Matters that could be resolved simply must always be convoluted, requiring a long detour. Why not just toss those notes and books into my dormitory? Must I make a personal trip? Salazar, dear ancestor, Audrey offered her parting words. Your statue's smile is exceedingly stiff and rather unattractive. Can we refrain from smiling next time we converse? Hiss, hiss, hiss. And you, do not harm the students. Otherwise, I shall stew you and make a serpent soup. Last Halloween, Audrey had once trailed Grindakatok through a dungeon corridor. The winding, abandoned storage rooms and cells narrated the rather tumultuous lives of Hogwarts predecessors from centuries past. The dungeons were adorned with rusted and decayed instruments of torture, suggesting that the spies sent by the church, as recounted by Salazar Slytherin, were certainly not few. Hello, Professor Fig. It's a pleasure to see you again. Audrey greeted the portrait of Professor Fig as she passed by. Oh, it's you, child. Professor Fig chuckled. This place is hardly frequented by young witches and wizards. Decades might pass without a soul visiting. So what brings you here? Audrey replied with a smile. Decades without visitors? In such a secluded spot. I would have thought some young couples might come here to whisper sweet nothings. Professor Fig laughed heartily. Though it is indeed tranquil here, the atmosphere is utterly dreadful. Your ability to utter such a phrase suggests you haven't had much experience in romance. Audrey rolled her eyes. You could just say I'm a steel-hearted woman, lacking in sentiment. She surveyed her surroundings, meticulously searching for traces of ancient magic reverberations. Given that Professor Fig had resided here for over a century, how could he not be aware of her intentions? Speaking of which, you are a 5th-year student, capable of perceiving the ancient magical traces we cannot see. Ah, I see now. You two are in pursuit of Slytherin's secret vault, are you not? Had this been her first encounter with Professor Fig, Audrey might have concocted a fib, but after her experience with Hogwarts Legacy, She understood that this old fellow was exceptionally kind-hearted. Yet, shouldn't the existence of Slytherin's secret vault be a closely guarded secret? How did this old man come to know of it? Indeed, Professor, I have compelling reasons to locate Slytherin's vault. Ah, Professor Fig uttered a nonsensical sound. Child, I have been here for over 100 years. I discovered that entrance long ago. Following the direction of Professor Fig's finger, Audrey indeed spotted a distinct echo of ancient magic. However, no one can currently enter Slytherin's vault. No one. Professor Fig stated, when Slytherin established this vault, he incorporated a bloodline verification. Without Slytherin's blood, one cannot gain access to the vault. It is well known that the last remaining Slytherin bloodline, the Gaunt family, has perished so suddenly. Professor Fig's eyes widened in disbelief. His mouth agape as if witnessing an unfathomable spectacle. On the previously bare wall, hundreds of stone serpents abruptly emerged, intertwining to form a semicircular door, within which began to shimmer a kaleidoscope of dark hues, with twinkling stars reminiscent of the great hall's ceiling. In the next moment, Audrey was violently pulled into the doorway by an unseen force. This is utterly astonishing. Professor Fig exclaimed, I never anticipated that a descendant of Slytherin still existed in England. I must inform that child. Chapter 112, The Delayed Fortune. Audrey felt a dizzying whirl, and when she opened her eyes again, she found herself in a grand hall. The layout of this hall mirrored that of the Hogwarts Great Hall, with a pedestal at its center showcasing a miniature model of Hogwarts. The projection of Salazar Slytherin appeared at one side of the pedestal, vivid and lifelike, as though he were a living being. You arrived quite swiftly, child, Slytherin remarked. This vault has been in existence for nearly 1,000 years. You are the first to enter. Slytherin beckoned her closer. Examine this castle closely, he inquired. What have you discovered? Audrey noticed that the miniature model of Hogwarts displayed fine, almost imperceptible silver threads connecting various regions, including the kitchens, Hufflepuff area, greenhouses, and departmental sections. To her, have you made a discovery? Slytherin continued. You have inherited Helga's legacy, thus automatically acquiring 1/4 ownership of the castle. Next, if you gain my legacy, you will possess half of Hogwarts. Audrey's eyes gleamed with excitement. Why didn't that old codger mention such crucial information sooner? If I'd known earlier, I would have sought him out at the beginning of the last academic year. So, how do I obtain your legacy? Salazar Slytherin gestured towards a statue of Slytherin at one side of the hall, and then smiled faintly, addressing the statue. Grant me knowledge, Slytherin. The greatest among the 4 founders of Hogwarts. Audrey thought. So, I must utter this overly dramatic phrase, which surpasses even the incantation in the Chamber of Secrets. However, it was indeed about 1/4 of Hogwarts. Grant me knowledge, Slytherin, the most magnificent among the 4 founders of Hogwarts. The statue emitted a brilliant light, enveloping Audrey as a torrent of knowledge surged into her mind. The explosive, piercing sensation she experienced while accepting Hufflepuff's legacy returned, and predictably, Audrey fainted. When she awoke, Slytherin had vanished, leaving only the model of Hogwarts in the hall. Over half of the castle's areas were now linked to Audrey by silver threads. Through the legacy, she had learned how to navigate the castle. Yes, she was now a holder of authority, even surpassing the headmaster in the areas she had inherited. Snape is in his office. Still listening to Night Blooming Lilies. What is Professor Sprout up to? Still composting at this hour? Wow, it certainly smells. Audrey felt as though she had acquired a new toy, reveling in her newfound power. Wait a moment, there is a second level to this vault. Audrey's eyes brightened. According to the castle's feedback, she approached the spot where the Slytherin statue had once stood. Now, it was empty, as if the statue had transformed into knowledge, entirely merging into her mind. She extended her hand, feeling a clear connection with the castle. She waved it as if tugging the strings of a puppet, controlling everything. The stone bricks rolled aside, revealing a staircase leading downward. The staircase was short, comprising no more than 15 or 16 steps. At the bottom, Audrey entered a treasure chamber. A veritable treasure chamber. Through Slytherin's legacy, she learned of the origins of this vault. In 1066, the Duke of Normandy conquered England, seizing the lands and wealth of the resisting Anglo-Saxon nobility. Amidst the chaos, Salazar Slytherin had stealthily returned all the confiscated treasures to Hogwarts. This was the foresight of a strategist, preparing for a rainy day. Little did he know that for the subsequent 1,000 years, none of his descendants would be able to access this vault. Yet, this treasure chamber had finally awaited its rightful owner. Ancient gold coins, antiques, and ceremonial artifacts filled the room. Was Audrey elated? She ought to have been, yet her heart was awash with regret. Had she found Slytherin's vault at the start of last year, she could have reaped even greater rewards during her acquisition of Ukrainian assets. That would have been an almost tenfold appreciation rate. She was filled with profound remorse. Audrey plopped down amid the pile of gold coins, her eyes vacant. As though she had lost a fortune. No. Was $1 billion truly a significant amount? The exaggerated expression used to describe one's state of mind in her past life suddenly felt inadequate. She lay back, wondering if she could reload her save file. Lost in thought for 10 minutes, she drifted into slumber. The next morning, in the infirmary, Iselin Windsor lay quietly in bed, her complexion rosy and her expression serene. In that moment, she resembled a sleeping beauty. Madame Pomfrey inquired with concern. Aster, are you certain you can break the curse? Audrey nodded confidently. No problem, trust me. The legacy of Slytherin encompasses a vast array of dark magic, soul magic, magical science, and ancient curses that surpass the imagination of ordinary beings. No, no, no. Madame Pomfrey vehemently shook her head, her entire being swaying in unison. If Dumbledore is not here, I cannot allow you to recklessly attempt this. It is far too dangerous. Poppy Pomfrey's skepticism was not unfounded. It was inconceivable that a young girl, who just a day prior knew nothing of curses, had now become the foremost expert in curses of her time. She could even weave curses into weather spells, causing those who came into contact with the rain or mist to unwittingly fall victim to her enchantments. Her magic, particularly the killing curse, could be guided by her curses to automatically strike her target, even creating a chain reaction capable of annihilating an entire city with a single incantation. It sounded ludicrous, yet it was not beyond the realm of possibility. This implied that one should never let Audrey's curses touch them, for their very lives would be in her hands. A killing curse launched from 1,000 miles away. Would you not tremble at the thought? The acquisition of Slytherin's legacy was an epic enhancement for her. Moments later, Dumbledore arrived alongside the four house heads. As soon as Snape entered, he impatiently declared, "It is class time. If Miss Aster fails, I shall impose confinement on you until the end of the semester for disrupting the educational order." He added ominously, "That means a night spent in the potions classroom, with no return to the dormitory." Professor Flitwick interjected, "Severus, do not be so hasty. We are at a loss regarding the curse on Miss Windsor. Audrey, with such confidence in summoning us, surely possesses a solution." Audrey cast a glance at Madame Pomfrey, feeling quite aggrieved. "It was this irritable medical expert who called you here. What does it have to do with me?" Dumbledore nodded slightly at Audrey. "Begin, Audrey. If the situation appears dire, I shall intervene." Audrey took a deep breath and extended her hands, two circular magic circles forming in her palms, rapidly expanding and soaring towards Iselin. Arcane runes danced in the air, freely combining to form a semicircular dome enveloping the sleeping beauty. Audrey stepped forward, placing her palms against the dome, her eyes closing. In the next moment, her expression became peculiar. She hesitated, questioning whether she truly wanted to break this curse. What an audacious ancestor. Chapter 113, The Heir of Slytherin. "Audrey, what is the matter?" Audrey maintained her pose for some time, prompting Dumbledore to inquire, "Do you require our assistance?" "No, Professor Dumbledore," she sighed, gazing at Iselin's serene face. "I will be fine shortly." With a sudden upward thrust of her right hand, dark mist began to escape from Iselin's 7 orifices, coalescing in the air. Moments later, a spectral figure of an elderly man clad in green robes materialized before them. "Dumbledore, Snape, Salazar? I am Salazar Slytherin, the greatest of the 4 founders. An exceptional strategist, thinker, educator, and master of magic. My achievements are unparalleled. The most magnificent of magical schools, Hogwarts, was established under my guidance." Salazar Slytherin's self-aggrandizing monologue left the headmaster, the 4 house heads, and Madame Pomfrey astounded. Audrey had already anticipated this projection's content, feeling an acute sense of embarrassment, wishing desperately to burrow into the ground. Snape, the Slytherin head, was equally mortified, while Audrey managed to feign concern for Iselin. Adjusting the blanket and tidying her hair to mask her embarrassment, Snape could only lower his head, his expression dark enough to draw water. Why did I even enter Slytherin? Wouldn't it have been better to be in Gryffindor and be with Lily? In that moment, it seemed as though a golden-haired, self-satisfied little figure, oily and boastful, merged with the image of Slytherin in everyone's minds. No, no, no. This individual is one of the founders of Hogwarts, one of the greatest wizards. How can he be compared to a man who cannot even manage a house elf from Cornwall? That is blasphemy. Fortunately, Slytherin's self-promotion did not last long. He cleared his throat and resumed his aloof demeanor, authority returning to him. "I wish to announce but one thing," he pointed at Iselin. "The curse upon this young lady is a trial for my heir, Audrey Aster. Audrey has successfully passed the trial. Henceforth, she is the heir of Salazar Slytherin." Slytherin's apparition blinked, and as he spun in the air, his specter dissipated, the dark mist swiftly vanishing into the atmosphere. Dumbledore and the others remained ensnared in astonishment. Audrey Aster is the heir of Slytherin? At that moment, Iselin Windsor stirred awake. "Audrey, She sat up, her face a mask of surprise. Professors. Dumbledore, snapping back to reality, remarked, the curse has been lifted. Undoubtedly, Audrey has much to discuss with Miss Windsor. He turned to the others. Let us depart quickly. Granting these young ladies some space, our presence hinders their conversation. As the group dispersed, Iselin seized Audrey's arm. Audrey, do you know how long I waited for you at noon? I was nearly late for class, and you never showed up. You left me hanging. Audrey paused for a moment before responding. Iselin, it is already the second day. You have been lying in the infirmary all night. Humph, that is of no consequence. Tell me how you intend to make amends for standing me up. Shall I ask Momo to prepare some of your favorite Chinese dishes? Iselin almost blurted out a positive response, but she felt she could not let Audrey off so easily. That would not suffice. With her usual methods failing, Audrey had to devise another approach. She retrieved a crown from her pouch and presented it to Iselin. What about this? Iselin took the crown, glancing at it in astonishment. This is the crown of the penitent Edward, the St. Edward's crown lost for over 1,000 years. How do you possess this? Upon presenting the crown, Audrey immediately regretted her decision, feeling a pang of pain in her heart. She forced a smile and replied, is this offering sincere enough? It is far too precious. Iselin gently caressed the crown, as if peering through it into the past. Since you deem it too valuable, let us exchange it for another gift. No, this is just fine. Consider it a prepayment for any future times you stand me up. Yes, you can stand me up 10 times. No, 5 times. No, 3 times. Iselin, you have changed. Can our bond truly be measured in currency? I can offer you affection. Will you return my money? Snape returned to his office, rummaging through his belongings until he unearthed a notebook. This is the journal of a certain Slytherin head from the 18th century. Based on the literature, I have discovered the location of Slytherin's secret vault. The entrance lies between the 3rd and 4th pillars on the west wall at the end of the Slytherin dungeon. However, I have tried every method to open it without success. Until Gantaigon's arrival, the entrance's magic responded to him, yet we ultimately failed. It seems Gandy's talent did not meet the approval of Slytherin's secret vault. Yet, at the very least, we have come to comprehend one undeniable truth. To gain entry into the Slytherin chamber and to become the true heir of Slytherin, one must possess the bloodline of Slytherin. How detestable. This implies that, aside from the Gaunt family, no one else can lay claim to the title of heir, correct? Only the descendants of Slytherin are permitted to enter the chamber and assume the role of heir. Severus Snape narrowed his eyes, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Audrey Astrea? Apart from that individual, who else in Britain bears the blood of Slytherin? To think, you are the daughter of that person. But who, pray tell, is her mother? As a seasoned Death Eater, prior to the demise of the Potter family, he was a trusted confidant of Voldemort. Based on Audrey Astrea's age, one can deduce that she must have been the woman at Voldemort's side during that time. Bellatrix. It must be Bellatrix Lestrange. During that period, she was the only witch frequently seen at the Gaunt estate. It was during that time that the precious Hydra Lestrange, cherished by Voldemort, was born. Snape retrieved Audrey's student records. Name, Audrey Astrea. Date of birth, May 22nd, 1975. Snape recalled with clarity that Hydra Lestrange was also born on this very day. The rare child, whose magical outburst nearly claimed her mother's life at birth, was impossible to forget. How could there be so many coincidences in this world? So, it is you, Hydra Lestrange. Dumbledore must have known all of this long ago. Otherwise, he would not have expended such effort to redeem Hydra. So, was this your scheme, Dumbledore? To pit daughter against father. Truly heartless. Huh. Snape exhaled the bitterness in his chest. He was well aware that hatred for an individual should not extend to their innocent offspring. At least for now, Audrey had not committed any malevolent acts. On the contrary, she was quite useful. Audrey Astrea, lift the curse upon your classmate, and Slytherin shall earn 50 points. He had been so stunned moments ago that he forgot to award points. Now, he would rectify that oversight. Chapter 114. A sesame seed compared to a green bean. Tom Riddle was quite pleased. He had completely gained Ginny Weasley's trust and could now briefly act through her body. Before locating Harry Potter to understand why his future self would ultimately fail, and before killing him, he had ample time to complete the unfinished business of 50 years past. To rid the school of Muggle-born wizards. And the most suitable entity for this task was the basilisk lurking within the chamber, just as it had done 50 years prior when it claimed Moaning Myrtle's life. Arriving at the second-floor girls' lavatory, Tom reminisced about his first, rather awkward, entry into this restroom 50 years ago. At that time, he had felt immense shame, unable to fathom why his ancestor would choose to conceal the entrance to the chamber in a women's restroom. Yet, considering that his ancestors could enter the ladies' room without hindrance, it seemed no great matter for him to do so as well. Hissus. Open. The scent emanating from the entrance was far from pleasant, yet it deviated slightly from Tom's memory. 50 years had passed, A bit of change was to be expected. Tom leaped down and, moments later, found himself at the bottom. Was he in the wrong place? The entire underground chamber and tunnels were immaculate. Those vexing impurities had vanished entirely. A massive serpent's shed lay there, bearing clear signs of scorching. Upon closer inspection, it was nearly impossible to discern what it once was. Approaching the wall entwined with serpents, Tom felt a wave of dread wash over him. The once glimmering eyes of the twin serpents had been gouged out. What a depraved act. The eyes, which had given life to the stone sculpture and imbued it with an artistic essence, had been removed. A profoundly unsettling premonition surged within Tom, compelling him to shout, "Hissus! Open!" The stone door creaked open, revealing the chamber. This chamber was different. Where had the Slytherin-colored mist vanished to? Tom stepped cautiously, testing the waters with each stride, uncertain of what had transpired within the chamber over the past 50 years, until he reached the end, where he beheld a Slytherin statue that was strikingly dissimilar to the one from 50 years ago. 50 years prior, the colossal statue stood tall and imposing, yet now, it lounged carelessly, its legs crossed, a satisfied smile plastered across its face. Although the smile appeared somewhat rigid, it was unmistakably a grin. What an ugly smile it was. Tom realized that someone had indeed been there, perhaps even advancing further in the exploration of the chamber than he had. Yet now, the priority was to locate the basilisk. "Speak to me, Slytherin, the greatest of the 4 founders of Hogwarts." A gentle breeze wafted through the vent, stirring Ginny's red hair, causing her bangs to flutter momentarily. This was the only movement within the entire chamber. The Slytherin statue remained utterly still. After Slytherin entrusted his legacy to Audrey, he had contentedly succumbed to eternal slumber, transferring the magic that sustained this chamber to the sanctuary of his consciousness. The more potent the magic, the longer he could preserve himself. Perhaps he would even guide Audrey's descendants in the future. However, Tom was unaware of this. He was growing increasingly agitated. "Speak to me, Slytherin, the greatest of the 4 founders of Hogwarts." The statue remained immobile, and a chill enveloped Tom's heart, as if the most crucial thing had slipped from his grasp. Thud! The sound of something large falling echoed. Tom turned to see the battered basilisk emerging from a pipe. Tom was elated. "Hissus! I command you to kill the Muggle-born students." "Hissus! The young master does not allow me to kill." Tom was taken aback. "Young master? Hissus! You do not remember me?" "Hissus! I do. But you are not my master." Tom took a deep breath, though it did little to calm his nerves. "Hissus! For the sake of our bond from 50 years ago, help me just this once." The humble Tom, seeking assistance. Sirius Black had not appeared again, and thus Hogwarts lifted the state of alert. Quidditch practice resumed, and students could once more venture to Hogsmeade. Ron Weasley had yet to replace his wand, a matter that would likely remain unresolved until the Christmas holidays, and thus he could not escape the fate of spewing slugs. Meanwhile, Audrey, under Isolin's insistence, was making her way to Hogsmeade. Isolin was exceedingly delighted, for she had finally witnessed Audrey making new friends. Hako Tsuruko trailed behind them, addressing them as senpai, and Isolin thought the Japanese girl was rather pleasant. Audrey felt utterly despondent. She had told Isolin countless times that there was nothing of interest in Hogsmeade. If she were so fond of shopping, she would have long since established a grand wizarding commercial plaza to indulge her. In her desperation, Audrey discreetly sent a distress message to Edward, urging him to come and rescue her from her dire predicament. The elegant wizarding apparel store. This was already Isolin's 12th outfit change. She appeared to be thoroughly enjoying herself. Audrey suspected that if given enough time, Isolin could easily spend an entire day here. Even Tsuruko's enthusiasm for trying on clothes had been piqued, and she joined Isolin in the delightful pursuit of outfit changes. "Senpai, how do I look in this?" "Quite nice. Quite nice." "Senpai, what about this outfit?" Yoshi. "Audrey, do you think I look good in this dress?" "Superb." "Audrey, what are you saying?" Audrey regained her senses, exclaiming, "Oh, it's Ethelyn coming out now." Just as she was about to speak, the door of the boutique swung open. "Welcome." The employee chimed cheerfully, pleased to see another customer. Ethelyn was drawn by the sound and glanced over. There stood a tall, handsome wizard, his mismatched gray and blue eyes causing her heart to skip a beat. The wizard surveyed the surroundings and then, with a smile, strode toward their direction, the hem of his tailored coat billowing gracefully behind him. Ethelyn's heart raced even faster. Was he approaching them? "Audrey, there you are!" Ethelyn exclaimed. "Edmund, you've come. Let me introduce you. This is my dear friend, Ethelyn Windsor." Audrey pointed to Edmund. "And this is my assistant, Edmund Grindelwald." Edmund chuckled. "What a helper. At this rate, I might as well become your nanny." He turned to Ethelyn, offering a polite greeting. "Good day, Miss Windsor. It is a pleasure to meet you." Ethelyn flushed crimson. She seemed to have heard a significant surname, yet it felt irrelevant. "Hello, Mr. Grindelwald." She managed, her mind momentarily blank, inadvertently asking, "Do you have someone you like?" As soon as the words escaped her lips, Ethelyn hurriedly covered her mouth, mortified. Oh no. Wouldn't he think her frivolous, would he? What kind of respectable girl asks such a question first? Edmund chuckled softly, observing Ethelyn, who looked as if she wished to retract her head into her shoulders. Her exposed neck and collarbone had turned the color of a boiled shrimp. This girl was entertaining. Ethelyn furtively glanced up at Edmund, only to find him gazing at her with warmth, causing her to lower her eyes again. Edmund laughed gently. I've never had a girlfriend since the day I was born. Ethelyn was elated, abruptly raising her head, incredulous. Not even with someone as beautiful as Audrey. Edmund burst into hearty laughter. That one? She's lazy, greedy, and gives orders. Most importantly, I'm technically her second cousin. Chapter 115, The Escape of Scabbers. Edmund, what brings you here? Audrey suddenly inquired. Edmund rolled his eyes internally, thinking, do you really not know? Our business has encountered some issues. I need to discuss them with you. He turned to Ethelyn. May I borrow Audrey for a moment, Miss Windsor? Ethelyn nodded, her face still flushed. Of course, of course. Business takes precedence. You two go ahead. As she watched Edmund and Audrey depart, Ethelyn felt a sudden emptiness in her heart, even failing to notice when Katsu had come beside her. Senior Windsor, where has Senior Astley gone? Ethelyn was startled back to reality, replying, oh, she's dealing with some matters regarding her family's business. Katsu inquired, I'm not familiar with what Senior Astley's family does. Ethelyn was momentarily taken aback. She knew Audrey was wealthy, but aside from her identity as a singer, she truly knew nothing about her family's enterprise. Perhaps it was related to her singing career? Katsu feigned realization. I see. Senior Astley is undoubtedly a global superstar now. I heard she can earn $800,000 from a single concert. That must be one of the most lucrative industries. Katsu suddenly laughed. I first met her at one of her concerts, where I even performed the opening dance. Ethelyn was no longer listening. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of those mismatched eyes, reminiscent of the beautiful cat Audrey had taken to school last semester. You really saved me, Edmund, Audrey said, still shaken. Edmund shot her an exasperated glance. You call me for such a trivial matter? My cash flow is in the tens of millions per minute. Do you want to stop making money? Audrey sheepishly smiled. I'm sorry. I truly didn't know whom to ask for help. I couldn't possibly call Professor Grindelwald. I must have owed you in my past life. Edmund ruffled Audrey's hair. By the way, the situation in Norway has become rather concerning. Audrey pouted, fixing her hair. What's wrong with Norway? That troublesome little boy was defeated by the Nameless One, wasn't he? That boy has indeed been confirmed dead, but strangely, every wizard who survived the battle with him has been mysteriously murdered since then. Edmund expressed his concerns. Now, the wizarding community in Norway is in a state of panic, which is affecting our business. Wait, our business extends to Norway? Edmund covered his face with one hand. You, the careless shopkeeper, should know that our businesses span the entire wizarding world. We've taken over everything, including Norway. Oh, all right. Audrey shrugged. You've really worked hard. If this situation can't be turned around, we might as well abandon the Norwegian market. I feel that the great powers of the East are about to rise. We can shift our strategic focus there. Edmund nodded. Our previous collaboration with them was quite favorable. 2 steel and machinery factories have already relocated to Huaxia, and they've provided us significant support, people and resources alike. Production costs are less than a third of what they were in Ukraine. If that is the case, let us intensify the relocation efforts. Ukraine will only deteriorate year by year. If we can't develop light industry there, we will inevitably fall prey to those greedy officials. All right. By the way, I want to establish a wizarding commercial plaza modeled after Muggle ones. Do you have any suggestions? What prompted this thought? Don't concern yourself with my reasoning. Just tell me if this can be done. It can. Ginny Weasley languidly reclined on the Gryffindor common room sofa, her fiery red locks emanating a white steam due to the invigorating potion Percy had prepared for her. Lately, she had been feeling inexplicably unwell, utterly drained, and mentally scattered. She watched as Harry rushed out with his broomstick, wanting to greet him, but her voice was so faint it resembled a whisper. Harry didn't hear her at all. The common room buzzed with noise, yet this clamor seemed unrelated to Ginny, who felt as if a thick frosted glass separated her from this vibrant world. Ginny was in great distress, and just as she was about to drift into unconsciousness, Ron burst into the room, calling out, Scabbers, don't run away. Ron stumbled about, causing Hermione, who was engrossed in her homework, to express her dissatisfaction. Ron, don't run around in the common room. Ron complained, Scabbers has escaped. He has never been this frantic in the past decade. He showcased his injured finger. Look, he even bit me. Hermione set down her quill, speaking earnestly. Ron, Scabbers is an old rat. He is quite aged. He might be nearing his end. Seeing Ron's confusion, Hermione continued. The cat Audrey owns ran away because it sensed its time was near and sought a place to rest. Many animals exhibit this instinct. I suspect Scabbers might be similar. No. Ron cried out, you're talking nonsense. Scabbers is perfectly fine. Mom even bought him vitality potions. George and Fred burst into the room with their broomsticks. Fred laughing heartily. Goodness. Mom would rather buy potions for Scabbers than get you a new pet. Ron, are you really her biological child? Get lost, Fred. If you want to be late and get your legs broken by wood, keep mocking me here. And you, Hermione, if you want help, could you at least keep your annoying mouth shut? I've had enough. Hermione shook her head helplessly. Ron was now bordering on madness, unable to filter his words. Very well, do as you wish, Hermione remarked, but you must absolutely refrain from using your wand to catch Scabbers. Unless you wish to once again fill Hagrid's large barrel with slugs. What a malicious curse, Hermione Granger. In the midst of their conversation, the Weasley twins had already swung open the door to the common room, and a gray rat darted out in a flash. Scabbers, Ron gasped, hastening out before the twins could react. Scabbers fled through the castle, with Ron hot on his heels, as portraits chimed in. Young man, don't run about. Be careful not to get caught by a professor. Ron paid little heed to their warnings. His sole focus was on retrieving Scabbers, even if Hermione's claims held some truth. And this old rat was nearing death. Ron still wished for it to pass in his presence, for it had been his companion for so many years. To say there were no feelings involved would be a blatant falsehood. Scabbers veered into the corridor before the Transfiguration classroom, suddenly halting as if confronted by something terrifying. Retreating in fear. In a moment of panic, it trembled uncontrollably. A pair of small hands seized it. Scabbers, at last, I've caught up to you. Ron gasped. Don't run away. Rest assured, I shall care for you in your old age. Oddly enough, Scabbers appeared remarkably docile at that moment, warming Ron's heart. Look, Scabbers is still sensible. A resounding bark echoed. Ron turned to see a large black dog glaring at him menacingly. He quickly brandished his broken wand. Waving it at the dog, the broken tip flailed about, reminiscent of nunchaku. Get lost. You foul dog. You just frightened my pet. The black dog cast a long, lingering glance at the rat in Ron's grasp, its eyes flickering with conflict, before silently retreating into the shadows. He had promised Audrey not to cause a ruckus at school. However, he could not allow Peter Pettigrew to escape Hogwarts. Thanks to the wand gifted by Audrey, he endeavored to recreate the Marauder's map. Fortunately, he succeeded. Although the map lacked precision, it was more than adequate for tracking Pettigrew's movements. Perhaps this was not so bad. As long as he continuously applied pressure on Pettigrew, there would inevitably come a day he could strike. As long as he remained distant from the Weasley children, he would have a chance for success. Provided he caused no disturbances at school, Audrey would likely forgive him, right? Yes, this is the plan. It must be said, this is truly Gryffindor. Chapter 116. Aren't you the heir? The vexing weather persisted, with relentless rain continuing to pour. The flower beds were awash with muddy water. What could have been easily remedied with a mere flick of a wand now languished unattended, for once the floodwaters were cleared. The torrential downpour would swiftly refill the beds. No wizard would be so idle as to continuously tend to the flower beds. Not even someone as bored as Audrey would undertake such a task. Audrey, in her extreme boredom, longed for the computers, the internet, the games, and the millions of online authors and countless content creators from her past life. She had even begun to lounge in her dormitory, utilizing half of Hogwarts' privileges to indulge in some entertainment. Ah, is that Senior Crewat? What is she up to? Percy? Wow, I didn't realize it, but Percy, with those thick brows and large eyes, looks rather creepy. Hey, don't go. The broom cupboard is quite safe. There's no one around. Damn, I lack access to that area. Not seeing Hermione, she presumed she was in the library. Poor Harry, having to train in this torrential rain and mud. Ah, that boy. I believe his name is Colin Creevy. Stop pestering Harry for photos. Let him return to wash up, for pity's sake. Draco, what are you doing? Don't bully Astoria. TSK. Being proud feels good for a moment, but chasing after a partner turns into a funeral pyre. Why can't you understand? Isoline hasn't visited me much lately. What is she up to? Is she knitting a scarf? Oh, it must be a Christmas gift for me. Fine. Since I have leftover unicorn wool from knitting a pillowcase for Momo last year, I shall knit you a pair of gloves this year. A large black dog. Damn it, Sirius, have you really taken my words to heart? Huh, he seems not to have moved. Oh, he must be watching Peter Pettigrew. Well, as long as he doesn't stir up trouble, it's fine. Audrey did not see Ron Weasley within the areas of the castle she controlled. This was because Ron was dutifully staying in his dormitory, conversing with his pet. Scabbers, I want to let you go. Ron declared, his eyes reddening. You can rest assured. I will always watch over you. After you pass, I will ensure you receive a dignified funeral. He murmured to himself, but is what Hermione said true? Why does Scabbers not appear to be dying at all? Halloween had finally arrived. Something always happened at Halloween every semester. Grunwick Trotch seemed quite busy. not seeking Audrey to organize a Halloween concert. Although a few thousand galleons weren't much, it would have been an income, and Audrey felt somewhat regretful. This year, due to ample rainfall, even without Audrey's assistance, Hagrid's pumpkins had grown remarkably well, and the Great Hall was filled with a spirited Halloween atmosphere. With young witches and wizards enjoying sweets and fruits, eagerly discussing which team would clinch the Quidditch championship this year. Thanks to the Malfoy family's generous support, it was widely believed that the newly revamped Slytherin team, now equipped with Nimbus 2001s, was the frontrunner for the title, even though they had lost the greatest seeker, Audrey. However, Oliver Wood was evidently not in agreement. He was determined to defeat Slytherin in the first match following Halloween. He searched for Harry. For Harry Potter was their greatest hope of overcoming Slytherin. Yet, Mr. Potter was currently attending nearly headless Nick's death day party with his friends. Completely absent from the Great Hall, Audrey lay despondently across the long table, nearly burying her head in her hands. She had been forcibly dragged here by Isoline. Audrey, Halloween only comes once a year. Consider it a chance to clear your mind. You've nearly rotted away in your room. I am not rotting. I use cleaning charms every day. Look, the Great Hall is so beautiful today. If you don't come, you'll miss out on this lovely sight. I apologize, but I can see just fine from my dormitory. The Great Hall is perfectly within my domain. However, faced with those close to her, Audrey could not bring herself to utter a refusal. Harry, Ron, and Hermione emerged from the dungeons, lamenting the dreadful Death Day feast. Were it not for the Sichuan cuisine that Audrey had brought into Hogwarts, none of the three would have managed to eat a single bite of the meal tonight. Though their stomachs were no longer hungry, their palates, unaccustomed to spicy food, felt as if they were ablaze. It was a chilly November night. Yet they were sweating profusely as if it were midsummer. Kill him. No, that's not allowed. The young master forbids it. Kill him. He must die? No. I will be turned into snake stew. Kill. Harry stood frozen, the chilling, cruel voice echoing in his ears. Though the voice was merely muttering to itself, filled with contradictions. He heard clearly the owner of the voice harbored murderous intent. Did you hear that? Someone is speaking. Ron and Hermione looked at Harry, perplexed. No. We didn't hear anything. The voice grew fainter. Harry felt it receding. No, he had to confront it. Over here. Harry bolted, racing up the stairs. Through the entrance hall, the laughter from the Great Hall faintly reaching his ears, disrupting his concentration. He listened carefully, and after a moment, continued upward, sprinting up the marble staircase to the second floor. Following the sound, he continued to sprint, bursting through the grand doors, arriving at the open-air corridor leading to the tower. The rain poured heavily, striking him with a painful chill. The sky was ominously dark, and the light from the castle windows allowed Harry to barely discern the scene on the corridor. A diminutive figure stood there, hands raised with a camera, aimed directly at Harry. Colin, stop taking pictures. Harry erupted in anger, his frustration with Colin Creevy's incessant pestering over the past few days reaching a boiling point. He was in a hurry, yet Colin lingered, like a persistent shadow. No, Harry, Hermione interjected. Something is amiss. Heeding Hermione's words, Harry too recognized the oddity. Colin remained frozen in his photographic stance, rain cascading down upon him, creating an eerily surreal atmosphere. The three of them approached through the downpour, and the sight of Colin Creevy, drenched and pallid, sent shivers down their spines. Hermione suddenly exclaimed, "Look at the ground." There, inscribed in shimmering letters, were the words, "The chamber has been opened. Beware of the air." The air? Ron voiced his confusion. What air? Harry shouted, "We need to inform the professors immediately. Colin has been murdered." The heavy wooden door, reinforced with iron and studded with nails, swung open, revealing a procession of professors led by Dumbledore. With a wave of his elder wand, an invisible barrier enveloped the corridor, shielding it from the relentless rain. Harry felt warmth flood back into his body. Dumbledore's presence was a welcome relief. "Oh, children, what has transpired here?" Harry and Ron stepped aside, revealing the pale form of Colin Creevy and the ominous words etched into the ground. "Professor Dumbledore, we just emerged from nearly headless Nick's death day party when I heard a voice, a cold and terrifying voice, suggesting murder was afoot, so we followed." Snape scoffed. "Who knows if this is merely a fabrication?" He approached Colin, ready to unleash his venomous words, but his brow furrowed suddenly. "Dumbledore, you'd best take a look at this student." "Oh," and the words on the ground. Snape glanced at Audrey, who had accompanied the professors, and asked, "Beware of the air? Astria, aren't you going to explain? I am most curious to know how you are so certain that trouble is brewing here." Indeed, it was Audrey who summoned the professors. She had urgently notified Dumbledore at the staff table during the feast that something was amiss on the corridor. Both the headmaster and the heads of houses were aware that Audrey was the heir of Slytherin. Chapter 117, The Vanished Basilisk and the Diary. "Astria, I believe you owe us an explanation." Snape fixed his gaze upon Audrey. The reason Audrey alerted the professors was that through her connections within half of Hogwarts, she had sensed the basilisk's disturbance and witnessed Harry and others pursuing it. To her astonishment, despite her warnings, the serpent had defied her commands. 16-year-old Tom Riddle certainly knew his craft. Professor Snape, Audrey replied tersely, you can accuse me all you like, but I will still take legal action for defamation. Dumbledore quickly intervened. Let us ascertain the facts. Once Mr. Creevey regains consciousness, we shall have clarity, as his symptoms evidently mirror those of Miss Windsor previously. Hermione nodded vigorously. She had been the first to notice when Iselin encountered trouble, and the situation was identical to Colin's now. Audrey, clearly unwilling to implicate the basilisk, knew that the creature could now be considered her subordinate. However, to Dumbledore and the others, it was evident that Iselin had not seen what petrified her, while Colin, equipped with his camera, should have been able to capture the culprit clearly, despite his camera being charred. Indeed, as Dumbledore stated, if only Colin could be revived, the truth would emerge. In the infirmary, Colin Creevey awoke with wide, terrified eyes. He bolted upright, spotting the professors led by Dumbledore. Colin, Dumbledore gently inquired. Can you tell us what transpired? Dumbledore's soothing voice calmed Colin. Yes, Dumbledore was present. What was there to fear? Yes, it was a great serpent. A massive serpent. Colin nearly shouted, needing to release the terror that had weighed heavily on his heart. Beside the serpent stood Ginny Weasley. Impossible. Ron leapt to his feet. How could it possibly be Ginny? Silence, Weasley. Snape interjected. There is nothing impossible here. Dumbledore continued to question Colin. Mr. Creevey, this is a grave accusation. Are you certain? I am absolutely certain. Dumbledore turned to Professor McGonagall, the elder feline sighed. Today at the feast, I did indeed not see Miss Weasley. Her health has been rather poor these days, and she appeared quite dazed. It must be the Imperius curse. Gilderoy Lockhart interjected at an opportune moment. This time, his words were met with Snape's agreement. Snape regarded Audrey, stating, Indeed, Ginny Weasley does sound as though she has fallen under the Imperius curse. Audrey, infuriated, thought, this old bat, still doubting me. Dumbledore shook his head. Regardless of what has happened to Miss Weasley, the most pressing threat is that great serpent, capable of petrifying individuals. That is the basilisk. Professor, Audrey interjected. The basilisk? Yes, Slytherin constructed a chamber at Hogwarts, within which resides a basilisk, intended as a defense against intruders. Dumbledore instantly recalled the events of the chamber incident 50 years prior. Professor McGonagall, puzzled, remarked, the basilisk does not possess the ability to petrify, Astria. Audrey shook her head. Gazing directly into the basilisk's eyes will result in death. However, if one does not meet its gaze directly, they will not die but be petrified. Iselin saw the basilisk's eyes through the reflection of armor, while Colin captured it through his camera. Although Audrey was greatly vexed by Snape's scrutinizing gaze, she understood that unless she clarified the situation, she would remain the prime suspect. At the time of the incident, her alibi in the Great Hall would count for naught, as Ginny Weasley was suspected to be under the Imperius curse. Although Audrey knew this was the work of Tom Riddle, she found it difficult to explain. Even though she had rushed to inform the professors upon sensing something was amiss, this was insufficient to exonerate her, as anyone could enact the role of the thief accusing the one who catches them. Most embarrassingly, the message left by Tom Riddle pointed directly to the heir, as the Slytherin chamber incident had occurred 50 years prior. Thus, the so-called heir referred to none other than the heir of Slytherin. Regrettably, she was the one who had been acknowledged as Salazar Slytherin's heir. Our immediate priority is to locate Ginny Weasley, Dumbledore declared, as the professors paired off to search the castle, cautioning each other to be wary of the basilisk. Snape teamed with Sprout, McGonagall with Flitwick. Just as Gilderoy Lockhart was about to speak, Dumbledore interrupted. Professor Lockhart, please go to the Great Hall and arrange for the students to return to their respective common rooms. Our Halloween feast is prematurely concluded. Audrey, Dumbledore addressed her before departing, forgive Severus. He lost his one true love due to your father's actions. Recently, he sought me out, having deduced your identity through the matter of the heir of Slytherin. Audrey realized then why Snape had been so antagonistic toward her. Professor, I truly have no knowledge of the basilisk's emergence. I am at a loss as to why it would suddenly wreak havoc, especially since I had explicitly instructed it not to harm any individual within the school. I trust you, Audrey. Causing harm to students would yield you no benefit. You are far too indolent to engage in such a thankless endeavor. Dumbledore gently patted her shoulder. Rest assured, I shall speak with Severus. In the meantime, please keep a vigilant eye on the basilisk. Should you catch sight of it, notify me promptly. Do remember to use Fawkes. That rascally phoenix, weighing a mere 10 pounds yet brimming with defiance, would not return to the headmaster's office unless summoned. An hour later, Ginny Weasley was discovered lying at the small dock behind Hogwarts Castle. When found, she was drenched, her limbs icy and unconscious upon the ground. Upon Audrey's arrival at the infirmary, Arthur and Molly Weasley had already arrived. With tears streaming down her face, Molly embraced Audrey, exclaiming, "Audrey, Ginny, do not fret, Molly. Ginny will recover," Audrey reassured her. "She is merely a bit weak." Gently patting Molly's back, she whispered, "Look, Ginny has awakened." Molly turned around in astonishment, her precious daughter indeed opening her eyes. "Ginny," she cried, rushing to her. Arthur's expression finally softened as mother and daughter wept in each other's arms. Soon, the Weasley children arrived one by one, encircling Ginny, each face etched with concern. Audrey felt a twinge of regret. She had not intended to interfere in this narrative, believing that ultimately, no one would perish. However, she had overlooked the feelings of Ginny's family, especially given how warmly the Weasleys had treated her. Molly viewed her as one of her own, even preparing a Christmas gift for her during their most trying times. Although Audrey prided herself on being a neutral entity, witnessing the pain of such kind-hearted individuals stirred her heart. "Ginny, you have worried your mother to death," Molly released her and asked, "What on earth happened?" "The diary, it is a diary that converses with me," Arthur scolded. "What have I told you? Never trust anything that claims to think for itself unless you know where its brain is hidden." "Enough, Arthur, let Ginny speak." Tears streaming down her face, Ginny sobbed. "The diary's owner is Tom Riddle. He deceived me, coaxing me to release part of my soul. I knew nothing. It felt like a dream. In that dream, I did many terrible things, controlled a massive serpent, and harmed classmates." Audrey stepped forward and inquired, "Ginny, can you tell me where that diary is now?" Ginny pointed to the wizarding robe placed on the bedside. "I put it in the pocket of my robe." Arthur rose, opened the robe, and searched thoroughly. "There is no diary here." Chapter 118. Filth of the Master Slayers, do not keep it. The basilisk and the diary had vanished. Audrey, too, could not keep constant watch over Hogwarts, for she was preoccupied with nurturing a dragon, 2 phoenixes, and particularly, a rather temperamental phoenix that seemed to be pregnant. Only Audrey's personal attention could soothe it, causing Fawkes to endure considerable hardships. Yet, this foolish bird seemed to revel in it. Thanks to Audrey's hasty cultivation of mandrake, the petrified students quickly returned to normal, thus minimizing the impact of the basilisk incident, which the school swiftly quelled. To outsiders, Hogwarts remained the safest of havens. Moreover, since the creature within the Slytherin chamber had been exposed by Audrey, Harry and his friends did not embark on the same fruitless search for information about the Slytherin chamber as they had in the original universe. Their primary concern now rested on the upcoming Quidditch match against Slytherin. Ginny spent 2 days in the infirmary before being discharged. Had it not been for her brother's protection, she might have crumbled under the pressure. Colin Creevey began to widely broadcast his account of the attack, portraying Ginny Weasley as a malevolent witch intent on harming her classmates. His damaged camera seemed to corroborate his tale. Fortunately, his exaggerated descriptions of the basilisk diminished the credibility of his claims. After all, how could a first-year student possibly bring a 100-foot serpent with eyes as large as wagon wheels into the school under Dumbledore's watchful gaze? Ginny, Harry, though in a hurry to reach the Quidditch pitch, paused to greet her. "Do not take their words to heart. We all know you are also a victim." "I know, Harry," she replied. "Come on, let us go to the pitch to watch our match. It might lift your spirits." "Is it against Slytherin?" "Of course," Ron chimed in. "Look at you, so weighed down by thoughts that you're not even concerned about our first match." "Ginny, the diary incident is behind us. We must look forward." On Gryffindor's side, Harry and the others encouraged Ginny to watch the Quidditch game. Meanwhile, on Slytherin's side, Iselin and others urged Audrey to do the same. "Go on, go," Iselin pleaded, but Audrey remained unmoved. It was drizzling outside, and the chill was unbearable. She could easily watch the Quidditch match from the dormitory. Why endure the discomfort? "Senior, this is my first time watching a Quidditch match live," Coco said. "Though we have Quidditch games where I come from, it is not popular. I hope to learn some knowledge about this sport from you." "Why must it be me?" Iselin was quite familiar with the rules, was she not? "No, Senior," Coco said, her eyes brimming with admiration. "I've heard you are the most formidable Quidditch player in all of Hogwarts. Nearly every professional team in England wishes to recruit you. Please, Senior, no one in Hogwarts understands Quidditch better than you." Coco's flattery surpassed Iselin's by 100-fold. With your talent for praise, why not offer more? As Coco showered her with compliments, Audrey gradually lost herself in the moment. "Very well, if I must, I shall go." The Slytherin contingent arrived with high spirits, but returned disheartened. The match was dominated by Gryffindor, even targeting their seeker, Harry Potter, with bludgers. Given such overwhelming advantage, Slytherin could scarcely secure a victory. Ultimately, the golden snitch was seized by Harry Potter. After the match, Draco Malfoy immediately became the target of ridicule among the Slytherin students. "If the seeker were still last year's Miss Audrey Astrea, we Slytherins would have won long ago." Malfoy was utterly disheartened. He knew he could not measure up to his cousin, but he had not anticipated the gap to be so vast. Meanwhile, the much-discussed Audrey was walking back to the Slytherin common room with Iselin and Coco, her expression somber. Iselin, you and Coco return ahead. I suddenly remember I have some matters to attend to. Iselin queried, what could possibly require your attention? Today is Saturday. Audrey replied. It pertains to the changes in the Muggle Studies curriculum. I need to discuss it thoroughly with Professor Dumbledore. Iselin, aware of Audrey's struggles with Muggle Studies last semester, refrained from further inquiry and departed with Coco. Audrey had arranged for the new Muggle Studies textbooks to be sent to the ministry during the summer, and they had already arrived. However, raising the issue now was merely an excuse to send Iselin and Coco away, for those matters did not require Audrey's concern. Edmund would handle them impeccably. Her sole purpose in dismissing her friends was to shield them from any potential fallout. From the moment she entered the castle, she sensed a gaze imbued with lethal intent fixated upon her. This ominous stare was particularly pronounced in areas beyond her jurisdiction, yet it receded the moment she stepped into her own domain. The only entity within Hogwarts that comprehended the extent of her authority was the consciousness of Slytherin. Along with the basilisk, Audrey dismissed Iselin and Tsuru, deliberately venturing into a secluded area that was not within her jurisdiction, the chamber where Harry Potter once faced the trials of the three-headed dog, Fluffy. Standing in the desolate room, Audrey drew her wand. In the next instant, the massive form of the basilisk squeezed through the vent. Hissus, I will kill you. Hissus? Why? Hissus, you seize the position of Riddle's heir, hence you must perish. Hissus, but I am your little master. Hissus, Tom Riddle's commands are absolute. It was evident that the basilisk had fallen under the influence of the Imperius curse. Audrey couldn't help but regard Tom Riddle with newfound respect. Regardless of which young wizard he currently wielded, successfully casting the Imperius curse on the basilisk demonstrated his extraordinary skill. The basilisk's eyes bored down upon Audrey's, yet she remained unfazed, her gaze transforming into golden serpentine orbs as she glared back. Hissus, how can this be? Not only did Audrey escape the lethal intent of its gaze, but her defiance inflicted upon the basilisk a blinding agony. Under similar physical conditions, the intensity of Audrey's magical strength surpassed that of the basilisk. The creature, writhing in pain, raised its neck high. With its gaze rendered ineffective, it resorted to physical assault. Its colossal form, immense power, and venomous fangs were all lethal weapons. The serpent coiled, its tail sweeping with tremendous force, a formidable onslaught. The floor where it struck erupted in stone debris. Had Audrey been caught by this tail swipe, her fate would have been dire. Bang! Dust filled the air, obscuring the view of the scene. As the basilisk's vision gradually returned, it opened its eyes, those waxy yellow slits now filled with terror. There stood Hydrasis, her dragon scales shimmering with a verdant glow, effortlessly halting the basilisk's tail with one hand, her palm sinking deeply into its flesh, blood oozing from the palm-shaped wound. There was no need to spare a beast that sought to slay its master, Audrey declared. Chapter 119. Trouble, the head is gone. The injury to its tail made the basilisk realize that its strength was no match for Hydrasis. Having lived for countless years, the serpent possessed immense hunting experience. When strength failed, it resorted to venom. Its cavernous maw lunged downward with incredible speed. However, Hydrasis stepped forward, evading the attack while delivering a solid uppercut to the basilisk's jaw. A gruesome hole punctured its lower jaw, causing the creature to sway and crash against the ceiling. Thudding down with a resounding crash, followed by the lifeless fall of the serpent, the basilisk lay unconscious. A physical knockout, terrifying indeed. Well then, it was time to consider how to prepare serpent soup. Perhaps braised snake segments would suffice? Regardless of the dish, the first step was, of course, to ensure this creature was dead. Hydrasis raised her wand, ready to execute a decisive maneuver. Swoosh! Dumbledore made a dramatic entrance. Child, do not act hastily. Hydrasis rolled her eyes. Professor Dumbledore, this is a monster, a creature that has harmed students. You wouldn't deny me the right to slay it, would you? Dumbledore sighed. If what you said is true, then this basilisk has guarded Hogwarts for many years. It has endured hardships, if not merits. And now it is merely under the influence of the Imperius curse. Hydrasis tilted her head, gazing intently into Dumbledore's eyes, countering, regardless of the rationale. When a pet turns against its master, should it not be humanely put to rest? No, it is merely under control. Hydrasis shook her head. Very well, very well. Yet the next moment, she forcefully waved her wand downward. An invisible blade flashed, severing the basilisk's head from its body. This unexpected maneuver caught even the formidable Dumbledore off guard. Professor Dumbledore, as the heir of my ancestor Salazar Slytherin, in other words, this basilisk is my property, and I possess the authority to dispose of it, she stated, glancing at Dumbledore, whose expression was a complex mixture of emotions. I believe Hogwarts no longer needs the basilisk's protection. When it bared its fangs at its master, its fate was sealed. Dumbledore sighed helplessly. You are too much like Gellert. Hydrosis shook her head. I am not like him. I will not go against the current. She clapped her hands. Momo. Swoosh. The house elf Momo appeared before her. Little master. Oh, and Professor Dumbledore. Dispose of this basilisk. I wish to see serpent soup and braised snake segments tonight. What flavor would you like, little master? The serpent soup should be from Guangdong, and the braised snake segments from Wuhan would be splendid. Given the circumstances, Dumbledore refrained from further objections. This young girl had seized half of Hogwarts and was no longer the little fugitive he could easily manipulate a year ago. He gently adjusted his robes. Momo, prepare a portion of serpent soup and braised snake segments for me as well. Yes, Professor Dumbledore. He then addressed Hydrosis. Could we save the serpent bones, skin, and head for Severus? The basilisk's eyes and fangs are rare magical materials. Perhaps he could concoct many lost potions from them. Hydrosis waved her hand dismissively. Whatever. To consider the sentiments of the entire Slytherin house, Audrey dined in her dormitory. As for the basilisk's meat, it did not taste any better due to its longevity. The texture was quite ordinary, simply the flavor of snake meat. Yet, one must admit, Momo's seasoning was truly exceptional, drenched in the sauce of braised snake segments. Audrey polished off 3 large bowls of rice. Unsatisfied, she summoned 3 white steamed buns, dipping them into the sauce of the braised basilisk. It was undoubtedly delectable. The door swung open, and Iselin rushed in. Audrey, you stood me up again. You only have 2 chances left. Audrey blinked, finally comprehending what she meant by balance. It turned out that last time she had used the penitent's crown of Edward as an apology, Iselin had preemptively stored a count of missed meetings. Hey, what are you eating? Iselin's delicate nose twitched as she followed the enticing aroma approaching. I don't recall these 2 dishes being on the dinner menu today. Wow, Audrey, you're hogging it all. Shoo. Audrey covered Iselin's mouth. This dish isn't suitable to eat in front of classmates. Why not? It's snake meat. Snake meat. Iselin gasped in horror. Despite being in Slytherin, many girls possess an innate fear of snakes, and Iselin was among them. You actually eat snake meat. Audrey shrugged. Well, it's not just snake meat. To be precise, it's the flesh of the basilisk. Iselin's pupils dilated in shock. The basilisk. The despicable creature bred by he who must not be named? 5x Fantastic Beasts. Audrey nodded. Indeed, that very creature. You. Seeing Iselin speechless in astonishment, Audrey patted her shoulder, dipped a bun into the sauce, and stuffed it into her mouth, taking a large bite. The last time you were petrified, it was this creature's doing. I'm avenging you. Iselin was utterly at a loss for words. Actually, it tastes quite good. Iselin, would you like to give it a try? The little princess shook her head in terror and turned to flee, while Audrey smacked her lips and swallowed the delicious steamed bun, chuckling to herself. So, it seems Iselin is afraid of snakes. Meanwhile, Dumbledore was savoring a dinner similar to Audrey's at the staff table. As he dined, he expressed his astonishment. Although basilisk meat is not particularly regarded as a prime culinary ingredient, it had been transformed into an exquisite delicacy through the art of Chinese cooking. In truth, even if the taste had been mediocre, Dumbledore would have relished it, for such a rarity was a treasure in itself. What are you eating, Professor Dumbledore? Professor McGonagall inquired curiously, noticing the appetizing appearance of his meal. The other professors turned to look as well, and Dumbledore replied with a smile, it's snake meat. Specially prepared by Audrey. Would you care for a taste? No, thank you. The professors hastily declined, revealing how limited their culinary horizons were. Among them, only Snape harbored a suspicion. He surmised that Dumbledore was not consuming mere snake meat, but rather basilisk flesh. His personal collection had just been enriched with a fresh basilisk head, a complete skeleton, and a plethora of basilisk skin, treasures that had captivated his thoughts. He hastily finished his meal and made his way to his office, his robes billowing more dramatically than usual, creating a gust of wind that startled the Gryffindor students who were celebrating their victory in Quidditch. What on earth is wrong with Snape? Ron whispered, while Fred chuckled. Perhaps he's in a foul mood because we won the match today? Ron joined in the laughter. He deserves it. Just because Malfoy sponsored a few brooms. He banished Audrey from the team. Who else would lose but them? George concurred. If Audrey were still on the Slytherin team, I doubt we would have triumphed. Even though Harry is quite formidable. Indeed, Audrey is truly exceptional. Hermione, at this age, was still the renowned conversation ender. She suddenly interjected. I'm surprised how devoid of empathy you all are. Let us not forget that Harry is currently suffering in the infirmary. The Weasley siblings exchanged glances, and Ron quickly retorted, we'll visit Harry after we finish our meal. You can't say that about us, Hermione. Hermione huffed, turning her head away, unwilling to engage with him. Speaking of which, that spell from Lockhart was rather peculiar. It instantly removed Harry's bones. Fred nodded in agreement. Yes? Harry's hand looked like a rubber toy. How tragic. That must have hurt immensely. Ron shook his head repeatedly. Gilderoy Lockhart is nothing but a fool. I can't fathom what Dumbledore was thinking in appointing him as our professor. Hermione had lost the adoration she once held for Lockhart. She considered defending him, but felt Ron might actually be right. So she refrained from speaking and picked up a small piece of cake for her plate. They were deeply engrossed in their discussion about Lockhart, entirely oblivious to the fact that the subject of their discourse was swiftly departing down the center of the hall. Lockhart's fists were clenched tightly, as if he had suffered some grave injustice. Those wretched kids. I shall show you the might of Gilderoy Lockhart. It's merely a matter of bones disappearing. I will heal Harry Potter at once. As Snape arrived at his office door, his brow arched slightly. The traps and spells on the door had been unraveled. Someone had invaded his office. Snape raised his wand and pushed open the door, revealing a scene of disarray. He meticulously counted his belongings and found nothing missing. He approached the corner, gently nudging a lamp placed there, only to feel a faint tremor as a concealed opening appeared before the fireplace, leading down a staircase. Snape dashed down, entering his true potion storehouse. At the center of the chamber lay a long basilisk skeleton, neatly stacked with cleaned basilisk skins. However, the most crucial and precious basilisk head had vanished without a trace. Chapter 120, A Disturbance in the Infirmary. Sirius Black, having disengaged from his animagus form, transformed into a large black dog and concealed himself in the shadows of the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey was resting in a small cubicle, leaving the room occupied solely by him and Harry. He had merely intended to check on Harry, especially after witnessing his dire state during the Quidditch match. Little did he expect to overhear a conversation between the house elf and Harry. Someone intended to do harm to Harry. The Malfoy family? Initially planning to depart, he promptly concealed himself. For the duration of Harry's stay in the infirmary, he must protect him, a task far more significant than eliminating Wormtail. Why had Dumbledore not intensified Harry's protection? Sirius felt a surge of resentment. This child had endured so much suffering while living with Muggles. Why did Dumbledore not offer more care? He was certainly capable of doing so. Now, the level of protection for Harry was utterly lacking. The infirmary door swung open, startling half-awake Harry from his slumber. Madame Pomfrey had mentioned a certain pain that exceeded his expectations. The agony radiating from his very marrow rendered him nearly insensible. Just as he had finally drifted off to sleep, he was jostled awake. Who is it? Harry inquired. Dear Harry, it's me. Professor Lockhart? Yes, your most beloved Professor Lockhart. Emerging from the darkness, Lockhart's 8 gleaming white teeth reflected the moonlight, resembling a row of LED lights, instantly recognizable to Harry. He felt a pang of anxiety. Had it not been for this man, he would not have endured such suffering today. Professor, what brings you here? I am, of course, here to treat you, Lockhart declared confidently. The bone regrowth spell is commendable, but it is rather slow and painful. I know a spell that can make your bones grow back in an instant. No. Harry shook his head repeatedly. I appreciate your kindness, but there's no need to trouble yourself. Lockhart's smile faltered, revealing a hint of irritation. That won't do. This is a matter of my reputation. If I heal you, the students will cease to spread unfounded rumors about me. As Lockhart stepped closer, Harry's soul cried out from the depths of his being. Please, don't come any closer. Madame Pomfrey stormed out from the inner room. Professor Lockhart, what are you doing? Leave. Lockhart drew his wand. Obliviate. The memory charm struck her. Her eyes rolled back as she collapsed forward, unconscious. As for what she would forget, or how much she would lose, no one could say. Harry swallowed hard. Feeling a surge of anxiety, he possessed no faith in Lockhart's so-called treatment methods. Sirius gradually shifted, peeking from beneath the bed, every muscle tensed and ready to spring. Should this man dare to harm Harry, he would leap forth and sever his throat. Just then, the infirmary door creaked open once more. A small figure, shrouded in a hood, stepped inside. What a nuisance, Lockhart huffed. Who are you? Don't interfere with my treatment of Harry Potter. The figure remained silent, but raised his right hand. In his palm rested a yellow sphere, roughly the size of a volleyball. Lockhart chuckled. What's this? A gift for Harry? Well. I knew Harry was as popular as I am. You'd best put that down and leave. I have more to attend to. The yellow sphere flashed with a faint glow, and Lockhart's expression shifted to one of sheer terror. No. In the next moment, he felt his blood run cold. And then he fell straight to the ground, lifeless. The small figure chuckled. This thing works quite well. He stepped closer, kicking Lockhart's lifeless body. You fraud. I've found you insufferable for quite some time. Harry Potter propped himself up with his still intact arm and seized the wand from his bedside table. Who are you? And what do you want? The diminutive figure surveyed the infirmary, noting the presence of only the deceased or the unconscious Madame Pomfrey. Sensing a measure of security, he slowly removed his hood. The face that emerged was vaguely familiar to Harry. He recalled this was a new student from Slytherin who had, at the beginning of term, insulted Audrey as a mudblood and had been confined by Snape for a month. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Harry Potter, though it is regrettable that this will be our final encounter. Are you going to kill me?" Harry inquired. "Indeed," the small figure replied with a grin. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Vegas's Caro, the one who is about to slay the illustrious Harry Potter." "Why? Why do you wish to kill me?" "Because by eliminating you, that esteemed gentleman will impart to me the profound secrets of dark magic. By killing you, he will reveal to me the more formidable applications of the basilisk's gaze. Thus, I shall exact my revenge." Harry found Caro words incomprehensible. "Revenge?" "Yes, revenge." Caro's eyes glimmered with madness. "I will kill Audrey Aster. I have been swindled out of 1,000,000 galleons. Those charlatans claimed it was because I offended individuals I should not have at school. Yet the only person I have wronged is her. I have been cast out by my family. By the end of this academic year, I won't even have money for textbooks next semester. But it matters not. It matters not," Vegas's Caro sneered. "As soon as I kill you, everything will be right again. Prepare to meet your end, Harry Potter." The basilisk's eye once more emitted a faint glow, its sallow pupil reflecting Harry's panic. Suddenly, a large dog leaped forth with a bark, positioning itself between Harry and the basilisk's eye. Harry locked eyes with the massive black dog and sensed a warmth of care emanating from it. Inexplicably, he felt that this dog was protecting him. The dog began to stiffen in midair, becoming grayish-white, and with a thud, it landed at the foot of the bed before rolling onto the floor. It turned out to be Sirius, who, while gazing at Harry, had also caught sight of the reflection of the basilisk's eye in the window behind him. Unlike Lockhart, he was fortunate. He had merely been petrified. Without a moment to spare, Harry waved his wand. Incendio. Utilizing the opportunity created by Sirius, he ignited Caro's robe and the fabric screen in the infirmary. This caught Vegas's Caro off guard. After all, he had only been a student for 2 months and had barely practiced magic for a little over 2.5 months. His only recourse to this unexpected predicament was to shed his long robe. Amidst the flames, Harry seemed to hear a voice urging him, "Hurry, Dumbledore will be here soon." Vegas's Caro gritted his teeth and raised the basilisk's eye once more. He was going all in. Harry hastily rolled off the bed, losing his balance and crashing to the floor. Though it was a clumsy fall, it proved effective. He avoided making direct eye contact with the basilisk's gaze. Vegas's Caro departed. He would not return to the dormitory, for he knew his Hogwarts career was over. Yet his thirst for vengeance remained unquenched. Crack! Dumbledore arrived, waving his wand to extinguish the raging fire within the infirmary. His expression grave, he surveyed the scene. Harry, sprawled on the ground, clutching his injured hand and sweating profusely. The unconscious Madame Pomfrey, face down on the floor, the lifeless defense against the dark arts professor, and a petrified black dog. "Harry, tell me what transpired here." The events that had unfolded in the infirmary were known to but a few within the school, yet Audrey had witnessed an astonishing scene within her domain. Snape, in high spirits, grasped the tail of a black dog, dragging it toward his office. The dog appeared stiff all over, as if petrified. "Damn it, can't I have a moment's peace?" Audrey muttered. "Sirius Black, you show no semblance of an elder, leaving it to your little niece to clean up your mess. So troublesome, do you know that?" Chapter 121. Let the news of the capture fly for a while. In Professor Snape's private storeroom, Severus Snape regarded the rigid black dog, unable to suppress the twisted glee on his face. "At last, you've fallen into my grasp, big-footed traitor. Do you think your illegal animagus form could allow you to escape justice? You, the despicable traitor who caused the demise of Lilia's family, will pay dearly." Snape covered his face, yet tears slipped through his fingers as he realized he too was complicit in Lily Potter's death. He doused Sirius with a revival potion and retrieved a rope laced with manticore metal, binding the black dog securely. As Sirius gradually regained consciousness, his first sight was of Severus Snape as twisted, almost deranged face. "Woof woof, how is Harry?" Of course, Snape could not understand canine speech. He laughed maniacally. "Are you begging for mercy, Sirius Black?" Sirius struggled to regain his human form, but the manticore metal nullified his magical abilities. And transformations like animagus could only be undone if the metal powder was inhaled. "Snape," Sirius choked out, feeling the pressure of the bindings. "What has happened to Harry? Is he all right? Why do you care?" Snape retorted, unleashing a curse that embodied years of pent-up resentment. "Ah, you harmed Lily, and now you wish to kill her only son? You heartless beast." Sirius howled. "I didn't kill Lily. It was Wormtail who betrayed them." "Huh," Snape scoffed. "A feeble lie." He sheathed his wand and turned to leave, prepared to meet your doom. "This time, you will receive the Dementor's kiss. Enjoy your final moments, Mr. Bigfoot." The storeroom door slammed shut. Enduring the waves of pain coursing through his body, Sirius felt a sense of despair wash over him. He feared this was truly the end. Suddenly, two magnificent golden vines erupted from the floor, rapidly growing to 2 meters in height before entwining to form an archway. A magical veil shimmered like a starry sky within the arch, and a mocking voice echoed, "I told you not to act recklessly, yet you refused to listen. Now you've been caught, foolish uncle." "Hydrasis!" Sirius exclaimed, astonished at the strength his niece had gained. Stepping through the arch was Audrey, who regarded the disheveled Sirius with a look of disappointment. "This was entirely an accident. I was trying to save Harry." Sirius protested, his face flushed. "Save Harry?" Audrey, unable to see inside the infirmary, was unaware of the events that transpired. "Yes, someone is trying to kill Harry." "Elaborate," Audrey commanded, seating herself with an air of authority. "Vegas's Caro? Was he wielding the basilisk's eye?" Surveying Snape's private storeroom, she noted the snake's skin and bones, the massive snake head now absent. Teaching him dark magic? So that's it. The diary fell into Caro's hands. As she pieced together the sequence of events, Audrey resumed her contemplative pose, beginning to ponder the implications. Sirius lay with his eyes closed, silent and contemplative. On one hand, he was waiting for the lingering effects of the Cruciatus curse to dissipate. On the other, he placed immense trust in his niece's capabilities. After all, anyone capable of swallowing Gringotts whole must possess a sharper intellect than his own reckless nature, right? Moments later, Audrey spoke. "Do not resist for now. Allow them to escort you to the Ministry of Magic." "What?" Sirius exclaimed in disbelief, astonished that Audrey was not there to rescue him. "Hydra, I am your uncle." "Rest assured," Audrey replied with a reassuring smile, "the Ministry will not pass judgment upon you. As long as the funds are secured, I can delay your trial for 100 years. But why go through with this?" The dog-headed man remained baffled, unable to comprehend why Audrey would have him taken by the Ministry. "Currently, Peter is on edge due to your antics. He will only begin to relax vigilance once you have been captured for some time. That moment will present the opportune time to ensnare him. You possess such remarkable powers. Why not simply capture Peter now and resolve everything?" Audrey shook her head. "I have never been to the Gryffindor common room and am unaware of Ron Weasley's dormitory location, making apparition impossible. Moreover, I have yet to obtain the castle permissions for Gryffindor." "Castle permissions? What is that?" Sirius was utterly perplexed, his mouth opening to inquire further, but Audrey interjected. "Enough of that. Your troubles must come to an end, lest I continue to worry about my ineffectual uncle. For now, let the news of your capture linger a while longer." Sirius nodded, somewhat dazed. "All right, I shall heed Hydra's counsel. Why fret over the details? Surely, this little niece would not wish him harm. What could she possibly gain from his modest inheritance? It was ludicrous. She was the mistress of the Bank of Heaven, bestowing fortunes upon esteemed families amounting to billions. The meager assets of the Black family would scarcely catch her interest. Audrey retraced her steps, and the resplendent golden archway vanished from view. Sirius gazed at the empty floor, lost in thought, his weary body gradually succumbing to slumber. An hour later, Severus entered once more, holding a potion as clear as water. He looked at the sleeping Sirius, irritation boiling within him, and kicked him awake. "You great lummox! How can you still be sleeping?" Clearly, the Cruciatus curse was insufficient. Sirius's predicament was not of great consequence. What truly troubled Dumbledore was that barely 2 months into the school year, and with Christmas yet to arrive, the defense against the dark arts professor had already met his demise. Dumbledore knew precisely what sort of man Lockhart was. He had initially planned to utilize him as a mere tool for a year, only to later expose his plagiarisms and send him off to Azkaban. However, now, Severus was hastily thrust into the role of the defense against the dark arts professor, yet there was no one available to fill the potion's position, rendering the situation rather awkward. "Severus, if you take on both subjects, you will be overwhelmed," Dumbledore remarked. "If I do not, then what shall become of the upcoming defense against the dark arts classes?" Severus retorted. "Do you entertain the notion that I might assign Audrey Astley to teach defense against the dark arts for years 1 through 4, while you instruct years 5 through 7? What?" Severus's eyes bulged, nearly bursting from their sockets. "Have you lost your senses? Allowing a student to serve as a professor? Miss Astley is the most gifted witch I have ever encountered. Just today, she single-handedly vanquished the basilisk, a feat you are aware of," Dumbledore continued. "Furthermore, Mr. Gilderoy Lockhart has been instructing her in combat skills for the past 2 years. In his words, none of our professors, aside from myself, could possibly match her prowess." "Nonsense!" Severus snapped, exasperated. "A mere underage which cannot surpass our ranks. Do you truly believe that? It was merely a basilisk. Should I encounter it, I would dispatch it effortlessly. She utilized only one spell." Severus fell silent for a moment, then lifted his head. "I do not believe it. Unless she can best me in a duel, I will remain the defense against the dark arts professor, even if it kills me." Severus Snape, professor of potions at Hogwarts and a formidable talent. had invented the powerful curse known as Sectum Sempra while still a student. His combat prowess now stood at 18 units, marking him as a master in the wizarding world. Yet, the Audrey Hydra he sought to duel, armed with the knowledge of Slytherin, possessed a baseline power of 27 units and could reach 32 units with her unique magical constitution fully unleashed. Though not on par with Dumbledore or Grindelwald, she was not far behind. Dumbledore shook his head inwardly. Very well, I concede to your demand, but are you truly committed? It would be rather embarrassing should you lose. Severus scoffed. Lose to that little girl? You ought to concern yourself less with me and more with finding someone to replace me in potions class. He rolled his eyes. I have had my fill of students denser than trolls. Chapter 122. What should entice her? News of Sirius's capture at Hogwarts spread rapidly. Audrey felt somewhat disheartened, for she could no longer attend the captivating and humorous drama classes. At last, she was genuinely on vacation. Thus, she resolved to embrace her lazy spirit to the utmost, opting to lie down whenever possible and keep her eyes shut at all times. Although her diary lay forgotten elsewhere, and Vigus Ascaro lurked with predatory intent, she felt no threat. Why bother? As for Harry's safety, the Chosen One was not so easily toppled, especially with Dumbledore keeping watch. She must seize every moment to rest and indulge. For this holiday would only last 7 months. Come late June, she would again face the relentless onslaught of Grindelwald and Nyclum's merciless combination. Boom. The sound of flames roaring filled Audrey's ears. Without opening her eyes, she recognized it as the sound of a phoenix's apparition. Fawkes, why have you left your nest to seek me? Fawkes shook his head in dismay, raising a claw that clutched a letter. Audrey, come to the headmaster's office immediately. There is something we must discuss. Albus Dumbledore. Reluctantly, Audrey rose from her bed, grumbling. What does that old man want now? Can he not take a moment of peace? Fawkes nodded vigorously, emitting a series of chirps that seemed to echo her sentiments. You are absolutely right. That old man is hardly a benevolent soul. With a swish, Audrey materialized in the headmaster's office. Dumbledore remained seated at his desk, a serene smile gracing his features, while Severus Snape turned his face away, visibly displeased. Oh, Professor Snape is also here, Audrey declared, boldly taking a seat across from Dumbledore and extending her hand without hesitation. Dumbledore waggled his finger, and a piece of candy flew into Audrey's palm. You have disturbed my rest, Professor Dumbledore. I trust you did not summon me merely to lament Gryffindor's loss or to discuss the trivial matter of Professor Snape wishing for my return to the team. A prominent tic appeared on Severus's forehead, yet he took a deep breath and restrained himself. Of course not, Audrey, Dumbledore replied thoughtfully. You are aware that we have regrettably lost Professor Gilderoy Lockhart, which is a significant blow to us. Audrey nodded emphatically. Indeed, without Lockhart, my school life has become dreadfully dull. The loss is truly catastrophic. However, the position of defense against the dark arts professor cannot remain vacant. Dumbledore cast a glance at Snape, who was keen to assume the role, yet burdened with teaching potions to students from 1st to 7th year. He found himself stretched too thin. Therefore, Audrey looked at Dumbledore in confusion, uncertain of his intentions. I would like you to temporarily take on the role of defense against the dark arts professor, responsible for teaching the subject to 1st through 4th year students. Impossible. Audrey stood up, her expression serious as she firmly rejected the proposition. Absolutely not. She sniffed. Professor Dumbledore, what on earth are you thinking? I'm still just a student. You want me to become a professor? I'm still merely a student. I haven't had enough fun yet, and you expect me to become a child laborer. This is nothing short of shameless capitalist exploitation. Anti-people. Anti-society. Snape felt a surge of delight and provocatively glanced at Dumbledore. It was amusing to him that Audrey could put Dumbledore in a difficult position. I am well aware of your combat abilities. You are more than capable of fulfilling this role. Audrey shook her head. This isn't a question of ability, Professor. My price is quite steep, and you cannot afford it. Dumbledore replied, there is a saying in Chinese that I particularly admire, discussing money damages relationships. Audrey, please consider this a favor. No way. Old man, do you think you can take advantage of me? Not a chance. Audrey pulled out a piece of parchment from her robes and tossed it in front of Dumbledore, indignantly stating, this is my income from last month. Take a good look. Dumbledore picked up the parchment, and his expression darkened considerably. Snape floated curiously behind him, noting that the page was filled with dense numbers, the last line reading 21423892210115. The old bat fell silent. The old bee remained quiet. When Audrey discussed finances with them, they found themselves utterly powerless. But then Snape thought to himself, if this were the case, wouldn't Dumbledore have no choice but to hand the defense against the dark arts position over to him? He immediately felt a rush of joy, finding Audrey much more agreeable. Audrey, Dumbledore sighed, I acknowledge that you possess considerable wealth. Yet this money was not earned by your own hand, so you have ample time on your hands. I believe you should not use this as an excuse to decline. If you were to become the youngest professor in Hogwarts history, it would greatly benefit your future. Benefits? What kind of benefits could there be? To allow me to enjoy a more comfortable existence while I wait for death? Dumbledore, discussing the future with someone who merely wished to laze around was akin to playing a lute to a cow. Audrey continued to shake her head, resolutely determined not to accept the professorship. Dumbledore pondered for a moment before suggesting, "How about this? I possess information about the Gryffindor vault, and I will share everything I know with you. You would only have to work a little." If she could locate the Gryffindor vault and pass the trials, it would not only mean acquiring advanced legacies, but also claiming a quarter of the castle. This was undeniably a significant offer. But who was Audrey? Her thought process was not comparable to that of an ordinary person. You want me to toil for 7 months in teaching, while also toiling to find the Gryffindor vault? Dumbledore, you are pushing your luck. As for power and a quarter of the castle, those were mere illusions. She was already powerful enough, and with age, she would only grow stronger. Perhaps by 18, she would surpass Dumbledore. Furthermore, she already possessed half of Hogwarts Castle, and sooner or later, she would have to leave Hogwarts to evade the impending great battle. What difference would it make to hold complete castle privileges? Could she evict the professors and students and live alone? Thus, in her eyes, these were useless possessions, worth far less than the gold that would allow her to sleep soundly. To sacrifice her precious rest for something of no value was nothing short of foolish. Seeing Audrey shake her head vehemently, Dumbledore was utterly flabbergasted. This young contender was impervious to persuasion. Surely there must be something that could sway her? Snape returned to the window, gazing outside to mask his excitement. He was on the verge of achieving his wish to become the defense against the dark arts professor. As the defense against the dark arts professor, he would no longer have to deal with students' mishaps leading to cauldron explosions. Dealing with a multitude of unexpected events had long since worn down Snape's patience. Once he became the defense against the dark arts professor, he would promptly recommend a longtime friend to take over potions. He was not about to sacrifice all his time for that group of students. Alas, Dumbledore sighed deeply. If that is the case, I shall have to invite Professor Gilderoy Lockhart to fill this position. Yes, go ahead. Just as long as I'm not made to be the professor. Audrey thought gleefully. Wait a moment, Gilderoy. Audrey's pupils dilated slightly, incredulously gazing at Dumbledore. You can appoint Professor Lockhart as a professor? His identity. Dumbledore shrugged. At the beginning of last semester, we even enrolled a fugitive as a student. It's nothing extraordinary. This is Hogwarts, and I still have some authority here. If Grindelwald were to come to Hogwarts, wouldn't that mean a life of suffering would be thrust upon her 7 months early? No, not just 7 months early, but it would extend for an additional 7 months. Audrey rolled her eyes, nearly fainting. Damn Dumbledore, how dare you threaten me with Professor Grindelwald? I, Hydra's Lestrange, shall never yield. What does Hydra's situation have to do with me, Audrey? Audrey thought to herself. Very well, Audrey replied resignedly. Just for this academic year? Yes, just this academic year. Audrey weighed her options. If she took on this professorship, she would have a say in the curriculum. Perhaps she could continue Professor Lockhart's teaching style, conducting dramatic lessons and musical theater classes, which might be quite entertaining. Moreover, with 4 classes a week, she would still have sufficient time to rest, at least better than facing Professor Grindelwald's daily demands for training. That old man truly worked her to the bone. All right, I agree, but you must keep your promise. You must tell me about the Gryffindor vault. Agreed. The professor's salary must not be less. Agreed. For summer training. You must help me persuade the teachers to cut the time in half. Dumbledore agreed. Since she had decided to accept, she must maximize the benefits. Not good. Not good at all. Snape turned around, glaring at Dumbledore. I do not believe she can teach students well. She is still just a student herself. Dumbledore pressed his hands down. Calm down, Severus. He adjusted his glasses. We agreed that if you do not believe in Audrey's capabilities, you can have a duel. Audrey blinked, glancing at Dumbledore and then at Snape. A great deal of confusion swirled in her mind. Why was there a need to duel Snape? Yet, 2 seconds later, Audrey was ecstatic. Did this mean she had the chance to teach Snape a lesson? She vividly recalled how Snape had wronged her in the previous school year, casting suspicion upon her. All right. Audrey exclaimed joyfully, I agree. Let us demonstrate what a duel between wizards looks like to the students in the Great Hall. She appeared somewhat thrilled. This school year has seen both basilisks and Sirius. The students must be terrified. I believe enhancing their combat awareness will be an excellent endeavor. Although Dumbledore did not comprehend why Audrey was so invested in this matter, he nonetheless stated, Audrey makes a valid point. Severus, it is settled then. Should you be defeated by Audrey, she would become the defense against the dark arts professor for the 1st to 4th years. Snape, humph, just don't come crying to me. Astrea, I shall show no mercy. Crying for help? The thought of her father and her unhinged mother made Miss Astrea shake her head. Chapter 123. The Atmosphere of the Duel. The school auditorium was teeming with people. Everyone from Hogwarts had gathered. The news that Professor Snape was to showcase his dueling skills against Audrey Astrea had ignited a fervor throughout the school. Dumbledore waved his wand, conjuring a long, elevated platform over a meter high at the center of the hall. Young witches and wizards crowded around the platform, while the professors took their seats at the faculty section. Albus, Professor McGonagall expressed her concern. What are you doing? How can you allow Miss Astrea to duel with Severus? What is the purpose of this? Dumbledore waved her off. Minerva, fret not. This is merely a friendly exhibition intended to introduce students to the art of wizard dueling and broaden their horizons. Professor Flitwick, brimming with excitement, added, we should encourage students to revive the tradition of wizard dueling. More than half of the current graduates cannot even cast a proper shield charm. This is utterly unacceptable. I believe we should seize this opportunity to reopen the dueling club. Dumbledore chuckled. We'll address that matter later. For now, let us focus on today's confrontation, which promises to be a spectacular event. The young witches and wizards below could scarcely contain their impatience, chattering animatedly about the imminent battle. Ron turned to Hermione beside him. That Snape is utterly deranged. He actually intends to duel with a girl like Audrey? Hermione frowned, shaking her head. I don't know. I trust Professor Dumbledore must have his reasons for organizing this duel. She glanced around, failing to spot Audrey, hoping fervently that she would not be harmed. George and Fred were weaving through the crowd, seeking opportunities for profit. Fred announced, betting is open. Professor Snape at 11-1, Audrey at 3-1. Who wants to place a wager? George chimed in. The Weasley family's fortune of 100 million galleons backs this. Guaranteed payout, no deception. Despite the newfound wealth of the Weasleys, under Molly's steadfast frugality, the twins' allowance had not increased by even a canute. Thus, they were compelled to seize any opportunity to earn galleons for their joke shop venture. Are you fools, Weasleys? Audrey has barely been in school for over a year. How could she possibly stand against Professor Snape? Indeed, you are bound to lose your shirts. Though I admire Audrey, her opponent is Professor Snape. I bet on Professor Snape. 2 galleons. Betting on Professor Snape, 50 sickles. Betting on Professor Snape. A voice unexpectedly boomed. I bet on Audrey Astrea. 10 galleons. Students turned to see that it was Draco Malfoy placing his bet. The young boy held his head high, his ostentatious demeanor doing little to mask his anxiety over potential losses. His smile was marred by a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. His wager on Audrey was merely to avoid his cousin's wrath later, as he secretly favored Professor Snape. Ron pursed his lips. He wished to bet on Audrey too, but was thwarted by his empty pockets. Damn Malfoy, always showing off. What's so great about having money? Lost in thought, Ron began to grumble about his mother, contemplating why their family's newfound wealth had yet to improve his quality of life. He longed to experience the thrill of extravagant spending. The dark figure of the Bat entered the auditorium, clad in a fitted wizard's robe that allowed for ease of movement, in stark contrast to his usual billowing black cloak. With a graceful leap, he ascended the platform, surveying the crowd. His commanding presence rendered the young witches and wizards utterly silent, evoking memories of the terror they felt under the Potion Master's authority. And where is Astrea? Snape inquired coldly. I'm here. A melodious voice rang out from above as Audrey descended gracefully, clutching the leg of Fawkes, who gently lowered her down. The crowd gasped in awe, while Dumbledore pressed a hand to his chest, his expression grave. That is my phoenix. Audrey alighted on the platform, standing opposite Snape, as Fawkes let out a cry and vanished in a burst of flames. Astrea, such a flamboyant entrance will afford you no advantages. It only betrays your insecurity. Audrey smiled. Professor Snape, whether I am insecure or not, let our skills speak for themselves. Humph. Dumbledore, seeing that all were assembled, announced loudly. The duel between Professor Snape and Miss Astrea is merely an exhibition, aimed at showcasing the art of wizard dueling. Should there be interest, we may consider reopening the dueling club. In the 1980s, Dumbledore and Professor Flitwick had established the dueling club to prevent students from dueling in uncontrolled environments, which could lead to accidents. However, following Fudge's tenure, he, in conjunction with the Board of Governors, disbanded the club, claiming that promoting dueling in school was detrimental to the healthy growth of young witches and wizards. With Fudge now deceased, the reopening of the dueling club seemed unimpeded. The young witches and wizards watched the platform intently, most nearly forgetting to breathe, particularly those who had placed bets. Snape and Audrey bowed to one another, signaling the commencement of their duel. As the professor, I shall allow you to make the first move. Snape considered himself a man of honor. Having already taken advantage of the situation, he deemed it inappropriate to strike first, despite occasionally engaging in less than honorable actions, such as force-feeding others the truth serum. Audrey smiled slightly, waved her wand, and a burst of magical energy shot forth, striking the wall and creating a large crater, with debris flying. Amidst the students' gasps, The damaged wall instantly restored itself. Well then, I have made my move, Audrey declared, wand held aloft before her. Professor Snape, you may attack at your leisure. It was not that Audrey sought to show off. Had she struck first, the spectacle would have been decidedly awkward, and Snape would have been thoroughly humiliated. Arrogant, Snape fumed, furiously brandishing his wand. The orange-gold glow of his magic erupted forth, fierce and commanding. It struck like a bowstring and lashed out like a whip. The force of his aerial assault produced a resounding whoosh, while his ground-level attacks carved deep rifts into the floor. In the face of this overwhelming onslaught, Snape continuously unleashed disarming spells, stunning curses, and freezing charms, leaving the onlookers breathless. The young witches and wizards were astonished. Was their potion master truly this powerful? Draco wore a glum expression. While he indeed had a generous allowance, 10 galleons was still a substantial sum for him, and judging by Snape's ferocity, his cousin might very well be on the losing end. Audrey, be careful. Hermione could not restrain herself from shouting, her cries snapping the young witches and wizards back to the realization that they could indeed breathe. A chorus of heavy inhalations filled the air. Meanwhile, Audrey remained unflappable, calm and composed. With a mere flick of her wand, she intercepted all of Snape's attacks, effortlessly deflecting them without even bothering to cast a shield charm. After all, she was a woman capable of dueling Grindelwald all day. Snape's face hardened as he quickened the pace of his assault, fuming at the audacity of this presumptuous Astrea. Who did she think she was? Audrey's nonchalant demeanor completely incensed Snape, whom she had dared to provoke. With Dumbledore present, there was little to fear, and he had no need to hold back. Thus, Snape resolved to show Audrey a thing or two, casting the spell, Avada Kedavra. Chapter 124, Duel or Atmosphere. The air rippled as an unseen blade hurtled towards her. Audrey deftly sidestepped. Avada Kedavra could indeed be classified as a formidable dark magic. Were it not for the existence of counter curses, its lethality would surely warrant a classification akin to that of the unforgivable curses. She was not foolish enough to take it head-on, akin to how many powerful wizards had fallen victim to Klein's energy slash. Dumbledore shook his head slightly. At the edge of the elevated platform on Audrey's side, a stone slab rose, bearing the brunt of the Avada Kedavra, which left deep gashes upon its surface. Did Snape truly intend to kill Audrey? Ron exclaimed loudly, and the young wizards below, witnessing the might of Avada Kedavra, began to murmur in hushed tones. How could Professor Snape strike so ruthlessly? He had clearly been overpowering Audrey, who was unable to retaliate. This was utterly excessive. Audrey, though seemingly defenseless, remained unfazed. 6 years prior, as a child, she had fought for her life against adults who would not hesitate to unleash the killing curse upon her. With a flourish of her wand, she conjured a series of iron plates that rose before her, shielding her from the lethal spell and obscuring Snape's line of sight. An impressive display of transfiguration. Professor McGonagall's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, wishing to award points to Slytherin, yet upon seeing Snape's grim expression, she promptly restrained herself. Due to Snape's unsportsmanlike conduct, no points would be awarded to Slytherin. The relentless Avada Kedavra clashed against the iron plates, producing a cacophony of metallic ringing. Snape intensified his assault, yet the iron plates could not contain the fury of the headmaster. Just as the plates appeared on the verge of shattering, a resounding explosion of apparition echoed behind Snape. He turned sharply, exclaiming, "I told you before, your apparition is far too crude. The noise it makes is excessive." He swung his wand forcefully, casting a stunning spell that struck a whole ribeye steak that had materialized behind him. Not good. Snape quickly pivoted, only to be met by a dazzling sphere of lightning. Audrey emerged from the brilliant orb, her magical whip slicing through the air towards Snape. Snape hastily raised his wand to defend himself, astonished to find that his shield charm faltered against Audrey's seemingly mundane wand movements. Her counterattack invigorated the young wizards, who erupted into cheers, with Gryffindor's shouts ringing the loudest, soon followed by Slytherin's. Even though Snape was their head of house, it was evident that Hogwarts students had long suffered under his reign. Snape struggled to fend off Audrey's aggressive onslaught. After all, Grindelwald was a master of close combat, and during his epic duel with Dumbledore, they had engaged in a dance of physical confrontation. Audrey, having trained under Grindelwald and honed her combat skills, was no one to underestimate in close-quarter battles. After parrying a couple of strikes, Snape sensed he could barely withstand her onslaught. He pointed his wand at Audrey's forehead and uttered, "Lumos Maxima." This simple, full-power Lumos spell was intended to create a blinding flash. It bore a striking resemblance to Tien's solar flare. In his mind's eye, Audrey would be momentarily dazzled, allowing him to launch a relentless assault and claim victory in the duel. However, Audrey's eyes, enriched with 16 years of magical essence, were far from ordinary. She paused briefly, perplexed that a master of magic would resort to such a childish tactic against a student. Was this not akin to a child throwing sand? Snape's sneak attack only managed to distract Audrey for a fleeting moment. Her gaze remained resolute and unfaltering. Alarmed, Snape abandoned his plan for an all-out attack and, seizing the opportunity while Audrey was momentarily dazed, operated to the opposite side of the platform, creating distance between them. In close-quarters combat, he was outmatched. The young wizards below were still recovering from the blinding flash, grumbling in discontent. My eyes are going blind. Why use a Lumos spell? Who would stoop so low as to use a Lumos spell in a duel? Is there anyone who can tell me what is happening right now? What is the situation? The truth was that Audrey wished to spare Snape's dignity, yet he showed no appreciation for her restraint. Very well, if that is the case, fire shield. Blue flames ignited upon the platform, and Audrey advanced towards Snape like a queen from the underworld. Avada Kedavra! Thunderous explosions erupted. Repel the enemy 3 feet. Attack with full force. Snape's assaults were thwarted by the azure flames, which only intensified as he unleashed a series of repelling spells. Clearly reflecting his state of mind. Do not come any closer. He had never imagined he would be so thoroughly cornered by a little witch who had yet to graduate. He was certain that even her father at her age had been far less formidable. In an instant, the blue flames transformed into a lion and an eagle. Soaring towards Snape, he poured all his magical energy into resistance, yet it proved futile. If this continued, his reputation as the head of Slytherin would be utterly obliterated. Finite Maximum. The enhanced version of the counter curse burst forth in dazzling golden light, exuding an aura reminiscent of the legendary spells that could end all. Amidst the students' gasps of astonishment, the golden light successfully halted the advance of the blue flames. The two magical forces reached a stalemate. However, only those involved were aware that Snape could not sustain this for long. In terms of both quality and quantity of magical energy, he was at a disadvantage. When his magical prowess and combat skills fell short compared to his opponent, defeat was merely a matter of time. The duel grew increasingly exhilarating, and the students gradually shed their biases regarding the dueling parties, becoming more animated. Go, Professor Snape. You must win. I bet 2 galleons on your victory. Go, Professor Snape. Defeat Audrey. I wagered 40 sickles, which is all my pocket money before Christmas. Audrey, you can do it. Though I bet on Snape. That doesn't stop me from supporting Audrey. At last, the blue flames overpowered the golden light, sweeping towards Snape. The potion's master sighed, operating down from the platform. That's enough. Dumbledore appeared atop the platform, and the blue flames surrounding Audrey were extinguished. We are grateful to Professor Snape and Miss Astrea for showcasing such an extraordinary duel. Dumbledore's demeanor was evidently cheerful as he stroked his beard, yet, regrettably, due to the limited space of the combat arena, Professor Snape has exited the dueling zone, resulting in the duel cessation. According to the rules of dueling, he should return to the stage to determine a victor, but today our aim was to demonstrate the art of wizard dueling. Hence there is no need to fight to the bitter end. I declare this encounter a draw. The young wizards were crestfallen, and Dumbledore could not fathom the reason behind such a reaction. Only the Weasley twins were overjoyed, dancing with glee. A draw. It's a draw. The odds they had set only included win or lose, not a draw. This meant they had cleaned house. In those brief minutes, they had made a fortune of over 1,000 galleons. This was simply marvelous. Equally disheartened was Snape. Though the headmaster had intervened to salvage his reputation, he knew deep down that he had lost thoroughly. He hadn't even managed to draw out one of Audrey's trump cards. For he had heard Dumbledore mention that Audrey possessed the extraordinary ability to replicate magical creatures' powers. Well, the day's activities have come to a close, Dumbledore remarked with a smile. Tomorrow heralds a new week. Everyone, do anticipate it. Perhaps the classes will bring you a delightful surprise. Audrey interjected. You must explain to me what you mean by surprise. What is a surprise for them is merely torment for me. Chapter 125. The New Professor's Perspective. Harry. You should have seen it yesterday. Audrey was incredible. Leaving Snape in utter disarray, Ron exclaimed, his words tumbling out as he walked alongside Harry toward the defense against the dark arts classroom. Hearing Ron's boastful claims, Hermione quickly corrected him. Ron, let us not exaggerate. Professor Dumbledore himself declared it a draw. Ron rolled his eyes. Anyone with functioning eyesight could see that Snape's attacks were utterly ineffective against Audrey, while she summoned blue flames that left him completely flustered. Noticing Hermione's growing displeasure, Harry promptly grabbed Ron, halting his reckless remarks. What a pity I missed seeing Audrey showcase her prowess. Ron beamed with delight, indeed. Last year, Audrey sang in the Great Hall, and Hermione missed it. This year, she confronted Snape, and you missed it again, Harry. He suddenly chuckled. I must be lucky to have witnessed it all. Hermione's face flushed with anger. After all, she had missed the Halloween concert last year because of Ron's antics. If it weren't for you, Ron Weasley, making me so furious that I hid in the bathroom to cry, a devoted fan of Audrey for 10 years. I would never have missed it. With quick strides, Hermione marched ahead. You've done it again, Ron, Harry remarked. You've managed to anger Hermione. Confused, Ron replied. What did I say to upset her? Shaking his head, Harry changed the subject. With Lockhart deceased, who will our new defense against the dark arts professor be? Ron shrugged nonchalantly, his face radiating joy. Whoever it is, they must be better than Lockhart. No one will call on you to perform as a werewolf anymore. Harry sighed. I've heard that the position of defense against the dark arts professor is cursed by Voldemort, ever since he was denied the role by Dumbledore. None have lasted more than a year, meeting either death or severe injury. I've heard that rumor too. I wonder if it's true? As they chatted, they entered the defense against the dark arts classroom. Today, Gryffindor and Hufflepuff were sharing the lesson. The classroom was already filled with eager young wizards, all anxious to discover who their new professor would be. Harry and Ron settled next to Hermione, who picked up ghosts in the shadows, stood up silently, and made her way to an empty seat at the front of the class. What is her problem now? Ron asked. Just be quiet. The professor is coming, Harry urged. The classroom door swung open, revealing a delicate, pale hand gripping the handle. Hermione covered her mouth to stifle a gasp. Due to Lockhart's antics, no one dared to sit at the front, as those seats were often occupied by temporary actors summoned to perform. Thus, Hermione, the only one sitting in the front row, was the first to see the new professor's face. As the door opened completely, the students in the back rows finally laid eyes on their new defense against the dark arts professor. Audrey. The students were astonished. They never anticipated that their new professor would be their campus idol. It was Audrey's first time teaching, and though she could easily command a stage, she felt a hint of trepidation. However, upon witnessing the fervent gazes from below, she let out a sigh of relief. Hello, everyone, Audrey greeted, surprised to see me? The front row Hermione nodded vigorously. Dumbledore was right. This truly was a surprise. Seeing the collective nods, Audrey smiled. I didn't expect it either. Laughter erupted from the crowd. With a wave of her hand, she quieted them. Now, Gilderoy Lockhart has passed away, and I am personally quite saddened by it. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, thinking Audrey was being sarcastic, unaware that she spoke sincerely. However, I must admit, his course did not provide much assistance, Audrey remarked, casting a disdainful glance at Hermione's open novel. Put those leisure reading materials away. They won't aid you in battling dark wizards. With a flick of her wand, the desks began to float, moving aside amidst the students' gasps, creating a clear space in the middle. I am a practitioner of combat, Audrey declared. As you all know, I only began my magical journey last year, just like you. However, I had a rather harsh teacher who insisted on practical training, often leaving me battered and bruised. Though her students were unaware of who her teacher was, the thought of her being beaten was unforgivable. Outraged, the young wizards listened intently as Audrey continued. But thanks to him, my combat skills have improved rapidly, as you all witnessed in my duel with Professor Snape yesterday. The students realized why Audrey was so formidable. Yet, concern soon crept onto their faces. You won't leave us battered and bruised too, will you? Asked Simon Finnegan, a little Gryffindor with a knack for explosions. Observing the students' anxious expressions, Audrey tilted her head. Who knows? This elicited a wave of fearful reactions. Suddenly, she understood Dumbledore better. It was quite amusing to be a riddle maker and frighten the young wizards. Nonetheless, she reassured them. Fear not. I am not that cruel. Now, let us get to the point. We shall start with something simple today. Audrey stepped into the cleared space. You all witnessed my duel with Professor Snape yesterday, correct? The students nodded eagerly. Professor Snape attempted to obscure my vision with an enhanced Lumos charm, though he ultimately failed. The young wizards erupted with indignation. What a despicable tactic. Indeed, utterly lacking in decorum. He nearly blinded me. Audrey gestured for calm. In reality, during our confrontations with dark wizards, our options are quite limited. If I were to teach you to use the killing curse against dark wizards, Dumbledore would undoubtedly expel me from the school, though she genuinely considered teaching that. If she did, Grindelwald would swiftly take her place. Rather than being chastised by a teacher, she preferred to motivate these young novices. It was better for the dead to perish than for her to be the one to perish. However, Professor Snape's approach was indeed a clever tactic. Unexpectedly using an enhanced Lumos charm to deprive the enemy of their sight was remarkably effective. During the brief moment of blindness, we could advance or retreat, instantly gaining the upper hand. All right, let's begin with the incantation. Hermione, would you kindly share it with everyone? Hermione stood up excitedly, her face flushed. It's Lumos Maximum. Precisely. Gryffindor earns 2 points. The Gryffindor students were astonished. Audrey Astley, a Slytherin, had awarded points to Gryffindor. See, this is what I call perspective. Yes, I'm referring to you, certain oil-haired professor. Chapter 126. The missing sunglasses. Audrey flicked her wand sharply, and sunglasses appeared before each young wizard. Put these on. They will protect your eyes. The students curiously examined the sunglasses, which were a style from 20 years hence. Even in the trend-setting Muggle world, the most fashionable were merely frog-eye glasses. Let us first provide them with a touch of fashionable astonishment. Audrey, aren't you going to wear any? Hermione inquired curiously. Audrey shrugged. Do you see Snape's spells working on me? My constitution is rather unique. There's no need for concern. But thank you nonetheless, Hermione. Hermione, her cheeks tinged with a blush, nodded and donned her sunglasses. All right, on my command, everyone cast the spell together. Lumos Maxima. Instantly, the classroom transformed into a dazzling spectacle, filled with dozens of bright light sources that were anything but trifling. Excellent, Audrey remarked. That's precisely it. However, to achieve an element of surprise, everyone must practice diligently. Only silent casting can truly catch others off guard. Bang! An explosion reverberated through the air, and the young wizards turned towards the source of the sound. As expected, Mr. Finnegan had once again engaged in his explosive antics, but this time, it was poor Neville seated in front of him who bore the brunt of it. Neville's hair caught fire. No, it's so hot, he exclaimed, springing from his seat. His wand abandoned on the table as he flailed his arms in a futile attempt to extinguish the flames. Audrey stifled a laugh, her wand waving as a cascade of refreshing water poured down, dousing the fire atop Neville's head, followed by a healing charm that soothed his burn. Regrettably, his hair could not be restored. Mr. Finnegan, your talent for explosions is unparalleled. But I sincerely hope you refrain from aiming your wand at anyone unless they are dark wizards, Audrey advised. Finnegan awkwardly nodded, and she continued, as for points, let us not deduct any. It was an honest mistake. Turning her attention back to Neville, she added, Neville, you would do well to pay Madame Pomfrey a visit after class, lest others mistake you for the Fat Friar. The Hufflepuff students erupted in laughter. Far too familiar with the Fat Friar, Hogwarts resident ghost, whose shiny bald head was impossible to overlook, much like Neville's current predicament. Neville touched his bald head, his expression one of utter dismay. He could only hope Madame Pomfrey possessed a potion for hair regrowth, or he would be forced to wear a hat for the foreseeable future. Audrey suddenly found teaching younger students to be somewhat tolerable. Surprisingly, it was rather enjoyable. When the second-year Gryffindor and Hufflepuff students appeared in the Great Hall wearing trendy sunglasses, everyone was taken aback. Upon inquiry, they were even more astonished to learn that the new defense against the dark arts professor was none other than Audrey Estria, with a teaching prowess far surpassing that of Lockhart and Quirrell, and even gifting stylish sunglasses. The young wizards were immediately filled with anticipation for the upcoming defense against the dark arts class. Iselin and Katsu looked towards the staff table, noting that Audrey was not seated among them. So, she is once again hiding away in the dormitory, indulging herself. Iselin complained, lamenting her lack of friends. Katsu shook his head, saying, Senior Estria is no ordinary individual. A tiger does not befriend sheep. Furthermore, now that she has ascended to the lofty position of professor, making friends will be even more challenging. Iselin pouted, recalling an article she had read during the summer about depression. However, upon further reflection, Audrey's personality seemed entirely incompatible with such notions. Nevertheless, she was eagerly looking forward to the afternoon's defense against the dark arts class. What would Audrey teach? 2 hours later, gazing at the spirited Professor Severus Snape on stage, Iselin fell into contemplation. To be frank, your grades in defense against the dark arts have been dismal. But this is not entirely your fault. None of your professors over the past 5 years have been competent. Now that I am here, I shall impart to you the methods for combating dark wizards and dark creatures. I hope you will study diligently, lest I find your obituaries in the Daily Prophet in the future. The dreary weather around Hogwarts finally relented, yet the temperature continued to drop. Audrey had become accustomed to the rhythm of teaching several classes each week, and as compensation, she extended her nightly sleep from 10 hours to 14. Aside from meals and classes, she spent the majority of her time asleep. She had once questioned whether her excessive drowsiness indicated a health issue. But with her abundant magic and robust physique, she hardly appeared unwell. That day marked the lesson for first-year Slytherin and Ravenclaw students. Upon entering the classroom, Audrey found all the young wizards donned in sunglasses, making it impossible for her to discern one from another, save for a young wizard named Duhua Sabin. Professor Estria, young Sabin exclaimed, raising his hand. Despite being the youngest professor, even a 6th year, most of the younger wizards held her in high regard. My sunglasses were stolen. Could you possibly provide me with another pair? Audrey was somewhat taken aback. How could a 1st to 4th year student, each possessing their own pair of sunglasses, have theirs stolen? Was it the doing of upperclassmen? Come now, everyone knows that sunglasses are exclusive to students below 4th year. A higher year student wearing them would surely invite scrutiny. Are you certain they were stolen? Yes, Professor. The night before last, I carefully cleaned my sunglasses and placed them on my nightstand, but when I woke the next morning, they were gone. Audrey's sunglasses were produced by a factory she had established in China, intended for promotion during her summer concert. However, to her surprise, they had become a trend at Hogwarts before the Muggle promotional activities even commenced, with students wearing them day in and day out, even at night. Yet, this turned out to be advantageous, with Vigus Ascaro wielding the basilisk's eye, hidden in the shadows under the control of a diary. The student's adoption of sunglasses also served as a measure of safety. It seemed she would need to provide a batch of sunglasses to the upperclassmen as well. No, they cannot be given away. They are not my students. They must purchase them. Audrey waved her wand, and a brand new pair of sunglasses materialized before Du Sabin. The young wizard eagerly snatched the glasses, visibly elated as he caressed them. All right, let us commence with our lesson, Audrey declared. Today, I shall teach you the Incendio spell. You may find it curious why a spell solely for igniting fire is included in a defense against the dark arts class. Audrey paused. In truth, any spell can serve as a weapon against dark magic. Astoria Greengrass raised her hand. Professor Astria, can cleaning spells also be used to combat dark magic? Audrey glanced at the diligent young witch and noted the severe blood curse afflicting her. Miss Greengrass, that is an excellent question. She regarded the girl with a meaningful expression. Curses are particularly troublesome because they can be cast through myriad means, making them exceedingly difficult to defend against. Summoning a handful of dust from the corner of the room, she continued, for instance, if I were to imbue this dust with a curse and allow it to float in the air, what do you suppose would happen? She smiled. The best way to resist a curse is to prevent it from afflicting you in the first place. When encountering dark wizards skilled in cursing, remember to frequently use cleaning spells to rid yourself of any impurities. Greengrass nodded, reflecting on how her family's curse might have originated from a relic her great-grandfather discovered, possibly clinging to a grain of sand that subsequently attached itself to his shoulder. Now, back to the matter at hand. Audrey tapped the podium with her wand and spoke the Incendio spell. Although the spell's power may be modest and numerous incantations can counter it, in the heat of battle, such simple and swift spells often prove to be remarkably effective. It is akin to our Professor Snape, who once, in 1989, found his robe ignited by the Incendio spell cast by Professor Patricia Rackwick, then the defense against the dark arts instructor. In a wizard duel, the sudden igniting of one's robes can be quite troublesome. One must resort to the extinguishing charm or disappearing spell to prevent the flames from spreading. However, this action does little to aid in combat, as while you are preoccupied with your burning robes, your adversaries will seize the opportunity to attack you relentlessly. The young witches and wizards nodded in agreement, finding great wisdom in her words. Surely, if one's robes were to catch fire during a confrontation, panic would ensue. Just a mere trick. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the back row as a pale young wizard stood up. Astery, is this all you can teach, such trivial tricks? Audrey turned to look. The boy's complexion was strikingly pale, almost sickly, with half of his face obscured by sunglasses, rendering his features indistinct. Yet his cruelly shaped lips left a lasting impression. Chapter 127. A pair of exceptional sunglasses, 1 gold, 1 silver. Astery, the pallid boy scoffed as he removed his sunglasses. Today is the day you pay your debts. Sebin gasped. Vigius Ascaro. It's you. You stole my sunglasses. Vigius Ascaro and Sebin shared a dormitory. And ever since Professor Lockhart's demise, Caro had vanished without a trace. Caro's gaze was fixated solely on Audrey, completely disregarding the throng of young wizards beside him. As he raised the basilisk's eye, including you, I have already slain 2 professors of defense against the dark arts. That should surely be recorded in the annals of school history. Caro cackled madly, a sickly flush creeping onto his pale face, his bloodshot eyes brimming with insanity. Die, Astery. The basilisk's eye emitted a faint glow, and Audrey gasped before shouting, Everyone, do not look at that yellow orb. Yet her warning came too late. More than half the room's students had turned a ghostly white. Furious, Audrey transformed into a streak of light, appearing before Caro in an instant. She seized the basilisk's eye and grasped the neck of the foolhardy boy, lifting him off the ground. No, cough, it's impossible. Why are you unharmed after gazing directly at the basilisk's eye? Vigius Ascaro screamed in disbelief, unable to comprehend how his foolproof ambush had failed. Cough, do not kill me, cough. Cough, my master shall, cough, reign supreme, and he will avenge me. Audrey hurled him to the ground, her voice cold as ice. Your master? Tom Riddle from the diary. Caro's pupils dilated. How did Astery know of this? Audrey snorted derisively. Fool, you are being manipulated without even realizing it. Your life force has long been drained. The only reason you can still move is that someone has infused you with magic to sustain your life. Once that magic is exhausted, you will perish instantly. Vigius Ascaro shouted. Nonsense. You are deceiving me. My master has promised me power. Audrey shook her head. This boy was beyond saving. With a flick of her wand, She bound Karo while simultaneously infusing him with a measure of magic. He could not die in her classroom. It was not merely a matter of inconvenience, but rather an ill omen. Guardian. A silver glowing ray beast leapt from the tip of her wand. Sporting a single backward-facing horn atop its head, with a body resembling that of a tiger or leopard, and a tail akin to a dragon. Its shoulders adorned with a pair of non-expanding wings. The ray beast ambled a few steps, glanced at Audrey, then took flight, soaring through the ceiling to alert the headmaster. "Do not panic, everyone," Audrey announced. "These students are merely petrified. A revival potion made from mandrake root will restore them." The chaotic classroom fell silent in an instant. With swift precision, Audrey had apprehended the culprit, and her esteemed reputation bolstered the students' trust in her words. Minutes later, Dumbledore arrived with Madame Pomfrey, and the guardian ray beast yawned, dismissively ending its summoning. Upon witnessing the room filled with ghostly students, Dumbledore was taken aback. "What is this?" Audrey tossed the basilisk's eye to Dumbledore. "They say that things gained for free are seldom valued, and it seems to hold true. Even a first-year wizard managed to steal the basilisk's head from Snape. I should have demanded a handsome reward." Dumbledore merely smiled at Audrey's complaints, then turned to the bound Karo on the floor. "Is this Vigius Iscaro? Indeed, this fool has been drained of his life force. He has little time left." "You lie." Karo struggled, resembling a leech that had been doused in oil. "My master will come to save me. Just wait." Dumbledore gestured to Madame Pomfrey, who promptly retrieved the revival potion to assist the young wizard while he knelt down. "Who is your master, child?" Karo merely grinned menacingly, refusing to answer. "It is Tom Riddle," Audrey whispered to Dumbledore. "It must be the diary that corrupted Ginny Weasley. If I am not mistaken, it is a Horcrux." "A Horcrux?" Dumbledore furrowed his brow, not probing into how Audrey had come by this knowledge, for her subsequent words were even more alarming. "Karo's life force has nearly been depleted. If used correctly, Tom Riddle may have already gained the ability to act freely, and the other basilisk's eye remains in his possession." Audrey scrutinized Karo closely. He was without his wand, indicating that Tom Riddle likely still possessed one. Thus, we may be facing a 16-year-old Tom Riddle, endowed with the basilisk's eye, a wand, and a corporeal form. The prospect seemed terrifying, yet Audrey regarded the 16-year-old Riddle with a sense of indifference. "This is indeed a dire situation," Dumbledore sighed. "What do you think we should do?" Audrey rolled her eyes and continued. "Karo's nocturnal raid on the infirmary was aimed at killing Harry Potter. I believe this is Tom Riddle's true intent. Therefore, you need not fret. Just keep a close watch on your savior. Tom Riddle will inevitably emerge. Oh, and he possesses a basilisk's eye. I personally recommend that the school provide each student with a pair of sunglasses to ensure everyone's safety. Trendy sunglasses, legendary quality. 1 gold for a pair, fair and square. 1 galleon for a pair? That seems rather steep." Dumbledore blinked. "Your reasoning is quite remarkable, but I cannot grant points to a professor. However, if you can sponsor sunglasses for the student's safety, I can award Slytherin 50 points. Using points for a freebie? Huh. Do I care for such trivialities?" Before lunch, in Snape's office, Snape spoke softly. "Audrey Astory has alleviated the school's burdens by substituting for a lesson. Slytherin earns 10 points. Perhaps a small increment each day will prevent the other heads from becoming suspicious." Vigius Iscaro had perished. He died in the infirmary. Yet Audrey took little interest in this. Dumbledore was eager to extract Tom Riddle's whereabouts from that fiend, but cunning as Tom was, having cast Karo out as a smokescreen, he would not allow Karo to know his hiding place. At that moment, Audrey was in her suitcase, wearing an expression of exasperation. Nobita lay sprawled on the ground, her large head pressing insistently against Audrey, only to be rebuffed each time by the iron fist of love. "Stop it. Nobita, Audrey's child is about to arrive." There sat the female phoenix, Owl, motionless in her nest, while Fox circled anxiously around her. Unable to tolerate Fox's incessant pacing, Owl pecked him sharply. With a painful squawk, Fox was suddenly engulfed in flames, only to be reduced to a pile of ashes. Audrey remarked, "Does this constitute a scene of spousal murder?" In truth, Fox had long been due for his rebirth. However, since he had been in Audrey's presence, the magical elements emanating from her had nourished him, preventing him from aging as he had in the original universe. But when the time comes, it comes. Owl's peck merely triggered his rebirth. From the ashes, a wrinkled, hairless chick emerged. "Oh dear, Fox, you truly are quite unsightly after your rebirth." Audrey's words pierced deeply, prompting Fox to squawk in distress. "Are you implying that the little phoenix to be hatched shortly will look like this?" Fox nodded vigorously. "All birds look like this when they are born." Crack, crack. Owl hastily rose to her feet as cracks began to appear on the phoenix egg, the little one inside struggling to break free. The birth of new life is always captivating. 1 dragon, 2 phoenixes, and a stitched creature, a total of 8 eyes, fixated intently on the phoenix egg. eager to witness this sacred moment. At last, the little phoenix emerged, letting out her first chirp. Her feathers, already vibrant and fiery, though small, radiated the essence of a divine beast. Fox sighed. Owl cast a disdainful glance at him, then took a few steps forward to cuddle the little one. Chapter 128. The Transformation of Muggle Studies. Dumbledore propped his chin on his right hand, feeling utterly overwhelmed. Horcruxes. He was acutely aware of what this entailed. Voldemort would not be easily vanquished, especially considering the possibility that he had created multiple Horcruxes. Boom. A burst of flames ignited in the room, and a phoenix appeared in the office. Fox. Has the rebellious child finally chosen to return? Yet, in the next moment, he recognized that it was not Fox who had come. You must be the phoenix adopted by Audrey, correct? Owl nodded slightly, soaring to Fox's perch and unceremoniously dropping a bald chick there. Chirp. Grow your feathers well. Once you return to your former self, come find us, mother and daughter. I do not wish for my child to think her father is an ugly bird. Fox nodded pitifully, still quite weak from his recent rebirth, unable to resist his wife's demands. With a loud whoosh, Owl departed, leaving without a trace of longing as she had to return to her offspring. Dumbledore stepped away from his desk and approached the perch. Fox, I am delighted to see you have been reborn. This is indeed wonderful news. Fox cast a despondent glance at him, turning away and presenting his backside to Dumbledore. At that moment, Audrey appeared in the Ministry of Magic. She needed to complete the process of amending the Muggle Studies curriculum before Christmas. Otherwise, she would miss the OWL's exam. If the curriculum changes were delayed too long, this year's OWLs might still rely on the outdated collection of jokes for exam questions. Ah, Audrey, you have arrived. Arthur Weasley guided her to the Ministry's underground level 3, where the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes was located. The Muggle Issues Mediation Committee was situated here. In truth, the Muggle Issues Mediation Committee had rarely convened in the past decade, as disputes involving Muggles were often resolved rather brutally by wizards using the Obliviate charm. Audrey entered a bright but not particularly spacious room. Around a round table sat 4 individuals. Among them was the Minister of Magic, Barty Crouch, along with 3 guests. These 4 individuals represented the greatest obstacles to Audrey's revisions of the Muggle Studies curriculum. The current authors of the Muggle Studies textbook. The author of Muggles with Discoveries, Blenheim Stokes. A kind-looking, rotund gentleman in his 70s with a memorable balding hairstyle. The author of My Muggle Life, Daisy Hookham. A bespectacled woman in her 30s with orange hair. The author of Philosophy of the Mundane, Why Muggles Dislike Probing, Modicus Egg, who possessed sharp eyes and wore a frayed cloak, embodying the quintessential wizard style. And the author of The Family Life and Social Habits of British Muggles, Wilhelm Wigwarshy, an elderly gentleman with a somewhat neurotic demeanor. Ah, Audrey. Old Barty stood up, warmly shaking her hand. Although the 4 authors were somewhat puzzled by the minister's unusually close demeanor towards a young witch, their positions dictated that they would not afford this naive child even the slightest semblance of goodwill. These 4 were the authors of the current Muggle Studies curriculum at Hogwarts, and they were staunchly opposed to any changes. Old Barty turned his back to the 4 authors, casting a knowing glance at Audrey. She understood immediately. Their reactions were too intense for the ministry to issue directives forcefully. After all, these authors held significant status within the wizarding community, and their influence could not be underestimated. In other words, if she could win over these 4, the Muggle Studies curriculum could be swiftly revised. Good day, gentlemen and ladies, Audrey greeted, smiling as she took a seat across from them. I would like to understand why you 4 oppose my proposed changes to the Muggle Studies curriculum. Given your extensive knowledge of the Muggle world, you should recognize that the materials I present reflect the truest representation of Muggle life. Blenheim Stokes replied, Miss Astrea, Muggles and our wizarding worldview differ fundamentally. Our perspectives are not aligned. We must enable wizards to better comprehend Muggles without adopting a Muggle perspective. Is that why you assert that Hitler's defeat was due to his failure to consult the stars? Blenheim pouted, isn't that so? Certainly not. Audrey shook her head. Throughout wizarding history, since the 10th century, there has been no war on the scale of the 2 world wars. In terms of warfare, Muggles possess far more experience than wizards. Your viewpoint is, in fact, a naive and ludicrous interpretation of a king's motives through the lens of a peasant. You. Blenheim's face turned crimson with rage as he pointed at Audrey. You. Daisy Hookham gently patted Stokes's back. Mr. Stokes, calm down. She turned to Audrey. Miss Astrea? Regardless of the circumstances, Mr. Stokes is a senior figure. Your rudeness raises serious questions about your character. My character is not for you to judge. Audrey maintained her smile. In your book, you claim that Muggles' favorite pastime is procreation. This is utterly laughable. Such views are rife with discrimination and bias. And your prejudice against Muggles mirrors your current bias against me, entirely devoid of theoretical foundation and utterly baseless. Thus, The five engaged in a heated debate within the small mediation chamber of the Muggle Issues Committee. Old Barty shook his head slightly from the sidelines, pondering how difficult it was for these cultured wizards to accept new ideas. It seemed that Audrey Estria was destined to face challenges. He couldn't help but think, if the Muggle Studies curriculum failed to be updated in time, would Audrey be able to pass the OWLs? Subsequently, she realized that it was not a great misfortune if she did not pass that particular examination. After all, she had achieved outstanding grades in all her other 11 subjects, which allowed her to stand tall among her peers. Regardless, I shall not acquiesce to the alteration of the Muggle Studies textbook. I shall not agree. No, no. The reactions of the four authors did not surpass Audrey's expectations. She had anticipated this before her arrival. If the textbook were to be changed, these four would lose a substantial amount of copyright income. This was the crux of the conflict. How unfortunate. Audrey clasped her hands over her abdomen, reclining comfortably against the backrest. Had the Muggle Studies textbook been successfully replaced, I had intended to bestow upon each of you a compensation of 50,000 galleons for the loss of your copyright earnings. But now, since you all dissent, let us put this matter to rest. Audrey shook her head and rose, feigning an intention to depart. Wait a moment, Blenheim Stokes exclaimed, rising hastily. Miss Estria, do not rush away. We can still negotiate. Wilhelm Wigvorst also stood, contemplating. Indeed, the wizarding world requires a fresh perspective and a renewed understanding of the Muggle realm. Modicus Egg rose as well, affirming, precisely, the Muggle world has undergone tremendous changes over the years, and we must keep pace with the times. Daisy Hookham, unwilling to be left behind, declared, Miss Estria's initiative is a noble act, a commendable deed. It demonstrates that she is a person of great benevolence. We believe that the Muggle Studies textbook indeed requires modification. Old Batty Clouch blinked. Although he had witnessed many opportunists in his time, the shamelessness displayed by these four authors at this moment was truly remarkable. Audrey Estria, this young woman, or perhaps she ought to be called Hydra's Lestrange, possessed immense power and could easily impose her will like her father, yet she preferred to wield her influence through monetary means. Discoveries of Muggles was published in 1972, bringing Blenheim Stokes over 4,000 galleons in revenue. Mind you, that was the total earnings over the past 20 years. Thus, it was not that their bottom line was low, but rather that Audrey offered far too much. To earn 50,000 galleons from this textbook, they would have to wait 200 years. It is no wonder they instantly shifted their stance. Audrey's financial prowess was indeed formidable. Chapter 129, Christmas. In a mere fortnight, Hogwarts' most popular professor changed hands. The fierce competition between Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout had transformed into Audrey Estria's overwhelming triumph. The young wizards were abuzz with discussions about their idol professor, for Audrey was truly exceptional. As long as the young wizards performed well enough, she would even sing in class. This privilege drove the younger students into a frenzy, igniting a fervent desire for learning. All the lower year students eagerly anticipated their defense against the dark arts classes. Until Christmas, few students remained at school. Ron stayed behind with his brothers because their mother had gone to Romania to see Bill. Audrey also chose not to return home. She stubbornly believed that her role as a professor deprived her of much-needed rest, and returning home would merely subject her to Mr. Waterman's expectations as a performing machine. It was preferable to remain at school and rest to her heart's content. This Christmas was perhaps the most comfortable one she had ever experienced. She had prepared several Christmas gifts for various friends and family. Edmund, Iselin, Hagrid, her foolish brother, Mr. Waterman, Professor Grindelwald, Grandma Vita, the Weasley family, Draco, Momo, Tonks, and the two aunts, as well as Sirius, who was confined in the Ministry of Magic. These were all dear to her. Harry, Hermione, and Katsu were her fans. Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, and Sprout were acquaintances with whom she shared amicable relations. As for Snape and Dumbledore, they were more like a financial burden averted. In stark contrast to the gifts she sent out, the presents she received were overwhelmingly abundant. Yes, overwhelming. Upon waking, Audrey felt as though she had fallen into a chasm of gifts. Piles of gift boxes reached the ceiling, and the house elves had worked tirelessly through the night to carry her gifts into her room. Audrey found she had scarcely any room to get out of bed. Well, having witnessed the fervor of her fans last year, this year was even more pronounced. She huffed and puffed as she searched through the sea of gifts for Iselin's present. After acquiring her Slytherin heritage, she had discovered that Iselin was knitting. She had eagerly anticipated this. Finally, she unearthed Iselin's exquisitely wrapped gift, but the moment she held it, something felt amiss. Was Iselin knitting a sweater with gold thread? Why was it so heavy? Upon opening the gift, she found a resplendent statue of the birth of Venus. Both beautiful and expensive. However, Audrey felt somewhat disheartened. Iselin's sweater was not for her. Who, then, was it for? Humph. She had painstakingly knitted a pair of gloves made from unicorn hair to gift her. Audrey, in a huff, toppled the entire mountain of gifts, and with a crash, she found herself buried beneath the pile. Suddenly, a large gift box bearing the Weasley family crest fell upon her head. Audrey sat up, cradling the box with her left arm while waving her right hand, causing the boxes that had pressed down upon her to part like the Red Sea. She opened the box to find, in addition to the customary Slytherin-colored sweater adorned with the letter A, a complete set of formal attire, crafted from exquisite materials with meticulous craftsmanship. Accompanying it was an entire set of jewelry and a neatly folded card perched atop the clothing. Inscribed with, "Wishing dear Audrey success in her OWLs. The dress is a prelude to your coming of age. I hope you like it. Molly Weasley." Audrey wiped away a tear, smiling foolishly. Compared to Bellatrix, who was locked away in Azkaban, mumbling about Dark Lords, Molly Weasley felt much more like a mother to her. Love abounds at her side, and her heart remains untainted by darkness. She carefully tucked the dress away, joyfully tossing the mountain of gifts into her suitcase. Nobita. Oh, Ashes. You three help me unwrap all the gifts and sort them. I will check back shortly. The Phoenix mother and daughter had no objections, but Nobita was taken aback. She had grown to over 4 meters in length, and while roasting meat with her fire was no problem, unpacking gift boxes was an entirely different challenge. However, Audrey, the Dragon Mother, paid no heed to such trivialities. Did she not provide you with ample sustenance? Should you not alleviate my burdens? After raising a dragon for 1,000 days, it is time to put her to use. Audrey stepped out of her suitcase, feeling rejuvenated. As the time was still early, she decided to survey her domain. She closed her eyes and began to scan her portion of Hogwarts. Ron returned from outside, dejected, with snowflakes still clinging to him. Harry and the Weasley twins followed closely behind, seemingly trying to console him. Audrey directed her attention to the trio and immediately overheard their conversation. She heard Harry reassuring, "Ron, do not be upset. Snape merely borrowed Crookshanks for an experiment. He will be fine." Ron shook his head vehemently. "No, Crookshanks is getting old. At the beginning of this semester, I thought he was going to die." Ron bowed his head in regret. "I shouldn't have brought him out. I was so foolish. Why did I bring Crookshanks to fly a few laps at the Quidditch pitch?" Harry put an arm around Ron's shoulders. "You were just worried that Crookshanks would be left alone in the dormitory." George, however, laughed and said, "Ron, why are you so upset? Snape borrowing Crookshanks may not be a bad thing." Ron lifted his head, utterly bewildered. Fred leapt up alongside George, exclaiming, "From our perspective, if Fong were to meet his demise at the hands of Snape, you could certainly have him compensate you with a new pet." Ron's eyes brightened at the notion. It made perfect sense. Fong had been borrowed by Snape. Audrey suddenly found the situation growing intriguing. She began to search for Snape, soon spotting him in his private storeroom, accompanied by Peter Pettigrew. The traitor, disguised as a mouse for a decade, bore an uncanny resemblance to his vermin counterpart. His beady eyes and hands instinctively curled against his chest. "Severus, Severus," Peter simpered, "we've been old friends for years." Silence. Snape's countenance darkened as he regarded the repugnant figure before him. "Wormtail, I do not recall us ever being friends." "No, no, no, Severus," Peter protested, revealing the dark mark upon his arm. "Look, you see, I am just like you, a Death Eater. We both pledge our loyalty to the Dark Lord." Snape scoffed. "You, traitor, have no right to be mentioned in the same breath as me." "No, I am not a traitor," Peter cried. "I am unwaveringly loyal to the Dark Lord." Snape raised his wand, declaring, "Your loyalty to the Dark Lord is of no concern to me. What I know is that you betrayed your friends and caused Lily's death." Snape's eyes glinted with red, emotion clearly overwhelming him, as he glared at Peter, filled with murderous intent. Yet, his heart was in turmoil. He yearned for vengeance for Lily. But killing Peter would unjustly condemn Sirius to suffering. However, another voice within him insisted that it would be perfect, avenging Lily while also sending the one who almost killed him, Sirius, to meet Merlin, a splendid 2-for-1 deal. He hesitated for a few seconds, but ultimately waved his wand. Green light illuminated the basement. Chapter 130. Tom, I will no longer be human. The green light shot toward Peter Pettigrew, the diminutive man wearing an expression of sheer terror, emitting a squeak. The rat man did not perish. The air shimmered, and Audrey stepped in front of him, single-handedly intercepting the killing curse. Her eyes glowed with green mist, clearly utilizing the essence of a Dementor at that moment. Snape was taken aback. He had never fathomed that one could intercept such a lethal curse without a wand. Not even Dumbledore could manage that. "Professor Snape, were you truly attempting to kill?" Snape collected himself, retorting coldly, "This is my private storeroom. No, this entire domain belongs to me." Snape was momentarily speechless. Indeed, Audrey was the recognized heir of Slytherin, having obtained ownership of Slytherin's castle, making her the true landlord in every sense. Audrey gestured towards Peter, her green glowing eyes causing Snape to feel an unsettling disquiet. As she spoke, "If you kill this man, Sirius Black's life will be ruined forever. Won't your conscience ache?" Snape roared, "Sirius nearly killed me. That fool still trusts this traitor, allowing him to become a secret keeper, indirectly leading to Lily's demise. That man deserves to rot in Azkaban." Snape shouted at Audrey, his spittle flying, revealing his agitated state, as years of anguish, guilt, and longing erupted at that moment. "That fool should languish in Azkaban for life. Besides, whether he is innocent or guilty has nothing to do with you, Astley. That man is indeed foolish, but he is my uncle." Snape froze for a moment, his furious expression solidifying into shock. He then recalled that the Audrey Astley before him was originally Hydra Slytherin, daughter of Bellatrix, whose maiden name was indeed Black. His demeanor cooled. "Are you intending to send Peter Pettigrew to the Ministry of Magic?" "Of course," Audrey replied. "I believe the current ministry is fair and just. They will ensure that the wicked face their rightful punishment without wronging the innocent." Snape sneered. "The present Ministry of Magic is nothing but your puppet, Audrey Astley. Whatever you say is precisely what will be." Audrey tossed a stack of galleons, which Snape instinctively caught in his hand. "I believe you may owe Ron Weasley a new pet. I will cover this expense, and the remainder shall serve as my gratitude for capturing Peter Pettigrew." Snape's face turned ashen as he weighed the paper currency in his hand. 1,000 galleons, 100 notes in total. As a master potion maker, he lacked for nothing. Yet the sheer amount left him momentarily breathless. Damn that rich witch. The problem was, he couldn't overpower her. "Take this traitor away. I want to see him dead. Can you guarantee that?" "Certainly. For his crimes, a Dementor's kiss is inescapable." Peter longed to flee, but the subterranean chamber was entirely sealed, leaving him no escape route. "Audrey, good girl," Peter pleaded. "I am your good friend Ron's pet fawn. You can't let me die. Ron would be heartbroken." He knelt, abjectly groveling. "You can't let me perish." Snape regarded Peter with a cold smile. "No, Ron Weasley will not be heartbroken, for he shall possess a far more splendid pet." Peter quickly altered his plea. "I am still your fan. I am your loyal admirer. I have listened to all the songs you have spread throughout the wizarding world. You can't bear to watch your fan die, can you, good girl?" Audrey didn't spare Peter a glance. With a flick of her wand, he transformed into a mouse and was promptly stowed away in her pouch. "Very well, Professor Snape. I shall take my leave now," Audrey waved. "I hope you enjoy my Christmas gift. Farewell." With a swish, she departed, leaving Snape alone in the now desolate storeroom. After a moment, he clenched his teeth and shouted, "Who would use Potter's shampoo? Bloody hell." Meanwhile, Audrey, already en route to the Ministry of Magic, reflected on the considerable effort it took to procure the discontinued Potter family shampoo. In the Forbidden Forest, a tawny serpent slithered gracefully, pausing beside a tree. At first glance, this 4 to 5 foot serpent, though smaller in stature, bore an uncanny resemblance to a basilisk. It lifted its head, its waxy yellow slit pupils fixated on a giant 8-eyed spider perched on a tree several dozen meters away. Silently, it ascended the trunk, stealthily coiling around it. The giant spider was engrossed in its lunch, a rabbit poisoned and lifeless, entirely oblivious to the impending threat. Closer, ever closer. 10 feet, 5 feet, 2 feet. The miniature basilisk lunged, sinking its fangs into the spider's cephalothorax. The creature screeched in agony, tumbling from the tree, its 8 legs convulsing before succumbing to stillness. While the diminutive basilisk had already burrowed into the giant spider's body. This was the Scottish Highlands, where the temperatures had plummeted by late December, and the biting wind howled through the forbidden forest, ruffling the spider's fine hairs. An hour later, the giant spider flipped over, only to find an additional head, a long-crowned serpent's head, growing atop its own. The serpent's eyes were devoid of emotion, chillingly cold. It opened its mouth, and a wand was expelled, coiling tightly around it with its tongue. The wand waved gently, and the spider with the serpent's head began to transform rapidly, its form shrinking swiftly, its 8 limbs merging to become 4. The serpent's head became more rounded, and moments later, there was no trace of the basilisk nor the 8-eyed giant spider. Beneath the tree stood a young wizard from Slytherin, a radiant, handsome smile gracing his face. "I have regained my body," he exclaimed. What a challenge it was. He waved his wand, feeling it somewhat unwieldy, but that mattered little. He had won the gamble, successfully taking his first step. The essence of the basilisk's flesh was overwhelmingly powerful. Merely suppressing that violent magic consumed far too much time, the young wizard mused. However, the ultimate result is favorable. He extended his hand, flipping it palm up, admiring his long, agile fingers, as exquisite as jade. Ha ha ha. So this is the sensation of breaking free from the shackles of human form. Powerful, exceedingly powerful. He gazed towards Hogwarts. Dumbledore, I shall no longer be human. Await my return. Oh, and Harry Potter, who defeated the fully grown me in his prime. I wonder, this time, Will you escape my killing curse? Chapter 131. Ron's new pet Scabbers is dead, Ron lamented to Harry. Snape said Scabbers escaped from the cage and accidentally fell into the potion he was brewing, leaving no trace behind. Harry opened his mouth, at a loss for words to comfort Ron, but the next moment, Ron's face suddenly transformed into a smile. But Snape asked me if I had any requests for a new pet. Wow, he is actually going to compensate me with a new pet. Ron's sudden shift caught Harry off guard. Huh, yes, a new pet. I haven't decided what to choose yet. Harry, advise me, should I get an owl or a cat? Harry asked. Snape actually let you choose? Ron nodded. I didn't expect him to be so agreeable. He actually asked what kind of pet I wanted. Harry nodded. So now he is waiting for your response. Ron's face gleamed with excitement. I believe so. Harry, please advise me. As Harry commanded a knight to capture one of Ron's pawns, the piece berated him fiercely. What a dreadful move. Didn't you see the queen lurking behind? Harry ignored the piece's rebuke and replied to Ron. I think an owl would be more practical. I remember your family's owl is quite old. You mean Errol? Yes, he is indeed old, but by the end of August, Mom is retiring him, and we've bought a new owl. But that shouldn't prevent you from having your own owl. Ron nodded. You make a good point, Harry. I just want a pet I can cuddle while sleeping. I used to sleep with Scabbers. Well, Harry shrugged. I think you might need a cat. The door to the common room swung open, and Fred and George rushed in, wet brooms in hand. Spotting Harry and Ron, they approached with greetings. Ron, George exclaimed, Snape is looking for you. Fred chuckled mischievously. What did you do to catch Snape's attention? Ron rubbed his head vigorously. I haven't decided what to choose yet. He looked up at Harry. How about I just listen to you and choose a cat? While Ron was in Gryffindor territory, Audrey couldn't see his actions, but as he approached Snape's office, she noticed him. Ron excitedly knocked on the wooden door and entered. In front of Snape were 4 small animals, a black dog, a raven, a toad, and a green snake. Ron's expression was priceless, and Audrey couldn't resist eavesdropping. Weasley, these are the pets I have prepared. Choose one, Snape instructed. Professor Snape, didn't you say to think it over and tell you what I wanted later? I did say that, but do you remember what you replied to me, Weasley? Ron, bewildered, asked, what did I reply? Snape furrowed his brow. It seems your poor head has been filled with too much fluff. Let me remind you, you said, as long as it's not a rat. Do you remember now? Ron's jaw dropped. He had indeed said that, but it was a mumbled remark as he turned to leave. Snape, impatient, said, enough of this chatter, choose one quickly. Audrey could hardly contain her laughter. Young Ron was truly suited for comedy. Yet, even more so, the large, seemingly foolish black dog displayed a blend of reluctance, anticipation, irritation, and bewilderment on its face, a challenging feat for any animal. But Sirius managed it flawlessly. Audrey pondered, stroking her chin. So, is this Dumbledore's method of protecting Harry? Might it be a tad too whimsical? Last time, Sirius was the first to be petrified. Had it not been for the inexperience of young Caro, Harry might have perished. Snape anticipated Ron would choose the black dog, and indeed, Ron did select it. The young man felt somewhat discontent, for the dog was too large. Sharing a bed with it seemed impractical. However, the dog was vastly superior to the raven, toad, or snake. The raven's gaze felt akin to Hermione's when she assessed him, instilling a sense of inferiority. The notion of being less intelligent than a bird was utterly dreadful. Ron had never been fond of Neville's toad. Every encounter with Trevor sent shivers down his spine, and the thought of having to care for it was unbearable. As for the snake, it was a foregone conclusion. Ron was no Slytherin wizard. As Ron led Paw Prince into the Gryffindor common room, the dog's heavy footsteps echoed, prompting Ron to name it thus. Harry's eyes widened in astonishment. Ron, is this Snape's new pet for you? Ron nodded, his enthusiasm waning. Do you remember what I told you, Ron? That night, a large black dog saved me from the grasp of the Grim, and it was petrified. Ron replied softly, I remember. Huh. Oh. Ron suddenly clapped his hands. Harry, could it be? Could it be that this is the very dog? Indeed, Ron. The one that saved me is this very black dog. I remember it clearly. This bear-like creature. Ron stroked the dog's head. Well, it seems I made the right choice. Harry excitedly embraced the large black dog, stroking its back while patting it. Ron, will you give it to me? I will buy you another pet. How about that? One you can cuddle with. Yes. Deal. The next morning, Harry took Paw Prince to the Great Hall. The weather was too cold, and he planned to eat a little before retreating to his dormitory for a nap. Only a few individuals were seated at the Slytherin table, including Draco Malfoy, whom Harry could hardly be bothered to acknowledge as he sat down. It seemed the young wizards had all returned home, so the house elves, aiming to conserve resources, had prepared a simple breakfast of bread, eggs, and milk. Harry took a slice of bread, spread a layer of jam on it, and bit into it. He then picked up a boiled egg and tossed it to Paw Prince. Paw Prince, eat up. The great black dog opened its mouth wide and swallowed the egg whole, gazing expectantly at Harry as if anticipating a second egg. Yet, The expression in its eyes unmistakably revealed a loving gaze. Harry. The Weasley twins suddenly emerged, one on each side, patting Harry's shoulders. Where's Ron? Harry took a sip of milk, recalling how excited he had been all night. He was still not awake. Oh, our foolish brother. At that moment, two owls flew in. One heading towards Draco Malfoy at the Slytherin table, the other towards the twins. It's our subscription to the Daily Prophet. Fred unfolded the newspaper and exclaimed, Harry, Sirius has been acquitted and released. What? Harry, astonished, snatched the newspaper and began to read it rapidly. How can this be? It was Peter Pettigrew who killed my parents. Sirius is innocent. Draco Malfoy shouted across the two tables, Scarhead, you're finished. Sirius is coming to kill you. Harry retorted, the newspaper says Sirius is innocent. Ha ha ha, Draco laughed. Many Death Eaters have escaped the Ministry as punishment. It's no surprise. Sirius probably used some excuse like being under the Imperius curse. The arrogant boy flicked his hair back. Just wait. That dark wizard will come to claim your life sooner or later. Before Harry could respond, Padfoot suddenly barked and lunged at Draco. Having never encountered such a large, fierce dog, Malfoy screamed, forgetting he was a wizard, and dashed out of the Great Hall. What a pair of affectionate relatives. Chapter 132, Padfoot, Lickspittle, and Tom. The Christmas holiday had come to an end. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were on their way to Hagrid's hut, with Padfoot closely following Harry, its tail wagging vigorously. Harry's here. Hagrid warmly welcomed the trio into his hut. And Fong bounded up, only to suddenly hit the brakes and retreat, for Padfoot was baring its teeth in a low growl. Padfoot, don't be like that. Fong is a good friend and won't harm us. Obediently, Padfoot sat down, prompting Hagrid to exclaim, Oh, Harry, your dog is so well behaved. Hagrid, Padfoot saved me before. What a good dog. Hagrid turned to bring out a plate, placing it before Padfoot. This is my rock cake. Fong loves it. Ron, however, was anxious. Hagrid, my pet, my pet. He had already spotted a cage perched on a high pedestal, and it was clear that this was the new pet Harry had commissioned Hagrid to procure for him, his very own Ron Weasley's new companion. Hagrid chuckled and took the cage down. Here, Ron, this is a Georgian long-haired lizard. Look at it, so fluffy and adorable. Wow, it really is. Hermione's eyes sparkled. It's simply too cute. Ron blinked. Well, this lizard is covered in burgundy fur, much more pleasant and charming than toads or snakes. But that doesn't change the fact that it's still a lizard. Hermione's taste is as good as mine. Hagrid laughed heartily. This little darling is the most docile creature I've ever seen. I chose it according to Harry's criteria for a pet that could be cuddled and slept with. Once the conversation shifted to magical creatures, Hagrid became loquacious. Cats are too unstable to cuddle while sleeping. Birds often can't control their sphincters. The others are either too large or too ferocious. Only the Georgian long-haired lizard is both adorable and gentle. You could use it as a pillow without it protesting. Hagrid took the lizard out of the cage and offered it to Ron. A lizard that Hagrid could easily grasp with one hand was not so easily handled by Ron, who gingerly accepted it with both hands, cradling it nervously in his arms. It's a bit heavy, but the sensation of its red fur is really quite nice. Though lizards are cold-blooded, the Georgian long-haired lizard felt warm to the touch. Oh, I forgot to mention. The Georgian long-haired lizard has a body temperature that is warm in winter and cool in summer, making it an ideal pet to cuddle. Ron chuckled, holding it a little tighter. His earlier distaste for the lizard was forgotten, for this comforting, hefty creature was certainly preferable to a rat. The lizard extended its long tongue and licked Ron's face, causing him to laugh. I think I'll call it Lickspittle. Look how much it loves to lick me. Hermione covered her eyes, for lizards also require salt. Wild lizards often lick the soil to obtain it. Thus, Hermione had every reason to believe that Ron Weasley had not washed his face this morning. Hagrid remarked, Now that you're inside, can't you take off those sunglasses? While they do look rather nice, can you really see anything? Ron, cradling the lizard, declared proudly, Hagrid, these are the latest sunglasses from Audrey. Hagrid smacked his lips. Well, Audrey hasn't come by in a while. I know she is a professor now and quite busy. I'm sure if you ask, Audrey will prepare a pair of sunglasses for you too. Harry smiled. Of course, Hagrid grinned. Audrey has always been a good girl. As they left Hagrid's hut and made their way toward the castle, Ron held Lickspittle close, not minding its weight, while Harry allowed Padfoot to circle around him. However, there was something off about Padfoot. It was constantly baring its teeth, as if it were a human with a broken front tooth. Hermione fell silent, likely pondering whether she should acquire a pet of her own. She recalled how, when Audrey first emerged on the scene, she was always accompanied by a cat. And at that time, Hermione had wished for a cat just like Audrey's. Over time, she had forgotten about it. But seeing how Ron cherished Lickspittle reignited her desire to have a cat. Suddenly, a Slytherin upperclassman emerged from behind a stone pillar and approached the trio. The upperclassman was unfamiliar, yet his appearance and demeanor were impressive. "Hello, Harry Potter," he greeted. "This is our first time speaking face to face." Harry was somewhat bewildered. "Hello? Who are you?" "Woof." Padfoot growled fiercely, positioning itself protectively in front of Harry. Hermione, noticing Padfoot's unusual behavior, quickly drew her wand. "I haven't seen you at school. Who are you?" "My name?" The upperclassman smiled brightly. "Tom Riddle. It's normal that you haven't seen me, for certain reasons. I left Hogwarts many years ago." "Tom Riddle," Ron exclaimed. The diary that corrupted Ginny was Tom Riddle's. Tom smiled faintly, unfazed by the three of them brandishing their wands. He addressed Ron. "You're from the Weasley family, aren't you? As a member of a pure-blood family. How could you lower yourself to mix with a mudblood?" "Don't call her a mudblood," Ron shouted. "She is the best witch in our year." Tom shook his head. "That is not important. I originally intended to take Harry Potter's life today, but now that I see this mudblood, how could I let her escape?" He casually flicked his hair and suddenly glared at Hermione. His black pupils transformed into yellow slitted eyes, and Hermione, caught off guard by his gaze, instantly petrified. "Thank you." Audrey's sunglasses. Woof. Padfoot lunged at Tom, aiming for his throat, but Tom's magical prowess was extraordinary. With a flick of his wand, he sent Padfoot flying sideways, crashing against the stone pillar with a painful yelp. "TSK, blocked, were you?" Tom was exceedingly displeased that the basilisk's gaze had failed to claim Hermione's life. His wand tip began to emit a sinister green glow, vowing to eliminate this bothersome muggle-born first. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, their wands aimed squarely at Tom. Tom, having already cast the shield charm upon himself, dismissed the notion that 2 second-year wizards could penetrate his defenses. However, in the next moment, Lumos Maxima, a blinding light erupted, leaving Harry and Ron, donned in sunglasses, and scathed, while the unsuspecting Tom was momentarily disoriented, causing his killing curse to miss its mark entirely. "Cursed be it," Tom cursed, shutting his eyes. Had it not been for Harry and Ron's lack of offensive capabilities, he would have suffered a significant setback. "Stupefy." A robust voice resonated, and a spell shot forth, striking Tom with immense force, shattering his shield charm, and sending him hurtling 2 or 3 meters to the ground. Harry and Ron followed the trajectory of the spell and beheld a gaunt middle-aged man wielding a wand, his expression grave. He stood where the basilisk had recently been dispatched, while the creature itself had vanished without a trace. Sirius Black. Harry immediately recognized him. "Harry, run! Run!" Sirius shouted. "This place is dangerous." "But haven't you already defeated Tom Riddle?" Seeing the dazed expressions on their faces, Sirius grew frantic. Tom Riddle is Voldemort. Though this is merely Voldemort at 16, he is not easily vanquished. Harry and Ron gasped, and as they glanced back at the fallen Tom Riddle, their hearts sank. Indeed, Tom Riddle was Voldemort. Tom began to levitate slowly, a menacing grin spreading across his face. "You have managed to inflict a minor setback on the great Voldemort. This is a feat you may boast about for a lifetime. I must inform you," Tom proclaimed, his irritation palpable. "The consequences of my wrath will be dire." Sirius bellowed. "Dumbledore will arrive shortly. You won't have the chance." Tom laughed heartily. "Before he arrives, I have unleashed a fierce fire in the Great Hall and petrified 2 Muggle-borns with the basilisk's gaze. Dumbledore is currently occupied with the aftermath and will not come to your aid." Suddenly, Tom glared at Sirius. Having learned from past mistakes, Sirius promptly closed his eyes. However, at such a moment, this was akin to drinking poison to quench thirst, and Tom's wand gleamed with green light once more. Avada Kedavra. Chapter 133, Tom. As is well known, the spells left at the end of this book rarely lead to death. The green light shot towards Sirius, and Harry and Ron gasped in horror, powerless to alter the outcome. The air twisted, and the formidable presence of Audrey Aster made her entrance. Like when she had intercepted Snape's killing curse, she effortlessly caught Tom's spell. Watching his killing curse vanish without a trace in Audrey's grasp, not even a wisp of smoke remaining, the 16-year-old Tom Riddle stood stunned. This shock eclipsed even the first time he witnessed Dumbledore incinerate cabinets. He was well aware of Audrey Aster, the true heir of Slytherin. Upon learning of her from the basilisk, Tom had been taken aback, and after witnessing the basilisk's swift demise at her hands, he concluded that Audrey Aster was an opponent he could not hope to defeat. Thus, he had meticulously avoided any areas of the castle associated with Slytherin. Yet, he had never anticipated that the route to the Forbidden Forest belonged to Hufflepuff. Fortuitously, Audrey was not only the heir of Slytherin, but also that of Hufflepuff. Audrey extended her left hand, palm outward. This delicate, fair hand had just moments ago deflected the unforgivable curse that ranked top among all dark spells. Harry and Ron stared wide-eyed, disbelief etched on their faces. Previously, while Harry had kept quiet about it, he had harbored a sense of pride in being the only one to survive Voldemort's killing curse. However, he was no longer unique in that regard. "Harry, slap me." I think I'm dreaming. No, you're not dreaming, Ron, Audrey. Audrey lowered her hand. Tom Riddle, you certainly know how to create trouble for me. Audrey asked her. Tom's expression turned grave. She was, apart from Dumbledore, the strongest adversary he had encountered in his 16 years of life. Shouldn't you be asleep in your dormitory? Tom was perplexed. He had done his homework for this endeavor, even employing the Imperius curse to control a young Slytherin, which to investigate Audrey's dormitory. Audrey, of course, would not divulge that she had placed a warning curse on Sirius. Should he find himself in any peril, she would be instantly alerted. Am I truly such a lethargic person? Audrey remarked nonchalantly. I completed all my OWLs in a single year and even became a professor in my second year. She had even found time to revise the Muggle Studies curriculum. If I am lazy, then there are no diligent people left in this world. Harry and Ron nodded vigorously. Absolutely. Audrey is the best. She even has to practice for a concert. Tom momentarily faltered. Was this woman truly so industrious? This contradicted the information he had gathered. Yet, observing Harry and Ron's reactions and recalling Audrey's undeniable achievements, Tom suddenly realized, you deliberately spread false information to make me let my guard down. Aster, you have schemed against me. Audrey replied, well, as long as you are pleased. Suddenly, Tom's waxen, slit-like eyes flashed. He felt a connection with Audrey as their gazes locked. Huh, even if you are cunning as a fox, you are still vulnerable to my ambush. However, a cold wind swept through, tousling Audrey's hair as she playfully tilted her head. Did you just glare at me with the basilisk's gaze? Tom's expression darkened. He sensed that today's events would not conclude easily. At that moment, Sirius also opened his eyes, and, upon seeing Audrey, beamed. Hydra, you've come. Audrey replied, Harry. Ron, Hydra? Who is that? Audrey shot Sirius a reproachful glance, and the old Gryffindor immediately realized he had misspoken. Oh, I meant, Audrey, you've arrived. Never mind. Never mind. This foolish uncle is beyond redemption. Audrey dismissed him and charged at Tom, eager to resolve the situation swiftly so she could return to her dreams. Just moments ago, she had envisioned a golden kingdom, where the ground was paved with gold bricks and the skies were filled with resplendent clouds. Even the plants were golden. When the mundane reaches its zenith, it becomes art. She longed to continue her beautiful dream. As Tom faced the rapidly advancing Audrey, he wielded his wand to intercept her. Though he may not be her match, Tom Riddle was certainly not a coward. A dazzling array of spells erupted forth, aimed at Audrey. Harry and Ron could not discern the details, but Sirius observed with clarity. Voldemort at 16 possessed power rivaling that of professors. 16. One could only marvel at the prowess of the Dark Lord, even in his juvenile form. Yet, Audrey did not flinch or evade. She allowed Tom's spells to strike her, for she was currently harnessing the essence of a boggart, rendering ordinary magic inconsequential against her. Meanwhile, Tom was utterly incapable of summoning a Patronus. As for Grindelwald's purported 100 methods to combat Dementors, Tom surely lacked sufficient experience to employ such knowledge. Furthermore, a normal person would not equate this radiant young woman with the dreadful boggart. Thus, Audrey smoothly approached Tom, delivering a punch infused with friendship. Suddenly, a robust arachnid limb emerged from behind Tom, obstructing Audrey's fist. Yet, it was in vain. The appendage was obliterated, while her force remained unabated. Tom swiftly dodged backward, his speed so remarkable that he scarcely resembled a human. Having evaded Audrey's punch, Tom Riddle leapt twice, creating distance between himself and Audrey. He was acutely aware of the adage that villains perish due to their verbosity. Thus, he began to transform, and in a mere moment, he morphed into a monstrous, eight-eyed spider. Ah! Ron exclaimed, gripping Harry's arm tightly. Harry, it's a spider. Since childhood, Ron had harbored a deep-seated fear of spiders, and at that moment, he nearly fainted. The eight-eyed giant spider roared and charged at Audrey. However, how could this creature, a prized specimen of the wizarding world's agricultural economy and a renowned culinary delicacy, pose any threat to Audrey? How dare you extend your claws towards me? I shall break them all. With a swift motion, spider pincers flew, and ichor splattered as the colossal spider soon lost its ability to move, left with nothing but a bare carcass upon the ground. Humph, do you think you have triumphed? Tom Riddle's voice, unrecognizable as human, echoed. I may not be able to defeat you now, but I can certainly ensure we both meet our demise. Audrey smirked. Mutual destruction? Quite the audacious claim. If you wish to avoid death, release me. With a sigh, she added, you really are overconfident. I do not believe you can bring about our mutual end. The legless version of the eight-eyed spider suddenly let out a shriek, its body beginning to swell. Sirius gasped, he is going to self-destruct. Quick, stop him. Audrey hesitated for a moment before hastily conjuring stone walls around the eight-eyed spider, fearful that they might not withstand the impending damage. As she fortified the walls, She scattered a handful of iron vine seeds, which, under the influence of ancient magic, rapidly grew, enveloping the stone walls in a thick web, firmly encasing this rudimentary prison. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, and a powerful magical shockwave emanated from the epicenter, shattering the 2-foot-thick stone walls into fragments. Had it not been for the iron vines securing the walls, those debris could have turned Harry and Ron into mere sieves. As the dust settled, Audrey dispelled the stone walls, revealing a pit 2 meters in diameter and 3 meters deep. The self-destructing power was indeed astonishing, had the stone walls not contained it. Would she have perished alongside Tom? The answer was undoubtedly no, yet the other 3 present might not have fared as well. Suddenly, Dumbledore appeared. Audrey, what transpired here? It was Tom Riddle, the one from when he was 16. Where is he? There, Audrey pointed to the deep pit. He self-destructed, leaving chaos in his wake. Chapter 134. How is this considered patricide? The withered grass blade swayed slightly as the pit created by Tom's explosion was now buried by Dumbledore, rendering the area eerily silent, making it hard to fathom that a fierce battle had occurred just an hour prior. With a sudden rustle, Dumbledore appeared again. Without portraits or spies present, necessitating a tactical retreat. He scanned the surroundings, his expression betraying confusion. Given his understanding of the 16-year-old Tom Riddle, a fake death and subsequent escape were within his capabilities, yet there were no unusual magical traces here. Shaking his head, Dumbledore left, pondering whether he had been overly apprehensive. An hour later, the earth, now buried, began to bulge slightly, and a small, yellowish snake emerged from the ground. It cautiously surveyed its surroundings, confirming the absence of onlookers before hastily slithering towards the forbidden forest. This diminutive serpent, less than a foot in length, was hardly noticeable, blending seamlessly into the grass. However, at that moment, Audrey, lying in her dormitory, abruptly opened her eyes. The dream had ended. It was time to act. Dumbledore, my authority supersedes yours. The little snake appeared weak, moving sluggishly as it took considerable time to navigate around tree roots and rubble. The forbidden forest was vast, and it was not until 11 o'clock at night that it finally reached its destination, a dilapidated stone cave deep within the forest. The archway of the ruin had lost one of its pillars, and half of the entrance had collapsed. The small snake squeezed through a crevice barely wide enough for a cat, disappearing into the darkness. A minute later, Audrey descended from the sky, having fixated on the snake the moment it broke ground. She followed it through the air, her keen dragon-like perception ensuring she did not lose track. Although this being was a fragment of her father's soul, she ultimately decided to eliminate it. Otherwise, it would lead to endless troubles. Sirius, Hermione, and Ron would all be in danger, and it was clear she could not monitor them around the clock. If a justification for this action were to be sought, it would be that Audrey could not bear to see Molly's sorrowful face, not in the slightest. Of course, ensuring her dim-witted uncle stayed out of danger might also factor in a bit. The entrance to this stone cave had likely collapsed for centuries, with dirt nearly obscuring the entire entryway, and the visible stone pillars were thickly coated in moss. With a flick of her wand, the earth seemed to come alive, chunks of soil surging away to reveal an entrance to the ruins. The staircase twisted and turned, descending into an abyss of darkness. Audrey approached confidently, and as she neared, the collapsed stone pillars and archway swiftly restored themselves, revealing their appearance from 1,000 years prior. A faint lion emblem shimmered on the archway, one that Audrey was quite familiar with, as it adorned various places within her school. Could this be the secret chamber of Godric Gryffindor? A smile crept upon her face. For Dumbledore had used the information about Gryffindor's legacy as leverage to secure her position as a part-time professor. Yet, if she were to obtain Gryffindor's heritage before he fulfilled his promise, wouldn't Dumbledore have to offer something of equal value in return? Just as Audrey vanished into the entrance, a light approached swiftly from afar. A glowing paper crane led the way, followed closely by a large silver bird, upon which sat a young girl, her hands forming intricate gestures. Here we are. The girl leapt from the back of the great bird, waving her hand, causing it to transform into a talisman that flew into her grasp. The paper crane circled the entrance twice before diving into the darkness. The girl followed closely behind. Entering the ruins, Audrey floated forward silently, her invisibility cloak and the presence of the Dementor making her perfectly suited for stealth. Soon, she arrived at a spacious hall, its height reaching 7 or 8 meters, with walls constructed from numerous red stones, creating a stark stylistic contrast to the Slytherin vault. Flames flickered in each corner of the hall. Audrey focused her gaze, noting that these flames were fueled by magical energy. The magical flames illuminated the hall, yet the vastness of the space rendered it dim. A yellow snake coiled beneath the everlasting lamp in the northeast corner, appearing quite lethargic, utterly unaware of Audrey's arrival. Beneath it lay a thick journal, serving as its makeshift bed. You truly have a talent for hiding, Tom Riddle. Audrey materialized, startling the yellow snake into a half-rearing stance. Hisses. It's you. How did you discover that I was not dead? Hisses. Your creation of Horcruxes reveals your deep-seated fear of death. How could someone so apprehensive about their own existence willingly seek mutual destruction? Tom Riddle. Therein lies your most egregious flaw. Hiss, hiss, hiss. You are a parselmouth. Yet I, the last scion of the Gaunt lineage, remain the sole bearer of this blood. Who are you truly? Tom's serpentine head jerked back sharply. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Could it be that you are my daughter? Hiss, hiss, hiss. Close, but to be precise, I am the daughter of the creator of this Horcrux, while you are merely a shard of a soul. Hiss, hiss, hiss. What do you intend to do? Hiss, hiss, hiss. To obliterate the Horcrux. Hiss, hiss, hiss. You cannot. How dare you commit patricide? Hiss, hiss, hiss. I apologize, but I do not recall my father being merely a diary. I am simply dismantling an object. How can that be deemed patricide? Hiss, hiss, hiss. Why? Why would you wish to kill me? I have not wronged you. Because you incinerated my castle with dark flames. That was my property. No one is permitted to tarnish my possessions. No one. Tom was perplexed as to why Audrey had suddenly ceased speaking in Parseltongue. He yearned to utter more, but Audrey had already commenced her assault. With a mere gesture, the diary soared into her grasp. The bed was yanked away, sending Tom crashing to the floor. Hiss, hiss, hiss. No, you mustn't. Who says I cannot? Audrey chuckled lightly. I certainly can. At that moment, she had transformed into her basilisk form, her mouth agape, her expression one of disdain as she sank her teeth into the diary. Tom was momentarily stupefied. This daughter of his was rather peculiar. Attempting to destroy a Horcrux with her teeth? Yet, in the next instant, the section of the diary she had bitten began to ooze a black liquid, akin to oil surging from a well. Audrey cast the diary to the ground, repulsed by the vile substance. She could not bear to touch it for even a moment. Meanwhile, Tom writhed on the floor, appearing to be in excruciating agony. Hiss, hiss, hiss. No, no. He could not fathom why the Horcrux could be damaged by a bite. Was the Horcrux he had labored so diligently to create truly so fragile? A wisp of dark mist emanated from Tom's forehead, coalescing into a spectral image of the 16-year-old Tom Riddle, who writhed and howled, his visage contorted with malice. Yet, none of this could alter his impending demise. The Horcrux was utterly destroyed. Audrey surmised that Tom Riddle had not yet managed to sever the soul fragment from the diary, resulting in his soul's continued reliance on the Horcrux. Perhaps it was not merely a matter of timing, but rather that his soul lacked the strength to detach itself from the Horcrux. Regardless, the outcome was clear. With the demise of the Horcrux, so too did he perish. Having personally obliterated a fragment of her father's soul, Audrey felt no pangs of guilt. How could this be considered patricide? What child does not explore the world through their teeth? She merely wished to ascertain whether the Horcrux was delectable. Who could have predicted that it would be so fragile? Shattering with a single bite? She was still but a child. She gathered the small yellow serpent from the ground, dusted off her hands, and reveled in the satisfaction of having resolved yet another troublesome matter. Surely the school would enjoy a period of calm before summer break. She turned to the entrance, declaring, I am averse to complications, so I trust you shall not add to my troubles. Hebe Kuruko. Chapter 135. Splendid, she is not a Death Eater. Audrey gazed quietly at the void at the entrance. Moments later, the visage of Hebe Kuruko materialized, her head emerging, followed by her body. Audrey could clearly see that in her hands was an invisibility cloak, fashioned from the fur of a demiguise. Audrey's expression soured, her tone icy. So, Mr. Toki has been transformed into a cloak by you. Kuruko shook her head vigorously. Senior, you misunderstand. My family specializes in breeding demiguises. Mr. Toki is my companion. How could I harm him? And your nocturnal escapades, trailing me here, were merely a misunderstanding? Kuruko clasped her hands over her chest, her gaze earnest. Senior, given the myriad events that transpired at the castle, I saw you soar away. I merely followed out of concern for your safety. Concern for me? Audrey tilted her head. If you encounter matters I cannot resolve, how could you offer assistance? Kuruko continued to shake her head. Senior, do not be deceived by my appearance. I am quite formidable. Kuruko scattered a handful of talismans, which illuminated the air, conjuring a myriad of Eastern magical entities, winged humanoids, an elderly man with hair that soared toward the heavens, a wheeled creature with a human face, and the common ferocious beasts like griffins. These are the Shikigami of your Onmyoji family? Kuruko nodded calmly. Indeed, with these Shikigami, I am certain I can assist you. Very well, I appreciate your concern, but as you can see, the situation here has already been resolved. We should return. Kuruko's eyes widened. This was clearly an ancient ruin. Are you not intending to explore? Audrey scratched her head. Yet I desire to return to sleep. Even if I were to explore the ruins, I would not do so in front of Kuruko. Audrey harbored a nagging suspicion that Hebe Kuruko approached her with ulterior motives. In the original universe, there was no figure like her. Was her presence the catalyst that drew her across the ocean to England? Kuruko chuckled. True enough, Senior. You are a superstar. You cannot afford to miss beauty sleep. Indeed, beauty sleep. Audrey nodded, then said, I shall take my leave. The forbidden forest is perilous. Do take care. Whoosh. Audrey vanished from the hall. Hebe Kuruko's smile faded as she stood still for a moment, thereafter meticulously traversing every inch of the hall in her exploration. However, as time elapsed, she found nothing. Kuruko stomped her foot in frustration, complaining, truly troublesome. Must you be so suspicious? Such a nuisance. Can you not ease your vigilance? A few hours prior, Sirius had his arm around Harry's shoulders as they exited the headmaster's office, both wearing smiles. Harry, I must take my leave. Would you care to spend a few days at my home over the summer? Certainly, I would love to. After a heartfelt farewell with Sirius, Harry nearly floated back to the common room. Harry, Ron rushed forward, eagerly inquiring, what happened? Harry's excited complexion flushed a shade of red. Sirius is my godfather. He infiltrated our dormitory to protect me. Protect you? Were you in danger in the dormitory? That was due to Peter Pettigrew. Harry abruptly halted his words, feeling that disclosing that Scabbers was Peter Pettigrew seemed rather inhumane. Everyone knew Ron had shared a bed with Scabbers for several years. What of Peter Pettigrew? Ron gazed with innocent curiosity. Harry chuckled. Oh, it's nothing, nothing. Ron appeared baffled but did not delve deeper. He swiftly shifted the conversation to his most pressing concern. Harry, do you not find it peculiar that Sirius seems to know Audrey and even referred to her as Hydra? It is Hydrus, Harry corrected. I too find it strange that Sirius calls Audrey Hydrus, though I feel as if I have heard that name somewhere before. I recall it as well. Hermione, who lay on the couch, weakly interjected, and not just once. Thanks to Audrey, the school had ample supplies of mandrake, allowing the petrification potion to be readily available, which promptly revived Hermione. Hermione, think carefully. Where have you heard it? Hermione shot Ron an exasperated glance. When in need, she would call upon Hermione with great enthusiasm, yet when at ease, she would refer to her as an annoying pest. Hermione turned over, presenting her back to Ron. I'm still feeling unwell, so you figure it out. Ron made a face at Hermione's back before turning to Harry. Harry, what do you think? Harry sighed, straining to remember, muttering, Hydra, Hydra, Hydra. Percy, who was writing an essay nearby, could no longer tolerate their chatter. He frowned and shouted, You lot, keep it down. He glanced at them and added, If you're talking about Hydra's Lestrange, her wanted poster was plastered on the wall of the leaky cauldron years ago. Yes, the wanted poster. Harry clapped his hands. I've seen that poster. It was indeed Hydra Lestrange. The charming lion-like design left a lasting impression. Ron was dumbfounded. You can't be suggesting that Audrey is that wanted criminal, right? That's horrifying. No, Hermione exclaimed, sitting up in a huff. Audrey is not a criminal. Ron nodded vigorously. Right. It must be a coincidence. I've heard there are plenty of muggles named Ron. Hermione sighed. No, that's not what I mean. I think Audrey is indeed Hydra. Ron and Harry stood there, completely astonished, furrowing her brow. Hermione grabbed a few books and lightly thumped them on the heads of the two men, one for each. What are you two daydreaming about? I told you to read the newspaper. Hermione explained. Last term, Hydra Lestrange's wanted status was revoked. The Ministry of Magic confirmed she was wrongfully accused. It was a rebellion by her family's branch, the Greys, that framed her for crimes. Hermione sighed again. If Audrey is Hydra, the timeline aligns perfectly. The first time I saw Audrey was about 6 years ago, coinciding with the time Hydra was wanted. She was originally a young lady but had to hide for so many years, and through her own efforts, she became a global superstar. The more Hermione spoke, the brighter her eyes became. No wonder she's my idol. Ron cautiously interjected, but she's a Lestrange, that's a Death Eater family. Harry shook his head. Ron, do you really think Audrey seems like someone who discriminates against muggles? Exactly. Ron perked up again. Her brother is a muggle. They have a great relationship. That's wonderful. She's not a Death Eater. Of course not. Hermione laughed. If you listen to her songs, you'd know she's a truly wonderful person. Harry nodded emphatically. Absolutely. Sweeter Than Fiction is my favorite song. It really inspires me. Ron chimed in, me too. Chapter 136, Schemes. Time flew by, and soon it was Easter. Audrey counted the days. Only 2 months remained of her holiday. Although she had to spend half of her time teaching young wizards, her knack for finding joy led her to discover amusement in her classes. She conjured various dangerous creatures using transfiguration, challenging the young wizards, and upon failure, their heads would light up with the flamboyant words, I'm dead, for the entire day. While this seemed like a punishment, the young wizards actually relished the colorful effects, even taking pride in the words floating above them. One must admit that the thought processes of young wizards differ significantly from those of ordinary individuals. Moreover, Audrey couldn't help but criticize, "You wizards, not only do you celebrate Christmas, but now Easter too. Have you forgotten that centuries ago, you were nearly wiped out by a mob of Jesus worshippers?" In truth, the wizarding world lacks any semblance of normality. While lamenting the wizarding community, Audrey failed to reflect on her own eccentricities. Perhaps she was the most abnormal of all. It was a Saturday, the day of the Quidditch match between Slytherin and Hufflepuff. Audrey, like any other day, lounged comfortably in the golden sunlight, fast asleep. Ordinarily, Iselin Windsor would have come to rouse her to cheer for Slytherin. But even as the match commenced, there was still no sign of her. Audrey slept soundly, even missing lunch, and when she finally awoke, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Who awakens first from a deep slumber? I alone know. In her golden chamber, she basked in sleep, while outside, the Black Lake lay still. Suddenly, a distortion occurred by her bedside, and a letter materialized in midair. Audrey extended her hand to grasp it. This was her dedicated communication line with Ukraine. As long as she was in her dormitory, she could connect with Ukraine anytime. In an age where mobile communication was still in its infancy, this was already a remarkably efficient means of contact, of course, excluding two-way mirrors. Upon opening the letter, Audrey scanned it swiftly. Excellent. We now control Ukraine's food and energy industries. We are essentially invincible. Nodding slightly, she began to dictate her response. I am aware of the recent developments. We must continue to expand our cooperation with the Eastern powers, exchanging heavy industry for agriculture and light industry. We have nearly exhausted the dividends from the Cuban currency. Henceforth, all transactions across our enterprises will be conducted in either US dollars or Chinese yuan. As she spoke, a quill on her bedside table began to transcribe her words automatically. Once she finished, an official document was completed, and with a wave of her hand, it vanished from her bedside. Oh dear, I am so busy. Truly, I am swamped with responsibilities. Audrey stretched, rolling off her bed. She glanced at the time. Dinner was approaching, yet Iselin still hadn't arrived. It was peculiar. Ordinarily, when Iselin pestered her, Audrey would be impatient, but today, she felt quite the opposite. I haven't upset that girl, have I? Audrey pondered thoughtfully. She shouldn't be angry. Perhaps something has delayed her? With this in mind, Audrey stepped out of her dormitory. She decided to search for Iselin. In her dormitory, there was no one. In the common room, there was no one. In the great hall, there was no one. Iselin was nowhere to be found. In the hall, Draco Malfoy was animatedly boasting at the long table, presumably claiming that Harry Potter's capture of the Golden Snitch was merely luck. Last year, Hufflepuff had triumphed over Gryffindor, and today, they were losing to Slytherin. Babbling on and on, Audrey smacked Draco on the back of his head. Draco turned around furiously. Who is it? Upon recognizing her, he realized she was not someone to provoke. Ah, it's Audrey. What is up? Audrey inquired. Have you seen Iselin? Miss Windsor? Draco shook his head in confusion. I haven't seen her. Audrey turned to Ginny Weasley, who also shook her head. I haven't seen Iselin since noon. Audrey fell silent, concerned that something might have happened to Iselin. Without a moment to spare, she dashed out of the castle, retrieving a strand of her hair from Iselin's room, placing it between her thumb and forefinger. With a light tap of her wand, the hair began to stand upright, exuding a sticky black substance. This was a form of curse. By utilizing a target's belongings or bodily materials, one could curse a target from a distance. Audrey was employing a tracking curse this time. Once afflicted by it, even if the target fled to the ends of the earth, she would be able to locate them. The black substance, akin to a droplet of oil, hovered in midair as Audrey waved her wand, the tip directed skyward, causing the black substance to vanish in a flash. Moments later, she sensed Iselin's whereabouts. The Forbidden Forest. She was in the Forbidden Forest. With a loud crack of apparition, Audrey vanished from the castle entrance. Before the familiar ruins entrance, gazing at the blurred Gryffindor crest, Audrey furrowed her brow. She harbored no desire to indulge in malicious speculation about others. Yet this secluded depth of the Forbidden Forest, far removed from the Centaur territories and the lairs of the Acromantula, was a place even Hagrid would not tread lightly. Thus, the sole living soul privy to the existence of this ancient ruin and who might encourage others to venture here was none other than Hima Haruko. Audrey hurriedly dashed into the ruin, genuinely concerned for Iselin's safety. Upon entering the Grand Hall, everything remained unchanged from her last visit, save for an ominously ajar portal. Audrey meticulously discerned the echoes of ancient magic resonating within the hall and realized that this door had not been opened through conventional means. The technique was clumsy and inexperienced, having forcibly altered 2 magical conduits to pry the entrance ajar. She shook her head, recognizing that such a brutish method of breaching could easily lead to an explosion with a stroke of bad luck. Truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness. It appeared that Hima Haruko had devoted considerable effort over the past 3 months to breach this place. As she stepped through the portal, Audrey beheld a lengthy metallic bridge, flanked by a seemingly bottomless abyss. To the untrained eye, it appeared as a perilous chasm, yet to Audrey, it was merely an illusion. The depth on either side of the iron bridge was scarcely 2 meters. Even a fall from such a height would not prove fatal. One must admit, the atmosphere in this area was decidedly sinister. On the opposite side of the abyss lay various bloodied implements of torture, their flickering flames evoking the sensation of having stepped into the very depths of hell. As Audrey advanced, the iron bridge trembled slightly beneath her feet. She heard wretched wails and witnessed grotesque figures, their bodies in various stages of decay, scrambling up from the depths on either side. Suddenly, a massive dragon head burst forth from the wall, emitting a chilling roar. Its flesh nearly rotted away, revealing gaping patches of white bone. Audrey waved her hand dismissively, causing those terrifying visions to vanish without a trace. Illusions were but trifles. Reflecting upon Gryffindor's defining trait of courage, Audrey understood that Godric Gryffindor's method of testing a successor's bravery was to conjure a frightful environment to intimidate them. She shook her head, pondering how the 4 founders of Hogwarts each possessed distinct characteristics. Slytherin was a quintessential brooder, Hufflepuff a glutton, and Gryffindor a playful prankster. One could only wonder what Ravenclaw would embody. Passing through the portal at the end of the iron bridge, Audrey found herself in an arena. The moment she stepped through, she comprehended that this portal was a one-way passage. Unperturbed, she knew that after acquiring the legacies of Hufflepuff and Slytherin, Gryffindor's trivialities could not ensnare her. Hima, think of something quickly. Senior Windsor, I am utterly powerless here. I cannot cast a single spell. What now? We cannot descend. Perhaps Senior Astery will come to our rescue. I should have just given you gold as a birthday gift. What was the need to explore this ruin? Senior Windsor, you must understand that your Christmas gift to Senior Astery evidently displeased her. Iselin recalled the hand-knit unicorn hair gloves Audrey gifted her, her earlier bravado evaporating. How was I to know she would gift me something so precious? Intent matters. It is the sentiment that counts. Hima exclaimed. Any gift lacking sincerity is soulless. Thus, I propose you embark on this treasure hunt. Your efforts here are indeed a token of sincere intent to Senior Astery. Iselin sighed heavily, realizing that her heartfelt gesture might cost her dearly. Listening to their exchange, Audrey began to scrutinize the arena. She noticed a massive pillar at its center, with Iselin and Hima precariously perched atop it, 4 or 5 meters above the ground. Fortunately, the pillar provided footholds. Otherwise, they would have plummeted long ago. Below, a pack of shadowy wolf-like creatures crouched, gazing up with eerie green eyes fixed intently on the 2 girls above. Audrey waved her wand in an attempt to disperse the wolf pack, but suddenly felt a barrier impede her magical flow, preventing her spell from manifesting. Even with her considerable magical prowess, only a few sparks flickered from the tip of her wand. Oh, how intriguing. Has Gryffindor sealed the magical flow in this area? The sparks drew the attention of the wolves, who turned in unison to stare at her. Audrey, Senior, Iselin and Hima called out in alarm. Iselin, overwhelmed with regret, felt tears welling in her eyes. Audrey, run. We cannot use magic here. The black wolf lunged, its jaws wide open, aiming for Audrey. She sidestepped and delivered a powerful knee strike to its midsection. With a formidable physique, the wolf was sent flying without a cry, spinning through the air before crashing to the ground. It rolled and quickly regained its footing, charging at her once more. Audrey frowned, sensing something amiss. She had not encountered the flesh and blood of a living creature, but rather the hardness of iron. These are alchemical constructs. The wolf pack surged forward, and Audrey retaliated with punches, elbows, knees, and kicks, sending the dark iron figures sprawling. Iselin and Hima, still atop the pillar, watched in awe as Audrey showcased her impressive prowess. Did I just see that correctly? Is Audrey truly that formidable? Iselin's jaw dropped, unable to close her mouth. Hima fell silent, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. Audrey's ferocity was genuinely astonishing. This girl, akin to a humanoid tyrannosaurus, was someone to be reckoned with. Her mind raced, desperately seeking a plausible excuse. Yet no matter how she pondered, she could not evade responsibility for putting Iselin in jeopardy. How infuriating. She had merely intended to pique Iselin's interest and invite Audrey to navigate the ruins, even preparing treasures within. Yet, why had such treacherous traps been set? The battle raged on, with Audrey contemplating her next move. Every alchemical construct must possess an energy source. Once destroyed, it would cease to function. But where might that source be? Well, if I don't know where it is, I suppose I'll just have to dismantle it to find out. As dragon scales began to sprout from her skin and horns emerged from her head, she turned to face the snarling wolf behind her, delivering a powerful punch that struck the black wolf squarely on the forehead. Boom. Like a cannonball, the wolf was sent soaring. Audrey propelled herself forward, outpacing the wolf, and with a sharp elbow strike, she slammed it back to the ground. Crack, crack. The surface of the wolf began to fracture. Audrey followed up with 2 more punches, and with a resounding crash, the wolf shattered into countless fragments. A swift kick sent the remaining wolves flying, and as she glanced at the scattered pieces, her brow furrowed in dismay. There was no magical core. Even more astonishing, the shards were beginning to reassemble themselves. Given another minute, they would be restored to their original form. This situation was becoming increasingly problematic. As she fought, she pondered her strategy. The 2 atop the pillar were utterly dumbfounded. What is that on Audrey? It looks like armor. I think it resembles dragon scales. She asked like a humanoid fire dragon. What magic could possibly cause such a transformation? I have no idea. I've never seen such a metamorphosis. They were both astounded by Audrey's extraordinary combat skills, but despair began to set in. These black wolves were seemingly indestructible. What were they to do now? Audrey was still pondering the trials of the Hufflepuff house, which revolved around culinary skills, and the Slytherin house, which tested bloodlines. It was evident that the Gryffindor trial lay before her. Being a trial, it naturally posed no real danger. Just moments ago, Audrey had glimpsed the teleportation array within the Black Wolf's maw. Indeed, being bitten by the Black Wolf would not lead to death, but rather to expulsion from the arena. However, Godric Gryffindor could hardly have anticipated that 1,000 years hence, a peculiar individual would emerge, capable of shattering the Black Wolf's puppet without the use of magic. Since defeating the Black Wolf was not a condition for passing, what exactly was required to succeed in this trial? Audrey cautiously retreated while simultaneously confronting the Black Wolf. Ensuring she was not teleported away, she focused intently on observing the arena. Surely, she could inform Iceland and Tsuru of the escape method, then deliberately allow the Black Wolf to bite her. Yet, after this engaging battle, her temper had flared. She felt compelled to conquer this trial. The arena was desolate, with walls, floors, and stands devoid of magical echoes. The only suspicious feature was the tall stone pillar in the center. The pillar was marked with a series of indentations, clearly designed for the young wizards to climb. The higher one ascended, the fewer the indentations, thereby increasing the difficulty of the climb. If Gryffindor's trial was indeed a test of courage, was it not intended for the young wizards to reach the summit of the pillar? Indeed, a young wizard who could withstand the peril of falling to their demise while climbing to the top would undoubtedly possess ample courage. However, the absurdity of climbing to the top of the pillar was utterly unhelpful in solving the actual problem. Were they to choose their manner of demise? To fall to their death or be bitten to death? If it were to be a fall, perhaps it could be a quicker, more dignified demise. It was unclear what Gryffindor was thinking, but Audrey was completely at a loss regarding his intentions. Grasping a Black Wolf firmly, she dashed toward the central pillar, leaping to join Iceland and Tsuru. Audrey, Iceland stammered. I'm sorry, this is my fault. No, Audrey replied with a smile. Let's not dwell on trivialities. I will get you out first. With a firm grip on the wolf's jaws, ignoring its struggles, she thrust the wolf's head against Tsuru's rear. With a puff, Tsuru contorted and vanished from the arena. Iceland, what is this? Audrey laughed. It's merely a trial. Failure does not lead to death, only to being teleported away. So the way out is to be bitten by this wolf. Do not fret. Iceland, it's your turn now. With Iceland's scream, she too disappeared from the arena. Audrey casually discarded the tool wolf and began her ascent up the pillar. To her, this 20-meter-high pillar was truly child's play. She required no magic or extraordinary physique, for even a fall from 20 meters would leave her unscathed. With a single leap, she could ascend 4 or 5 meters in a mere 3 or 4 seconds. She reached the pinnacle of the stone pillar. What is this? Audrey noticed the magical resonance, the magical lines cleverly concealed. Had she not climbed closer, she would have never discerned them from afar. Following the guidance of the magical lines, Audrey traversed to the opposite side of the pillar, and indeed, she discovered a small protrusion where multiple lines converged. Without hesitation, she struck it, and with a twist of space, she was teleported away. Gryffindor's trial? It appeared daunting. Yet it was far less challenging than Slytherin's. Climbing the pillar was easy, but to possess Slytherin's bloodline was no trivial endeavor. Oh dear, why this sudden surge of pride? Surely it must be the fault of Salazar Slytherin. I, Audrey Astley, do not harbor disdain for Gryffindor. Chapter 138, Godric. Audrey had already inherited this legacy twice. The first time was a birthright, the second a familiarity, and the third and fourth times were for friends. Audrey floated in the vast cosmos, unperturbed, awaiting the arrival of the inheritance. However, the inheritance did not arrive as expected. Instead, a figure materialized before her. It was a man with a mane of fiery red hair, his stubbly beard a matching blaze. His nearly transparent light blue eyes lent a stark rationality to his exuberant visage, serving as a reminder that this individual was a wizard, not a warrior. You are not a student of Gryffindor. Why do you seek to undertake my trial? Did you not notice the Gryffindor Academy crest at the entrance? The man spoke with great authority. No, you are the descendant of that coward Salazar. Huh, you dare covet my legacy? It is utterly laughable. Audrey shrugged. Well, since you do not welcome me, simply send me back. I am already quite wealthy and do not require your trifling offerings. The man was taken aback. Audrey's words clearly caught him off guard. Will you not even make an effort? An effort for what? Did you not just say I should not aspire to your legacy? The man fell silent, his previous bravado faltering. If you were to earnestly plead with me, I might consider making you my successor. Audrey rolled her eyes and raised her arms, causing vines to materialize in the void, forming a portal that connected to her dormitory. Though somewhat troublesome, it was far more stable than apparition and would not be disrupted by external factors. She guided herself toward the portal when the man, startled, extended his right hand and pushed forward. The space warped, and the distance between Audrey and the portal seemed to stretch into infinity. It felt so close, yet was miles away. Audrey scoffed, bringing her palms together. The portal promptly surged in front of her, dispelling Gryffindor's little trick, and without hesitation. She dove through the door. You wish to control me, do you? Not a chance. Wait, good girl. The man exclaimed. I was merely jesting. Do not take it so seriously. Audrey had already stepped one leg into the portal, but paused at his words. Speak, what do you truly desire? The man chuckled awkwardly to mask his embarrassment. I am Godric Gryffindor. You should know me. Audrey nodded. Of course I know you. And I also know that you have known me for quite some time, since I received Helga Hufflepuff's inheritance. Gryffindor inquired curiously, how do you know this? It was not Helga herself who presided over the Hufflepuff trial, but you. Each individual's magical essence possesses its own unique character. I have never encountered two individuals with identical magical traits. Gryffindor grew increasingly embarrassed. If Audrey had long known of him, then his previous demeanor was akin to that of a fool. Helga was reluctant to leave her consciousness behind, believing firmly in the next generation of wizards. Gryffindor appeared somewhat dejected, for she was mistaken. Wizards had grown progressively weaker, even forgetting the very essence of their existence. Audrey wore a bemused expression. I have already passed the trial. You may bestow the inheritance upon me at any moment. She gazed at Gryffindor. Yet you insist on making a grand entrance. And I am certain you have matters to discuss with me. So, I shall reiterate. What is it you wish to convey? Gryffindor shook his head. You truly are a descendant of Salazar. Your mind is sharp. Indeed, I have matters to discuss with you. Audrey remained silent as Gryffindor continued. I wish for you to inherit the legacies of all four founders, to gain complete control over Hogwarts, and to dismiss Albus Dumbledore. Though he is a good man and a Gryffindor, I need you to rectify Hogwarts' educational direction and transform the state of the wizarding world in Britain. Audrey stood speechless. Gryffindor continued. I have been observing the students at our school, and I find that each generation is increasingly inferior to the one before. A century ago, wizards possessed a certain vigor, but what do we see now? A mere terrorist can plunge England into chaos. Consider the past 2 decades of defense against the dark arts classes. What are they teaching? Wizards excel in combat, not in the study of the various applications of the levitation charm. Audrey interjected. Are you suggesting that I should become the headmaster? Gryffindor nodded emphatically, indeed. Although you hail from Slytherin, in every conceivable sense, your approach to teaching defense against the dark arts has truly impressed me. I believe that under your guidance, young witches and wizards will flourish into formidable beings. He continued, danger has never been far away. We wizards are far from a time when we can afford to relax. Audrey Istria, no, Hydrasis Slytherin. Do you wish to inherit Hogwarts and lead the wizarding world of Britain towards greatness? Gryffindor's words were imbued with passion and urgency, delivered with a fervor that was both compelling and electrifying. He was not only a master duelist and swordsman, but also a remarkable orator, gazing at Audrey with hopeful anticipation, yearning for her assent. No, I refuse. It sounds far too troublesome. Audrey replied, being a part-time professor is already exhausting. You expect me to take on the role of headmaster? Gryffindor appeared quite flustered. This young lady seemed to possess an even greater sense of independence than Rowena Ravenclaw. He shook his head. Very well. If you do not wish to take on that role, you must still embrace the legacy. With a wave of his hand, a shooting star blazed through the depths of the universe, swiftly embedding itself into Audrey's forehead. Audrey blinked, feeling no overwhelming pressure in her mind this time. Nor did she faint. She even had the energy left to engage Gryffindor in conversation. By the way, Mr. Gryffindor, both my ancestor and Helga Hufflepuff established their vaults within the castle. Yet why did you choose to place your vault in the Forbidden Forest? You know how mischievous Gryffindor children can be. If they discover there is a Gryffindor trial, they will undoubtedly turn it into an adventure site, and before a century passes, they will have ruined it. Audrey wholeheartedly agreed. Among the common rooms of the 4 houses, only the Gryffindor staircase was in disrepair. It was worth noting that the castle had self-repairing charms. What sort of ruckus must they have caused to damage a staircase protected by a permanent repair charm? Before long, Gryffindor's legacy was fully transferred. In addition to acquiring a quarter of the castle's ownership, Audrey mastered numerous powerful ancient spells, as well as exquisite swordsmanship, and even the art of blacksmithing. Indeed, Gryffindor was an exceptional blacksmith, and his sword had been forged in collaboration with goblins. Well then, farewell, child. I sincerely hope you find Ravenclaw's vault and inherit her legacy. That way, you shall possess the entirety of Hogwarts. As Gryffindor spoke, he gradually faded away. In the next moment, the world turned upside down, and Audrey felt as though she had been flushed down a toilet, spinning until she found herself back in her dormitory. Exhausted, she did not even bother to clean herself up and collapsed into bed. After she fell asleep, Momo quietly appeared, carefully removing the dust and stains from her, before disappearing without a trace. Chapter 139, The Perils of the Night Road. Audrey awoke at 8:30 in the morning. She shook her head, trying to recall if she had any classes today. However, her mind was a blank slate. It took her a full 2 minutes to realize that it was Sunday. Ah, glorious Sunday. Praise the world. Audrey exclaimed joyfully, closing her eyes again to lie back down. Wait a moment, it seemed she had forgotten something. What could it be? Knock, knock, knock. The door was being rapped upon. Who is it? Anyone could discern the annoyance in Audrey's tone, but outside, there was only the sound of 2 squeaks. With a swish, Audrey apparat to the door and flung it open. Yes, her laziness had reached new heights. She could not even muster the energy to walk a few meters. The doorway stood empty, but the next moment, she felt something tugging at the hem of her robe. Ah, is that you, Mr. Toki? Mr. Toki revealed himself, his silver-haired form appearing as a small, anxious monkey. His large eyes brimmed with concern, his hands gesticulating wildly as he emitted urgent squeaks. Audrey switched to her innate ability to comprehend thoughts, instantly grasping Mr. Toki's message. Has Hako Karako not returned all night? Audrey immediately utilized her castle privileges to scan Hogwarts. She was not searching for Hako Karako, but rather for Iselin. As suspected, they had not returned. Audrey scooped up Mr. Toki, exclaiming, "Come, we shall find your master." With a swish, Audrey reappeared in the grand hall of Gryffindor's vault, where Iselin and Karako were curled up together in a corner, sound asleep. "Iselin, wake up!" Iselin groggily rubbed her eyes, her hand brushing against Audrey's face. "Oh, it's Audrey. You finally emerged. I was so worried." Audrey scratched the back of her head, unsure of how to explain. "I had actually returned to the dormitory long ago and enjoyed a comfortable night's sleep. Why are you so foolish? Why wait for me? I would never come to harm. I am the professor of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts." Iselin rubbed her eyes again, shaking her head. "That is precisely why it's dangerous. The previous professor died only a few months ago." Iselin lowered her gaze, feeling a pang of guilt. "If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have followed me into danger." Iselin left unspoken the fact that she was the leader of Audrey's Slytherin guard team. The one who should have been protected had instead ventured into peril to save her. The weight of her emotions was palpable. All right, Audrey waved her hand. "You should hurry back and rest. Staying here all night is no easy feat." The vine-formed portal reappeared, and without further ado, Audrey pushed Iselin through. As Miss Windsor vanished into the doorway, Audrey immediately dispelled the portal. "Now then, Miss Hako, do you have something to say to me?" Mr. Toki tugged at Karako's robe, looking up at her with worry etched on his face. Karako sighed. "Senior, I transferred to Hogwarts for you. No more hiding the truth." Karako continued. "You are the 4th fifth-year student to enroll in history, which means you can perceive magical echoes." Audrey nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, I can see them," Karako affirmed. "I know many have their eyes on you, as ancient relics exist worldwide. The older they are, the more challenging they are to decipher. Only someone capable of perceiving ancient magical echoes, like you, can unravel their secrets." Audrey inquired. "So you or your family wish for me to assist you in deciphering these relics?" Karako initially shook her head, then nodded. "My original plan was to learn from you, perhaps stealing a few methods for deciphering relics. However, I soon realized that without your ability to see magical echoes, it would be futile to learn, no matter how skilled I became." She brushed her scattered hair back, only to find it impossible to keep in place. Resigned, she let her hair down and retied it into a ponytail. "Thus, I officially request your assistance to help my family decipher an ancient relic. It has been our family's obsession for millennia. My family is willing to offer a reward of 200 million galleons. We implore you, esteemed senior, to lend us your aid. With utmost sincerity, I beseech you." Without hesitation, Kakuzi performed a deep bow, his expression gravely serious. "I apologize for inciting Senior Windsor to explore the ruins. I earnestly hope you can forgive me." You have surely perceived our family's earnestness. Kakuzi nearly buried his face into the ground, his voice muffled. 200 million galleons is all that my family can provide. Even if you are a grand celebrity, I trust that such a sum must hold some allure for you. Goodness, has my reputation for avarice reached as far as the island nation? Had this been a year and a half ago, Audrey might have contemplated the offer, but now, 200 million is hardly sufficient to entice me to cross oceans for perilous adventures. If Kakuzi were aware that the enigmatic proprietor of Gringotts he had consumed was none other than Audrey Astery, one wonders what thoughts would cross her mind at this moment. I must refuse, Audrey stated coldly. Regardless of your previous deceptions and dishonesty, even had you approached me with earnestness from the outset, I would still not acquiesce. Why? Kakuzi lifted his head, gazing at Audrey in bewilderment. Audrey looked skyward, though the ceiling of the rather uninspired Gryffindor vault was all she could see, hasty and unremarkable. Much like Godric's own stubble. I fear being scolded by my ancestors. No sooner had the words left her lips than Audrey departed with a swish. Fear of ancestral reproach? Kakuzi straightened up, utterly perplexed. How could this concern Audrey Astery's ancestors? Little did he know, Audrey's lineage extended far beyond Salazar Slytherin. This year's fifth-year students preparing for their OWLs faced unprecedented adversity. Following Christmas, a sudden announcement dictated a complete overhaul of the Muggle Studies curriculum, with the examination content exclusively drawn from the new materials. This was nothing short of a thunderclap, and the fifth years lambasted the Ministry of Magic, entirely oblivious to the fact that the instigator was none other than their beloved campus idol, Audrey. Yet, despite their grievances, they still had to study. Muggle-born wizards found themselves more sought after than ever at this moment. However, these matters bore little relevance to Audrey, whose foremost desire was to enjoy the remaining 2 months of her holiday in comfort. Thus, aside from imparting knowledge to the younger students, she truly managed to remain indoors. Too lazy even to leave her bed, spending her days lounging on a mountain of gold. Miss Iseline Windsor feared that if Audrey continued in this manner, she might become utterly useless, and so she endeavored in vain to coax her into the dining hall. Each attempt, however, met with failure. For Iseline's slender arms and legs were no match for a human dragon. Consequently, the occupant of Audrey's room transformed from 1 to 2. Edmund, how are things progressing lately? Don't even mention it. A great number of wizards from Russia are flooding into Ukraine, resulting in multiple clashes with our people. No major issues. I hope. Not for the moment. Our presence in Ukraine is sufficiently substantial that they would likely refrain from declaring war if they wish to keep the wizarding world hidden from the public eye. Russia itself has yet to untangle its own troubles. How could they possibly spare the time to focus on Ukraine? Who knows? Iseline sat upon the velvet carpet, sipping her exquisite soup while gazing at Audrey, who was conversing with Edmund, her eyes sparkling with admiration. After a moment of contemplation, Audrey spoke. We should expedite the relocation of our technical personnel and research materials. I sense that Ukraine may not be safe. No problem. We already moved the entire Southern Design Bureau to Huaxia, and the shipyard in Jiaozhou has been selected. We can commence work shortly. Excellent. Iseline suddenly interjected, Audrey, will you be visiting Ukraine this summer? Audrey pondered for a moment. Perhaps. Professor Grindelwald will likely choose to torment himself there, given that it has become the stronghold of the purists. May I accompany you? I have yet to visit Ukraine. Of course. Audrey turned to the two-way mirror. Edmund, did you hear that? Iseline wishes to join me in Ukraine, so you, as the host, must prepare for her arrival. From within the mirror, Edmund shrugged, rolled his eyes, and replied, I'm the host? Who doesn't he know you are the true landlady? The two shared a laugh until Edmund commented, You're welcome to visit. Miss Windsor. Chapter 140. There is something off with Godric's style. As the OWLs drew ever closer, Audrey found herself on the brink of insanity. She was being harassed by an ancient specter. In the defense against the dark arts classroom, do not assume that the disarming charm I am teaching you now is insignificant, Audrey proclaimed. Even though this is a spell that a second year can master, it is one you can utilize for a lifetime. Audrey's gaze inadvertently flickered towards Harry Potter, who had bravely faced the disarming charm against Avada Kedavra. Hermione sat as usual in the front row, while Harry and Ron were begrudgingly seated beside her. To be precise, the front rows were nearly filled to capacity, a stark contrast to the scene when Gilderoy Lockhart taught. Now, everyone, let us recite together, Expelliarmus. A chorus of Expelliarmus resonated from the students below. Suddenly, Audrey froze, her gaze fixated on the doorway. The young witches and wizards followed their professor's line of sight in confusion. The door to the defense against the dark arts classroom stood firmly closed, devoid of any presence. Yet, Audrey distinctly perceived a small figure glowing red and another glowing yellow dancing there, pointing upwards and mumbling something. Words materialized on the door. Go to the Ravenclaw Tower. You're almost there. Audrey was utterly speechless. She turned away, dismissing the clumsy light display, but as her gaze shifted, the words only she could see followed her, remaining firmly in her line of sight. Hurry, good girl. Obtain the complete legacy. Change this damned happy education. Abolish Dumbledore. Don't dawdle, Audrey. Take the final step, and Hogwarts will be yours. Ah, how annoying. With a crack, Audrey, leaning on the podium, felt a bead of sweat form on her forehead, her fist clenched, and she crushed the edge of the podium to pieces. Ron whispered to Harry, "What is wrong with Audrey? She has been acting odd since earlier." "I don't know. She seems really angry. Did we recite it incorrectly?" Hermione cautioned. "Shoo, we're still in class. But her grip is incredible. That podium is solid wood. To crush it like that is terrifying." Audrey took a deep breath, regaining her composure and smile. "Now, let us begin practical exercises." Audrey drew her wand, as she routinely did, moving the desks aside. "I will demonstrate first." Audrey waved her wand vigorously. Expelliarmus. 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 Red light shot from her wand, striking the walls. The door, impacting every surface where strange words appeared. The writing dissipated, only to coalesce anew in other locations as Audrey unleashed the disarming charm with abandon. As if partaking in a game of whack-a-mole. "Do not be upset, good girl. I will keep reminding you until you obtain the Ravenclaw legacy." A streak of green light struck the stone wall, searing a patch of black. Harry shivered, that green light evoking unsettling memories. He turned to Hermione. "Audrey truly seems angry." Hermione, equally perplexed, pondered, why was the color of her last spell different? Did she miscast it due to silent incantation? The harassing messages directed at Audrey vanished into thin air, and she felt an overwhelming sense of relief as she waved at Harry. "All right, Harry, Ron. Come to the center and give this spell a try." Harry Potter, ever the adept at the disarming charm, executed the incantation with remarkable finesse on his very first attempt, appearing as if he possessed 2 decades of mastery. In the days that followed, the immature Godric Gryffindor employed every conceivable method to pester Audrey. In classrooms, dormitories, Hagrid's hut, and the Slytherin common room, there was no escape, no refuge. The founder of Hogwarts, renowned for his boisterous and cheerful demeanor, revealed a tenacious side that women loathed the most. Audrey could no longer stand to look at Godric without feeling exasperated. "Great ancestor, are you not going to intervene? Your descendant is being tormented to death by Gryffindor." Standing before the statue of her ancestor in the Slytherin common room, she found the statue lounging with a grin. A line of glowing text appeared beside her. "Salazar is in slumber. He cannot assist you." Beneath this line, several small orbs of light emerged, rising upwards and blooming 2 meters above her. Goodness, did they intend to celebrate with fireworks? The scene was absurd. Godric's favored Gryffindor students couldn't possibly be George and Fred, could they? Since her ancestor was of no help, she resolved to seek out the headmaster. "You brought me here. Surely you must address my harassment?" "In the headmaster's office. You are being harassed by Godric Gryffindor?" Audrey nodded vigorously. "He is driving me insane." Dumbledore adjusted his glasses, his expression curious. "Why would he harass you?" With a sigh, Audrey quietly cast a spell for shared vision, a branch of soul magic that allowed temporary visual alignment with another. "This Dumbledore makes me furious. He bears no resemblance to a Gryffindor." "Good girl. Quickly acquire the Ravenclaw legacy. All you need to do is walk over. It'll be finished in a flash, not troublesome at all. I can't wait to oust this guy from the headmaster's position. If he continues, the wizarding world in Britain is doomed. He sits high and mighty, basking in the reputation of the first white wizard, yet who among the British wizards can stand alongside him? Of course, good girl, I'm not referring to you. Besides, you're not one of his students. Having that Grindelwald as headmaster would be better than Dumbledore." Dumbledore was taken aback. He never anticipated such strong sentiments from Godric Gryffindor regarding his capabilities. "Audrey, have you already acquired the Gryffindor legacy?" Audrey nodded. There was no point in hiding it. "It seems my pay for teaching part-time needs to be adjusted, headmaster." Dumbledore nodded, a smile gracing his features. "I can offer you a truly invaluable suggestion in place of the previous terms." The shrewdness in the old man's smile was palpable, even without a legitimacy spell. She sensed he had a cunning plan brewing. "Trust me, it will be worth every bit." Audrey tilted her head. "A suggestion related to Gryffindor's harassment?" Indeed, indeed," she replied. "Go on." Dumbledore continued cheerfully. "The matter is quite clear. If you accept the Ravenclaw legacy and subsequently dismiss me, you will free yourself from Godric's relentless pursuit." Audrey was taken aback, almost shouting, "I absolutely do not want to be headmaster. It's both exhausting and impoverishing." Yet Dumbledore maintained his smile. "Who said that once I am dismissed, it must be you who takes my place? Why not McGonagall? Or Snape? Even Gilderoy could fulfill the role." Audrey's eyes sparkled with realization. Yes, all her troubles stemmed from the headmaster position. Perhaps her reluctance to visit Ravenclaw Tower also played a part. But upon realizing she need not occupy that role, clarity washed over her. However, her joy was short-lived as she pondered further. If the new headmaster failed to appease Godric Gryffindor, he might continue to harass her. That would be quite troublesome. She had already tested the waters. Godric's harassment relied on Hogwarts magic. Yet it was intrinsically linked to the Gryffindor legacy within her. In other words, Gryffindor could harass her regardless of distance. She had never encountered such an irritating individual. It was no wonder her ancestors held him in disdain. Wait a moment. She had been entirely resistant to accepting the Ravenclaw legacy, never considering what would happen if she did. If she gained control over the entire castle, would it not be possible to seal away a consciousness that had existed for a millennium? In fact, upon acquiring the Ravenclaw legacy, she could immediately seal away Gryffindor's essence. Professor Dumbledore, do you not have any attachment to the position of headmaster? Though Audrey had come to a resolution, her curiosity remained piqued. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, fiddling with the deluminator in his hand. I have grown old. It is high time for me to step down. Moreover, suddenly, the castle trembled, causing even Gryffindor's glowing letters to sway unsteadily. What is happening? Audrey stood, scanning the 3/4 of the castle she commanded, yet found nothing amiss. The vault containing Morgana's powers has been breached once again. It's that woman. Chapter 141, A Distorted Scene. The castle's tremors subsided swiftly. That woman has left. She took with her the emotional energy collected by Isidora Morgana using ancient magic. Isidora Morgana? Dumbledore frowned. Allow me to explain, Professor. Audrey began, hundreds of years ago, there was a witch, akin to myself, who entered her 5th year, named Isidora Morgana. She mastered ancient magic capable of extracting the emotions of others. It is well known that emotions are a crucial determinant of spell potency. Isidora Morgana drained the emotions of her peers in abundance and stored this emotional energy using fairy silver, which rendered her immensely powerful. Though she was ultimately defeated by a coalition of Hogwarts professors, that power remained intact. The fairy rebellion a century ago was ignited by the fairy Lancelot and the descendants of guardians who sought to seize that ancient magical power. Dumbledore muttered. The power of emotions is indeed formidable. He rose, the woman Godric spoke of. Audrey nodded. She must be the witch who quelled that rebellion a century ago. Just like myself, an exceptionally talented 5th-year student. Dumbledore interjected, but this doesn't add up. That lady chose to reseal that ancient magical power a century ago. Yet today she has taken it away. Unless she encountered something exceedingly troublesome. I hope nothing disastrous occurs. Exiting the headmaster's office, Audrey scoffed. Take me to acquire the Ravenclaw legacy. A glowing hand appeared, giving a thumbs up before directing her with an index finger. Following the hand's guidance, Audrey arrived at the entrance to the Ravenclaw common room, noting that it was class time and likely devoid of occupants. She knocked on the famous eagle-shaped knocker. The knocker seemed unprepared, leaving Audrey waiting for several seconds. Just as she was about to knock again, the knocker spoke. What is the power source for driving a muggle car? Goodness, this eagle knocker is mocking me. Audrey was immediately incensed. Was this not the very question that had led to her dismal failure in the OWLS exam last semester? Now, she found herself faced with 2 choices, to answer horse, which had been the standard response previously, or to respond with gasoline, the answer now found in the current textbooks. Surely, the venerable Helga Hufflepuff had not adapted so rapidly to modernity? Audrey fell into deep contemplation. Should it be horse or gasoline? After a moment's pause, she opened her eyes and resolutely declared, gasoline. Helga remarked, sometimes, adhering to one's convictions is a form of wisdom. With a creak, the door swung open. Audrey stepped confidently into the Ravenclaw common room. Ms. Grey, she exclaimed as the ethereal figure of Ms. Grey floated towards her. It has been ages. Greetings, Audrey. May I draw a little nearer to you? It has been too long since I have savored your presence. A luminous hand glided to a corner of the rug in the common room, gesturing, stand here for 10 seconds. The finger then pointed to the mounted deer head on the wall, instructing, stroke the tip of the left antler. The finger danced to the fireplace, delving inside and indicating a spot, press here. Finally, the finger ascended to the crown atop the Ravenclaw statue, gently tapped the center gemstone. Upon completing these actions, the surroundings transformed instantly. The cozy common room morphed into a study lined with towering bookshelves. In the center stood a desk where a graceful lady in blue robes sat quietly engrossed in a book. This lady was breathtakingly beautiful. Gazing at her, Audrey felt as if she were beholding the summer sea and winter mountains. The dark hair, glimmering with blue undertones, enhanced her already enigmatic aura. Lady Rowena Ravenclaw? The lady lifted her gaze, casting a fleeting glance at Audrey. The timing is amiss. You have cheated, she stated, returning her focus to her reading and dismissing Audrey. Audrey shrugged her shoulders and addressed the glowing hand that lingered nearby. You see, It is not that I do not wish to inherit this legacy. It is that she refuses to bestow it upon me. With a chuckle, she added, quickly take me back, and do not trouble me further. The hand hesitated awkwardly before transforming into the ghostly visage of Godric Gryffindor, drifting towards Ravenclaw. Rowena, cease your stubbornness and grant this child the inheritance, pleaded Gryffindor. Without lifting her head, Ravenclaw retorted, begone. Audrey found herself in fits of laughter. After being hounded for so many days, witnessing Godric's dismay brought her immense satisfaction, akin to sipping a chilled passion fruit juice on a sweltering summer day. Come now, Rowena, do you not wish for this misguided headmaster to step down? Ravenclaw replied. Such matters may resurface. If a powerful wizard does not emerge, this world is doomed. At last, Ravenclaw raised her head, exclaiming, arrogance. Godric Gryffindor, utterly perplexed, asked, what is so arrogant? I do not comprehend. Ravenclaw brandished the book she had been reading, shaking it slightly. The wisdom of muggles surpasses that of wizards. Audrey grasped the implication. Ravenclaw believed that contemporary wizards were inferior to muggles, and if any threat loomed over the world, muggles might handle it more adeptly than wizards. Thus, Gryffindor, who believed only wizards could save the world, was indeed a figure of hubris. The book in Ravenclaw's possession was one of the newly issued textbooks for Muggle studies, titled The Astonishing Technology of Muggles, and the page she was perusing was about the terrifying hydrogen bomb. Lady Ravenclaw, is your physical form an alchemical construct? Audrey inquired. Rowena regarded Audrey, responding, indeed, it facilitates the reading of books. Audrey was fascinated by this body, so lifelike it was nearly indistinguishable from a living person. May I study this construct? I have dabbled in alchemy and find it quite intriguing. Ravenclaw fixed her gaze on Audrey, remaining silent. I shall trade you this. Audrey cheerfully produced a stack of documents, having copied a version using a duplication spell, and handed the copy to Ravenclaw. These materials pertained to intercontinental missile research from the Southern Research Institute. Indeed, Ravenclaw's blue eyes sparkled with genuine illumination. This was not merely a metaphor. She radiated light. Deal. Lady Ravenclaw accepted the documents from Audrey, glancing through them with keen interest. Ah, how exquisitely intricate, how brilliantly conceived. Godric Gryffindor watched the two in silent disbelief. One was perusing incomprehensible blueprints, while the other was enthusiastically probing the various parts of Ravenclaw, even dismantling a section of her nape. Ah, so this is how it works. It can be assembled this way as well. How fascinating. Oh, while this structure is entirely different from the human body, the simulation resembles human movement more closely. I've learned so much. Do not touch there. My head is about to come off. Lady, may I examine the structure beneath your garments? Observing Audrey's fervent enthusiasm, as if she were preparing to disassemble herself entirely, Ravenclaw remained silent. Audrey was genuinely intrigued by puppet creation. After all, who wouldn't he be? Who would not desire a perfect replica of themselves, capable of taking their place at work? Discussion of disrobing is off the table. You may seek the knowledge of puppet construction within the inheritance, Ravenclaw replied with resignation, tapping her finger on Audrey's forehead. Chapter 142, The Tragic Life of Former Adversaries. Frugal. She was exceedingly frugal. Initially, Audrey thought Rowena Ravenclaw was merely taciturn, but she soon realized her defining trait was her miserly nature. Audrey had acquired complete access to Hogwarts Castle. She was now its mistress. However, all she received from Ravenclaw's legacy pertained solely to alchemical puppets. Noticing Audrey's disdainful expression, Ravenclaw unexpectedly articulated a lengthy sentence. All my knowledge resides within the library. If you desire it, go and retrieve it yourself. Audrey rolled her eyes, dismissing Ravenclaw. Do you not wish to usher in an era of great knowledge? At this moment, Audrey only yearned to seal away the bothersome Gryffindor. Yet, Godric Gryffindor had long since merged with the castle. Sealing him away would mean Hogwarts would lose many functions, including temperature control and magical supply. Feeling as though she had swallowed a fly, Audrey pinched her nose and established a new rule. A zone with a radius of 100 meters around her would be a forbidden area for Godric Gryffindor. Humph. I shall see if I cannot deal with you, you old ghost. The OWLS examinations were rather mundane and unremarkable. As a significant benefactor, Audrey's performance in the next round directly overturned the existing system. Failing again would indeed be a source of great embarrassment. 12 OS. That was the report card Audrey presented for her second OWLS examination. It seemed the curse on the position of defense against the dark arts professor had not taken effect, for Audrey entered the summer unscathed. Severus Snape, who had replaced 3 years' worth of classes, had merely suffered from a severe cold. This restored Dumbledore's confidence in recruiting professors for the upcoming semester. Audrey, when do you plan to travel to Ukraine? Iselin inquired before boarding the carriage. I am uncertain, Audrey replied, having been forcibly brought along for a farewell. It depends on the schedule for my concert. You know how my Muggle fans are practically going mad waiting. Indeed, Iselin nodded. Having spent these days cooped up with you in the dormitory, I nearly forgot you are a pop sensation. All right, enough of that. Hurry and board the carriage. When arrangements are made, I shall send you a letter. Do not forget. I await your news. Understood, understood. As she watched Iselin board the slow Hogwarts carriage, Audrey vanished with a swish on the platform. Norway, the island of Malloy, west of Bergen. The wind howled and snow fell heavily. At the foot of a mountain, adjacent to a dense forest, stood a solitary stone cottage. A wisp of faint black smoke curled from its chimney, indicating that the dwelling was inhabited. In the distance, from the direction of the harbor, a man and a woman approached the cottage, Aronia Felci and Alan Ash. Burdened with supplies, they trudged forward, their footsteps uneven. After a considerable time, they arrived at the small house, trembling as they pushed open the door. Once inside, they hastily brushed off the snowflakes from their clothes. The fire in the hearth blazed brightly, and the warm atmosphere prompted a simultaneous sigh of relief from both. Did you manage to procure the supplies? In the corner by the window sat an elderly man with a broken leg and only half a face, his chair stained dark with oil. Yes, Mr. Gray. Aronia replied cautiously. It went relatively smoothly. We did not encounter any personnel from the Norwegian Ministry of Magic. Bodhi Gray nodded, gently patting the sleeping child in his arms. Come now, you take care of your child, he said, handing the infant, not yet a year old, to Aronia, who eagerly accepted it with a beaming expression. Bodhi Gray then inquired, Our wanted notices are still active? Aronia's heart was solely focused on the child, prompting Alan Ash to respond, Yes, sir. Both your and Tethys's warrants remain in effect. Infuriating. Manny has clearly been defeated, so why is the Norwegian ministry still under his control? Alan sighed. It can't be classified as a defeat. That mysterious woman was gravely injured as well. After all, Manny is the biological son of the thunder god Thor, so his recovery is likely superior to ours. Bodhi Gray fell silent, struggling to rise as he made his way toward the inner room. Upon entering, the stench of decay assaulted his nostrils, causing him to grimace. The room contained 4 beds, and on the furthest one lay a petite woman. Approaching the bed, the woman slightly opened her eyes. Am I still unable to leave? Indeed, Tethys, the wanted notice is still active, and the spatial blockade over all of Norway remains unyielding. Tethys shook her head with a bitter smile, gently pulling down the covers before sitting up. Her entire right arm was lost from the shoulder down, the exposed wound gruesome and terrifying. It was perplexing that the injury inflicted by Dalton had not healed. They could neither escape nor dare to seek treatment at a magical hospital. Unless circumstances changed, Tethys likely had little time left. How I regret our rashness. Had we not carelessly opened that relic, we would not have stirred such troublesome affairs, Tethys lamented, her complexion ashen. Mr. Gray, do you think we still have a chance to escape? Of course, we absolutely have a chance. Tethys shook her head, for while Gray spoke of hope, his heart whispered otherwise. Tethys, possessing an innate ability to read minds, understood better than anyone. We did not kill Dalton, so why should Manny unleash his wrath upon us? Huh, do you wish to reason with a deity? In ancient times, both you humans and we fairies were merely slaves to those gods, Tethys replied softly. Would you argue with your household elf? Bodhi Gray's unblemished cheek twitched. It was a well-known adage that one should not strike a face. Even at the zenith of the Gray family's prosperity, they had never owned a household elf. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as the door was burst open, followed by Alan Ash's furious shout and the wailing of the infant. Bodhi Gray hobbled out, and even Tethys struggled to rise from her bed. In times like this, everyone had to fight desperately. The door stood wide open, and the cold northern wind swept in, carrying snowflakes into the room. At the entrance stood a figure, a woman, her pupils a vivid red, emanating a sinister aura. How fortunate I am to have found you. The woman spoke, her voice gentle and at odds with her fearsome appearance. But thankfully, I have finally located you. She stepped into the cottage, and the door behind her closed automatically, shutting out the icy world outside. The warmth of the room caused her to shiver slightly, as the dark aura surrounding her seemed to dissipate. She walked unbidden to the hearth, sitting on the ground and vigorously rubbing her hands together. If Professor Figo were to see me like this, I would surely hear his lecture. Aronia and Alan leaned against the window. Perhaps it could serve as a viable escape route. Aronia clutched the child tightly, her expression one of helplessness. Bodhi Gray scrutinized the formidable woman, recognizing her after a moment of contemplation. Glinda Chittick? Chapter 143. Brother, we are free. Glinda was enveloped in a swirling mass of dark energy, appearing fearsome. She brushed the ice shavings from her gloves and said, Bodhi Gray, do you have any idea of the trouble you have caused me? Bodhi raised his wand, his tone hostile. What do you want with us? Are you Manny's lackey, seeking to capture us for your own gain? With a mere flick of her hand, Glinda effortlessly disarmed Bodhi, his wand swirling from his grasp into hers. The others gasped. Bodhi was the strongest among them, yet before Glinda, he seemed utterly powerless. Her disarmament spell was silent and transcended the boundaries of conventional magic, akin to a natural law. Manny's lackey. Glinda laughed, her initially bright smile taking on a sinister edge. I was the one who killed Dalton. Am I his lackey? Glinda rose, an overwhelming aura radiating from her that forced Bodhi and the others to retreat until they were pressed against the wall. If it weren't for the necessity of defeating Manny, would I have become what I am now? Glinda appeared tormented, taking deep breaths to gradually suppress the terrifying dark energy. Quickly, tell me where you found Dalton's relic. No, I want you to take me there personally. Audrey, welcome home. Peter Waterman exclaimed excitedly as he approached. Audrey blinked. This seems like my home, not yours. Where's my brother? He stayed up late working again last night and hasn't gotten up yet. Audrey shrugged, slipped on her slippers, and began to ascend the stairs. Waterman suddenly called out, Audrey, wait a moment. Here is your schedule for this summer. Take a look. Audrey paused, furrowing her brow as she accepted the itinerary from Waterman. She glanced over it and was immediately struck with incredulity. Mr. Waterman, do you think you can treat my brother and me like pack mules? 61 days, 12 countries, 74 concerts, with the most in a single day being 3? What is the matter? Did you borrow money at high interest and are now being pressured by your creditor to jump off a building? Waterman shook his head vigorously. No, Audrey. You don't understand how fanatical your fans are. Just endure for a bit. It's only 2 months. Don't you want to know how much you can earn? $180 million. That's $180 million. Audrey activated her mind-reading ability, and instantly, Peter Waterman's thoughts became transparent before her. I'm sorry, Audrey, but I have no choice. The Boston Consortium acquired my company, and these are their demands. If it weren't for your continued education, they would have you working year-round. The Boston Consortium? Audrey paused, surprised. This consortium had been steadily declining in the competitive landscape since Kennedy's assassination in 1963. Were they attempting to carve a niche in the entertainment industry? Mr. Waterman, how much did you sell your company for? What? Waterman looked stunned. Audrey smirked. Now you no longer have control over the company, do you? She brushed past Waterman, heading for the second floor. On behalf of my brother, I am notifying you that we are terminating our contract with you. Waterman's pupils dilated, sweat beading upon his forehead. He implored anxiously, No, Audrey, you cannot. You must not do this. Should he lose the Astor siblings, he would be left with nothing. Their value to his PWL company was unparalleled. If Audrey were to leave, he would also face litigation from the Boston Consortium. Without Audrey Astor, who in their right mind would consider purchasing your wretched company? Audrey, you must think this through. If you terminate the contract with the company, you and your brother will incur a substantial penalty. Audrey, undeterred, continued her ascent up the staircase, casually inquiring, how much? 30 million pounds. In Waterman's eyes, even for Audrey Astor, that sum represented a significant amount. Huh, Audrey scoffed. I am immensely grateful for your assistance during my brother's most trying times. Of course, that was also due to my brother's own resolve. So I shall compensate you with 40 million pounds. The additional 10 million shall serve as a token of gratitude for your care over the years. As Audrey spoke, she reached the second floor, gripping the railing as she gazed down at Mr. Waterman. You are unwelcome here, Mr. Waterman. From this day forth, we are no longer connected. Waterman was left in dismay. He had not anticipated Audrey's decisiveness. However, upon paying the 30 million in penalties to the Boston Consortium and repurchasing the company, he would still retain £1 million, enough for a comfortable retirement. He doubted he would find another pair like the Astor siblings. The door to Rick's room swung open, and Rick Astor emerged, a look of confusion etched upon his face. Dark circles adorned his eyes, and his unkempt beard made him appear haggard. Audrey, you're back, he exclaimed, stumbling slightly as he steadied himself against the doorframe. Oh no, I've lost track of the days. Today is the day you return. Audrey furrowed her brow and approached him. Brother, what has happened to you? How did you end up like this? It's nothing, Rick reassured her, gently patting her hand. I've just been overwhelmed with creative tasks lately, pulling a few all-nighters. Tasks? How demanding? Mr. Waterman requested that I produce 20 new songs before your return last month, Rick replied, his eyes sparkling with joy as he looked at his sister. Don't worry, I'm nearly finished. I would never jeopardize our concert. A surge of blood rushed to Audrey's head as she shouted down to Waterman, Your million is gone, Mr. Waterman. Rick, momentarily bewildered, asked, What million? We are free. Brother, Audrey laughed. Soon, news of the Astor siblings terminating their contract with PWL and swiftly signing with ATV spread across the globe, but it no longer concerned them. Audrey resolved to ensure her foolish brother regained his health. If Rick did not return to his former robust self, he would not be allowed to pursue music any longer. In Ukraine, at Shatsk National Park, beside the shimmering Shatsk Lake, The sky met the water in a seamless embrace. For umbrellas stood resolutely along the crescent-shaped lakeshore, beneath which 4 loungers cradled Audrey, Rick, Iselin, and Edmund, who engaged in casual conversation. Iselin, squinting against the glimmering lake, remarked, "Audrey, if you don't hold a concert this summer, your fans will go mad." "It's all right. I've already recorded 10 songs. ATV is Michael S. company. They are highly professional and will release the album soon. Then you must send me a signed copy." "No problem," Audrey responded. Edmund, sitting up with earnestness, inquired, "Are you truly letting Peter Watman off the hook for how he treated Rick?" As he spoke, Edmund made a subtle gesture across his throat. "Huh," Audrey replied, glancing at Rick, who was fast asleep. "The Boston Consortium will take care of it. Those oligarchs are not easily swayed." "Does Watman think he can repurchase the company at its original price?" "He is dreaming. The Boston Consortium will definitely charge him with fraud." "Oligarch?" Edmund shook his head, realizing that the girl seemed unaware that she herself was now an oligarch, possessing control over more than half of Ukraine's national resources. What did that signify? Ukraine's land area is 600,000 square kilometers. And what of Japan's land area? 370,000 square kilometers. Chapter 144. Rick, no. I am the only one who is free. Iselin set down her drink and sat up from her lounger. "Audrey, didn't you say you would be quite busy this summer aside from the concert?" Audrey, eyes closed, nodded in response. "Yes, I will be busy. But should I not relax as much as possible before the burdensome tasks arrive?" Iselin tilted her head. "Isn't that akin to enjoying a fine meal before facing the guillotine?" Audrey rolled her eyes at the girl's morbid analogy. Then, she paused, her expression falling. "Your mouth is truly a harbinger of misfortune. My holiday has come to an end." "Indeed, your holiday has concluded." A dapper old man, Grindelwald, appeared, materializing from the lakeside cabin hundreds of meters away. "First, I must see how much progress you have made this academic year." Audrey sighed. "Teacher, can't you rest for a few more days? You see, you are of an age. Wouldn't it be lovely to watch the stars and moon with Dumbledore? Once I have taught you well, I will have plenty of time with Al." Grindelwald waved his hand, beckoning her to follow. A military green shadow swept across the lake's surface, and Grindelwald, clad in military attire, stood at the lake's center. Audrey, like a bolt of lightning, followed closely behind, hovering just a foot above the water. Iselin blinked in astonishment. She had just caught wind of something monumental. The gossiping spirit of Hogwarts' foremost information broker ignited within her, and she turned to Edmund, asking, "Who is this venerable gentleman?" Edmund chuckled. "He is my great-uncle." "Great-uncle?" Edmund bore the surname Grindelwald. Thus his great-uncle would also share the name Grindelwald. Old Grindelwald? Surely, it cannot be that man. No, it cannot be. How could Audrey's teacher possibly be that dark wizard? Wait a moment, he has ties with Dumbledore? Iselin's expression froze, her head snapping to Edmund, her lips quivering slightly. "Your great-uncle's name wouldn't happen to be Gellert, would it?" "Indeed, it is he." "Iselin, about my best friend being the apprentice of a dark wizard." As Iselin pondered this revelation, the battle upon the lake commenced. From the outset, Grindelwald sensed the shift. Today, Audrey wielded her wand with the finesse of a sword, her Gryffindor training in combat and dueling providing her with immense advantage. Not only were her technical skills impressive, but each of her strikes contained curses, some of which even Grindelwald had never encountered. His expression sharpened. This disciple of his had grown formidable. The old man deflected an incoming surge of magic and performed a swift somersault to evade a disarming charm concealed within that magical surge. As he flipped, 2 beams of light struck the water's surface, unleashing twin jets that shot forth like bullets, aimed directly at Audrey. Audrey waved her wand skyward, summoning a curtain of water that not only shielded her from Grindelwald's assault, but also obscured his view. As the water cascaded down, Audrey vanished from sight. However, this trivial trick clearly did not confound Grindelwald. He smiled and began launching spells beneath the water. Each spell that came into contact with the water produced a flurry of bubbles, morphing into various aquatic creatures that charged at Audrey. TCH, what a troublesome old man. Audrey muttered a curse under her breath and summoned ancient magic. Water Blast. A formidable jet of water surged toward Grindelwald. He hastily evaded with apparition, only to witness the water cannon soar skyward, bursting apart at 50 meters, transforming into a torrential downpour that drenched the area. Was that thunder? Was it raining? Rick was jolted awake from his slumber, where he beheld Edmund and Iselin transfixed by the battle unfolding on the lake's surface. He sighed in relief. "Ah, Mr. Depp is merely instructing Audrey. Then there's nothing to worry about. I was just contemplating retrieving my clothes from the villa." Edmund shook his head. "Mr. Astley, you must be still half asleep. The villa is tended by house elves. There's no need for you to labor." Rick chuckled awkwardly. "I see those little creatures working so hard. I can't help but feel guilty making them do all the chores. Grindelwald, unfazed by the pouring rain, recognized that expending energy dealing with such harmless residual effects during a duel was utterly imprudent. His gaze sharpened. If she wished to hide beneath the water, he would compel her to surface. Fire shield. Blue flames coalesced into a fiery dragon, crashing into the lake. The water temperature surged, causing numerous fish to be cooked alive. Floating to the surface, Audrey smiled slightly. Since you want me to emerge, I shall oblige. She swiftly broke through the water's surface, brimming with confidence, and began unleashing her spells with unrelenting speed. Grindelwald frowned. How many times have I instructed you not to perform futile actions? Look at your spells. They lack precision and veer off course. Do you truly expect them to curve? Yet, Audrey's spells did indeed curve. Those that strayed off course seemed magnetically drawn to Grindelwald, looping through the air and accurately targeting the dapper old man as he chastised her. The fire shield contracted rapidly, morphing into a colossal egg, absorbing the barrage of rapid assaults. Can they really curve? Grindelwald pondered, soon grasping the truth. The earlier rain had infused Audrey's curse, and unbeknownst to him, he had fallen prey to her scheme. Clever little rascal. Grindelwald chuckled, casually redirecting the minor curse. Indeed, in the face of a master like him, it was a trivial curse, yet to an ordinary wizard, it could be a death sentence. Audrey's attacks were swift, fierce, and relentless. Within mere seconds, the fire shield teetered on the brink of collapse. Then, Grindelwald erupted from the blue flame egg, transformed into a green light, slithering closer to Audrey while unleashing a series of powerful strikes. Audrey countered these assaults while indiscriminately casting spells, as shooting without aim allowed her to attack more rapidly and concentrate her mental energy. However, those erratic spells ultimately attracted a large, cooked fish on the lake's surface, which met a tragic fate as it was struck by a spell, exploding into a mass of flesh and bone. Oh, Audrey hadn't anticipated that Grindelwald would so swiftly transfer her curse onto the dead fish. Experience speaks volumes, I must concede. Yet, what did it matter if he got close? She was a woman who had inherited the swordsmanship of Gryffindor, witnessed the might of a close combat mage. With a swift maneuver, Audrey predicted Grindelwald's landing point, wielding her wand like a sword, an orange glow sweeping forth. Today, she intended to make Grindelwald suffer a bit. The crescent blade of light flashed, sending up a matching arc of water. Audrey moved gracefully, her stance elegant, as she cleaved the emerald flash in twain. Oh no. I hope my teacher is unharmed. Audrey's heart raced. Why hadn't he dodged? But she had no time to ponder, as a red light shot toward her from behind, striking her squarely in the back. Audrey was sent flying, spinning 720 degrees in the air before crashing into the lake with a splash. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Audrey emerged from the water, unscathed, flailing her arms to rise quickly. If she lingered any longer, she might develop blisters. Gazing in the direction from which the spell had come, she saw Grindelwald dispelling his invisibility, revealing himself with a broad smile. This marks my 1349th victory over you, my dear student. Audrey smirked. You trickster, teacher. Grindelwald spread his hands. You were the one who initiated the deception. The old man and the youthful one engaged in playful banter on the lake's surface. Edmund lay back, chuckling. Audrey is growing stronger. It seems she no longer requires my protection. If she unleashes her full potential, my dear uncle may find it difficult to contain her. Rick clapped vigorously, utterly bewildered, yet profoundly impressed. Iselin took a large sip of her drink to steady her nerves, only to choke slightly, coughing. No wonder Dumbledore assigned Audrey to teach defense against the dark arts. With her skills, she could teach all grades without issue. As for Grindelwald, judging by the current circumstances, it seemed Dumbledore was involved as well. So what was there to worry about? On the lake's surface, Grindelwald remarked, Audrey, your growth surpasses my expectations. Hence you need not attend combat classes this summer. Really? Audrey beamed with delight. It was the best news she had received in over a year. However, Grindelwald continued, his smile resembling that of a trickster. You must learn to manage your assets. From today onward, you shall study diligently with Veda and the others. Audrey protested. You want me to handle those troublesome affairs? I would prefer to face a beating every day instead. That would contradict my image of a landlady living off her investments. Chapter 145. On the art of skillfully avoiding learning. No, you must learn these things. Grindelwald insisted firmly, his gaze steady upon Audrey. While I am present, my subordinates will not harbor any ill intentions. But what if I am no longer here? He elaborated. To ensure your subordinates do not misappropriate your wealth, you must either exhibit absolute leadership and authority, instilling fear in them, or be sufficiently knowledgeable and diligent, leaving them no room for exploitation. I have lived over 100 years, child. I cannot protect you indefinitely. Do you wish to experience betrayal by your subordinates again? His final words struck a chord. as Grindelwald astutely identified another of Audrey's vulnerabilities, drawing from Dumbledore's account of the basilisk incident. Audrey fell silent, her eyes closed. After a long pause, she opened her eyes. Her gaze resolute, signifying her acceptance. Very well, teacher, I shall learn. Yet, in the next moment, her big eyes brimmed with tears. But could the daily study time not exceed 4 hours? Reflecting on past reports, Audrey had a general idea of her vast holdings. Yet, upon diving into the details, she realized she had greatly underestimated her influence. Even with the core of her military and heavy industries relocated to China, her sway in Ukraine was astonishingly significant. Her enterprises spanned various sectors, with more than half the population in every city and village working for her. The sense of accomplishment was overwhelming. Whenever she wished, she could easily ascend to the presidency, displacing Leonid Kravchuk from his position. Leonid Kravchuk, the first president of Ukraine post-independence, was one of the principal architects of the country's economic collapse and a key figure in the dissolution of the Soviet Union. Our esteemed president is, in fact, a Pole. Poland was initially partitioned by Germany and the Soviet Union, leading him to become a citizen of the Soviet Union. Upon reaching adulthood, he ventured into the political arena, embodying the archetype of a superficial politician, ineffectual in governance yet adept at forming alliances and instigating actions. As the second strongest republic within the Soviet Union, Ukraine's stance during the tumultuous years was pivotal to the survival and evolution of the Soviet state. However, as a Pole whose nation had been obliterated, the president clearly did not align himself with the Soviet cause. Ultimately, he collaborated with figures like Boris Yeltsin to successfully dismantle the Soviet Union. Yet, in the aftermath of its collapse, he realized that without the protection of the elder brother, he amounted to nothing, regardless of his formidable military power and immense influence. Faced with dire economic challenges, he found himself at a loss and blindly placed his faith in the guidance of Western nations. Adopting a shock therapy approach that rapidly privatized state assets, giving rise to numerous oligarchs, while the common people's lives deteriorated further. He yearned for loans from the West, led by America, and when the United States insisted on the complete dismantling of nuclear arms as a precondition, Leonid Kravchuk acquiesced without hesitation. Disarming himself economically resulted in a collapse that inadvertently fostered a multitude of tycoons controlling the national economy, leaving the nation in utter disarray due to his mismanagement. In the midst of this turmoil, before the Western mercenaries could exert their influence, Audrey emerged, amassing substantial wealth through both legitimate and dubious means. Presently, the individual wielding significant power in Ukraine is none other than this seemingly frazzled little sorceress. Grandma Rogier, that will be all for today. I have perused the majority of the industry reports and have a clear understanding. No, you do not, Veda Rogier replied, her expression devoid of any amusement. You must complete the review of all materials before this afternoon. In the coming days, you are required to personally inspect your enterprises. The elderly lady stated earnestly. Upon concluding the inspections, you must draft an industry investigation report and a future development plan. I know you are a clever girl. This will be no challenge for you. Audrey genuinely admired the elderly woman before her. Veda had lived a quintessential life as a witch prior to her arrival in Ukraine, yet for the sake of Grindelwald, she had self-studied to become an expert in management within a mere year. Though a witch's intellect is often more developed than that of an ordinary person, her industriousness was remarkable. Having a diligent individual instruct someone suffering from chronic laziness is not a pleasant experience for either party. No, Audrey lamented, as she retrieved a report from the top of the 4.5-foot stack of documents. I believe I require a secretary, an assistant. Edmund seems quite suitable. Veda scoffed. Edmund has many pressing matters to attend to. He does not have the time to teach you, a novice, from scratch. As Veda turned to pour water, Audrey made a face at her back. The door swung open, revealing the doorman from the AA Group building, which was originally the site of the Kiev Grain and Oil Trade Corporation, now the headquarters of the Ukrainian AA Group. Why AA? Audrey Astley. Ms. Rogier, Mr. Leonid Kravchuk has arrived. The president? Veda glanced at Audrey. Come, our young boss. You should meet the president. Reluctantly, Audrey met with the president, an elderly man with graying hair, who lavished compliments upon a girl who had yet to reach 18. The scene was discomforting, and there is no need to elaborate further. The gist of the conversation revolved around hopes that the AA Group would invest significantly in public infrastructure, thereby increasing employment and striving for the economic revival of Ukraine. However, when asked what the Ukrainian government could offer in return, the president faltered, his answers vague and unsatisfactory. Goodness, another freeloader. After bidding farewell to the president, Audrey turned to Veda. How are our collaborations with the military progressing? Not very smoothly. Our people managed to control a few mid-ranking officers using the soul-capturing curse, but it has not contributed meaningfully to the bigger picture. Audrey frowned slightly. tilting her head to glance at Veda. In that moment, Veda Rogier felt as though she were witnessing the formidable Gellert Grindelwald from decades past. Did I not instruct you to recruit more pawns? Your strong sense of wizard supremacy often leads to a condescending approach in dealings with muggles, which can be detrimental. Yet, pawns are the perfect mediators between wizards and muggles. Veda inquired, Audrey, what exactly do you intend to collaborate on with the military? Audrey looked at Veda incredulously. Grandma Rogier. Surely, you do not believe we can control the entirety of Ukraine with just a few hundred wizards? She gestured towards the window. The president may appear humble today, but his confidence surpasses that of anyone else, for he commands the army. If we do not cooperate with him, his measures will escalate until he labels us traitors, and then directly hands over our enterprises to the military. The army, only the army, Audrey proclaimed passionately. It is only when we form an inseparable community of interests with the Ukrainian military that we can secure our position. Power emanates from the barrel of a gun. Veda remained unconvinced, but we possess ample weaponry and a sufficient number of people. If it comes to a fight, we need not fear the Ukrainian government. Audrey shook her head. Even if we win, what then? We would inherit a ravaged Ukraine. Am I to expend my resources demolishing my own assets? That would be sheer folly. Grandma Rogier, time waits for no one. The president has already set his plans in motion. We must immediately enhance our influence over the military. Very well, I shall arrange it at once. Veda hurriedly made her way towards the office exit, pausing at the door to turn back, her expression somewhat exasperated. Audrey, while I am away, you must not cease your studies. Continue reviewing the materials, and once you have completed them, proceed to conduct inspections. I await your industry report and development plan. With that, Veda left, leaving Audrey fuming as she slammed her hand on the desk. Cursed be this. I thought I could find an excuse to send Veda away and enjoy a brief respite. Audrey slumped over her desk, despondent. While she toiled here, Iselin and Rick were leisurely enjoying themselves at the lakeside villa. Iselin. Audrey's eyes lit up. This girl hailed from royal lineage. What a valuable asset to exploit. At the lakeside villa, Iselin stood on the balcony of her second-floor room, propped up her easel, painting while humming a cheerful tune, aspiring to capture the beauty of the lake view and present it as a Christmas gift to Edmund this year. Suddenly, with a loud pop, Audrey appeared behind her, startling Iselin. Audrey, aren't you supposed to be at the company? No time for idle chatter. Come with me, Audrey declared. Seizing Iselin's wrist, the space warped, and the two vanished from the balcony, leaving only a gentle breeze to rustle the edges of the painting. In the artwork, a man and a woman strolled hand in hand by the lake, the female figure vaguely resembling Iselin, while the male's features remained obscured. Chapter 146. Comrade. Do we have to go through all of this? Iselin gazed at the towering stack of documents, her expression one of disbelief. No, this is merely 1/5. Audrey pointed to a corner of the office, where 4 more equally high stacks awaited. Including those, that is the entirety. Iselin remained speechless for a long moment. Audrey, just how many enterprises do you have? Half of Ukraine? Audrey felt a twinge of embarrassment as she enlisted her dear friend to undertake the industry research report on her behalf. Wasn't it a tad inhumane? While her vision for the future flowed effortlessly from her mind, given her understanding of the world's developmental trajectory, crafting an industry report was indeed a meticulous endeavor. However, Iselin's face radiated with uncontainable joy as she grasped Audrey's arm. Are you inviting me to be your assistant? Oh, Iselin's enthusiasm left Audrey bewildered. Yes, right? That's wonderful. Iselin was practically on the verge of leaping with excitement. Audrey, just grant me an official title, and I shall assist you. Noticing the perplexity etched on Audrey's face, Iselin explained, my family is already arranging suitors for me. They wish for me to marry into a new noble family, but I yearn for a different life. Audrey. Tears brimmed in Iselin's eyes. However, if my personal worth surpasses the value of such a union, perhaps they will relent. Having a daughter in command of a significant organization in Ukraine holds far more value than acquiring a son-in-law worth millions. Please, help me, Audrey. All right, it's not a monumental task. Would the position of Vice CEO at AA Group suffice? As for the official matters in the Warren area, I can take charge. And I'll give you an executive supervisor title. Vice. Who's the chief? Edmund. Fine, you have the final say. Crouch Manor, as one of the sacred 28 families, possessed profound heritage. With Old Barty now serving as the Minister of Magic, visitors to the old house had increased significantly once more. However, this influx also led to the tragic plight of young Barty. In the original universe, Old Barty had rescued young Barty from Azkaban, controlling him with the Cruciatus curse. Yet now, with so many visitors, Old Barty feared young Barty would be seen, thus confining him to the basement. 2 thick chains bound young Barty's legs, crafted from anthracite metal, ensuring absolute security. The house elf, Winky, was responsible for his daily meals. Winky, what is that ancient wretch doing? Master, please do not speak ill of the old master. He does this for your own good. Otherwise, if you are seen, you'll be sent back to Azkaban. Young Barty erupted into a maniacal laugh. He is not doing this for my benefit. He fears I shall ruin his political career. His laughter grew increasingly wild. Azkaban, what difference does it make? I am imprisoned here, and being confined in Azkaban would be no different. Of course, there is a difference, a feminine voice chimed in. In Azkaban, you would not enjoy the culinary skills of a house elf. Winky gasped, who are you? The basement door swung open automatically, revealing a tall lady clad in a dark robe. Her head was wrapped in a thick scarf, her complexion pale. With a flick of her wand, Winky collapsed to the floor. Young Barty felt the dark mark on his arm burn fiercely, a wave of excitement washing over him. Mr. Barty Crouch, allow me to introduce myself. I am Celine Gray. Despite Iceland's arduous study of the materials, her heart brimmed with joy. She had the chance to alter her fate while working alongside her idol. What could be better than this? Meanwhile, Audrey completed the development plan in just 2 hours and happily returned to the lakeside villa to rest. Sister, is it really all right for you to sneak back here and take a break? Rick chewed on some spiced beans and took a sip of elven wine to moisten his throat. Audrey accepted the boneless chicken feet that Momo offered and stuffed them into her mouth. It doesn't matter. Iceland has it all sorted. She chewed heartily, her eyes half closed, relishing the gentle caress of the lakeside breeze. This was the essence of a true holiday. Suddenly, the two-way mirror began to heat up and vibrate, catching Audrey off guard. No way, at a time like this. Edmund, what's the matter? In the mirror, Edmund appeared breathless, the glow of spells flickering behind him. We are under attack at the granary in Curson. It's wizards. There are about 100 of them. Hurry, notify Veda. We need reinforcements. Audrey's expression shifted to one of danger. Who are they? Edmund deflected a red beam with his wand, ducking behind a forklift. It's the Russians. The same group I mentioned before. Understood. Audrey stood up, and in the next moment, she materialized beside Edmund. I'm here. Edmund glanced at the reflection of Audrey in the mirror, then at the real Audrey beside him, bewildered. Aren't you supposed to call for backup? I am the backup. Audrey transformed into her dragon form, boldly stepping out. Immediately, a barrage of red beams shot towards her. They have some standards. No need for the killing curse? Audrey stood resolute, unaffected by their attacks, her dual nature of dragon and Dementor shielding her from harm. Edmund, withdraw our people. Can you handle it alone? Haha. All right. Just be careful. I'll give you 2 minutes. Edmund raised his wand to the sky. A brilliant yellow beam erupted, the symbol of the Deathly Hallows shining above. In the next moment, all the purists vanished using disapparition, while the muggles inside the granary scrambled to escape. In an instant, the vast granary was left with only the Russian wizards and Audrey. This guy is a monster. Everyone, regroup and charge. The commanding Russian appeared to be a seasoned veteran, perhaps a World War II participant. Though in his 70s, the ironclad aura of a soldier had not faded. Information is crucial in a battle. When unaware that the opponent is a humanoid Dementor, one's attacks lack professionalism and precision. Thus, the Russian wizard's concentrated fire barely tickled Audrey. She smiled slightly, her wand swirling gently as a thick fog enveloped the granary. The fog was dense enough to obscure visibility to less than 2 meters. The Russian wizards huddled together, cautiously preparing for the impending unknown assault. Audrey smiled knowingly, sensing every Russian wizard in the granary. Through the fog, these unfortunate souls bore her curse. Now, if she so wished, they could all perish. Avada! Audrey halted, the madness coursing through her veins, almost compelling her to unleash a massacre. Fortunately, her soul remained clear. The Russian wizard's shouts were incomprehensible to Audrey, but one word rang clear. Comrade. Comrades. Despite the disintegration of the Soviet Union, these individuals still called one another comrades. Were they a group of wizards with a shared belief? The current moment was not the future. The term comrade held profound significance, representing true allies with a common purpose. Red beams whizzed past Audrey, flashes of crimson light flickering through the fog. After a moment's contemplation, she realized these individuals had attacked her granary, positioning themselves as her adversaries. Thus, her wand swung forth. Stupefy. Chapter 147, Brainwashing? I am a disciple of Grindelwald. Yevgeny Jaeger opened his eyes, understanding that his awakening was due to the lifting of the stunning spell. The surreal scene before his mind resumed its haunting replay. A crimson beam struck Comrade Alexei. However, his assailant refrained from delivering a fatal blow, opting instead to employ a spell of unconsciousness. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the red ray that had hit Alexei suddenly fragmented into 7 or 8 tendrils, ensnaring his closest comrades. Like a contagion, it spread exponentially. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, He too was ensnared by the same spell emanating from Comrade Mendeleev. He instinctively attempted to evade. Yet the red light seemed to self-correct its trajectory. The incantation that incapacitated hundreds was cast by the diminutive which seated before him. Yevgeny Yeager, born in 1925, had graduated from the Kordostrad School, but had abandoned his studies in 1942 to join the Soviet Patriotic War. He had repeatedly violated the secrecy law, employing magic on the battlefield. After the conclusion of World War II, he served in the Soviet Army until 1968, subsequently returning to his homeland to sustain himself through the cultivation of extraordinary plants. Presently, among the 1,300 wizards who entered Ukraine, he was the leader of 243. Hydras smiled and inquired, "Am I correct in my assumptions, Mr. Yeager?" Upon hearing this, Yevgeny reacted as if confronted by the devil, his pupils narrowing and his beard quivering. "How do you know?" he stammered. "Of course. I explored your soul while you were unconscious," she replied. "This is of no concern to you. What you need to do now is confess to having raided my granary and injuring my people multiple times over the past few months. How do you intend to compensate for that?" Compensate? Yevgeny sprang to his feet. Had his wand not been confiscated, he would have certainly delivered a resounding slap to this insufferable capitalist. "You capitalists, exploiters, vampires, our people are starving, and you allow grains to rot in your granaries. And now you demand compensation from me. I'll compensate your grandmother." Yevgeny raged, spitting as he spoke. And had it not been for Hydra's quick wit in casting a barrier spell, she would have been splattered with saliva. "Mr. Yeager," Hydra's leaned back. "Who told you that my grains are rotting in the granary?" In February 1992, the food within Ukraine was swept clean by those advocating for privatization. With grain prices skyrocketing to 100 times their pre-independence levels, farmers could no longer afford to eat. It was I who procured vast quantities of grain from Huaxia and sold it at fair prices, saving millions and stabilizing the Cuban currency. We thus absorbed the entirety of Gringotts' revenue. In July 1992, during the paper crisis, it was I who stabilized the skyrocketing prices of daily necessities. We merely exchanged a few aircraft blueprints, and the motherland sponsored us with a plethora of unsold, nearly obsolete light industrial products, enabling us to make a tidy profit of several billion. Hydras recounted coldly, "I invested billions of dollars for the people. Well, what have you done for yours? Why do you have to shout at me here? Simply because you abandoned your homeland and your people to serve the president in Ukraine? But do you know that your good president is one of the principal architects behind the dissolution of the Soviet Union?" Yevgeny's lips parted slightly, momentarily. He was at a loss for words. The girl before him appeared somewhat different from the ruthless capitalist depicted by the president. "The president claimed that you are Ukraine's largest oligarch, and if we can bring you down and nationalize your assets, Ukraine will flourish." "Huh? Flourish?" Hydra scoffed. "What do you envision as a flourishing Ukraine?" Yevgeny raised his gaze to meet Hydra's, asserting that nationalizing assets would indeed mean Ukraine would continue down the path of socialism. Once Ukraine improved, we could demonstrate to our comrades in Russia that only Marxism-Leninism is the rightful path. Thus, we would have the opportunity to resurrect the Soviet Union. Ha ha. Hydra's erupted into laughter, her voice, infused with the lineage of the Black family, resonating with exuberance. Did the president ever say he wished to restore socialism? Yevgeny hesitated. Realizing this point was never made, yet wasn't he nationalizing assets synonymous with implementing socialism? "Mr. Yeager," Hydra's gently shook her head. "Do you suppose you can guess how Ukraine's state assets were converted to private ownership?" She observed Yevgeny, who now appeared thoroughly bewildered, and continued, "Initially, I acquired the Black Sea shipyard for a total of 200 million Cuban rubles, of which 90 million was the purchase price of the shipyard, and 110 million was allocated for bribes to officials at various levels, including your president. Mr. Yeager, do you think that after my assets were nationalized, those officials would refrain from selling state assets at a pittance to line their own pockets?" Yevgeny was well aware of the Black Sea shipyard, which was constructing aircraft carriers valued in billions, yet the entire shipyard was sold for a mere 90 million. After a prolonged silence, Yevgeny murmured faintly, as if drained of all strength, "These are merely your assertions. You have no means to prove them." Hydras had anticipated this and forcefully slammed a stack of purchase contracts onto the table before Yevgeny. Black Sea shipyard, 90 million Cuban rubles. Ukraine's first steel plant, 13 million Cuban rubles. Ukraine's special vehicles manufacturing plant, 17 million Cuban rubles. Yevgeny's expression contorted in turmoil as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. "Even if they are corrupt, you have not demonstrated that you can bring welfare to the people. Return the wand to Mr. Yeager." Edmund handed a wand to Yevgeny. "Follow me, Mr. Yeager, and I will reveal to you the greatest difference between myself and the president." With a snap, the three of them materialized outside a factory on the outskirts of Kiev. Surrounding the factory was a residential area characterized by tranquility. where the elderly and women busied themselves with household chores or rested in small parks. This is one of my food processing plants, Hydras declared. I can assure you that all my enterprises are like this. Yevgeny gazed upon the joyful expressions of the people, reminiscent of the smiles only seen during the peak of the Soviet Union. Hydras continued, over half of Ukraine's population works under my aegis. Those who have not become my employees are eager to join. Edmund added, we offer substantial benefits to our workers, with provisions for housing and meals, allowing each employee to have 2 family members dine free of charge. Yevgeny opened his mouth, wanting to voice something, but ultimately exhaled a gentle sigh. Mr. Yeager, Hydras coaxed, have you considered what might happen to these individuals if you truly assist the president in bringing me down? At this moment, Yevgeny found himself torn between conflicting thoughts, unable to reach a decisive conclusion. Come, let us visit another location. With another snap, they arrived at the residential area for civil servants' families in Kiev. Hydras led Yevgeny inside, where conditions starkly contrasted with those of the AA group's employee housing. Filthy and chaotic, the civil servants' families bore expressions devoid of joy, their faces gaunt and their spirits flagging. AA group hired again last week. Did you apply? I did, but regrettably, I was not selected. How could that be? You are the most capable worker of our generation. Are they blind? What else could it be? They are aware of Andrei's position as a civil servant, and the government has been somewhat antagonistic towards AA group. So it is only natural that they wouldn't allow civil servants' families to work in the factory. What does the government intend to achieve? In my view, it would be better for AA group to establish a government. But if that happens, our husbands will lose their secure positions. You are so foolish. How much do civil servants earn? An ordinary worker at AA group makes more than a civil servant. Indeed, listening to the women's conversation, Yeager was utterly speechless. It turned out that everything Hydras had said was indeed true. The president was a calamity for the nation, while Hydras was the true savior of Ukraine. He and his compatriots had unwittingly become mere tools in the hands of the president, although this tool could hardly inflict any harm upon Hydras. Well, Mr. Yeager, Hydras said, clearly pleased with the women's unwitting assistance. Have you thought about how you will compensate me? Chapter 148, For the Great Ideal. Yeager was momentarily taken aback before realizing that the young which had been discussing compensation all along, topics of good and evil, political differences, all revolved around the notion of recompense. I have nothing to offer you, Yeager admitted, a hint of frustration in his voice. Yet Hydras turned to Edmund, saying, Edmund, return our captured comrades to their homes. I wish to visit their encampment. Edmund nodded, and with a swift motion, he asked, you intend to take me back to our encampment? Yeager's expression was one of astonishment. What do you plan to do? Hydras rolled her eyes. Of the 243 individuals you brought, 117 are elderly, weak, or infirm. I wager those frail souls are faring worse than my workers. Yeager's faction was among the many Russian sorcerers who had entered Ukraine, currently stationed in the outskirts of Chernihiv, in a dilapidated farmhouse. Coughing and complaints filled the air, mingling with the stench of decay and sweat. A light drizzle fell from the sky, yet it could not cleanse the foul odor of the area. It's Comrade Yeager. Comrade Yeager has returned. The elderly and women emerged from their homes, while children cautiously peered from behind doors and windows. Comrade Yeager, did you procure any food? Comrade Yeager, what of our comrades? Yeager's face flushed with embarrassment. He was at a loss for words. Hydras surveyed the ragged individuals before her, their attire tattered and faces gaunt, completely devoid of the noble appearance one would expect of wizards. She turned to Yeager. Is this how your president allows your people to live? Yeager stammered. He has his own difficulties. The situation in Ukraine is dire, and funds are desperately needed. He sighed. The main issue is the skyrocketing prices. Last month, a cabbage cost 1,200 hryvnias, and this month it has soared to 3,000. The president has raised our living expenses, but it cannot keep pace with inflation. Hydras chuckled. Do you know, Yeager, that the very reason for soaring prices is your president's reckless issuance of hryvnias? This is called inflation. The quantity of goods remains the same, but the circulation of money has increased, thus prices inevitably rise. Yeager fell silent, lacking comprehension of such matters. Yet he understood that his comrades were on the verge of collapse. Otherwise, they would not have been incited to raid the granaries. Comrade Yeager. An elderly gentleman approached, trembling. Who is this young comrade? She is. I am the owner of the AA group, Hydras declared with confidence. The old man hastily drew his wand, aiming it at Hydras, though his movements were clumsy, reminiscent of a first-year student at Hogwarts. What have you done to our comrades? The elders and women behind him brandished their wands as well. Yeager, have you betrayed us? Hydras waved her hand with a smile, and a burst of magical energy shot forth like a spider's web among the red wizards, causing their wands to slip from their grasp and fly toward her. I am not your enemy. I am here to assist you. With a flourish, Edmund arrived, accompanied by the captured red wizards, bearing food, medicine, clothing, and even toys for children, a tin wind-up frog. Your suffering is about to end. I will lead you toward true enlightenment. The noble aspiration to fight for the people's interests is commendable, but first, you must fill your own bellies. Communism is not achieved overnight. It requires the efforts of many generations. What we must do is realize our goals in stages. Hydras felt immense relief that she had paid attention in her ideological education, recalling Marx's assertion that the precondition for communism is an abundance of resources. Thus, their task was to revitalize the economy, merge technology with magic, enhance productivity, and construct a harmonious society, ensuring that the people no longer worried about their livelihoods. Children must receive adequate education, and the elderly deserve high-quality care. The drizzle began to intensify, accumulating in the poorly drained village, forming puddles. As the puddles merged, streams began to flow outward from the village. Perhaps these trickles could ultimately swell into a torrent that engulfs everything. At that moment, the impassioned young woman standing among the crowd seemed to radiate light. Comrade Jaeger, your compensation to me is to assist in creating a harmonious society free of worries for all. Do you accept? Jaeger's eyes sparkled with fervor. He appeared to see the shadow of a great leader in Hydrus, Stalin, Lenin. I am willing. I am willing. He shouted with fervor, and the elderly and young around him, gazing at the amassed provisions on the ground, raised their fists in excitement. Hooray! 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 Vita gently placed the AA Group Industrial Report on the table, silently observing Audrey. The atmosphere turned awkwardly chilly until Ms. Rose finally spoke. Is this the assignment you submitted? It's evidently done by someone else. You couldn't even be bothered to copy it out. Audrey pouted. But the future development plan was written by me. I can assure you. It's filled with substantial content that the teacher will surely praise. Vita maintained her elegance, though her gaze was piercing. As someone who, like Gellert, can glimpse fragments of the future, if you cannot produce a decent development plan, you might as well find a glass of mercury to drink. Gellert had already advised you. To prevent your subordinates from betraying you, you must either possess sufficient leadership or have complete control over everything, knowing your industry inside out. Audrey shrugged nonchalantly. I am a disciple of the teacher, so I follow in his footsteps. He relies on extraordinary personal charisma and leadership. I believe I am not lacking in that regard. Very well, Vita said with a smile, though only the corners of her mouth turned upward. Her entire countenance still bore a somber expression. I am curious to know where our Miss Asteri's leadership is. Can you demonstrate it for me? Knock, knock, knock. Audrey called out toward the door. Come in. Yevgeny Jaeger entered, clad in a well-tailored woolen coat. Report, Comrade Asteri. The number of comrades willing to join our great cause upon entering Ukraine alongside me has reached 897. Excellent, Comrade Jaeger. What is the situation with those who are unwilling to join? They have been seduced by the president's sugar-coated shells and have chosen to stand against the people. They are no longer our comrades. Jaeger declared angrily. However, a steady stream of comrades is entering Ukraine from Russia, inspired by our party. By the end of July, we expect to welcome over 3,000 new comrades. Very good, Comrade Jaeger. However, Comrade Asteri, what will be the conditions for those new comrades? Our comrades will absolutely not face any hardships in their living conditions. They will enjoy a lifestyle befitting revolutionaries. This is my personal promise. Thank you, Comrade Asteri. I will immediately inform the comrades of this good news. Go ahead. We are on the verge of establishing the Ministry of Magic in Ukraine, so let us all prepare. And together we shall gradually realize our grand ideals. Indeed, Comrade Aster. Comrade Yi, beaming with excitement, took her leave, leaving behind two enchanting figures. One elderly and one youthful, in the office. The elder beauty gazed at the younger one, momentarily speechless. Audrey suddenly broke into a radiant smile. Grandmother Rogier. How many members were there at the height of my mentor's witchcraft party?